2031 Ancient Tree of Flesh and Blood. 1. The horned helmet and the others heaved a sigh of relief as they looked at the enormous hand that was lying on the ground. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at Tang Zhen. This was the second time he had helped them out of a fatal crisis. It could be said that he had turned the tide. These two crises were both dangerous and fatal, leaving the horned helmet and the others helpless. If Tang Zhen wasn't here tonight, God knows how they would have dealt with this. It wasn't impossible for them to be wiped out. Such tragedies were actually not uncommon, and it was not surprising that it had happened to him. The despaired people sighed inwardly. They had escaped yet another calamity. Although the giant palm had been cut off, the danger had not been resolved. Everyone had heard the roar just now. It was obvious that the owner of the giant palm was still outside the cave and could attack again at any time, and they could only respond passively. After suffering such a heavy blow, the owner of the giant palm would definitely not let it go. It was not impossible for him to open the cave in a fit of anger. A cave that was big enough for everyone might just be a spacious hole in the earth for the owner of the palm. It might even be unable to accommodate his body. The crisis is still there. How should we deal with it? It was not only the horned helmet that was thinking about this problem, the other despaired people were also worried. At this moment, they were like beasts trapped in a cage, and could only be slaughtered by a fierce monster. Just as they were at their wits' end, they saw Tang Zhen suddenly step out of the crowd and slowly walk toward the cave entrance. "Sir Tang Zhen, what are you doing?" Seeing this, the horned helmet and the others quickly asked. Tang Zhen was their hope. If he wasn't around, how would they deal with the crisis that followed? This was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't help but be nervous. Hearing the inquiry of the horned helmet, Tang Zhen stopped and turned to look at the people in the cave, gently shaking his head. "If we continue to stay here, it will only make our situation worse. Whether it's the human-faced monster or the giant palm, they're just the opening scene. If you want to ensure your own safety, you have to leave this cave and face the monsters outside." Although Tang Zhen's tactics were good, they were not suitable for them. It was better for them to obediently remain in the cave. This was the true method of protecting themselves. The horned helmet revealed a trace of shame and said to Tang Zhen, "Sir Tang Zhen, our strength is too weak and we're afraid that we can't fight alongside you. Please don't mind us." Recognizing one's own strength and knowing how to advance and retreat was the best way to protect oneself. If he followed Tang Zhen out in a moment of rashness, he might not be of any help at all. On the contrary, he would only restrict Tang Zhen's movements. The horned helmet had lived for so long because it knew how to judge the situation and would not feel ashamed because of cowardice. Moreover, Tang Zhen's combat style was too risky. They did not dare to try it. Tang Zhen shook his head and softly said, "I didn't plan to let you follow me. Not only you, but everyone here is not to follow me. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I won't have time to take care of you. In that case, it would be better to stay in the cave. At least before I fall, I can guarantee your absolute safety." Tang Zhen was prepared to test what he was thinking. At that time, it would inevitably affect the surroundings, and these despairing people would also be attacked indiscriminately. Since that was the case, he naturally didn't want them to follow him to avoid trouble. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the despairing people who had originally felt troubled secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Zhen wanted to head out to face the enemy. As his subordinates, they naturally had to follow him. However, the two monsters they had encountered earlier had made them lose the courage to go out. They would rather continue to hide in the cave. Tang Zhen's words were equivalent to helping them out of their predicament and not making things too awkward. Not everyone had fear in their hearts. At the very least, after Tang Zhen said these words, the dwarf, Xiao Wu, and a few others took the initiative to step forward and walked toward Tang Zhen. "Wherever you go, I'll follow." Xiao Wu was usually a person of few words, but at this moment, she was exceptionally determined. Even if it meant going through a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, she would still follow Tang Zhen. The dwarf didn't speak, but from the way he moved his hands and feet, it seemed that he was ready for a big battle. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over these people. After saying, "Be more careful," he took the lead and walked toward the entrance of the cave. The midget and the rest followed closely behind without any hesitation. This scene made the despairing people feel guilty. They knew that their cowardice and retreat at this moment could very well mean that they would part ways here. No matter how magnanimous Tang Zhen was, he was destined to be separated from his family. He could only take care of his own people. Although they knew this, they still did not have the courage to follow Tang Zhen out. They were afraid that they would lose their lives if they were the slightest bit careless. Just as the despairing person in the cave had mixed feelings and was thinking about what to do next, Tang Zhen had already walked out of the cave. A field of starlight sprinkled down, creating a beautiful scene. In the mountain valley, bright seven-colored rays of light flashed from time to time. This was supposed to be a fairyland-like scene, but it hid infinite killing intent. Those shadows that flashed from time to time, all of them revealed an evil aura. A tall figure stood on the path in front of Tang Zhen. It was nearly 20 meters tall and its outer appearance was like an ancient tree of flesh and blood that reached the sky. Of course, this was definitely not a real tree. This was because at this moment, there was a pair of dark green eyes at the crown of the tree. They were viciously looking at the location where Tang Zhen and the others were. The big hand that had been cut off earlier was a limb of the ancient tree monster. The bare arm was still clearly visible. In addition to the ancient tree monster, there were also many strange and ferocious figures hiding in the darkness, exuding an evil aura. The moment Tang Zhen appeared, the ancient tree monster let out a roar and dashed toward his position. The entire earth seemed to be shaking, making a rumbling sound. The roots and branches of the ancient tree of flesh and blood danced at the same time, looking like ferocious poisonous snakes. After seeing this, everyone's expression changed and they dodged to the side at the same time. Tang Zhen, who was standing at the front, did not dodge. He raised his hand and waved it at the ancient tree monster. Soon after, a stream of light appeared out of thin air. The speed of the stream of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had circled the ancient tree monster once. Then, blood, flesh, and leaves kept falling down. The ancient tree monster that was attacked trembled and let out a strange roar. It kept waving its branches, trying to whip the flowing light that was spinning around it. It was a pity that the light was flying at an extremely fast speed. No matter how the ancient tree monster whipped it, it was always half a beat slower. At the same time, the branches and leaves on the ancient tree monster's body fell continuously as if they had been swept by a strong wind, and they kept wriggling on the ground. The stinky liquid was scattered everywhere, filling the air with a strange smell. In the blink of an eye, the ancient tree monster turned into a bare tree trunk, looking extremely ugly. This scene made everyone's blood boil. They had thought that after they came out, they would face a bloody battle, but they did not expect things to turn out like this. In front of Tang Zhen, this ancient blood tree seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. It had been completely toyed with and crushed. Just as the dwarf and the others were secretly surprised, the ancient tree of flesh seemed to be afraid and actually turned to escape. "Don't you think it's too late to run now?" Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when the stream of light that was attacking the ancient tree of flesh suddenly split into four. Like a spinning fan, they wildly swept toward the ancient tree monster. With a series of shrieks, the huge ancient tree of flesh and blood seemed to have been thrown into a grinder. The pieces of the tree that were spraying with stinky blood flew around and were crushed into a pile of debris in the blink of an eye. 2032 Another battle. 1. The ancient tree monster was strangled to death, and the ground around it was covered with broken pieces of strange wood. They looked like trees, but the material was very similar to flesh and blood. The people here didn't look like humans, and the ghosts didn't look like ghosts. The more bizarre the things were, the more normal they were. In the darkness nearby, shadows picked up the broken pieces of branches and leaves, threw them into their mouths, and gobbled them up. The sound of chewing could be heard from time to time. They devoured without any qualms, as if they didn't care about their environment. Their greedy behavior was no different from a real beast. However, they were not real wild beasts. Tang Zhen was able to see traces of wisdom in their eyes. Tang Zhen's clean and decisive attack earlier had caused these monsters that were peeking in the darkness to be on guard. They did not dare to rashly launch an attack. Since the monsters did not attack, Tang Zhen would naturally not take the initiative to provoke them. At this moment, he was still recalling the scene of the attack earlier. It was obvious that he had already mastered the attack of splitting the flowing light into four in the past. Now that he had performed it, it made the similar memory in his mind even clearer. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to be able to control even more streams of light, treating the army as if they were nothing. However, when he tried to do it, he realized that things were not that simple. If it was only controlling a few simple streams of light, perhaps it could be done with just a thought. But if it was to control thousands of streams of light, it definitely required a certain skill. The key to the problem was that he had forgotten all similar techniques and could not recall anything at all. Tang Zhen was not disappointed. Being able to recall these battle techniques was already extremely helpful to him. With this method alone, it would not be a problem to protect himself tonight. Seeing that the monsters had not launched an attack for the time being, the dwarf quickly ran to the entrance of the cave and quickly dug up the floating soil on the ground. He had previously dug a hole and buried the puppet. Now that the battle was imminent, he had to quickly take it out. After confirming that the physical puppet buried underground was completely unharmed, the dwarf burrowed into the skull with satisfaction and controlled the physical puppet to sit up from the pit. His body trembled slightly, and countless bugs fell from his body. It was a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Waving the giant saber in his hand, the dwarf let out a low roar, feeling quite elated. To him, after losing his puppet body, the feeling of being powerless was simply unbearable. Therefore, he would rather control his physical puppet to fight to the death with the enemy than to be in such a sullen and fearful state. This feeling was simply unbearable. Just as the physical puppet controlled by the dwarf stood up, a group of monsters less than a meter tall emerged from the surrounding forest. The monster's entire body was covered in a bug-like shell. It waved its long bone spikes and swarmed toward Tang Zhen and the others. Compared to the monsters that had intelligence in their eyes, these armored bugmen only had desire and killing in their eyes. They knew nothing about fear. The dwarf roared and controlled his physical puppet to block in front of everyone. At the same time, he waved the saber in his hand and cut the bugman as if he was cutting vegetables. The number of bugman monsters was dense, and they were constantly surging forward. Where did they come from? The dwarf wasn't afraid, he just kept waving his sword and blocked the bugman. On the side, Xiao Wu and the others occasionally made a move, attacking those fish that slipped through the net, ensuring that they couldn't approach the cave entrance a step. The object of the group of people's protection was naturally not those fellows with hands and feet in the cave. Instead, it was Tang Zhen who was standing beside the entrance of the cave and was currently in deep thought. The midget and the others did not know whether Tang Zhen was doing this on purpose. However, they did not want these monsters to affect his thoughts. Therefore, they all chose to intercept the monsters. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the situation of the battle but did not pay too much attention to it. With the methods of the midget and the others, it was not difficult for them to deal with these bugmen. All his attention was now on the things in the darkness, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. If these restless fellows tried to attack him, then Tang Zhen would let them have a taste of flowing light's power. However, these black shadows were very cautious. When the beetle men launched their attack, they did not move at all, as if they were waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Of course, the greatest possibility was that Tang Zhen was here. Therefore, these monsters were afraid and did not dare to rashly attack. After all, the example of the ancient tree of blood and flesh was right in front of him. If he acted rashly, he might be the next one to be killed. However, in the face of a large group of fresh flesh and blood, these monsters could not hold back the greed in their hearts. Soon, some of them who were not afraid of death began to launch probing attacks. It was a monster that looked like a dried corpse. It was at least 5 meters tall and looked similar to a dwarf's physical puppet. Its fur drooped down like the roots of a plant, emitting an unpleasant smell. At the same time when he approached Tang Zhen, the body under his fur continued to emit cracking sounds. It seemed to be the sound of chewing. At the same time as it approached Tang Zhen, its fur flew up, revealing many mouths with sharp mouthparts. The cracking sounds just now came from these mouths, as if they could easily cut through gold and iron. At this moment, the mouths kept wriggling as if they were chewing food. It was unknown how many mouths were hidden under the monster's long hair. At the same time, 6 ring-shaped arms were hidden, and their length seemed to be able to be adjusted freely. On the palm, there were claws like crab pincers, shining with a metallic luster. If a body of flesh and blood was caught, it would probably be directly broken into 2 pieces. Seeing the long-haired monster pouncing at him, the dwarf roared and waved his sword to meet it. As a result, just as his sword was about to fall, it was blocked by the long-haired monster's arm. At the same time, the monster's other arm shot out and hit the dwarf's chest. With a crisp crack, the dwarf's chest armor was shattered, and his huge pincers pierced through the armor and deeply into the puppet's face. Even though it wasn't his main body, the dwarf still felt extremely uncomfortable when his physical puppet was damaged. After all, his physical body was closely connected to his puppet body. When his puppet body was severely injured, he would also be affected. At the same time, the dwarf controlled the physical puppet to swing the knife down. The arm that hit the body tried to break free from the other party's restraint. Unexpectedly, just as he raised his saber, the monster's hairy arms shot out one after another, all of which hit him. The flesh puppet's armor was riddled with holes, and its body was riddled with bloody holes. It looked extremely miserable. Then, the long-haired monster's head popped out and bit the dwarf's head like a fierce python. The dwarf panicked and wanted to break free from the control, but his body was tightly bound and he couldn't break free in a short time. Just as he was feeling an indescribable fear in his heart, a ray of light once again shot out from the surroundings of Tang Zhen's body. Soon after, it circled around the long-haired monster's body. The dwarf seemed to have heard a scream, and then he felt the arm that was controlling his body go soft and weak. The huge body of the long-haired monster was like a deflated ball of leather, and it fell to the ground. 2033 Keep moving forward. When the long-haired monster's killing blow came, it was Tang Zhen who saved the dwarf from death. If he had been just a little slower, the dwarf would have been torn to pieces by the long-haired monster or his head would have been gnawed off. Having escaped death once again, the dwarf heaved a sigh of relief, but he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. This place was truly dangerous, and it made him feel as if his strength was not following his heart. If he was not by Tang Zhen's side, it would be difficult for him to even take a single step. As expected, following a wise master was the right choice. At least, his chances of survival would increase greatly. Although the risk would also increase, some sacrifices were inevitable in order to end this terrible life. Moreover, they had already mentally prepared themselves the moment they chose to follow Tang Zhen. They would die without any regrets. As he lamented in his heart, the dwarf retreated to the side and pulled out the few arms that were stuck in the body of the puppet. The dwarf glared at the beheaded long-haired monster with hatred. He sat down cross-legged and grabbed the messy corpse pieces and began to devour them. The physical puppet was severely injured. It had to devour flesh and blood as soon as possible to recover so as not to affect the upcoming battle. Xiao Wu and the others saw the long-haired monster was killed, and also hurriedly treated their injuries, in order to deal with the next monster attack. The crisis on the battlefield was coming at any time. Once he had the time, he had to recover to his best condition as soon as possible to increase his chances of survival. Although the crisis had not been resolved, Tang Zhen's expression had become much more relaxed. After killing 2 monsters in a row, he was even more certain that these ferocious-looking monsters were not much of a threat to him. Under the watch of powerful enemies, it was not easy to do this. Since that was the case, he could only wait for the monsters to come and clear them one by one. After dawn, he would leave this place and follow the road to the urban area. Tang Zhen wanted to barge into the place that was regarded as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den by other despairing people. He wanted to see if he could find more useful clues. Perhaps it was because they were shocked by Tang Zhen's decisive killing. The surrounding monsters hesitated for a moment before slowly turning around and leaving. Obviously, these monsters knew that they had no fate with the pile of food in front of them, so they naturally could not continue to waste time. All of them possessed decent intelligence. After witnessing Tang Zhen's methods, they were already clear of his strength. Knowing that they would die if they rushed forward, they naturally dodged as far away as possible to avoid meaningless sacrifices. Therefore, the relationship between a despaired person and a monster was not like that of a hunter and a prey. The key was still to see how strong one was. If they all had Tang Zhen's methods, then those who felt that they could not live any longer would perhaps become these monsters. Tang Zhen waited for a long time. When he saw that the monster did not continue to approach him to probe, he gently shook his head. He found a stone by the roadside and slowly sat down. It was good that the monsters didn't take the initiative to look for trouble, but it was still early in the morning, so he couldn't let his guard down. The dwarf and the others had the same thought. While they were excited, they were still looking around, wary of any monsters that might suddenly approach. Low-level monsters were all brainless idiots. They were only driven by the desire to kill and didn't care how powerful their enemies were. Just as they had expected, the low-level insect-like monsters continued to harass them. Fortunately, these monsters were not strong and did not cause much damage to the group. The dwarf even deliberately released a wave of monsters into the cave, causing a commotion. When those desperators heard the commotion outside, they thought that they didn't need to participate in the battle. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a large group of monsters would kill their way in? Fortunately, they were prepared. The moment the monsters charged in, Desperator immediately raised his sword and attacked, killing all the monsters. Although the Desperators knew that these monsters were probably released on purpose, no one said anything. The dwarf and the others outside the cave had suffered the first wave of attacks, and the danger level was far higher than them. Under such circumstances, it was only right for them to share some of the attack. No one owed them anything. Whether it was Tang Zhen or the dwarf, they had no obligation to help them block the monsters. As time passed, more and more monsters were killed. Fortunately, they were all small fry monsters, so they did not pose much of a threat to the Despaired. Dawn finally arrived. The monsters that were wandering around all let out gloomy roars and reluctantly entered the forest by the roadside. It was obvious that they had to follow a certain rule. After dawn, they had to stay away from the road. After a night of killing, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief and felt exhausted. The Horned Helmet and his men were used to it, because they had spent almost every night like this in the past. Of course, it was rare to encounter such an intense battle like last night. If he was really unlucky, it would be up to luck to survive. Let's go outside and take a look. The night's fighting did not stop, and it was even more so outside. It was obvious that the dwarf and the others had been guarding outside the cave the whole time. The Horned Helmet secretly sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen and the others, the cave would have encountered an even fiercer attack. He didn't know if they would have been able to last until dawn. When they walked out of the cave and saw the scene outside, everyone sucked in a cold breath at the same time. The ground around the cave entrance was piled with the corpses of all kinds of monsters. It was as shocking as a small mountain. They had thought that they had killed enough monsters and were strong enough, but compared to the monsters killed at the entrance of the cave, the ones they had killed were just fish that had escaped the net. Seeing this tragic scene, the Horned Helmet and the others felt cold sweat all over their bodies. They really couldn't imagine the scene of these monsters coming in groups. If it wasn't for the presence of Tang Zhen and the others, which blocked most of the monsters, their corpses would have already turned cold. That's right, where did Sir Tang Zhen go? A despaired person suddenly shouted. At the same time, he raised his head and looked around, trying to find traces of him. Don't look for him anymore, he must have left. Another despaired person said. There was a faint sense of loss in his tone. Why did you leave without a word? Why didn't you call us? Some of the despaired people were unwilling to accept this and said gloomily. Why should I bring you along? You made your choice last night, but as followers, you cowered in the face of battle. What's the use of you? Another person spoke, his tone filled with coldness. But he said that he didn't need us to follow him. If there are people following him, did Sir Tang Zhen refuse? In the end, it still depends on our attitude. You can see so clearly, why don't you follow? I know what I'm capable of. The road ahead is too dangerous. It's better to stay here obediently and muddle along for as long as I can. The despaired people discussed in hushed voices, while the Horned Helmet looked at the road ahead with a hint of emotion on his face. Tang Zhen and them were destined to not be on the same side. Hence, they had a brief contact before going their separate ways. I hope they can have a safe journey. Compared to us, they are the true warriors. The Horned Helmet sighed, and then he told everyone to get ready. They were going to collect the ransom and move to the new shelter. As long as he wanted to live, he had to repeat this kind of life until death came. 2034 Tang Zhen is going to cause trouble on the long street. A few figures were slowly moving forward, still chewing on dried meat. The food was in his pocket, and he could chew on it as he moved forward, so it would not delay his journey. Although they had been fighting for an entire night, the mental state of Tang Zhen and the others was not affected. It was just that their bodies were covered in blood, making them look a little terrifying. There were also traces of blood and minced meat on the ground. It was obvious that the massacre last night was not limited to one place. They had been walking for 3 hours since they left the cave. During this time, they found that there was more than one road, and there were many branches along the way. Although there were many forks in the road, none of them were the right way. They had to follow the main road to reach their final destination. After walking for another half an hour, a tall building complex suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen's group. After they had bypassed the forest, the buildings were built on both sides of the street. They looked very similar to Despair Street, but they were not dilapidated. The buildings were strangely shaped, hidden among the ancient trees and giant trees. There were even fresh flowers and green trees on both sides of the road. In terms of scenery, This place was one of the best. It could be considered an excellent place. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, these buildings were emitting an ice-cold aura, causing one to be unable to feel the slightest bit of warmth. This was an emotionless city. At least for those who were desperate, this was a purgatory that they would avoid as much as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no choice and couldn't survive outside, the deserters definitely wouldn't come here. The dwarf and the others also saw the building in front of them, and their eyes could not help but be vigilant. After all, according to the horned helmet and the others, this city was not friendly to the despairing. It was easy to enter, but it was extremely difficult to get out. The goal of the remnants of the god nation was to send all the despaired people into the mine so that they would dig for the god stones until they died. Therefore, when desperators entered the city, they would be squeezed dry of their last penny and then forced into the mine. After entering this city, the despairing would not encounter any danger, but they could truly experience what it meant to be at a dead end. Even though they were afraid, the dwarf and the others had nothing to fear since Tang Zhen was by their side. They gambled their lives to follow him because they firmly believed that Tang Zhen would be able to lead them to kill their way out and fight their way to the sky. Unknowingly, everyone had already arrived at the city gate. A team of fully armed soldiers was guarding the gate. They were coldly looking at Tang Zhen's group who was slowly walking over. Their eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule, as if they were looking at a group of prey that had wandered outside the trap and had no choice but to enter it. The remnants of the kingdom of God looked down on such despairing people who stretched their necks out to be slaughtered by others. However, they had forgotten that they were the cause of all this. They were the ones who had deliberately created such an environment to force the despairing to wander around in despair and have no choice but to make such a helpless choice. While they enjoyed the benefits, they deliberately looked down on the despaired ones who brought them benefits. No wonder the horned helmet and the others had hatred written all over their faces when they mentioned this city. As a member of the deserters, Tang Zhen was naturally unable to avoid such treatment. Or rather, in the eyes of the remnants of Scandinavia, there was no need to distinguish between noble and lowly deserters. It was simply because they were all of a lower class. It was as if Tang Zhen didn't see the expressions of those soldiers. He slowly walked to the city gate and was soon stopped by someone. "Do you know the rules? You have to pay the entrance fee before entering the city. Do I have to lift my ears to tell you?" The captain of the city guards opened his mouth and spoke in a cold tone. He rolled his eyes and looked at Tang Zhen with undisguised contempt. Tang Cheng looked at the captain and chuckled. He asked in a light tone, "If I don't hand it over, will I not go to the city gate?" The captain looked impatient and snorted, "Of course you can't, but if you don't have the money and want to come in, you can also go to the mine to mine. The mines are also within the city, so we can avoid being attacked by monsters at night and not have to hide like rats." When he said this sentence, those officers and soldiers laughed at the same time. They looked at Tang Zhen and the others as if they were looking at mice, the kind that was covered in dust. Tang Zhen nodded. Soon after, he stood near the city gate and silently sized up the buildings behind the city wall. Seeing this, the captain immediately shouted, "Are you going to enter the city or not? If not, then get out of my way. This is not a place for you to stay." His voice had just faded when those soldiers immediately made a driving action. It was as if they would directly take action if Tang Zhen and the others did not leave. Tang Zhen's expression turned cold. He looked at the captain and asked, "I don't have the money to enter the city, but am I also not allowed to stand outside the city?" "Of course not. It's against the law for despaired people to stay outside the city. They'll be severely punished if they're found." At the same time the captain spoke, he began to lead his subordinates and surrounded Tang Zhen and the others. It seemed like he was prepared to make a move. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen would suddenly sneer when they were approaching? After which, he suddenly raised his hand and waved. The soldiers with ferocious expressions suddenly lost control of their bodies and collapsed to the ground. Their bones seemed to have been crushed, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, they didn't know where the pain came from, and this feeling almost made them collapse. From the beginning to the end, they didn't know what had happened to their bodies. They only knew that their bodies had lost control and were at the mercy of others. "What do you want to do? Do you have any idea what you're doing?" The captain who was talking to Tang Zhen earlier shouted in a frightened tone, appearing to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside. He had never dreamed that someone would dare to attack them at the city gate, so he was not mentally prepared at all. Did these despairing people eat the guts of a leopard? They actually dared to do such a thing. They really didn't know what was good for them. Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the shocked and furious captain. I don't have the money to enter the city, and you're not willing to make an exception, so I naturally have to find a way to get some money. I heard that after capturing the soldiers, we can exchange them for ransom. Since I have no other way to make money, I can only try this method. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, those soldiers were dumbstruck. Although there was indeed such an unspoken rule, they had never encountered an arrogant action like Tang Zhen's. This was no longer a case of capturing soldiers by luck during a battle, but a blatant robbery and kidnapping. He did not put them in his eyes at all. You madman, do you know what this means? If you don't release us immediately, I guarantee that you will die without a burial place. The captain shouted, but his heart was weak. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to not know the consequences of doing this. However, he still did it. This meant that he was basically fearless. When faced with a despairing person who did not even place the soldiers in his eyes, their original reliance would not be of any use. If Tang Zhen was willing, he could slaughter them like pigs and dogs at any time. Tang Zhen didn't open his mouth when he heard the captain's angry rebuking. The midget standing at the side suddenly rushed forward and raised his hand to give 2 heavy slaps. These 2 slaps were extremely ruthless, directly smacking out all of the captain's teeth. His mouth was filled with blood. Looking at the captain's shocked eyes, the dwarf sneered, "You don't need to worry about our situation. I think you shouldn't be worried about yourself. If I'm not in a good mood, I'll take your dog life right now and see if you still dare to be so arrogant." The captain who was being beaten shrank his neck and looked at the dwarf with fire-spitting eyes. Although he was extremely resentful in his heart, he also knew that a wise man would not fight when the sheep was at a disadvantage. If he was stubborn, he might really be cut and lose his life in vain. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was to shut up and wait for reinforcements to arrive to save them from danger. At that time, he would definitely take revenge and let these despaired people know the price of provoking him. 2035 One man slaughters an entire city. At the entrance of the city, the atmosphere became abnormally quiet. It could be said to be absolutely silent. The soldiers who were originally in charge of guarding the city gate and bullying the desperate were now paralyzed on the ground, their hands and feet firmly tied with ropes. Their faces were covered in dirt, and their arrogance from the past was gone. They looked extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the lives of these soldiers were already completely in the hands of Tang Zhen and the others. They could be killed at any time. After the incident, it immediately attracted a group of onlookers, who stood far away near the city gate to watch. They didn't dare to get too close. The gazes they used to look at Tang Zhen's group were like they were looking at a group of lunatics who didn't know whether they were dead or alive. For so many years, this was the first time something like this had happened at the city gates. It was also the first time they had seen such an arrogant and despairing person. The remnants of the kingdom of God shared a common enemy. When faced with despaired people, they could stand together without asking for reasons and believe that they were always the right side. There was an unconcealed enmity in the eyes that were looking at Tang Zhen and the others. At the same time, they were constantly whispering to each other. I don't know if they're really capable or if they don't know what's good for them. They actually dared to do such a thing at the city gate. While the onlookers were secretly surprised, some of them quickly informed the soldiers in the city that they couldn't ignore such a big change at the city gate. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a commotion to come from the city gate, and the surrounding remnants of the kingdom of God hurriedly made way. The heavy footsteps were accompanied by the sound of armor plates hitting each other, indicating the identity of the person. The 300 soldiers who were patrolling the city rushed over as soon as they received the report. When they saw their comrades lying at the city gate, their expressions became very interesting. Kill him. The appearance of such a thing at the city gate was a fierce slap to the face of the city's officers and soldiers. Therefore, the general in the city had already ordered Tang Zhen and the others to be directly chopped to death as soon as they received the report. After that, he would show his head to the public so that the despairing people would remember and know their own worth. Protect yourself, I'll deal with them. Tang Zhen threw down these words and charged towards those soldiers. The battle blade in his hand was unsheathed at the same time. He wanted to use the battle blade in his hand to slaughter the entire city until blood flowed like a river, and suck out all the spellcasters. It was only when he saw these spellcasters in action that he could recall the corresponding means of energy utilization, allowing himself to have a stronger combat power. This was the simplest method, but it was only suitable for him. No one else could replicate it. The leading officer was first stunned when he saw that Tang Zhen had actually charged forward alone. Soon after, a cruel smile was revealed on his face. The truly terrifying part of an army formation was that the top and bottom were united, advancing and retreating together to form a powerful whole. With the cooperation of a group of elite soldiers, even an expert in combat would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Tang Zhen actually dared to fight against a group of elite soldiers alone. In the eyes of this officer, he was already a corpse. But what happened next almost made the officer's eyes pop out. Tang Zhen's figure had just come into contact with those soldiers when the war blade in his hand swept across those long spears one by one. It seemed like a casual touch, but to those soldiers, it was as if they had been knocked down by a mountain. Under the horrified gazes of the soldiers, the spears in their hands were continuously knocked away, one after another stabbing into the walls not far away. Not only did the spears fly out, but even their arms were numb as if they had been electrocuted. They were trembling unconsciously. Tang Zhen did not use any fancy techniques. He only used the purest form of strength to ruthlessly crush his enemy. The enemy at the forefront was knocked down by him. Then, Tang Zhen was like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. The saber in his hand flew up and down, continuously smashing the soldiers to the ground. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically when they saw how fierce Tang Zhen was. However, they still acted as they usually did during their training and tried to surround Tang Zhen. Once the encirclement was completed, these soldiers would shoot out their guns like dragons and attack Tang Zhen from all directions. Under normal circumstances, the besieged would not be able to defend against the attacks from the front, back, left, and right. They would be stabbed into a hedgehog after one round of attacks. However, the current opponent of these soldiers was Tang Zhen, a terrifying existence who could crush them with a flick of his finger at his peak. Even if these soldiers used similar methods to kill countless despairing people, it would not work against Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already transformed into a ferocious beast in human form. He was barging in and out while being surrounded by these soldiers. One after another, figures were sent flying out while screaming miserably before continuously falling to the ground. The dwarf and the others were busy. Every time an officer fell to the ground with a scream, they would quickly rush up and tie up the officer's hands and feet with grim smiles. Without ropes, they could either use the armed belts of the soldiers or tear their clothes and tie them up like animals. Then, as if he was throwing away garbage, he casually piled them together and wriggled and struggled on the ground like bugs. The soldiers were humiliated and tried to struggle with all their might. However, in the hands of the huge puppet, they had no power to resist at all. The soldiers who had been captured earlier felt anxious when they saw their companions being subdued one after another. At the same time, they also felt a strange sense of psychological balance. It wasn't that he was too useless, but Tang Zhen was too powerful. Otherwise, the soldiers who came to help wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The sullen feeling of being subdued by Tang Zhen also began to slowly disappear after having an unlucky fellow like him. Other than being embarrassed and angry, they only wanted to know why Tang Zhen was so savage and actually challenged the soldiers in the entire city alone. Once the matter was blown out of proportion, how would he end it? At this moment, the battle had already reached the point of white heat. Tang Zhen alone was fighting against 300 fully armed soldiers, but he was still able to handle it with ease. Before the officer leading the team could recover from his shock, half of his subordinates were knocked to the ground and became Tang Zhen's captives. "Hold your position, archers, shoot him to death." Seeing that the soldiers who tried to approach and attack were all beaten to the ground by Tang Zhen, the officers were flustered and immediately ordered to shoot with bows and arrows, archery. "I'm afraid you don't know how terrifying the modified pistol is." The dwarf sneered at the side. He was just about to raise the magically modified hand cannon to support Tang Zhen when he saw Tang Zhen suddenly lift up his robe and take out a magically modified pistol. The soldiers on the opposite side had just drawn their bows and loaded their arrows when the modified pistol in Tang Zhen's hand began to spit fire. The scorching hot metal pellets fell into the opposite camp of soldiers. The armor that could withstand the slashes of swords and sabers was easily penetrated by the metal bullets. As the armor pieces flew, the soldiers who tried to shoot arrows fell to the ground in droves. Miserable screams continued to ring out. The bullets that flew out did not have eyes. Even though Tang Zhen had deliberately avoided the vital parts of the head, there were still soldiers who were shot and killed. The rest were also seriously injured and had completely lost their combat ability. they collapsed in a pool of blood and kept struggling. After a magazine was used up, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and a new magazine appeared. He then inserted the last bullet before it left the chamber. From the moment the gunshots rang out, it had never stopped. The 300 soldiers were actually beaten by Tang Zhen alone until they could not even raise their heads. 2036 Bombarding the city gates. 1. A group of soldiers had been beaten until they had abandoned their armor and had no power to fight back at all. The wide street was already covered with corpses. They had come with such an aggressive momentum, but now they were beaten up so badly. Those who were lucky enough to survive were already filled with sorrow and fear. There's something wrong with these desperators. Their weapons are too sharp. We're no match for them at all. We must immediately seek help from the spellcasters. The officer in charge of commanding the battle immediately roared and gave the order when he saw that Tang Zhen seemed to have entered a no-man's land and that his side did not have any strength to retaliate. If they hesitated any longer, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. The messenger quickly turned around and did not dare to hesitate. He was afraid that he would be too slow and miss the opportunity to resolve the crisis. After all, looking at the current situation, this kind of thing could really happen. As for the spectators in the distance, they had long been stunned by the intense battle. They subconsciously moved far away, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. The scene of the bullets flying made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They had thought that these soldiers were invincible, but now it seemed that it was not so. The officers and soldiers had won against the despaired not because they were strong, but because they had the advantage in equipment. Now that they had encountered Tang Zhen, whose equipment was better than theirs, they were completely defeated. It was simply too tragic to look at. Although this thought flashed through their minds, the onlookers still did not want the soldiers to be defeated, because if that happened, it would mean that their own safety would be threatened. After another round of shooting, the soldiers on the opposite side had all fallen to the ground, leaving only the officer standing stiffly on the spot, his face full of fear and panic. He held a battle blade in his hand and looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing opposite him. For a moment, he did not know what to do. His subordinates had all fallen to the ground, either dead or injured. He was the only one who was safe. This was not an honor, but a humiliation. At this moment, he should have raised his blade and stepped forward. Even if he was knocked down by Tang Zhen, he should not have any hesitation. However, one could tell from the officer's trembling legs that he was under an extremely great pressure at the moment. Let alone charging forward to fight with Tang Zhen, he was unable to even move his feet. Tang Zhen's gaze was like a knife as he looked at the officer and coldly said, "Surrender, or die." Hearing Tang Zhen's tiger roar, the officer was so frightened that his liver and guts were about to split apart. His battle saber nearly fell from his hand. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of losing his reputation, or perhaps it was because he thought he had something to rely on, but the officer actually gritted his teeth and waved his knife at Tang Zhen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was twisted with fear and madness. His hoarse curses did not strengthen the momentum, but instead made people feel a little guilty. Perhaps the moment he rushed over, he had already begun to regret it, but unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to turn back. "You're looking for death," Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He raised his gun and aimed at the officer before directly pulling the trigger. The muffled sound of a gunshot rang out, and the officer fell to the ground. The bloody hole in his forehead was a shocking sight. Dying in the middle of a charge was better than fleeing. If his back was facing Tang Zhen, perhaps he would be better off dead at this moment. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the city gate after finishing off the last enemy. Those spectators dodged his gaze wherever it passed. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already caused the remnant citizens of Scandinavia to fear him like tigers and wolves. They didn't even dare to look at him. Although they were afraid of Tang Zhen's methods, these remnant citizens of Scandinavia still stubbornly believed that Tang Zhen would not be able to cause much trouble. After all, he was fighting a city alone. The main force of the city had not yet appeared, and the real battle had not officially begun. They were all waiting for the moment when Tang Zhen would be crushed and killed. Only then would they be able to feel at ease. Tang Zhen frowned when he saw those cold and disgusted eyes. He raised his hand and waved it in front of him. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, stirring up a large cloud of dust and blocking the view of the spectators. The figures of Tang Zhen's group were faintly discernible. It was as though they were prepared to use the cover of the smoke to escape from the city gate. What is he trying to do? Is he afraid? When the remnant citizens of Scandinavia who were watching the battle from afar saw this, they actually felt a trace of anxiety in their hearts. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would escape the city gates and avoid the punishment that was about to come. What are the spellcasters in the city doing? Why aren't they here yet? If they hesitate any longer, I'm afraid that the deserter is going to run away. Just as the remnants of the kingdom of God were feeling anxious, someone noticed a huge black shadow slowly appearing in the smoke. Look, what's that? The sudden appearance of the black shadow caused the expressions of the spectators to change greatly. They widened their eyes and stared at the black shadow in the smoke. They wanted to see what it was. At this moment, the wind died down and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The huge creature that was hidden by the punishment also revealed its true appearance. When they saw the black shadow's appearance, the spectators gasped, but most of them were confused. It was a steel monster the size of a house. Its surface was covered with rivets the size of eggs, and its style was rough and barbaric. Two pitch-black metal pipes twisted together and extended forward, aiming at the city gate. Looking at the two thick metal cans, an ominous premonition rose in the hearts of the surrounding followers. The ferocious appearance of the iron-armored war chariot gave people an ominous feeling. It was like a ferocious beast that would devour flesh and blood, opening its ferocious mouth at any moment. What is this thing? Why did it suddenly appear? Someone asked in a puzzled tone. Just as he was about to carefully identify the origin, he suddenly heard a loud noise. A ball of fire was spewed out from the muzzle of the cannon, followed by a deafening sound above the huge city gate. Broken bricks and stones flew everywhere, and a huge pit was blasted in the city wall. Green smoke kept coming out of the cobweb-like cracks. The loud noise completely stunned the spectators. They looked at the slowly moving muzzle and were shocked to find that it was clearly aimed at their position. Not good, run. After witnessing the power of the cannon, the onlookers did not dare to stay any longer. They immediately fled into the distance like frightened birds. They were afraid that their speed of escape was too slow and that they would be swept away by the terrifying artillery fire, eventually being blown to pieces. The captured soldiers on the ground all showed extremely painful expressions. They were obviously affected by the harsh sound of the cannon, and at this moment, they could not hear any other sound. Some of the more severely injured ones were already bleeding from their noses and mouths, making them look like evil ghosts. Tang Zhen appeared from behind the huge armored cannon vehicle. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw the destruction caused by the earlier shot. That's right. Continue to attack. At the moment Tang Zhen conjured the armored cannon, the dwarves had already surrounded him and were working together. They had all come into contact with this kind of iron-armored chariot before, so they were no stranger to operating it. The physical puppets controlled by the dwarves were even more compatible with the operation. Following Tang Zhen's order, the dwarf and the rest began to control the armored cannon vehicles and aimed at the city gate, continuously bombarding it. The loud cannon sounds were like muffled thunder, and the city gate was blown up into a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, it was beyond recognition. The remnants of the divine kingdom who had watched the battle earlier had long since fled without a trace. The entire street was empty. The dwarves felt that there was no point in bombarding the city wall, so they simply turned the muzzles and aimed at the buildings on the side of the city. Another series of cannons sounded, and the buildings on the side of the road were riddled with holes. The remnants of the kingdom hiding inside were all panicking, and they fled for their lives. Just as the dwarves were bombarding the city's buildings, thousands of soldiers and dozens of spellcasters were hurrying toward the city gate from the distant streets. When they heard the rumbling of the cannons and saw the billowing smoke, their expressions changed. The spellcaster at the forefront of the team immediately began to run at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people without any explanation, heading straight for the city gate. They all realized that at this moment, a great enemy was approaching. 2037 I invite you to watch a show, bastards, what do you want to do? Are you tired of living? Several spellcasters stepped on the wind and were the first to rush to the city gate, just in time for a cannonball to hit them. With a deafening sound, a building that had been blown beyond recognition collapsed on the street. When the spellcaster saw this, he immediately rebuked loudly, his face filled with unconcealed anger. These lowly desperators actually did such a thing, they simply didn't know what was good for them. It seemed that he had killed too few of them. He should kill all of these stinky rats to ensure that such a thing would not happen. The dwarves who were firing the cannon sneered and turned the muzzles to aim at the spellcasters. Seeing that the muzzles were aimed at them, several spellcasters were so frightened that they quickly dodged and retreated, while at the same time building a protective barrier in front of them to avoid being attacked. However, they had still underestimated the power of the armored guncar. With a loud bang, several spellcasters were thrown into the sky like kites with broken strings. The protective shield on the surface of their bodies shattered, and the spellcasters were thrown to the ground like broken dolls. The mages of noble status were no different from ordinary soldiers at this moment. They were all torn to pieces under the bombardment of the cannons. The spellcasters who were following closely behind saw this and immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with fear. They looked at their companion who had fallen into the dust, his body a bloody mess. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Before they could think of a way to deal with it, the dwarf controlled the giant cannon to change direction again and aimed it at their position. In the violent shock wave, the spellcasters covered their heads and fled like rats, each and every one of them in a sorry state. We can't fight them head-on. Quickly dodge them and think of a way. The spellcasters who were almost hit by the cannonballs immediately rushed to the buildings on the side of the road, trying to avoid the continuous attacks. Looking at the streets shrouded in fire and smoke, the spellcasters' hearts were filled with fear. Even if they could cast spells, they still did not have the confidence to resist. The few spellcasters who were killed in the explosion had already proven that even an energy shield that could defend against swords was as fragile as paper under the attack of the cannon. The spellcasters found an excuse for themselves, and then hid in the corner of the building, waiting for the bombing to end. Even the soldiers who had arrived later were informed not to act rashly. Under such intense artillery fire, even if these soldiers charged forward, they would be blasted into dust. At the city gate, Tang Zhen felt that it was a little ridiculous as he looked at the enemies who were hiding. These remnants of the kingdom of God probably did not expect that their artillery shells were endless. As long as they wanted to, the bombardment could continue, and the purpose of his bombing was not to deal with these soldiers, but to destroy the city wall that they regarded as a safety barrier. It was because of the city walls that the remnants of the kingdom of God were not afraid of the monsters' attacks and could bully the deserters without fear. Today, Tang Zhen wanted to destroy their pillar of support and let the remnants of Scandinavia experience what it was like to be surrounded by countless monsters. The remnants of Scandinavia were blown into a daze and had yet to realize Tang Zhen's goal. Otherwise, they would have stopped Tang Zhen's actions even if they had to pay a huge price. Just as the dwarf and the others were busy with their work, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the road behind them. When Tang Zhen turned his head around to take a look, he saw a large group of people panting as they ran over. They were getting closer and closer to their position. Who is it? A despaired individual who had followed Tang Zhen here immediately charged towards those people. He wanted to see if the other party was an enemy or a friend. The situation was special at the moment, and he couldn't ignore the slightest movement. When he got closer, it turned out to be the Horned Helmets group. They were panting from running, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. "So it's you guys, what do you want?" the follower asked coldly. He glanced at the despaired people who had worked with him before, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Although they had once worked together to fight against monsters, they had now gone their separate ways and were not considered a team. At such a critical moment in the battle against the enemy in the city, he had to be vigilant and could not be careless. If the Horned Helmet and his men harbored ill intentions and suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, they would definitely be caught off guard. Even though it might not be able to hurt Tang Zhen, it could create an opportunity for the enemies in the city to charge over. The Horned Helmet saw Tang Zhen's followers' vigilant eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he opened his mouth and explained, "A brother just went back to report that Sir Tang Zhen had a dispute with the soldiers at the city gate. After I heard about it, I immediately brought my brothers to help. But looking at you, I don't think you need any help. If that's the case, I'll take my brothers back." After saying this, the Horned Helmet cupped his fist to his follower and turned to leave. The Desperator who was following behind made way for them. He looked at the armored cannon vehicle that was spewing out flames with envy and emotion in his eyes. At the same time, he shook his head helplessly. No matter how miraculous Tang Zhen's methods were, it had nothing to do with them at this moment. They similarly did not have the qualifications to operate those invincible armored cannon vehicles. Before this, who would have thought that Tang Zhen and the others would rely on an armored cannon vehicle to suppress the soldiers in the city and make them unable to raise their heads? This kind of power and dominance really made the despaired people envious, and they wished they could participate in it. In the end, just as they turned around, Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted from behind. If I were you, I wouldn't leave at this moment, because I would miss a good show. After hearing these words, the horned helmet was the first to stop. He turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen behind him. Sir Tang Zhen, may I know what your intentions are? Hearing that Tang Zhen was in danger, the horned helmet and the others hurriedly rushed over because of their morality. Even though they might face a powerful enemy, they still rushed over without the slightest hesitation. This was because Tang Zhen had once helped them resist the monster invasion for an entire night. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, they might not have been able to stand here alive at this moment. Perhaps, they would have already become the monster's delicious meal. Although despaired people were selfish, they were also forced by life. However, there were many heroes hidden in the wild, and there were also many who knew how to repay kindness. Where there was justice, there was no obligation. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen had the upper hand and was relying on the armored war chariots to suppress the soldiers in the city. Even if the horned helmet and the others stayed here, they would not be of much use. After all, in terms of true strength, there was no need to talk about fighting against Tang Zhen. Even the physical puppet controlled by the dwarf would be sufficient to crush them several times over. Therefore, the horned helmet was puzzled. He did not know what Tang Zhen meant by a good show. What was the point of asking them to stay? Seeing the confusion on the horned helmet's face, Tang Zhen asked in a faint tone, I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Have you had enough of hiding here and there? The horned helmet bitterly smiled and nodded. There was no need to answer this question. To the despairing people outside the city, every moment was torture. To be able to hold on until now, their bodies and minds were already riddled with scars. However, they had no choice, because the strength of the deserters was far inferior to that of the remnants of the kingdom of God. If they wanted freedom, they could only bear all this. I'll give you a chance now. Join me in attacking this city and let these remnant citizens of Scandinavia experience the feeling of being surrounded and hunted by monsters at night. Tang Zhen continued, after this night, the city would change hands and be controlled by the despaired. I won't be staying here, so before I leave, I'll hand the city over to Desperado. I only hope that you can support each other, don't forget your own birth experience, and treat the others who are in despair kindly. When Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he stared unblinkingly at the horned helmet and softly laughed, this is the show I'm going to put on. It's a battle that concerns the fate of the despaired. I wonder if you'd like to watch it. 2038 The city is about to fall. The horned helmet was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Zhen to have such a plan. To people like them who were in despair, Tang Zhen's actions were simply shocking. He didn't want to enter the city. He wanted to destroy it and then become its owner. Before today, the bullhorn helmet had never had such a thought in his mind, because it was too crazy and unrealistic. To despaired people, this city was a sad place, and they avoided it like the plague. However, in order to survive, the desperators had no choice but to move around nearby. They were like street rats all day long, being chased around by the soldiers in the city. In the process of day after day of pursuit, countless people lost their lives or were caught and thrown into the mine, never to rise again. Although in order to save their lives, the despairing people would fight with the soldiers from time to time, they were also forced to do so. They really couldn't survive, so they took the risk to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a ransom from their mortal enemy, but that was all. The despairing people did not even dare to think about Tang Zhen's method, much less try it. Although he did not know whether Tang Zhen would succeed, an indescribable feeling emerged in the heart of the horned helmet, causing him to make a decision without the slightest hesitation. I don't know if there's anything you need help with, sir. If there is, please don't hesitate to ask. The horned helmet's words were equivalent to expressing his attitude. No matter how crazy Tang Zhen's actions were, he would also go crazy. If he won, he wouldn't have to live a life of hiding here and there, where he could lose his life at any time. If he lost, he would just die. He had already lived long enough, so he didn't have to continue suffering this kind of torture. In such a dangerous environment, if he didn't put his life on the line, how could he possibly exchange it for peace and wealth? Tang Zhen softly smiled and nodded. Since the horned helmet and his group had appeared to help at this moment, he did not mind giving them some benefits. In the end, he was just a passerby, and no one knew when he would leave. Now that he could help these poor people, it could be considered a good deed. Of course, Tang Zhen's main goal was to let everyone know of his existence through the matter of attacking the city. If he had a companion who entered the city of despair with him, they would find a way to contact him after receiving the news. Even if he did not have any companions and entered this place alone, he could still collect God stones after conquering the city and head to the high-level area mentioned by the spellcaster. At the same time, he could have more channels to collect the information he wanted and see if he could find a way to recover his memory. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? It could be said that Tang Zhen already had a clear goal before he did this. He did not act willfully on a whim. With a wave of his hand, another cloud of smoke rose, and black shadows appeared from the smoke. The despaired individuals standing behind the horned helmets revealed happy smiles on their faces when they saw this. They already knew what Tang Zhen was going to do the moment the black figure appeared. The horned helmet and his men had never seen such a method before. Seeing the huge armored cannon chariots appear out of thin air, their faces were filled with uncontrollable shock. At this moment, they only had one feeling. This mysterious Sir Tang Zhen was completely different from them, these despairing people. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The enemy that was extremely powerful to them was nothing but a chicken and a dog in his eyes. It seemed that he could defeat them easily. Just as the horned helmet and his men were shocked and amazed as they stared at the armored cannon vehicle, Tang Zhen once again waved his hand, and countless cannonballs appeared on the ground. I'm sure you all know how to operate the armored cannon. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. What you need to do now is to bombard the city wall and completely destroy it. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the desperators immediately rushed to the armored sports car and aimed the muzzles at the city wall. Intense cannon sounds rang out one after another. The entire area around the city gate was completely shrouded in thick smoke and loud noises. Thick dust covered the sky. The spellcasters who were hiding in the city were dumbfounded. They were waiting for the cannons to die down so that they could rush out of the city to fight Tang Zhen. However, they did not expect the bombardment to not only not weaken but become more intense. The huge city wall was already riddled with holes and could collapse at any moment. The buildings near the city gate were also reduced to ruins under the constant bombardment. The spellcasters who had been hiding in the buildings had no choice but to move again. Otherwise, they would be buried by the ruins. As for the soldiers who were ready to charge, they had long been scared out of their wits by this unprecedented horror. Even if the officer did not give the order, they all ran into the city like a swarm of bees. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be torn to pieces by the terrifying cannon fire and become a pile of burnt meat wrapped in dust. The area around the city gate had completely become a no-man's land, and no one dared to approach it. In the area further away, countless gazes were focused on this place. Their eyes were filled with worry and their expressions were full of fear. If this group of terrifying enemies rushed into the city or aimed the muzzles at their position, what would they do? Under the worried gazes of the remnants of the divine kingdom, the huge city wall finally could not bear the burden and collapsed to the ground. After seeing this scene, the remnants of the kingdom of God suddenly became alert, and they realized what kind of situation they were about to face. After the city wall collapsed, it meant that they had lost the barrier to stop the monsters outside the city. When night fell, the entire city would become a monster paradise. After realizing this, whether it was the spellcasters or the soldiers, as well as the survivors of the divine kingdom who were watching the battle, they all fell into a great panic. Damn it, so this was what they were planning. Why didn't they think of it just now? The group of spellcasters gritted their teeth in hatred. Their eyes were spewing fire as they looked in the direction of the city gate. They wished they could rush over and kill Tang Zhen and the others. However, it was too late to go now as the city wall had completely collapsed. Even if they killed Tang Zhen and the others, they would not be able to repair the city wall in a short period of time. It could be said that by the time night fell, the monsters would have already rushed into the city. Fear began to spread in the city. The remnants of the divine kingdom, who knew what kind of danger they were about to encounter, began to try their best to think of a way to survive the crisis. He was afraid that he could not count on those soldiers. They were like wolves and tigers when dealing with dissectors, but when faced with monsters, they could not even withstand a single blow. The spellcasters in the city could kill monsters, but the problem was that there were thousands of monsters. The number of spellcasters in the city was limited, and they were of no use in alleviating the crisis. The residents of the city only had two choices at the moment. One was to hide in their homes and lock their doors, never coming out no matter what happened, and then leave it to fate. The other option was to quickly leave the city and find a safe place to hide, returning after the crisis was over. It was just that in this way, they were no different from the desperators outside the city, or even worse than the desperators outside. The remnants of the kingdom of God had no experience in protecting themselves in the dangerous environment outside the city. Perhaps they would not be able to last until dawn and would become the monster's delicious meal. 2039 The desperate struggle. 1. Although they were aware of the danger after the city wall was broken, the remnants of the kingdom of God in the city were helpless. They hated the despairing person who caused all this. At the critical moment, only people cursed the despairing, but no one reflected on themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that their actions were too harsh and they forced the deserters too much, how could today's matter have happened? I can't wait any longer. I have to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Otherwise, once night falls, the city will be in danger of being destroyed. After such an incident, the city lord naturally could not sit still. He had already rushed over under the protection of his guards. Following the Castellan were several spell casters whose abilities far exceeded the previous batch of reinforcements. As they had to protect the Castellan's safety, they did not rush over at the first moment. Their arrival meant that all the elites in the city had gathered. If they still couldn't solve the crisis, then disaster would be inevitable. What are you all doing? Are you just going to let the enemy destroy you without any countermeasures? The city lord roared. He was obviously extremely angry. As the Castellan flew into a rage, everyone's faces were filled with guilt. They looked at the strongest spell caster who had come with the Castellan. Everyone was already at their wits' end and could only pin their hopes on the strong, hoping that they could turn the tide. I suggest we bring all the elites and attack from the side, catching the enemy off guard. Once we successfully annihilate the enemy, immediately mobilize as many people as you can and try to block the gap in the city wall before night comes. The leader of the city's spell casters suggested after some thought. At the same time, he looked at the people around him. We can launch an attack, but the problem is that the enemy is coming with great momentum. Even if we launch an attack, won't the enemy be prepared? A spell caster said worriedly. He was obviously scared out of his wits by the terrifying cannon, and did not have enough courage to launch a counterattack. Upon hearing this, the leader of the spell casters snorted coldly and said in a dissatisfied tone, "They're just a bunch of lowly desperators. I don't know what methods they used to get their hands on such a powerful weapon. They can only have a temporary advantage. If we were to compete with our true combat power, the deserters are no match for us at all. We'll slaughter them like pigs and dogs." When the leader of the spellcasters said this, his face was full of confidence, and he did not take despair seriously at all. When the spellcasters beside him heard this, although they didn't say anything, they didn't completely agree with it in their hearts. If the deserters were a bunch of weaklings, how could they have suppressed them so much that they couldn't even lift their heads? It must be known that there were more than 10,000 spellcasters and soldiers in the city, but they were being suppressed. This already explained the problem. The leader of the spellcasters seemed to have read their minds. His expression darkened slightly, and he said in a sharp tone, "As spellcasters, you're actually intimidated by a group of despaired people. You really don't know shame. Think about it, if it's a competition of true strength, those despairing people are one by one. Which one of them can be stronger than a spellcaster?" Upon hearing the leader of the spellcasters' words, the others around him no longer spoke. It was obvious that the leader of the spellcasters had already determined that, without the threat of the cannons, despair was absolutely no match for them. The problem was that they had received information that one of the desperators was extremely powerful and had single-handedly taken care of hundreds of soldiers. Who among them could do that? Although spellcasters were powerful, they were by no means invincible. Under normal circumstances, they would probably end up being chopped into meat paste when fighting against 100 soldiers. However, if he raised any objections at this time, he would inevitably be reprimanded by the leader. He might even kill the chicken to warn the monkeys to protect his prestige. The wisest thing to do was to listen to the leader's command and keep his mouth shut. The Castellan at the side did not speak. Now that the spellcaster leader had subdued the crowd, he ordered an attack on the outside of the city. Soon, a team of dozens of spellcasters climbed over another wall. At the same time, 2,000 soldiers were fighting together. Other than the road at the city gate, the other places outside the city were all dangerous because they were all dangerous forests. However, they had a large number of people, and they would only be able to pass through for a short time, so there shouldn't be any danger. Tang Zhen's side only had a few hundred people. Once they were surrounded by these 2,000 people, it was impossible for them to be a match for them under normal circumstances. There were still thousands of soldiers and spellcasters in the city. After the surprise attack was successful, they would charge out of the city gate and completely surround Tang Zhen and the others. At that time, they would attack from both the inside and the outside. Even if Tang Zhen and the others had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would definitely be killed. After the team in charge of the surprise attack left the city, under the leadership of the spellcaster leader, they aggressively charged over. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the city gate. At the same time, they saw the armored cannon vehicles that were constantly roaring. Seeing that the thick metal pipe was constantly spurting out flames, the spellcaster leader's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and gave the order to charge. Who knew that at this moment, from the grass next to them, there was a sudden sound like popping beans. A string of flames tore the grass apart and covered their position. Tang Zhen's side was clearly prepared. The modified pistol once again showed its might. The soldiers at the forefront fell to the ground like weeds that had been crushed by the wind. They didn't even have the time to react before they were already riddled with holes. When they wanted to get up, they realized that all the strength in their bodies had already dissipated. The ground was filled with struggling injured people. Their armors were torn and blood was constantly oozing out. It was a terrible sight. The fresh blood attracted the monsters in the forest. They quickly approached and wandered around the forest, ready to hunt for food. It was not just the soldiers who were knocked down. Many spellcasters were caught off guard and were also hit by the dense barrage of bullets, falling limply to the ground. The leader of the spellcasters, who thought that as long as he charged over, he could kill Tang Zhen and the others, had a twisted expression on his face. His body was surrounded by a protective barrier, blocking the continuous bullets. Although his life was not in danger for the time being, he was still suppressed and unable to move freely. The other spellcasters were in an even worse state. Their defensive barriers were constantly flashing as they were hit by the bullets, as if they would shatter at any moment. Charge, otherwise, we'll all die here. The spellcaster leader was furious, but at this moment, he could only charge forward. There was no possibility of retreat. If he had his back to the enemy, he would have died even faster. The soldiers at the back used their shields as a shield and kept shooting. A dense rain of arrows fell into the grass, trying to kill the despairing person who opened fire. However, just as the arrows were about to land on the grass, a huge hexagonal protective barrier appeared, blocking all the arrows. The leader of the spellcasters, who was advancing against the rain of bullets, was shocked beyond words when he saw this. He had never thought that despair would have such a technique. Damn it, what's going on? How can they have a spellcaster? The spellcaster leader roared in rage. Then, he saw the armored cannon vehicle that was spewing fire turn around and point at their position. At the thought of being covered in terrifying artillery fire, the soldiers' hearts beat wildly, feeling that a great disaster was about to happen. Just as this thought rose in his mind, a terrifying attack descended, as if it was going to flip the earth. The broken limbs were flying in the sky. Even if they were not torn apart by the shock waves, they were still bleeding from their 7 orifices and had completely lost their combat ability. Looking at the rising flames around him and the scene of corpses strewn all over the ground, the spellcaster leader's eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs almost bursting. Then, his expression changed. He glared at the figure who was walking slowly in front of him and confirmed that the other party was the culprit who caused all this. "You're crazy." The leader of the spellcasters roared and rushed toward Tang Zhen. At the same time, an icicle instantly formed and suddenly shot out. The leader of the spellcasters spat out blood, his expression incredulous. It was as if he had never thought that he would be killed by Desperer in such a way. If the Desperators really go crazy, it might be the end of the people of Scandinavia. You are the ones who drove them crazy, do you understand? Hearing the voice in his ear, the spellcaster leader's mouth wriggled a few times, as if he wanted to say something. However, he didn't say it out loud in the end. Instead, he fell to the ground with endless regret and unwillingness. 2040 at wit's end. The death of the leader of the spellcasters meant that the group had no leader, and the camp collapsed rapidly like a mountain. The spellcasters and soldiers who were bombarded by the artillery had irrepressible fear on their faces. They ran toward the forest behind them without hesitation. Even if the forest was equally dangerous, they could no longer care. They only wanted to leave this terrifying purgatory battlefield as soon as possible. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that one day, they would be beaten so miserably by desperators who regarded them as rats on the battlefield. However, how could it be so easy to leave? How many people could survive a real life-and-death battle? The moment the fleeing soldiers entered the forest, the monster that was intimidated by the gunfire and did not dare to come forward immediately rushed out and blocked the soldiers' escape path. In the face of these huge and brutal monsters, the fleeing soldiers had no ability to resist at all. They were easily torn apart and devoured. Compared to being bombarded by artillery, the scene of monsters hunting for food was actually more bloody and cruel. Wails rose up from all directions. At this moment, those soldiers who were fleeing really had no way out. No matter if he advanced or retreated, he would still die. Seeing this, the horned helmet and the others did not show any pity. On the contrary, they were happy. In the past few days, this kind of thing had happened more than once to the despairing people. They had fled in all directions when they were chased by the soldiers. When they had no other choice, they had to hide in the forest. It had happened almost every time. The officers and soldiers would even deliberately force the desperate into the forest, and then let out wild and proud laughter when they heard the screams coming from the forest. It was like a cat toying with a mouse, watching the despairing person fall into true despair and then die helplessly. This was indeed the case. Most of the despaired people who entered the forest basically never returned. Only a few of them could escape with injuries all over their bodies. As time passed, the hatred between the two sides grew deeper and deeper, to the point where it was irreconcilable. That was why the despairing would watch the other party die without lending a helping hand. They might even push the other party into the abyss of death. After a few minutes, the sounds of gunfire slowly died down, and the forest by the side of the road had become a mess. As far as the eye could see, there were broken trees and big pits everywhere, and flames and smoke kept rising. Under the loose black soil, there were countless corpses buried, and the pungent smell made people want to vomit. The horned helmet carried a battle sword and led a group of men to the area of the explosion, looking for those who were not completely dead. He was not trying to save the prisoners out of morality, but he was worried that there would be people who were not completely dead and would launch a sneak attack when they were unprepared. That was why he had cleaned up the battlefield to eliminate the hidden dangers. During this period, when he encountered a fellow that he couldn't save, he would casually add a stab to let the other party free earlier. If there was still a possibility of being saved, they would be tied up and dragged to the road, piled together with the soldiers who were previously captured. Whether they could survive or not was entirely up to luck. No one would treat their wounds anyway. The bombarding of the city gate also stopped at this moment, because there was no more explosion. The buildings near the city walls and streets had been completely turned into debris, and it was unknown when the lingering smoke would dissipate. If they continued to bombard at this time, it would only be a waste of ammunition, not to mention that the armored artillery vehicles could not withstand it. The battle outside the city had ended, but the city was in chaos. Someone had been observing the movements on the battlefield. They had planned to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but they did not expect to witness the complete annihilation of the spellcaster leader's army. While they were shocked, the observers quickly issued a warning to prevent the soldiers in the city from rushing out to die. The soldiers in the city, who had not received the signal to attack for a long time, were shocked by the battle report. They could not believe that this was the result. No one had expected that Tang Zhen's group would be so terrifying. They had actually easily annihilated a group of over 2,000 people with just a few hundred desperators. The dozens of spellcasters, including the leader of the spellcasters, did not hurt them at all. How strong were these desperators? At this moment, these soldiers also experienced the feeling of despair. When they thought of the scene of the city full of monsters at night, their bodies began to tremble. Even ants would cherish their lives. Facing the threat of death, no one could remain calm. They would try their best to keep their lives. This was especially so for the remnants of the kingdom of God. They were already used to the protection of the city walls. Without the city walls, it was equivalent to them losing the support in their hearts. That kind of feeling of fear and uneasiness was simply difficult to describe with words. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like an ant on a hot pan. Perhaps from this moment on, the residents of this city had already begun the countdown to their lives. No, I can't allow this to happen. I have to think of a way. After learning that the leader of the spellcasters had been defeated, the Castellan was shocked and immediately ordered the construction of a new temporary city wall. The city was built along the streets, and the buildings on both sides could be used as walls. The city gate that Tang Zhen had destroyed, to put it bluntly, was blocking both ends of the street and not allowing the monsters to rush into the street. At a critical moment, it was not impossible for the entire city to build a temporary wall in a short time. However, there was a prerequisite. Tang Zhen would not continue to attack. Otherwise, this plan would not work. Regardless of whether it was feasible, he had to try. With an order, the residents of the city were quickly mobilized and piled up gravel and logs on the street. Anything that could be used to build a wall was used, and they couldn't care less at this critical moment. The scene of the entire city being mobilized was naturally very spectacular, but the hearts of the city's dignitaries were unusually heavy. By absorbing the energy from the god's stone, these runic magic circles could intimidate monsters and make them not dare to touch it easily. The arrangement of such runic magic circles was extremely complicated and required a large amount of time and resources. The main task of the spellcasters in the city was to repair and maintain these runic magic circles. The only person in the city who could set up a runic magic circle was the leader of the spellcasters. However, he had already been blown to pieces by the cannon. Although his disciple was also capable of setting up runic magic circles, he could not be compared to the leader of the spellcasters in terms of quality or speed. This was also what the Castellan and the nobles were worried about. There was no way to set up a runic magic circle on the temporary wall. It was still unknown whether the temporary wall could stop the monsters. And NBSP, perhaps under the attack of the monsters, the walls would not be able to last long and would be destroyed again. Just as they were feeling worried, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the sky above them, and a terrifying cannon strike descended again. The building materials used to build the wall were ruthlessly thrown into the sky, and the residents who participated in the construction of the wall were also swept up. With a deafening sound, the crowd on the street was sent flying, and the road was covered with the wails of the dead and injured. There were people fleeing everywhere. They didn't dare to stay any longer, afraid that they would be torn to pieces by the terrifying artillery fire. This was a true millstone of flesh and blood. Whether or not one could survive in this tide of death was entirely up to one's luck. In the continuous bombing, the temporary city wall that had just been built was blown up again. The terrifying scene of the city gate being bombed earlier was repeated at this moment. 2041 Extraordinary Moves. 1 Tang Zhen turned his head around and looked at the midget and the others beside him as he watched the smoke rise once again in the city. There's no need for continuous bombing. We just need to bombard them from time to time so that they can't build their temporary city wall. The dwarf and the others nodded in acknowledgement. They then began to rest in batches. The bombardment just now had also exhausted a large amount of their physical strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they had to eat and rest as soon as possible to recover their lost physical strength. When night fell, there might be a fierce battle waiting for them. They must not be careless. Tang Zhen had also started to make preparations for the arrival of night. Looking at the current situation, the soldiers in the city were destined not to dare to launch an attack. After all, coming back now was simply courting death, and there was no meaning to it. The only thing to worry about was the monsters lurking in the forest. When night fell, the special path would no longer be able to stop them, and these monsters would definitely rush over. Tang Zhen had already experienced that scene last night. It was indeed extremely terrifying. The remnants of God Nation relied on the city walls to resist the monsters. Tang Zhen also had to find a suitable method to ensure that he would not be injured. He had once used the armored tank to stop the monsters on Despair Street, but in this area, such a method would definitely not work. This was because most of the monsters in the forest were huge. Although the armored chariots were heavy, it was very likely that they would be broken and overturned by them. Although it seemed feasible to build armored chariots of various sizes, it was too stupid and Tang Zhen did not intend to do it. If one method didn't work, there would naturally be other methods. It wasn't a problem to solve the current predicament. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the edge of the forest. He looked at the huge trees that pierced through the clouds and suddenly threw a punch. The giant tree in front of him kept shaking, and the seeds hanging on the tree fell down like hailstones, falling all over the ground. With a gentle wave of his hand, the seeds flew up from the ground. Soon after, they quickly gathered together and floated in Tang Zhen's hand. Looking at the seed in his hand, Tang Zhen raised his other hand. Threads of mysterious power that were filled with vitality completely wrapped around the seed. The mysterious energy came from Tang Zhen's mind and could create anything. Now, he was using it to nourish and transform these tree seeds. Clearly, he was preparing to make use of it. It didn't take long for these ordinary trees to become crystal clear, like flawless jade. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned around and returned to the middle of the road. From the beginning to the end, those monsters hidden in the forest did not dare to take a step forward. They seemed to be extremely afraid of Tang Zhen. They had even sharper senses and understood how terrifying Tang Zhen was. Therefore, they did not dare to provoke him. The dwarf and the others had curious faces when they saw Tang Zhen return with a cluster of sparkling and translucent jade-like seeds. They did not know what he wanted to do. Tang Zhen casually picked up a spear from the ground and gently stabbed it into the soil on the side of the road. Then, he threw a seed into the pit. Then, he dug a second hole in the ground and put another seed in it. He then covered it with soil. "Sir, do you need our help?" The horned helmet came forward and asked. At this moment, his eyes were filled with reverence as he looked at Tang Zhen. Clearly, he had been completely convinced by Tang Zhen's methods. "That's good. You just need to plant these seeds along the roadside and surround the area around us." As Tang Zhen spoke, he passed the seeds to the horned helmet and slowly walked toward the city wall. The horned helmet didn't dare to be slow. As if he was receiving a treasure, he carefully held the seed and then called his subordinates to sow it. He did not know what Tang Zhen's motive was for doing this. However, he knew that they only needed to follow his orders. At the very least, they still had the upper hand under Tang Zhen's command. He was even more in awe of Tang Zhen's methods. A group of despaired people were busy planting seeds. Tang Zhen walked to the bottom of an undamaged section of the city wall and stared at the runic magic circle on the city wall. The moment he saw the city wall, a vague memory appeared in his mind again, which seemed to be related to the runic magic circle. However, the runic magic circle in his memory seemed to be more exquisite and advanced, and its complexity was even more than that. As for the runic magic circle on the city wall, it did not seem to be perfect and still had a lot of room for improvement. If he was the one to set it up, the defensive power of the city wall would increase once again. Not only could it stop monsters from approaching, but it could also block cannon attacks. What he needed to do now was to learn from the runic magic circle on the city wall and upgrade it to fight against the monsters in the forest. After observing for a while, Tang Zhen returned to his position after he had a rough idea. At this time, the seeds had been sown, and there was still a small half of the seeds left, which were held in the hands of the horned helmet. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, the horned helmet walked over and handed over the tree seed in his hand. Tang Zhen shook his head and said to the horned helmet, "I'll give these seeds to you. They have magical powers. After you plant them, they'll give you unimaginable surprises." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the eyes of the group of despaired people immediately turned fervent. They had seen Tang Zhen's magical methods before. Naturally, they were filled with anticipation for this tree seed. After inspecting the planted tree, Tang Zhen chose a place and sat cross-legged on the ground. He squinted his eyes, and the mysterious power in his mind spread out, connecting with the seeds buried in the soil. The dwarf and the others who were standing at the side immediately felt this unusual aura. It was as if there was an additional substance in the air that made them feel extremely comfortable. In between breaths, the deep pain in his body actually healed without medicine, and his whole body was unspeakably relaxed. Their hearts were filled with surprise, but they did not dare to say anything for fear of disturbing Tang Zhen. The surroundings were silent, and there seemed to be the sound of cracking. The ground also began to shake slightly. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they saw emerald green saplings rush out of the ground where they had planted the tree. These saplings grew extremely fast. When they first appeared, they were only as thick as a chopstick, but in the blink of an eye, they were already as thick as an arm, and they were still growing. What was abnormal was that after these saplings had grown to a height of 1 meter, they no longer grew upwards, but instead began to expand horizontally. The vine-like branches began to extend rapidly toward the center area and quickly formed a carpet-like shape. Seeing this, the dwarf and the others hurriedly jumped and dodged, but it didn't take long for the road under their feet to be completely covered by twisted branches. Immediately after, these trees began to grow at the same time, lifting Tang Zhen's group and the armored cannon vehicle together as they continued to grow and extend into the sky. As the trees grew, the gaps between them became smaller and smaller. In the end, they were completely stuck together, becoming a super giant tree. The giant tree grew taller and taller, and it didn't take long for it to reach a height of tens of meters, but it still didn't stop growing. The dwarf and the others on the treetops were already dumbfounded. They didn't see the complicated and mysterious patterns that appeared on the bark as the giant tree grew. Looking closely at these natural patterns, they were very similar to the runes on the city wall. It was really magical. However, if an expert were to look at it, they would realize that the runic magic circle on the city wall was not just a little different from the patterns on the giant tree. In other words, when the runic magic circle on the giant tree was activated, it would have a stronger defense than the city wall and could completely resist the monsters in the forest. The most important point was that this giant tree wasn't an inanimate object. Instead, it was like a puppet that could walk and attack under Tang Zhen's control. It was comparable to a mobile war fortress. 2042 The monsters enter the city. 1. The moment the giant tree stopped growing, the horned helmet and the others were still in shock. They rummaged through their memories, but when had they ever seen such a magical and spectacular scene? Standing on top of the giant tree puppet and looking down at the scenery around them, the despaired people felt an indescribable emotion in their hearts. As expected, by following a true expert, one could experience scenery that they had never seen before, opening their eyes. What shocked them the most was Tang Zhen's ability to turn something rotten into something magical. What was originally an ordinary tree had become an extraordinary thing. After sowing for a short while, it had become a behemoth. However, no matter how tall this tree grew, it was unable to withstand the destruction from the monsters in the forest. It was impossible for Tang Zhen not to know this. Tang Zhen suddenly opened his eyes just as they were quietly guessing in their hearts. He slowly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had completed the growth process of the giant tree. At the same time, he had injected enough energy to ensure that the runic magic circle on the trunk could be activated automatically when night fell. When night fell, this giant tree would be a safe fortress, allowing the despaired to be unafraid of the monsters, harassment and attacks. If Tang Zhen was willing, he could also activate the runic magic circle during the day and drive the giant tree to walk freely in the forest. For despaired people, this was simply the best place to stay. Even if they stayed in the forest day and night, they could still ensure their own safety. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Desperer had enough god stones. Otherwise, without enough energy to power it, the puppet tree would not be able to move. It was only after a long time that the despaired people discovered the magic of the modified tree species and regarded it as a priceless treasure that they could not get. The City of Despair was just a name, but in fact, it was a huge world. The roads in the forest were intertwined, and there was more than one similar city. The number of despaired individuals far exceeded those that Tang Zhen had seen. Instead, there were so many that it was almost impossible to count. Most of the desperators were not as lucky as the Horned Helmets group, who could occupy the city with Tang Zhen's help. They were still wandering outside the city. Under such circumstances, to be able to have the giant tree puppet's protection was of great significance to those who were desperate. After obtaining the modified tree species, the desperators would carefully cultivate giant puppet trees and live in groups on the trees, living and reproducing in the forest. The name Tang Zhen had also become a legendary existence in the City of Despair because of these puppet tree seeds. However, he had already left this place by then, and it was impossible for the Desperator to obtain the method to create the puppet tree. Fortunately, the puppet tree could also bear seeds. Although it was far from as magical as the first generation, it could still provide enough protection for the desperate. This was a new species that Tang Zhen had created using his own creation ability before he advanced to the creator level. The reason why it appeared was for the sake of war, but it had benefited the despairing one a lot. The remnants of the Divine Kingdom in the city also noticed the changes at the city gate. They looked at the giant puppet tree that had appeared out of thin air, and their faces were filled with shock. The bombardment of the armored cannon chariots had already caused them to be badly battered and unable to fight back. The appearance of the giant tree puppet was definitely a disaster. Not to mention what this thing was, just the fact that it had raised the height of Tang Zhen and the others was enough to make them feel like collapsing. The higher they stood, the further the cannonballs would shoot, and the greater the threat they posed. At the thought that the entire city was within the range of the armored artillery vehicles, the remnants of the kingdom of God trembled all over, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen. Other than the temporary city wall being bombarded and unable to be built normally, the other parts of the city were not attacked. The remnants of the kingdom of God in the city quietly heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing the terrifying scene of the bombing, they were afraid that the shell would hit their heads. Although there was no bombing, it did not mean that the crisis was over. As time passed, the remnants of the God Kingdom would soon face their greatest threat. The remnants of the divine kingdom in the city had already tried their best to find a safe place and seal the doors and windows completely. They held the weapons they could find and hid in their homes, shivering. At the same time, they listened to the wind blowing and the grass moving on the street. At this moment, even the slightest abnormal sound would make them panic, afraid that a monster would come. The soldiers and spellcasters in the city were fully armed. The only thing they could do now was to guard both ends of the road and snipe the monsters that rushed into the city. He did not aim to repel the monsters, but to kill as many as he could to minimize his losses. At the city gate, the puppet tree glowed with a white-green light like a night pearl. The drooping and dancing branches were beautiful, and from time to time, there was a firefly-like light falling from the branches. The area covered by the light was huge, and could be seen from far away. The operating runic magic circle emitted an aura that made the dark creatures' hearts palpitate. In the forest at the city gate, tall figures slowly appeared, and more of them gathered. They stared at the city gate with greedy and brutal eyes, as if they could smell the smell of blood and flesh, and could not wait to rush in and eat. However, the giant puppet tree at the city gate made the monster extremely afraid, and it hesitated to approach it. These were all high-level monsters with intelligence. They could sense the danger of the puppet tree and were afraid of being attacked if they got close. However, the low-level monsters did not care about this. They were brutal and reckless, passing through the edge of the disgusting puppet tree's light and then swarming over the city wall ruins. The horde of monsters was like a black tide, spreading out on the streets. Following the smell, they swarmed toward the buildings by the roadside. The soldiers hiding in the buildings immediately launched an attack, trying their best to stop the monsters from entering the urban area. Sharp arrows, javelins, and even the spell attacks of the spellcasters fell on the street one after another. Under the overwhelming attacks, all kinds of monsters fell on the streets, and bloody corpses were everywhere. Even though they were being attacked, these monsters did not retreat. They attacked the buildings on the side of the road without fear of death. Even though the windows had been blocked, they still climbed up nimbly and entered the building through the windows. A series of screams and wails came from the building as countless monsters followed closely into the building, launching attacks at the soldiers and spellcasters. More and more monsters continued to advance along the streets, and every building on the side of the road became a target of attack, fighting to devour the remnants of the divine kingdom inside. The high-level monsters that had been intimidated by the giant puppet tree could no longer suppress their desires when they smelled the scent of blood and flesh from the city. Like the low-level monsters, they avoided the light from the giant tree puppet and kept moving forward in the dark, swarming into the city one after another. These large high-level monsters had even more terrifying offensive power. The soldiers who tried to stop them did not last long before they were completely defeated. The collapsed soldiers and spellcasters fled in all directions, but they did not know where to go. Often, as soon as they rushed onto the streets, they would be swallowed up by the terrifying waves of monsters, and in the blink of an eye, not even their bones were left. 2043 The monsters massacred the city. 1. Heavy footsteps could be heard on the streets, and the earth seemed to be shaking, indicating the arrival of disaster. A huge black shadow slowly appeared at the city gate, exuding an evil aura under the night sky. When it appeared, the low-level monsters around it dodged, their hearts full of fear. The sound of stomping came from the street, and the low-level monsters who could not dodge in time were stomped into meat paste. The seemingly wide street was filled with countless monsters, and trampling was inevitable. In front of high-level monsters, low-level monsters would also end up being slaughtered. The law of the jungle was even more obvious among monsters. With the sound of footsteps, the monster finally entered the city. It was an extremely ugly monster. Its body was covered with all kinds of wreckage, wrapped in rotten skin and flesh. Pus and blood kept flowing down, dripping on the street. It was like a moving garbage dump of flesh and blood, exuding endless resentment, and the rancid smell could be smelled from far away. The monster with only one eye glanced at the giant puppet tree at the city gate. A hint of ferocity flashed in its strange eyes with countless pupils. However, when it saw Tang Zhen who was standing on the tree, a trace of hesitation flashed across its eyes. In the end, it gave up the thought of provoking. The man standing on it was definitely not food, but a predator. If he provoked them, he might be the one who died. The monster also knew how to avoid danger. After hesitating for a moment, the monster turned around and continued to walk toward the city. As they passed through the streets, something that looked like giant earthworms crawled out of the monster's body, with rotten heads in front of them. These heads let out strange cries and pulled at the remains on the street, pulling them onto their bodies. His skin and flesh wriggled, absorbing the remains of the corpse into his body, and then piling the digested broken bones on the surface of his body. This scene could no longer be described as disgusting. It was filled with horror and made people shudder. After devouring the corpses, the monster's body grew larger and larger. It almost occupied half of the street and kept wriggling forward. The remnant citizens of the divine kingdom immediately fell into despair when they saw this scene. This was because the devouring monster had always been a terrifying existence that existed in legends. Someone had once ranked the monsters in the forest. The stranger and more powerful the monster, the higher the ranking, including the devouring monster. It was said that the chances of survival were minimal if one encountered such a monster, and they would eventually become a part of the monster's body. Don't run, come quickly. I'm so lonely, come and accompany me. I feel so uncomfortable. Who can kill me? More heads emerged from the devouring monster's body. They all looked like corpses that had just been devoured. They were either wailing in pain or seducing with soft voices, swaying their snake-like necks. It was like a demonic sound filling the brain, making one's scalp numb. The remnants of the divine kingdom subconsciously covered their ears when they heard the voice. They were afraid that they would go completely crazy if they continued to listen. The devouring monster ran rampant on the streets, sticking its body to the buildings from time to time. The countless half-rotten heads on its body kept smashing doors and windows to get in. The survivors of the kingdom of God who could not dodge in time were bitten by the heads of these monsters. Then, like mad wild dogs, they were dragged out desperately. The devouring monster's hunting efficiency was extremely high. Every time it got close to a building, the residents inside would be wiped out. Basically, no one was spared. During this time, there were people who tried to attack, but when they landed on the devouring monster, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect at all. Even after being cut off, the snake-like heads could still jump around and bite people or rush toward the devouring monster to merge back together. The spellcasters knew how terrifying the devouring monster was, so they made it their primary target. Otherwise, if the monster was allowed to continue devouring, the entire city would be massacred. With the support of a large number of divine stones, all kinds of spells were cast and continuously fell on the devouring monster. However, these attacks did not cause much damage to the devouring monster. On the contrary, it made its body grow bigger and bigger, like a balloon being blown up. They didn't know whether to fight or not, and the defenders were caught in a dilemma. In the face of such an unkillable and terrifying monster, almost everyone was helpless and didn't know what to do. At this moment, there was another commotion at the city gate. A large black shadow appeared. They were thin and tall, like bamboo poles. If one looked closely, they would find that these figures were actually connected to each other. They all came from a huge ball below. The ball was covered by the withered vines, and as it shook, a twisted, strange human face could be seen hidden inside. At the same time as the long howl, the slender figures seemed to be blown away by a strong wind, constantly swaying. It was as if a group of demons were dancing around, constantly making strange sounds, as if they were laughing. Countless bugs poured out of the human face's mouth and rapidly advanced along the street. They were everywhere and were crazily devouring the flesh and blood on the street. Whether it was the remnants of the divine kingdom or the corpses of the monsters, they would not let go of any of them. When their bellies were full, the bugs would return to the mouth of the giant head and spit out the flesh and blood they had devoured. After the bloated stomach returned to normal, the bugs would crawl out again and continue to devour the flesh and blood. This was how the human-headed monster ate. It relied on the worms to feed it. Although it seemed troublesome, the efficiency was not any worse than swallowing the monster. While the human-headed monster was devouring, the slender figures that extended from its head began to form fruit-like balls. The skin of these fruits wriggled and expanded rapidly as if it was being blown by air. Soon, they became the size of a human head, and cracks appeared on the purple-red shell. A cloud of nauseating gray smoke floated out of the crack in the fruit and spread in all directions. It's matured. The giant man let out a joyful cry and began to run wildly on the street. Then, the slender figures seemed to be having fun, throwing the fruits at the windows on the side of the road. The fruit fell into the room and shattered like a glass bottle. Smoke filled the air and countless dust-like insects appeared, rushing towards the remnants of Scandinavia. Before the remnants of the kingdom of God could recover from their shock, the bugs had already landed on their bodies, entering their bodies through their mouths and noses. And NBSP, the moment the bugs entered their bodies, these people started to bleed from their 7 orifices. Then, their bodies were like deflating balls as they shriveled up. It didn't take long for their skin to be torn apart, and ferocious bugs that had expanded countless times gushed out of their bodies. And NBSP, as for the remnants of the God Kingdom, all that was left was their skin. Their flesh and blood had been completely devoured. 2044 Bizarro Paladin monsters ran amok in the city, and there was no safe place. The screams of the fugitives and the roars of the monsters were endless. This night, blood was destined to flow like a river. The remnants of the kingdom of God in the city had fallen into a state of complete despair. They finally experienced how helpless those who were in despair were. The scene of death was everywhere, and it could befall him at any time. He was alone and helpless, with no one to rely on. The situation they were in was no different from those who were in despair. In fact, it was even more tragic. Without the protection of the city wall, they were just a group of ants waiting to be slaughtered. Even if they resisted, it would be useless. Tonight was destined to be a night of slaughter. It was not until the moment of death that the remnants of the kingdom of God realized that they had lost the protection of the city walls. In fact, they were not even as good as the despairing ones. The monsters were still pouring into the city. They treated the city as their hunting ground, and the survivors of the divine kingdom who had collapsed and fled were the most delicious food. The number of monsters who lost their lives in the fight for food was no less than the number of survivors of the God Kingdom. As for the soldiers and spellcasters who were responsible for resisting the monsters, they had long been swallowed by the surging tide of monsters. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, it would be difficult for them to escape death in such a chaotic environment. The city was like a purgatory, but the city gate was silent. On the giant puppet tree that was like a lighthouse, the horned helmet and his men looked at the tragic scene in the city. They had long been shocked speechless. They had imagined the scene when the monster entered the city, but they did not expect it to be so bloody and cruel. The usually arrogant remnants of the kingdom of God did not have the power to resist at all. At this time, they were all rejoicing that they were not the ones who had encountered this city massacring calamity. Otherwise, even if they used all their skills, they would not be able to escape death. Just as they were sighing in their hearts, a strange sound came from the forest again, raising everyone's vigilance. This sound was like the sound of horse hooves stomping on the ground, making a rumbling sound. It seemed that there were many of them. Be prepared, I'm afraid they're up to no good. As the dwarf spoke, he raised the magically modified hand cannon and aimed it in the direction of the forest. The rest of the desperators also had grave expressions on their faces. They quickly adjusted their muzzles as if they were facing a great enemy. The sound of the horses' hooves was getting louder and louder. The forest seemed to be engulfed by green flames as they rushed towards the city gate. Under the gaze of the desperator, figures wrapped in green flames rushed out of the forest one after another and quickly formed into neat rows. After seeing who it was, the despaired people on the puppet tree gasped, and their eyes became more vigilant. This was a group of heavy armored cavalrymen, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. It was as if no one could stop their iron hooves. They were riding on ferocious-looking warhorses, and their bodies were also covered in heavy armor. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen on the face armor, exuding a murderous aura that seemed to have substance. The long spear was wrapped in a black mist, and as it walked, the black mist would rise up. The temperature of the air around them seemed to have started to drop rapidly due to the appearance of the heavy cavalrymen. Wisps of cold air also slowly spread along the ground, even causing the wild grass to be covered in white frost. When the horned helmet man saw these figures, his expression became abnormally grave. He had been here for a long time and had already recognized the origins of these heavy cavalry. Seeing that Tang Zhen was also sizing up these figures, the horned helmet man walked over and softly said, "These are the Bizarro Knights of the forest. They usually appear in groups, and can be said to be one of the most dangerous monsters in the forest." Tang Zhen nodded. He was not very interested in the origin of these monsters. However, the behavior of these monsters made him feel a little interested. They didn't attack the city when the city gate was open, but surrounded the puppet tree instead. This was very strange in itself. If he was not wrong, the Bizarrely Knights' target should be the puppet tree. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the Bizarrely Knights on the opposite side split up automatically. Then, a tall leader of the Bizarrely Knights, who was riding on a mount that looked like a drake, slowly walked towards the puppet tree. His body was even larger, and green flames were burning on his heavy armor. His every movement was extremely domineering. The figure stopped when he was less than 30 meters away from the puppet tree. His blood-red eyes first looked at the top of the puppet tree and locked onto Tang Zhen, who was standing at the front. "It doesn't belong to you. Hand it over, and you can avoid death." The leader's voice was extremely hoarse, like iron pieces rubbing against each other. However, it was extremely clear, as if he was speaking right next to his ear. Tang Zhen laughed in disdain when he heard this. He looked at the leader of the Sly Cavalry and coldly said, "You have a good eye to know the marvels of this puppet tree. Just this point alone makes you stronger than those monsters from before. The problem is, this is mine. Do you have the ability to take it away?" The leader of the Sly Cavalry was silent for a few breaths. He raised the saber in his hand and pointed it at Tang Zhen. "Let's fight. I'll kill you, and that thing will be mine." The tone of this sentence was extremely confident. Even though he had already sensed that Tang Zhen was extraordinary, the leader of the Sly Cavalry still felt that he would definitely win. "It's good to fight, but if you lose, don't even think about leaving." A trace of disdain flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. This leader of the Bizarre Cavalry was not weak, but he was definitely not a match for him. What he needed to do now was to fight and let the other side realize this. As if he felt Tang Zhen's contempt, the leader of the Bizarre Cavalry waved his blade again. His tone was already filled with a trace of anger. He once again raised his blade and roared at Tang Zhen, "Fight! If you want to fight, then let's fight." Tang Zhen naturally would not run away from the two challenges from the leader of the Sly Cavalry. He directly jumped down from the puppet tree. Just as he was about to land, he used the tip of his foot to neutralize the force of his fall. When he got up again, a saber was already in his hand. Looking at the leader of the Sly Cavalry in front of him, Tang Zhen's eyes also flashed with fighting intent. Ever since he entered the City of Despair, he had never met an opponent who was on par with him. This feeling was actually very uncomfortable. After Tang Zhen landed on the ground, the leader of the Sly Cavalry let out a low roar. The ground dragon under him also roared and charged at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not dodge or evade as he charged forward. Even if there was a huge difference in the size of both parties, his aura was not the slightest bit weaker. The distance between the two sides was only a few dozen meters, and the two sides collided in an instant. The giant earth dragon was the first to attack. It tried to bite Tang Zhen, but it was kicked by him until it let out a blood-curdling scream. Its huge body was almost flipped over. The leader of the Sly Cavalry, who was riding the earth dragon, raised his battle sword and slashed down. However, just as it was about to land on Tang Zhen's body, it was easily blocked to the side. The leader of the Sly Cavalry's expression changed. The strength that Tang Zhen possessed had far exceeded his expectations. Even he could not bear it. His confidence in winning was shaken at this moment. One really couldn't be distracted on the battlefield. Once they fought, they had to go all out. Therefore, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. The leader of the Sly Cavalry leapt up from the terrain dragon and once again swung his sword at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's reaction speed was even faster than his. The moment the Sly Cavalry leader's blade slashed out, he had already taken the initiative to attack. The slender saber was like a phantom, landing on the body of the leader of the Sly Cavalry in an instant. With a crisp crack, the chest armor of the leader of the Sly Cavalry was split open. With the remaining force, the leader of the Sly Cavalry flew backward and fell to the ground. Before the leader of the Sly Cavalry could struggle to get up, Tang Zhen had already strode forward and his saber landed on the leader's neck. "Now, tell me, do you want to die or do you want my things?" 2045 The leader of the Sly Cavalry won. Tang Zhen easily defeating the leader of the Bizarre Cavalry was not only out of the expectations of the despairing people, but also the Bizarre Cavalry who were watching the battle. Although they didn't understand how Tang Zhen did it, it was an undeniable fact that the leader of the Sly Cavalry had been defeated. This caused the atmosphere to suddenly change. The Horned Helmet and the others couldn't wait to cheer and express the excitement in their hearts. Tang Zhen had once again displayed his strength. None of the powerful enemies he had encountered along the way were a match for him. At this moment, the horned helmet and the others had the same thought in their minds. What was Tang Zhen's background before he entered this world? He must be a world-shaking big shot with incomparably powerful strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such a stunning performance. The moment the leader of the Bizarro Knights fell to the ground, the Bizarro Knights around him moved at the same time, ready to charge. When the general was in danger, the subordinates would naturally try their best to rescue him without any hesitation. Tang Zhen's expression turned cold. He raised his head and looked around. He directly lifted the leader of the Sly Cavalry and made him half kneel on the ground. The leader of the Sly Cavalry tried to get up and resist, but he was firmly held down by Tang Zhen and could not move at all. The leader of the Sly Cavalry was shocked by the terrifying power that was like a mountain pressing down on him. He felt like a child facing a strong man and was unable to resist. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. The extremely sharp saber was placed on the neck. With just a little force, the head would be directly cut off. Facing the threat of death, the leader of the Sly Cavalry could not remain calm. His breathing became heavy. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would not give any explanation and directly slash down, causing a good person's head to soar into the sky. Seeing the Bizarro Knights' reaction, the Desperators on the puppet tree also raised their guns and aimed at the Bizarro Knights, ready to open fire at any moment. Tang Zhen looked at the Bizarrely Knights and said in a cold voice, "If you guys dare to act rashly, I'll behead him directly. If you don't believe me, you can try." His voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated in the surroundings, suppressing all other sounds. "Stop advancing." After hearing Tang Zhen's warning and looking at the current state of the leader of the Bizarro Cavalry, the Bizarro Cavalry who were trying to save him hesitated for a moment. In the end, they did not dare to move. The leader of the Sly Cavalry's life was in Tang Zhen's hands. They did not dare to take the risk to prevent things from getting out of hand. After all, it was a high-level monster with decent intelligence. It knew how to judge the situation. The leader of the Sly Cavalry was calm. He had not expected to be defeated so easily and could not accept it. In the eyes of the leader of the Sly Cavalry, be it the remnants of the Divine Kingdom or the Despaired, they were all just prey. Now that he had been killed by his prey, he couldn't help but feel humiliated. However, Tang Zhen had relied on his own strength to defeat him. Hence, even though the leader of the Bizarre Cavalry was unwilling, he knew that he was not a match for Tang Zhen. It was normal to be defeated when one's skills were inferior. One could only say that one was too arrogant and underestimated one's opponent. Next, whether he wanted to kill or cut him up, it was all up to Tang Zhen's heart. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to kill the leader of the Sly Cavalry. To him, whether he killed one more monster or one less monster was entirely up to his mood. If he didn't like it, he could kill it. If he liked it, there was no harm in keeping it. "You've already won. How are you going to deal with me?" the leader of the Sly Cavalry asked. His tone was calm, as if he did not care about his situation. "First, tell me, why are you after this puppet tree?" Tang Zhen saw that the Bizarrely Knights had been intimidated. He turned to look at the leader of the Bizarrely Knights and asked in a faint voice. "It looks interesting, like a treasure. I want it," the leader of the Sly Cavalry replied. No one knew if it was true or not, but Tang Zhen did not probe further. It was normal for treasures to be coveted by others. The leader of the Sly Cavalry thought that he was strong, so it was not impossible for him to take it for himself. Unfortunately, his skills were inferior to Tang Zhen's and he was directly defeated after exchanging a few moves with Tang Zhen. Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Do you want to die or live? The leader of the Sly Cavalry turned his head slightly and asked Tang Zhen, "How can I live? How can I die?" "If you want to live, listen to my orders and I'll give you benefits. If you want to die, I'll give you a knife and then let your men accompany you." The leader of the Sly Cavalry snorted. After a few moments of silence, he nodded. "I want to live." Although dying on the battlefield was a glorious thing, it also depended on whether it was meaningful or not. Otherwise, it would be a worthless death. Moreover, a leader often had to consider the big picture and his subordinates, not just based on his emotions. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve great things if he harmed others and himself. The leader of the Sly Cavalry gave a reply. Tang Zhen immediately kept his blade and let the leader of the Sly Cavalry stand up. The leader of the Sly Cavalry stood up. He was much taller than Tang Zhen, but for some reason, he felt that he was a head shorter than Tang Zhen. "Don't send my men to their deaths. Otherwise, I refuse to listen to your command." The leader of the sly cavalry looked at Tang Zhen in front of him and said in a hoarse voice. His own life might not matter, but he had to consider his subordinates. Compared to those low-level monsters, the cunning cavalry leader's intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary person. Although he was powerful and domineering, it was not impossible to communicate with him. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong enough. Otherwise, one would not be qualified to talk to him and would only be worthy of being his prey. "Don't worry, I don't need you to charge into the enemy lines. My men are not just for show. The purpose of using you guys is just to intimidate some low-level monsters and prevent them from harassing us." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the leader of the sly cavalry revealed a depressed expression. As a terrifying existence in this forest, he was actually only in charge of being on guard. This method of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut made the leader of the sly cavalry a little angry. He felt like he was being looked down on. "My men and I are not as weak as you think. Even if it's a high-level monster, we can still deal with it," the leader of the sly cavalry explained, but he felt a little guilty. After all, he had been defeated by Tang Zhen before. To say that he was very strong, he more or less lacked confidence. Tang Zhen smiled but did not say anything. He turned his head to look at the chaotic urban area and his eyes narrowed slightly. The chaos became more and more intense, and the entire urban area was on fire. All kinds of monsters were shuttling back and forth in the flashing fire. The city had already changed hands, but now was not the time for him to make a move. He also had to wait until dawn before entering the city. At that time, the monsters would retreat automatically, and Tang Zhen would be able to rebuild the city wall in the shortest time possible. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen looked at the leader of the sly cavalry and asked, "After daybreak, you will return to the forest. I wonder if you will never return." "Don't worry, since I've lost, I'll keep my promise and guard the city gate." The leader of the sly cavalry said this firmly. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone, as if he had been insulted. "That's good. Otherwise, you might have missed a lot of wonderful things." Tang Zhen looked at the ruins in front of him as he spoke in a faint tone. 2046 Entering but not exiting. 1. With a group of strong bizarrely knights as guards, the monsters in the forest avoided the puppet tree when they approached the city gate. The Bizarro knights were too lazy to care about these low-level monsters, allowing them to pass in front of them and join in the city's feast. During this period, high-level monsters appeared. They were obviously afraid of the Bizarro knights and only entered the city after testing the waters. The Bizarro knights did not provoke these high-level monsters either. They usually minded their own business, or else a bloody battle would be inevitable. Before they knew it, the first rays of the morning sun had already appeared, and the light gradually shone on the blood-colored city. After a night of silence, the armored cannon vehicles roared again. However, the target of the bombing was not the city but the monsters on the streets. This was an order issued by Tang Zhen. It was impossible for him to allow the monsters to leave safely after they had shown their might. Previously, he had only used them to clear the city. Once he achieved his goal, it would be the time for these monsters to die. They were the blades that Tang Zhen had borrowed. They could kill the enemy but could also injure himself. Therefore, the first thing Tang Zhen did after using it was to destroy this murderous weapon to prevent it from continuing to harm the despaired. After a night of killing, the monsters that had eaten until their stomachs were round were all blown to pieces by the artillery fire. The city that was already covered in wreckage was once again covered in flesh and blood. Broken limbs were everywhere. However, under the bombardment of such terrifying artillery, the monsters had no way to escape. In the end, they were all blasted into minced meat. The horned helmet and the others controlled the armored cannon vehicles and aimed at the huge monsters. The cannonballs ruthlessly pierced into the bodies of these monsters, blasting out terrifying bloody holes. Some of the unlucky monsters were hit in their vital parts by the cannon, and they were directly blown up without a corpse. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they were basically in a state of serious injury. In such a chaotic environment, heavily injured monsters had no chance of survival. They would either be killed by the artillery or trampled by the monsters. Even if they dodged the cannon, Tang Zhen and the Bizarro Knights at the city gate were still a barrier that they could not cross. The reason why Tang Zhen did not kill the leader of the Bizarre Cavalry but chose to subdue him was to deal with the current situation. Before he took action, he had already made a plan and did not act on impulse. One had to know that there were countless monsters that had rushed into the city. It was the same when they were retreating. Tang Zhen and the others alone were unable to intercept all of them. In such a situation, having a group of heavy armored cavalrymen to intercept the monsters would undoubtedly greatly increase the efficiency of killing the monsters. Looking at the endless stream of monsters, the leader of the sly cavalry did not need Tang Zhen's instructions at all. He waved his saber and led his men to start killing. He was holding a grudge in his heart, so he did not show any mercy when he attacked. Groups of monsters were killed at the city gate. The Bizarro Knights under his command formed 2 steel walls, blocking the monsters' attacks. Kill as many as you can, it's best not to leave a single one alive. In the blink of an eye, the ruined city gate was once again piled up by the monsters, corpses into a terrifying wall of corpses, and the stinky blood gradually gathered into a river. The moment the cannons started firing, the high-level monsters that swarmed into the city immediately realized that danger was coming. They let out angry roars and charged toward the city gate, trying to break out of the cage trap. Due to their large size, these monsters became the main targets of attack, and the shells kept exploding around them. Even though they had strong defensive abilities, they were still blown into a bloody mess, and some were even directly killed. A huge figure appeared amidst the intense artillery fire. It was the devouring monster that was the first to rush into the city. At this time, its body size had doubled, and it almost filled the entire street as it moved. The cannonballs landed on its body and were devoured. Then, its body swelled up strangely. It was obvious that a cannonball had exploded inside its body, but it did not cause much damage to the devouring monster. It continued to fly toward the city gate. When it was near the city gate, the pores on the devouring monster opened up and shot out white bones that were as sharp as spears at the giant puppet tree. Other than the dense bone attacks, there were also disgusting human-headed earthworm-like monsters that kept squeezing out of the devouring monsters' bodies. They jumped and twisted in the ruins of the street, with crazy expressions on their faces, and ran toward the giant puppet tree. In the blink of an eye, the attack had already arrived before the puppet tree. The horned helmet and the others had grave expressions on their faces. Although the armored cannon vehicles had their own shields, they might not be able to withstand these dense bone attacks. This was because these white bones were obviously somewhat abnormal. Not only did they flash with a metallic luster, but they were also dripping with a stinky dark green liquid. They must have carried an extremely terrifying poison. Once it hit the body, it was likely that the person would die on the spot. As for the monsters with human heads and earthworm bodies, they had very strong jumping abilities and could even move forward in the air. At this moment, some of the monsters were using the white bone spears to jump and fly in the air, approaching the top of the puppet tree. Just by looking at their fangs, one would know that once bitten, the outcome would not be good. This devouring monster was menacing and was obviously not easy to deal with. It was indeed worthy of being the basic overlord of the forest. Just as the dwarf and the others were about to engage in close combat, the giant puppet tree under their feet suddenly shook, as if a giant beast had woken up from its dream. The despaired people were all shocked. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw the branches of the puppet tree suddenly start to dance, continuously whipping the bone spears and human-headed monsters that were flying towards them. These fluorescent branches formed a huge barrier, firmly protecting the dwarf and the others on the crown of the tree, so that they would not be harmed at all. Looking at the countless long fluorescent branches dancing in the air, whipping the monsters with human heads and earthworm bodies to death, the horned helmet and the others could not help but exclaim in satisfaction. It was obvious that they did not fully understand the giant tree puppet's abilities. Previously, they only thought that it could grow in a short time and have the ability to protect itself from monsters. However, at this moment, he realized that it could still take the initiative to attack, and it was unusually sharp. This kind of puppet tree that could attack, defend, and allow people to live in was simply the best residence for those who were desperate. As the giant tree puppet continued to block the attacks, the devourer monster had already reached the city gate. It ignored the giant tree puppet's protective runic magic circle and rushed over madly. The devouring monster could feel the strength of the giant puppet tree and wanted to take the opportunity to kill it so that it would not threaten its position in the forest. The dwarf on the tree saw this and raised his modified hand cannon to aim at the devouring monster. The bullets shot into its body one after another. However, just like the cannonball attack earlier, the bullets from the modified hand cannon did not cause much damage to the devouring monster. Instead, it made it even more frenzied. It charged at the giant tree puppet as if it wanted to use all its strength to break the giant tree puppet into two. Without waiting for the devouring monster to succeed in its charge, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the puppet tree, shooting out a cold light. As if it was enraged, it opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. Then, the ground was torn apart, and thick tree roots flew up and stabbed at the devouring monster. And NBSP, like an iron rod sticking into tofu, the roots easily pierced into the devouring monster's body. Then, dark red liquid was absorbed into the puppet tree's body through the translucent roots. The devouring monster clearly showed its fear. It struggled with all its might to escape, but it was bound tightly by the roots and could not move at all. It was like a fish in a net. No matter how fierce it was, it could not escape the fate of being killed. In just a dozen breaths, the devouring monster stopped struggling and fell limply to the ground like a deflated leather ball. 2047 Gifted Saber, 1. Seeing the devouring monster being killed by the giant tree puppet, the horned helmet and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. The scene of the terrifying monster charging at them had indeed made them feel a little terrified. It could only be said that everything had its vanquisher. The devouring monster might be able to devour everything, but it could not withstand the giant puppet tree's devouring. At this moment, there was only an empty skin on the ground, filled with filth. Even the former overlord of the forest was nothing more than this. It was for this reason that the Desperators had a deeper understanding of the giant puppet tree, and their hearts were filled with uncontrollable shock. The giant tree puppet was able to kill a terrifying high-level monster in a very short time in close combat. This was far beyond their expectations. If the giant tree puppet was a monster, it would definitely be an overlord-level existence in this forest. Almost no monster would dare to provoke it. They could even clearly feel that after absorbing the devouring monster, the giant puppet tree had undergone some special changes and possessed a stronger combat ability. If that was how the giant tree puppet evolved in battle, it could only be said that its potential was limitless. As long as time allowed, it would become a near-invincible existence. Other than being shocked and amazed, the horned helmet and the others were unable to use words to describe the feelings in their hearts towards Tang Zhen, who had created the giant puppet tree in front of everyone. With just a thought, he was able to make an ordinary tree seed have such a magical change. Compared to the giant puppet tree, Tang Zhen was more worthy of respect. What kind of strength and means were used to achieve this? If he could create a bunch of giant puppet trees like this, he would be completely unobstructed in the City of Despair. Even the cities of the remnants of the Divine Kingdom were unable to stop him from advancing. The ruins in front of him were the best example. However, Tang Zhen did not do so. He only created a giant puppet tree and distributed the remaining seeds to the despaired. In the eyes of the horned helmet and the others, it wasn't that Tang Zhen couldn't do it, but that he disdained to do it. In the City of Despair, he might not be able to find a real opponent. It was because of this that he did not do anything unnecessary. The way an expert did things was not something they could guess. It was already a rare luck to be able to follow him for a period of time. Throwing away the thoughts in their minds, the horned helmet and the others looked at the battlefield below again and continued to attack the monsters that were surging out of the city. At this moment, no one was stingy with their ammunition. They just poured out as much as they could to kill as many monsters as possible. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The monsters that were hiding in the city no longer hesitated and began to rush out of the city gate. If they could not leave the city by dawn, they would be burned to ashes by the flames that appeared out of nowhere. To the monsters, the forest was their territory. No matter day or night, they would not be harmed by the runic magic circle. The seemingly powerful monsters were not invincible. There was a pair of big hands in the dark controlling everything in the dark, not allowing them to be too presumptuous. The battle once again entered a state of white heat. The sounds of gunfire rang out incessantly, mixed with the roars and wails of monsters. Blood and smoke continued to rise. The defensive line formed by the Bizarro Knights was torn apart again and again by the crazy monsters, but they quickly surrounded them again. The tide of monsters charged at the Bizarro Knights, pushing them to the ground, and then charged into the forest without looking back. Seeing that the casualties of the Bizarro Knights continued to increase and their weapons were also seriously damaged, Tang Zhen frowned and casually waved his hand towards the sky. 2 streams of 7-colored light appeared like dragons, followed by long swords that glowed with a blood-red light, floating in front of the Bizarro Knights. Take these weapons as your reward. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the Bizarro Knight looked at the battle swords that were clearly not ordinary. He did not hesitate to grab the blood-red battle swords. The moment the blades were in their hands, they suddenly realized that they had a vague connection with their companions. Not only could they clearly sense each other's position and condition, but they were also covered in a layer of light red armor that protected their vital parts. Feeling the magic of the sword, the Bizarro Knights were invigorated. They immediately brandished their swords and killed the monsters that were rushing toward them. Soon, they discovered something even more magical. As they killed more and more monsters, the light red armor on their bodies became more and more intense, as if they were covered in a layer of blood scabs. The loss of physical strength and the injuries they had suffered were quickly repaired by the blood-colored armor, making them full of energy in an instant. What surprised them the most was that the more monsters they killed, the sharper the blood-red swords in their hands became. When he chopped at the monster's scale armor, it was as easy as cutting tofu, and he easily cut it into two. In the previous battle, the most he could do was cut the monsters to the ground, but at this moment, he could even cut several monsters in half with one slash. The efficiency of killing monsters was greatly improved. As the blood-red blade light was waved, more and more monsters were cut down. No matter how crazily they attacked, they could not break through the defense line of the Bizarro Knights. The leader of the Sly Cavalry, who was also holding a blood-red saber, was shocked. In his opinion, these sabers that were glowing were definitely divine weapons. A single one might not be of much use, but if equipped in a team and they worked together to kill the enemy, their full potential could be displayed. The bloodier and crueler the battle and the more enemies killed, the more blood essence the saber would absorb and the stronger its effect would be. Equipped with such a blade, it was equivalent to having an undying body. Even if the enemy came in like a tide, they would still be fearless. He was merely a loser in Tang Zhen's hands. He had intercepted the monster only because he had abided by the agreement at that time and had exchanged his life for it. However, under such circumstances, Tang Zhen had casually given away the battle blade that was comparable to a divine weapon. This kind of behavior made the leader of the Sly Cavalry sigh with emotion. He used a complicated gaze to look back at Tang Zhen, only to see that Tang Zhen was standing with his hands behind his back and was staring at the city in front of him that was covered by the morning light. It was as if he didn't care about the act of giving out the battle blade just now, and it was just a casual act. Obviously, he was not worried that the Bizarro Knights would betray him after obtaining the swords. To have such courage and magnanimity was enough to prove that Tang Zhen was extraordinary. Perhaps to him, even if the Bizarro Knight was equipped with this blood-red saber, it would not pose any threat to him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as the leader of the Sly Cavalry let out a long sigh. He then waved the saber in his hand, his eyes erupting with endless fighting spirit. He had never owed anyone a favor and was a man of his word. Therefore, after he was defeated by Tang Zhen, he had kept his promise and stopped the monster for him. Otherwise, Tang Zhen might not have the time to stop him. Before he became the leader of the Bizarrely Cavalry, he was also a despairing person. However, by chance, he became a Bizarrely Knight, and his subordinates were also once despairing people. That was why the leader of the Sly Cavalry would never attack those who were in despair. Even if he did, he would show mercy. Perhaps it was because he had become a monster, but the leader of the Sly Cavalry slowly recovered most of his memories. In the eyes of the leader of the Sly Cavalry, Tang Zhen, who had such means and strength, was destined to be an earth-shattering figure before entering the City of Despair. If it wasn't necessary, he definitely wouldn't make an enemy of such a figure, or else he would be seeking his own death. 2048 Victory. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the battlefield and naturally noticed the expression of the leader of the Sly Cavalry. There was a trace of gratitude in his confusion. He seemed to be ashamed of receiving the sword that Tang Zhen had given to the Bizarro Knight. From this, it could be seen that the leader of the Sly Cavalry was the kind of person who kept his promises. Once he agreed to something, he would do his best. Even in the face of a sea of monsters, even if they suffered heavy losses, they still did not retreat. Tang Zhen had been paying close attention to the other party's performance. It was also because of this that he had a higher opinion of these monsters. It was because of this trustworthy behavior of the Bizarro Knights that Tang Zhen would not be stingy with his rewards and give them the blood-red saber, a divine weapon for group battles. Not only could he win over the hearts of the people, but he could also greatly enhance his own combat power, so why not? As for the special effect of this blood-red war saber, it was created in a flash according to Tang Zhen's thoughts. Tang Zhen was getting more and more comfortable with the ability to create things with his will. The comprehension in his heart was also getting deeper and deeper. To the current Tang Zhen, it was much easier for him to use his will to create such a weapon than to create the giant puppet tree. Although the former had intelligence, it was still a dead object. On the other hand, the puppet tree could already be considered a special life form in some aspects. Creating life was countless times more difficult than creating an inanimate object. At this moment, Tang Zhen was already deeply touched. Seeing that there was no need to worry about the Bizarro Knights, Tang Zhen continued to focus on the battlefield, wary of any changes that could happen at any time. He was the strongest combat power. He had been watching the battle all this time only because there was no worthy enemy to fight. The battle was coming to an end. Although the monster's attack was still crazy, it was only a last-ditch struggle. With the help of the blood-red saber, the Bizarro Knights' combat power was greatly enhanced. Coupled with the violent attacks of the armored cannon vehicles, the monsters near and far had no place to escape. The light completely dispelled the darkness, and the monsters in the city let out heart-wrenching screams. Translucent green flames rose from their bodies, accompanied by black smoke, and their skin and flesh began to wither. Stinky fat dripped from the cracked skin and flesh. The screaming monster staggered and fell to the ground as it ran, struggling a few times before it stopped moving. In a very short time, their bodies had already been charred black, and finally turned into black ashes. The city was already piled up with remains and blood. At this moment, waves of black dust drifted everywhere, making the city that had already been turned into ruins look even more desolate and gloomy. There was basically no need for Tang Zhen's group to make a move. Those monsters disappeared in droves before their eyes. They were like snowflakes that had landed on a scorching hot iron plate, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The high-level monsters that were still in the city had also turned into burning fireballs. They roared and made their final struggle, trying to rush into the forest. However, the city gate was like an impassable barrier of death. The monsters were often only a few steps away from leaving, but they eventually fell to the ground and died. In the area near the city gate, the wall of monster corpses was getting higher and higher. The burning black ash mixed with the corpses and formed a new wall of flesh and blood. Looking at the densely packed heads and the skinny, sharp claws raised, the horned helmet and the others felt a chill in their hearts. How many monsters had been killed and how many corpses had been accumulated to form such a spectacular and tragic scene? Perhaps without the need for the runic magic circle, the wall of flesh and blood alone was enough to scare the monsters away. The most important point was that after tonight's cleanup, almost all the monsters in the nearby forest had been killed. It would take at least a few decades for them to recover their vitality. Otherwise, they would not be able to form a large group. If anything happened during this period, even 100 years might not be enough. For the despaired ones who lived nearby, this was definitely a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, at least when they entered the forest to collect various resources, they did not have to worry about being killed by monsters that appeared at any time. The moment the sky was completely bright, the battle officially stopped, and the battlefield fell into a strange silence. The horned helmet and the others were so exhausted that they were lying on the puppet tree, panting heavily. The giant tree puppet retracted its branches and roots, and the light on its body slowly disappeared. It looked like an ordinary giant tree, without anything special. The enemy would never know how terrifying the puppet tree was until the time to fight. When the wave of monsters finally subsided, the Bizarro Knights who were guarding the city gate also retreated into the forest, quietly recovering their strength on their warhorses. The Bizarro Knights had paid a heavy price in this night of fighting, losing more than 30% of their men. Their gains were equally huge. With the help of the blood-red sword, they killed countless monsters. Due to the nourishment of the rich blood essence, not only did his injuries heal rapidly, but his strength also showed signs of increasing again. As excited as they were, the Bizarro Knights also felt fear. If they had fought to the death with Tang Zhen in the beginning, their bodies would have been buried in the wall of corpses. After about a quarter of an hour, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the horned helmet and said in an indifferent tone, "It's not time to rest yet. You have a few things to do, and the faster the better." The first was to find the location of the city's Guangchu, rescue the despaired people inside, and provide them with the appropriate equipment. After that, you will lead your men to clean up the entire city and get rid of the remaining enemies. As for whether you want to kill, support, or drive them out of the city, that's up to you. I won't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About these things, as long as the number of God's stones seized in the mine is as high as possible. These things are very useful to me. Remember to collect them carefully and don't hide them. The last thing we need to do is to seal the city wall as soon as possible and build a new city wall to prevent the remaining monsters from attacking. Although the monsters in the nearby forest were all dead, there were still some that could pose a fatal threat to the despaired. If Tang Zhen wasn't here, the group of despaired individuals with the horned helmets might not be able to block their charge. Before Tang Zhen left, he would definitely try his best to repair this city so that it could be safely controlled by the despaired. It wasn't something that was painstakingly fought for, only to be snatched back by someone else, or looted by monsters again. The Bizarro Knights could also help. With them guarding outside the city, the monsters would not dare to get close easily. With Tang Zhen's participation in the construction of the Desperators, it was not a difficult thing to firmly control the city. After receiving Tang Zhen's order, the Horned Helmet didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered his subordinates to start moving. They followed the steps of the puppet tree back to the ground, crossed the wall of corpses, and charged into the city. The city was now in a state of chaos, and there were not many survivors of the Kingdom of God left, so they were no longer a threat to them. Even if there were mages, they were no match for the modified pistol with fierce firepower. Besides, after a night of hard battle, the spellcasters were already like a lamp without oil. They were afraid of the despairing ones, so why would they take the initiative to fight with them? The Horned Helmet and the others were clear that the entire city had already fallen into the hands of the despairing. As for how long they could hold on after Tang Zhen left, it would depend on their luck. 2049 The origins of the Bizarro Knights. 1. When the Horned Helmet and the others entered the city's underground mining area in an attempt to rescue the despaired, the dwarfs group was not idle. They rummaged around the battlefield to collect useful materials and piled them together. Everything in the world had a natural counter to each other. Even a ferocious monster still had many things that could be used. Non-poisonous meat could be eaten, scales and bones could be made into armor, sharp horns and teeth could be ground into knives, spears, and arrows, and some internal organs could be used to make medicine and poison. It was not an exaggeration to say that his entire body was a treasure. In a situation where resources were scarce, monsters that could produce various materials were also targets to be hunted. Both the remnants of the Divine Kingdom and the Desperators would hunt monsters to obtain various materials from the monsters. However, the monsters they hunted were all low-level monsters, and the high-level monsters would not dare to provoke them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the ones hunting the monsters. They would be hunted by the monsters and become the food of the monsters. As they had killed too many monsters in this battle, the amount of materials they had collected was uncountable. Many of the materials that needed to be collected using special methods and carefully preserved were randomly piled on the road. No one cared about these things, because they were too busy, and there was no use in wasting some. The soldiers and spellcasters who had been captured earlier were also participating in the collection under the watch of the Desperator. They knew more and knew what kind of monster materials were more valuable. Looking at the mountain-like piles of monster corpses in the city that had been reduced to ruins, the soldiers and spellcasters were all shocked and did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the city had been occupied by the Desperators, and the survivors of the Kingdom of God were probably less than 1 in 100. It was impossible for them to make a comeback. In this situation, the wisest thing to do was to listen to the command and wait for the opportunity to escape safely. Otherwise, with the ruthlessness of these deserters, they would definitely kill them all and not be like in the past, where they feared them like tigers and avoided them like the plague. After all, the more ruthless the oppression, the more powerful the rebound would be, and he would not even have any scruples when he retaliated. Tang Zhen slowly walked down from the puppet tree and walked to the edge of the forest. The leader of the Sly Cavalry was sitting on a large rock by the side of the road, gently wiping the blood-red saber in his hand. From his expression, it was obvious that he liked this battle sword very much. His eyes were very focused. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the leader of the Sly Cavalry raised his head and took a look. He got up and cupped his fists towards Tang Zhen. "Your Excellency." He had already determined that Tang Zhen was an expert. Naturally, he had to give him respect. This was the most basic etiquette between cultivators. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he saw the actions of the leader of the Sly Cavalry. He faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. "If I'm not wrong, you weren't a deserter in the past, right?" The leader of the sly cavalry nodded and replied in a hoarse voice, "That's right, I used to be a deserter, just like you." First, he came to the city of despair in a daze, then he was caught by the remnants of the kingdom of God and thrown into the mine. After digging for God's stones day and night for a few years, we accidentally discovered an old mine and successfully escaped into the forest. When the leader of the sly cavalry said this, his face revealed a trace of emotion, as if he had fallen into his memories. There's no need to talk about the dangers in the forest. The desperators who fled with us back then kept dying at the hands of the monsters. Everyone's heart was filled with despair. They didn't know where they should go next, or if they could walk out of this forest alive. In fact, everyone knew that even if they left this forest, they might not be able to find peace. They might even die for various reasons. In this fearful atmosphere, we were once again chased by a large group of monsters. In the midst of our panic, we accidentally entered a huge, dilapidated temple. After we entered the temple, those monsters actually stopped chasing us and waited outside the temple, not willing to leave. Everyone was very happy to be able to survive the monsters' pursuit, but the abnormal situation of these monsters also raised everyone's vigilance. Why didn't the monsters enter the temple? Could it be that the temple was like a city, having the ability to resist monsters? If that's the case, then it'll definitely be the greatest surprise for us. At least we'll have a safe place to stay. The leader of the sly cavalry showed a hint of fear. Then we began to carefully observe the temple and found that there were hundreds of god statues worshipped here, each of which had a different appearance. And NBSP, these statues were so lifelike that when we observed them, they seemed to be looking at us with cold eyes. Everyone felt that something was not right. This temple was definitely not simple, and there might be some hidden danger. However, if he left, he would be attacked by those monsters and would definitely not be able to survive. After some discussion, they finally decided to take the risk and stay. After all, the temple might be dangerous, but if they left, they would definitely die. I can't think too much about the choice, Yingluo. Tang Zhen quietly listened to the sly cavalry leader's story. He would nod his head from time to time, remembering every detail he said. Tang Zhen was similarly very interested in the divine temple that they had once entered. He even had a faint guess that perhaps he could find a satisfactory answer from the divine temple regarding the reason why his memories were sealed. The sly cavalry leader's eyes were unfocused as he continued to tell his story, but his voice was trembling with unwillingness. Even though we stayed in the temple, we were extremely careful, afraid of encountering any unexpected danger. However, even though we were on high alert, we still encountered strange things. That night, desperators suddenly disappeared one after another. They disappeared right before our eyes, but from the beginning to the end, no one saw where they went. Everyone was in a mess, trying to escape from the temple, but it was only then that we realized that the temple's gate had also disappeared. Not only that, the surrounding god statues have all disappeared. The empty walls are filled with things that shine like eyes, staring at us. I was so scared that I held a stone in my hand as a weapon and kept looking around, afraid that danger would befall me. At that moment, I felt the sky turn dark. When my vision recovered, I found myself standing in an unknown space. The god statues that had disappeared earlier surrounded me and were staring at me. The way they looked at me was full of indifference and ridicule. They looked high and mighty, as if they were looking down on an ant. It was there that I saw a statue of a god. It felt very familiar to me, as if I had believed in him before I entered the city of despair. However, this god statue that I crazily worshipped didn't make me feel at ease. On the contrary, it made me even more terrified and shocked. Just as I was bewildered, the god statue suddenly opened its mouth and gave me two choices. He could either use his soul as an exchange to become a bizarrely knight, which would save him from the monsters' pursuit, but I will also become a monster, a test subject for the god's apostle. I can be killed at any time. The other option was to become an apostle of a god, obtain enough divine stones, and head to a higher level area to accept the trial. The statue told me that I only had 100 breaths to make a choice. If I exceeded this time, I would completely lose the chance to make a choice and be sent out of the temple. However, the prerequisite to becoming a god's apostle was to have enough god stones as an exchange. Otherwise, one would not be qualified to choose. From the moment I entered the temple, I only had one chance to choose, and I only had 3 god stones on me. I simply couldn't meet the basic conditions to become a god's apostle. Seeing that the time to make a choice was about to end, I could only choose to become a bizarro knight. This way, I could at least save my life for the time being, hehe. 2050 The Ancient Temple. After the leader of the Sly Cavalry finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of him. He seemed to want to say something but stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "If possible, I suggest that you go to the Ancient Temple to take a look, because after I became a bizarro knight, I have also recovered some of my lost memories." This situation was likely to be related to the Ancient Temple, which was a key location to retrieve lost memories. Your strength is extraordinary, and you must be someone with a great background. It's not worth it to be trapped in the City of Despair. So I suggest you go to the Ancient Temple and see if you can recover your memories, and then find a way to leave this damn place. The leader of the Sly Cavalry was speaking from the bottom of his heart. After he had become a monster, he had completely lost the possibility of leaving the City of Despair. After accepting Tang Zhen's kindness, he also wanted to return the favor and give him some help. That was why he told him about the Ancient Temple. After hearing the leader of the Sly Cavalry's words, Tang Zhen raised his eyebrows and asked with a slightly curious tone, "Since you've recovered your original memories, can you tell me where you came from before you entered this place? After you recovered your memory, did you find out why you entered the City of Despair?" Tang Zhen was extremely concerned about the matter of recovering his memories. He did not understand why he had come and was unable to take any targeted actions. He did not even know what he should do. This feeling of being at a loss caused Tang Zhen to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now that he had obtained a clue that could restore his memory, and it was similar to his previous guess, how could he miss the opportunity so easily? The leader of the Sly Cavalry heard this and immediately said to Tang Zhen, "I remember that before I entered the City of Despair, I was a marshal of the kingdom and a believer of God. Since that God had shown miracles more than once, I believed in him without doubt and prayed to the God all day long, hoping to be blessed by the God. Once, when I was worshipping a god, I suddenly heard a strange sound and lost consciousness. When I recovered, I was already in the City of Despair, and all my memories had disappeared. After that, I was captured by the remnants of the Divine Kingdom and thrown into a mine to excavate the Divine Stones. Later, I entered the temple while escaping. It was also in the temple that I met the god that I believed in. It was he who forced me to make a choice and eventually became a bizarro knight." When the leader of the Sly Cavalry said this, his expression turned grave, as if he was frowning in deep thought. As if he had thought through the key to some problems, the leader of the Sly Cavalry looked at Tang Zhen and said in a certain tone, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why the deserters appeared in the City of Despair is that they must be related to these gods. Perhaps the deceivers who entered here were the believers of the statues in the temple. Then, for some special reason, they were brought into the City of Despair." Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. He would not completely believe the speculation of the leader of the Bizarre Cavalry. However, he would still seriously analyze and think about it. After all, the leader of the Sly Cavalry had recovered his lost memories. Then, based on the various situations he had encountered, he had made a guess that he thought was most likely. Perhaps, most of the despaired people had such a background. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, this kind of speculation was not suitable for him. Although he had lost his memory, he didn't think that he would believe in any god. He even had a faint feeling that gods were nothing. In fact, the reason why he had such an idea was entirely related to his past experiences. After all, he had killed more than one aboriginal deity. The cultivators from other worlds who were close to the level of gods or false gods at most were killed by the cultivators in Lu Cheng's battlefields. How could Tang Zhen, who had such an experience, place the aboriginal deities in his eyes? Therefore, even if he had lost his memories, this kind of thinking would still unconsciously affect him. Tang Zhen made up his mind and said to the leader of the Sly Cavalry, "When I'm done with the matters in the city, I'll go to the ancient temple. I'll need you to lead the way." "No problem. I'll be waiting for you outside the city. If you can find the real reason why the deserter came here, I'll die without regrets." The leader of the Sly Cavalry sighed with emotion. Anyone who was inexplicably brought to this world and lived a life worse than death would definitely be filled with depression. If it was possible, he had to get an answer no matter what, so that he wouldn't still be a confused ghost after he died. As the two of them were conversing, a large group of figures suddenly appeared above the wall of corpses. The one leading the group was the horned helmet. The two of them stopped their conversation and looked at those figures. The leader of the Sly Cavalry, who was standing beside Tang Zhen, gently shook his head. The figures beside the horned helmets were all dressed in tattered clothes, their faces haggard, and their numb eyes had no light in them. There was no need to guess that they were the despaired ones who had been rescued from the mine. Perhaps because they had not seen the sun for a long time, they all looked like ghosts. Some of the despaired people had unconcealed shock on their faces. This terrifying scene of corpses piling up like mountains had obviously caused a great mental and visual impact on them. They all had the same question in their hearts. What had happened? Why had the entire city turned into ruins, and why were there so many monster corpses at the city gate? Tang Zhen swept his eyes over these emaciated, despaired people. He turned his head to look at the horned helmet and asked in an indifferent tone, "How's the situation in the city? How many survivors of the Divine Kingdom are left? Have you encountered any resistance from the enemy?" Hearing this, the horned helmet immediately replied loudly, "Your Excellency, the city has been completely turned into ruins. The corpses of the remnants of the Divine Kingdom are everywhere. Many of the kingdom's survivors put down rope ladders on the buildings and ran into the forest outside the city overnight. I wonder if we should send people to chase after them." Tang Zhen shook his head. These remnant citizens of Scandinavia who entered the forest would basically have a 90% chance of survival. Even though the number of monsters in the forest had decreased drastically after a night of killing, the danger was still there. There was no irreconcilable enmity between him and the remnants of the Divine Kingdom. Since the other party had luckily survived, there was no need for him to pursue them. The desperate were in a pitiful situation, and so were the remnants of Scandinavia. However, they only had themselves to blame and were not worthy of sympathy. After Tang Zhen finished listening, he instructed the horned helmet, "You don't need to worry about this. Bring your men back to the city and clean up the hidden dangers as soon as possible. At the same time, think of a way to build the city wall." The horned helmet nodded and handed a leather bag to Tang Zhen at the same time. Then, he said with a slightly unwilling tone, "By the time I arrived at the mine with my men, the spellcasters there had already fled, bringing with them a large number of God's stones. I caught a survivor of the Divine Kingdom who was trying to escape. After interrogation, I learned that the spellcasters had already fled to the ancient temple in the forest." "Ancient temple? I know." Tang Zhen nodded. After giving a few instructions to the midget and the rest, he turned around and walked towards the sly cavalry leader at the edge of the forest. Soon after, the leader of the sly cavalry mounted his earth dragon, while Tang Zhen leapt and stood on the back of the earth dragon. Under the command of the leader of the sly cavalry, the earth dragon let out a low roar and then rushed into the forest. 2051 The Strange God Statue 1 The earth dragon continued to shuttle through the deep and strange forest. Along the way, they encountered some strange-looking monsters from time to time. However, when they saw the earth dragon and the leader of the bizarrely cavalry, they all turned around and fled without hesitation. The deterrence of high-level monsters against low-level monsters could be seen from this. Even if they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they would not dare to provoke them easily. Their journey was smooth, and from time to time, they could see scattered corpses on the ground that had been torn apart by monsters. From the attire of the corpses, it could be confirmed that they were the remnants of the kingdom who had escaped from the city and were killed by monsters after entering the forest. During the turmoil last night, it was unknown how many of the kingdom's survivors had fled into the forest, and how many had already died here. They had no other choice. After all, staying in the city would only lead to death. Escaping outside the city would give them a chance of survival. Under the threat of death, it was perfectly normal for the survivors of the kingdom of God to choose to escape the city. About 20 minutes later, a huge building complex appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was surrounded by huge trees, but there was not a single leaf on it. It was like a malevolent and distorted demon. At this time, a large group of monsters gathered on the grass around the building. They were tens of meters away, roaring in the direction of the ancient temple. "Ugly things, get lost." The leader of the sly cavalry roared at the monsters and controlled the earth dragon to charge forward. A large number of monsters were trampled to death. The monsters quickly dodged and made all sorts of strange noises at the same time, baring their teeth at the leader of the sly cavalry. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very unwilling and did not want the leader of the sly cavalry to snatch the benefits. "You're looking for death." Seeing that the low-level monsters dared to resist, the leader of the sly cavalry roared again. He suddenly unsheathed his blood-red saber and swung it forward. A blood-red light that was more than 10 feet long shot out from the saber and danced around like a ribbon. The saber light cut across the monsters' bodies and directly cut the nearby monsters into two. When the monsters nearby saw this, they quickly dodged in fear and ran into the forest without looking back. These damn monsters are the cancer of the forest. I hate them to the core. The leader of the sly cavalry cursed. He then looked at Tang Zhen behind him and pointed his saber at the ancient temple in front of him. Judging from his actions, it was clear that he had no respect for the ancient temple, and even had a trace of hatred. Sir Tang Zhen, the ancient temple I mentioned is in front. The spell casters with the god stone should have already entered. Tang Zhen nodded. He leapt down from the ground dragon and silently sized up the building in front of him. Tang Zhen felt extremely uncomfortable the moment he saw the buildings. This was because these buildings were like a hodgepodge. Nearly 100 different architectural styles were fused together. This combination of raw strength didn't look beautiful at all. Instead, it gave people a strange and eerie feeling. Rather than calling it an ancient temple, it was more like a combination of a devil's den or a mausoleum. At the entrance of the divine temple, there were many corpses covered in injuries. Their skin was dark and smelly, and they were obviously poisoned. Looking at their clothes, they were obviously survivors of the kingdom of God. They must have been attacked by a group of monsters when they were approaching the temple. Because the poison was incurable, they didn't last until they entered the temple and died on the steps. After observing for a while, Tang Zhen stepped forward. The leader of the sly cavalry held a blood-red saber and followed closely behind him. As they approached the temple, the leader's expression kept changing. It was clear that he still had a trace of fear for this strange place, and it even left a serious psychological shadow. Being deceived and forced by the god he believed in, becoming a monster that was neither human nor ghost, and never being able to leave this world full of despair, the leader of the sly cavalry's complicated feelings were understandable. Tang Zhen slowly stopped and said to the leader of the sly cavalry behind him, "If you don't want to go in, you don't have to follow me. You just need to wait for me outside." The leader of the sly cavalry shook his head. He looked at the ruined ancient temple and said, "I'd better follow you in. Although I really don't want to come here, there are some things I must understand." The sly cavalry leader's tone was resolute. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind to follow Tang Zhen into the ancient temple. "If that's the case, then you have to take care of yourself. I'm guessing that this temple is not very peaceful. After entering, there will inevitably be a fight." The leader of the sly cavalry nodded to show that he understood. The moment he decided to follow Tang Zhen into the ancient temple, he had already put his life and death out of his mind. Tang Zhen turned around. Since the leader of the sly cavalry had decided to explore with him, he would not force it. The two of them stepped on the steps that were covered in moss and withered grass, passing over the hideous corpses and slowly entering the ancient temple. The moment he entered the gate of the ancient temple, the scene that appeared in front of Tang Zhen was a huge and dilapidated hall. The area was probably close to 1,000 square meters. The hall was nearly 20 meters tall, and there were huge holes in the ceiling, which were covered with green vines. Beams of light shot down from the holes in the roof, shining on the half-lit and half-dark god statues, making them look eerie and strange. The floor of the hall was covered with green bricks, and some places were even covered with thick moss and weeds. The metal pillars that supported the roof were covered with traces of rust. The moment he entered the temple, Tang Zhen could faintly feel that there seemed to be many eyes staring at him. They were filled with viciousness and resentment. They hid in the corners of the hall, using the darkness to hide their tracks. Then, like venomous snakes, they waited for the best time to attack. Tang Zhen ignored these peeking from the dark. Instead, his gaze landed on the various statues that were emitting a strange aura. Through his eyes that could see the true nature of things, Tang Zhen was certain that these god statues were not inanimate objects made of metal, mud, and stone. Instead, they were special items similar to puppet giant trees. He could sense a special energy fluctuation from these god statues. These energy fluctuations were gloomy and slippery, filled with an evil aura. When his eyes were focused on the statue, Tang Zhen could clearly feel the cold aura wandering in the temple, constantly surging towards the statue he was looking at. Then, the statue began to change. Its eyes shot out a strange light, as if it had come to life. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that this was actually a high-grade illusion. It could blind one's eyes and cause one to fall into an illusion. Soon after, more dark energy began to appear around Tang Zhen's body. They silently surged over and wrapped around Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was still standing at the same spot, but the surrounding scenery had changed. The god statues in the hall seemed to have all disappeared. In fact, those god statues were still in the same place. Only the god statue that Tang Zhen had been staring at earlier slowly floated to a position less than a meter in front of him. Tang Zhen's face was at a loss as he looked in front of him. He did not seem to be aware of the changes that had occurred in his surroundings. Instead, he had fallen into an illusion. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, a trace of ridicule and disdain flashed in the eyes of the god statue. It was as if Tang Zhen was an ant that could be crushed and stepped on as he pleased. Unknowingly, the figure and appearance of the god statue kept on changing as if it wanted to transform into the appearance of the god in Tang Zhen's heart. However, after a few seconds, the statue's expression began to change. First, it was suspicious, then shocked, and then it turned into horror. When he looked at Tang Zhen, it was as if he was looking at a flood and a ferocious beast. His eyes were filled with fear. Tang Zhen's eyes, which were previously unfocused, had suddenly become incomparably sharp. They were like blades as they pierced towards the god statue in front of him. "You've been changing for a long time. Have you found out who the god I worship is?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words that were filled with ridicule and his eyes that were as cold and sharp as knives, the god statue actually emitted a strange cry. It turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. 2052 Not worthy of being an opponent. 1. At the moment when the god statue turned around and fled, Tang Zhen raised his hand and waved it forward. Immediately after, a silver chain appeared out of thin air. The moment the chain appeared, it danced in the air like a snake and wrapped around the statue that was trying to escape. After the statue was tied up, the silver chain split into 6 and tied to the 6 metal pillars around it. The statue was tightly bound and struggled to escape, but it could not move at all. Then, the silver chain began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, it had entered the statue's body, causing its body to twist and deform like a bamboo joint. The flame did not seem to have any temperature, but the statue let out a shrill cry, as if it was in extreme pain. "Lowly Desperer, you actually dared to hurt me." The god statue that was tied up roared loudly. Its eyes that emitted a blood light stared at Tang Zhen and were filled with endless killing intent. However, Tang Zhen was able to see that behind those fierce eyes, there was actually an intense fear and terror hidden. "So what if I hurt you?" Tang Zhen's eyes were similarly ice-cold with a trace of killing intent. Such a situation was rare for him. If he could figure out the truth and confirm that it was this statue that had lost his memory, he would definitely make it pay a terrible price. "This is my territory. If you want to leave this place alive, you'd better get rid of these damn chains. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The trapped statue continued to roar, its expression twisted to the extreme. Obviously, in addition to anger, it was also suffering unspeakable pain. It was completely unaware that the flames on the silver chains were born according to Tang Zhen's will. It could refine anything in the world, and the damage to the soul was especially obvious. Tang Zhen had already seen through the god statue's true appearance. Therefore, he conjured the flame shackles to deal with this fellow who wanted to scheme against him. As expected, after the statue was bound by the silver chains, it immediately became agitated and restless, because it was suffering in pain every second. It knew very well that if it couldn't get rid of the silver chains, it wouldn't take long for it to be burned to death. Tang Zhen merely sneered when he heard the god statue's threat. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Seeing that Tang Zhen was not intimidated by it, the god statue could not help but become angry from embarrassment as it emitted a mournful roar. Then, from the shadows of the ancient temple, distorted figures rushed out and headed straight for Tang Zhen's position. These distorted figures were tall and covered in black smoke. They were the statues that had been placed in the hall before. The purpose of their existence was actually to be used as a temporary vessel, allowing the evil spirit trapped by the silver chains to freely possess its body. However, at this moment, these god statues were injected with crazy and distorted souls. They were filled with the desire to kill and could not wait to devour Tang Zhen's flesh and blood. The original appearance of the statue had disappeared, and in its place were twisted faces that opened their mouths to let out mournful roars. The roars reverberated in the ancient temple, making the atmosphere even gloomier. Coupled with the grotesque and variegated illusions, it was like the Nine Serenities' hell. Tang Zhen's brows twitched when he saw the distorted faces of these god statues. At the same time, he saw arrows wrapped in white flames floating around his body. "Exterminate." Following Tang Zhen's fierce roar, those arrows flew out and pierced the god statues one after another. After the first wave of arrows was shot, a second wave of arrows appeared out of thin air, forming an endless dense arrow rain. The god statues were shod like porcupines, and they all let out mournful wails. Under the white flames, they were instantly burned to ashes. They're just a bunch of stray dogs. Even if their combat strength has increased greatly under the drive of hatred, they can't even withstand a single blow. Tang Zhen coldly said. Under the illumination of the blazing fire, he could already see the piles of corpses in the corner. There was no need to look closely to know that they were the remnants of the kingdom of God who had escaped into the ancient temple, but they were all dead now. They took the risk to seek protection, but never thought that they would lose their lives. They must have been filled with despair before they died. What was even more unexpected was that even their souls after death were used as battle puppets. He wanted to kill Tang Zhen with a vengeful heart and take revenge for the destruction of his city and home. However, he did not expect that he would be burned to ashes by the white flames the moment they exchanged blows. It could only be said that the level of this battle was too high. At best, they could only be regarded as cannon fodder. Even their masters were facing the danger of being killed. The god statue that was bound by the chains was shocked when it saw Tang Zhen easily burn the god statue to ashes. It did not expect that the monster it had created would be so weak. Originally, he wanted to rely on these vengeful spirits to delay Tang Zhen and wait for an opportunity to find a way to get out of this predicament. Now, it seemed that he had clearly underestimated Tang Zhen. However, it was precisely because of this that the god statue realized how terrifying Tang Zhen was. It knew that if it did not think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of it, it would be difficult for it to escape death. In the past, it was always the one who controlled the life and death of others. Now, it was being controlled by others. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable and felt extremely humiliated. However, this was a matter of life and death. No matter how unwilling it was, it could only grit its teeth and bear it. Tang Zhen, what exactly do you want? The statue that was bound by chains growled in a low voice. The fact that it could say this proved that it had admitted defeat. You know my name. It seems like there's something wrong with you. The moment the illusion disappeared, the angry roar of the leader of the sly cavalry came from behind him. At the same time, there was the howl of a monster. At this moment, he was waving his blood-red saber and fighting with a group of monsters that had rushed into the temple. His body was covered in blood and minced meat, and the ground was covered in blood. The reason why these monsters were able to charge into the ancient temple was clearly because of the god statue's mischief. It was attempting to use it to attack Tang Zhen. However, due to the presence of the leader of the sly cavalry, the monsters did not rush over. Instead, they were held back by him at the entrance of the ancient temple. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, flicked his hand and threw out a white fireball, which smashed into the group of monsters. After the fireball landed, it slithered around like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it burned the flames to ashes. The leader of the sly cavalry, who was covered in injuries, turned around and cupped his fists at Tang Zhen. After that, he sat cross-legged on the ground. The monsters seemed to have gone crazy and attacked fearlessly. Even the leader of the sly cavalry, who was equipped with a blood-red saber, had a hard time blocking them. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had resolved the situation quickly. Otherwise, if this dragged on for a while longer, the leader of the sly cavalry would not just be injured. It was very likely that he would lose his life under the attack of the monsters. After resolving the crisis of the leader of the sly cavalry, Tang Zhen turned his gaze to the god statue that was tied up in chains. He seemed to be in no hurry. The two gazes met, and a silent confrontation seemed to begin. The god statue was unusually anxious in its heart. However, it did not want to appear too anxious in case it allowed Tang Zhen to control it. Therefore, it could only endure its anger and pain and wait slowly. At the same time, it kept thinking of ways to escape the shackles of the silver chains. However, the silver chain was extremely firm, and it could not break free no matter how hard it tried. At this moment, Tang Zhen's voice sounded. It was as cold and stern as the harsh winter. Since you know my name, you obviously know more. I'll give you a chance to tell me everything you know. If you dare to hold back or try to deceive me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The god statue's body trembled slightly when it heard Tang Zhen's voice that was filled with anger. It knew that this was definitely not a threat. If he didn't follow Tang Zhen's request, perhaps in the next second, it would turn into ashes just like the monster at the door. 2053 Tang Zhen's origin. 1. After hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the spirit body within the statue was clear that it was already in a situation where it was at the mercy of others. Can you tell me what you want to know? The god statue was actually asking the obvious. It was obvious that at this moment, it was still deliberately playing tricks. Or perhaps it knew that this was its only trump card, and if it said it so easily, its existence would be worthless. Tang Zhen merely quietly looked at the god statue. He wanted to see how long this fellow could be stubborn. Before you get what you want, you have to at least remove the chains on me. Otherwise, I won't say a word even if I have to die. After seeing that Tang Zhen did not have any reaction, the god statue roared again. It was truly unable to endure the pain of its soul burning and began to lose control of its emotions. Tang Zhen snapped his fingers, and the white flames on the chains instantly disappeared. The statue also heaved a sigh of relief, as if it had been relieved of a heavy burden. In this short period of time, it had almost lost half of its life. The fear it had for Tang Zhen had become more and more serious. While it was thinking about how to escape, it was also secretly worried that it would suffer more painful torture if its escape plan failed. Tell me, how did you know my name? What else do you know? The god statue did not dare to hesitate any longer. It must give Tang Zhen a satisfactory answer now. Otherwise, the flames on the silver chains might rise again at any time. After experiencing the excruciating pain, it didn't want to suffer such terrible torture again. Its soul power was being consumed like lamp oil, and it was worse than death. The reason why I know your name is because the moment you entered the temple, information about your origins would automatically appear in my consciousness. Under normal circumstances, I would know the god you believe in, your experience in this place, and where you fell to the ground. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he spoke to the statue in a cold voice. That's all you know. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's not enough to exchange for your life. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the god statue could not help but be flustered and exasperated. It hurriedly explained loudly, isn't it enough to know this? If you know your origin, you will have the opportunity to recall other lost memories. If I'm not wrong, you've probably recovered a part of your original memory, such as the means you've used. If you didn't have these methods, you wouldn't be my opponent in this temple. Tang Zhen coldly laughed and did not continue to debate with the god statue on this issue. Instead, he let it talk about his origin. The truth was indeed as the god statue had said. Under the situation where Tang Zhen had recovered some of his memories, if he was able to know his own origin, he would be able to deduce some useful information from one example. You don't need to worry about these things. Just tell me what you know, and at the same time, tell me what is going on with you in this ancient temple. The god statue seemed to be a little hesitant in the face of Tang Zhen's request. However, it still slowly opened its mouth and spoke. You were originally an ordinary person from a small plane. However, due to some unexpected reasons, you entered a rather terrifying world. There were countless cultivators in that world, and the strong could destroy the world. At the same time, there were many magical buildings. You have a very high status in that world and control countless cultivators. The land you own is not much worse than a plane. I saw a scene. Many planes were occupied and destroyed by you and your subordinates. Countless native creatures died. You were able to enter the city of despair because you discovered a crack in the god kingdom after destroying a plane. The fear in the god statue's eyes became more and more intense when it said this. It looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of it, as if it was looking at a terrifying great demon king. When it first saw Tang Zhen, it thought that he was an ordinary despaired person. Therefore, it did not pay much attention to him. However, when it was about to use an illusion to deceive Tang Zhen and modify it, it was suddenly shocked by Tang Zhen's origin. This was especially so when it discovered that Tang Zhen was not a deserter, but a peerless expert who had barged into this place through the crack in the divine kingdom. The divine statue immediately realized that something was wrong. An unexpected intruder like Tang Zhen was definitely not someone that it could control. This was because an expert like him did not have any worship for gods from the very core. Without the fanatical worship of the gods, it would not have any reverence in its heart. It also could not seduce and deceive Tang Zhen. In fact, the moment it saw Tang Zhen, it had already made up its mind to transform Tang Zhen into a monster like the leader of the Sly Cavalry. As for the option of transforming into a god's apostle, it was only something that had to be mentioned according to the rules, but the decision was in its hands. Without supervision, even if they handed over enough god stones, it would not issue a pass to a god's apostle. To put it bluntly, it was stealing from its own people. It secretly kept these god stones and tricked those desperators who entered the city of despair for special reasons and had the opportunity to become God's apostle. For hundreds of years, the statue evil spirit had been doing this, but there had never been any changes. In this forest, who knew how many desperate souls had died, all thanks to it? Of course, it could not speak of this matter. Otherwise, it would definitely be unable to escape death once Tang Zhen found out. Tang Zhen's brows were tightly knitted when he heard the description of his origin from the statue. Although the statue's words were vague, he still managed to recall some things. Unconsciously, his eyes became sharper and sharper, and a terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. The terrifying evil chi that slowly condensed when he stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood and swept across all the major plains made the temperature in the ancient temple drop rapidly. This obvious change immediately attracted the attention of the statue of the evil spirit and the leader of the sly cavalry. Their expressions became extremely serious. Tang Zhen was only a step away from becoming a creator. Right now, he could already easily use his will to create things. The changes in his emotions could affect the surrounding environment. It could be said to be extremely normal. If it was a creator-level expert, he could easily summon the wind, clouds, and thunder with a single thought. Even if he didn't do it personally, it would still be a moving natural disaster. Only those who had personally experienced such a terrifying scene could have the most direct feeling. The god statue closest to Tang Zhen started to shiver uncontrollably. Under the influence of that terrifying aura, he felt as though his body was about to collapse. What level is this guy? How can he be so terrifying? The god statue evil spirit could not help but secretly feel some regret. If it had known earlier, it really should not have told Tang Zhen's origin. That way, the current situation would not have occurred. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He shouted at Tang Zhen in horror and despair, "Damn it, what do you want? I've already told you what you wanted to know. What else do you want?" Who knew that Tang Zhen had already rushed over the moment these words left his mouth? At the same time, he extended his hand and grabbed the head of the god statue. "I think you have a lot of things you haven't told me, but I just remembered one thing. After I kill people, I can easily read their memories. Since that's the case, there's no point in keeping you alive, so you'd better obediently die." Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when the head of the god statue instantly exploded. Immediately after, a black figure was pulled in his hand. This black shadow was the god statue evil spirit. The god statue evil spirit that was caught was still struggling and roaring angrily. However, Tang Zhen simply ignored it. His 5 fingers deeply pierced into the black shadow and instantly absorbed it. "Tang Zhen, you will not die a good death." The moment before it disappeared, the statue evil spirit was still cursing, but it seemed so weak, as if it was unwilling to give up. 2054 Outbreak of Evil Thoughts 1. After absorbing the ancient temple's evil spirit, Tang Zhen stood still on the spot. The expression on his face was uncertain. It was only now that he realized that it was easy to kill the evil spirit, but absorbing it had brought him a lot of trouble. He had once absorbed the blood essence of countless evil demons in the evil demon plane to forcibly increase his cultivation base and realm. In the end, his wish was fulfilled. The problem was that doing so had quite a bit of hidden danger, and it had not been completely eliminated. It was just that he had long forgotten about this matter. At this moment, after absorbing the memories of the evil spirit in the ancient temple, because it was also extremely yin and evil, it was like a trigger that destroyed the seal that Tang Zhen had set up. All kinds of negative and evil thoughts kept flashing in his mind. Greed, bloodlust, resentment, and desire. All kinds of thoughts were like the most evil poison, constantly eroding his mind. The current Tang Zhen could become a devil with a single thought. At the moment of the accident, he had been trying hard to suppress the negative emotions in his heart. Obviously, he did not want to become a demon seed driven by evil desires and act without scruples. The entire process was extremely difficult. However, Tang Zhen still held the upper hand. However, his mood was not relaxed. It was better to expel it than to block it. This kind of thing sealed in the body was a hidden danger. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind that he must immediately get rid of them. Otherwise, it might bring him great trouble at some point in time. If it were to erupt at a critical moment in the battle, it could even take his life. He absolutely could not be underestimated. Tang Zhen's abnormal behavior was very obvious. When the leader of the sly cavalry beside him saw this, he immediately revealed a nervous expression. He knew just how strong Tang Zhen was. If Tang Zhen were to lose control, there would be no one who would be able to subdue him. He couldn't either. Once they really fought, he would definitely be killed in seconds. He didn't care about the life and death of others, but when it came to his own safety, the leader of the Sly Cavalry couldn't help but care. Just as the leader of the Sly Cavalry was secretly worried, Tang Zhen suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at him with blood-red eyes. When he saw the eyes, the leader of the Sly Cavalry suddenly froze and could not move at all. At this moment, he felt as if he was wrapped in endless malice. It was as if a terrifying chill was seeping out of his bone marrow. At the same time that he was shocked, the fear in the leader's heart grew even stronger. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would kill him in the next moment. Although the original Tang Zhen made people fear him, his eyes were clear, and he did things fairly and magnanimously. This made people sigh in admiration. However, at this moment, he was full of evil energy, as if he was a super demon who regarded human lives as grass and had an unpredictable mood. In such a state, what could he not do? At this moment, Tang Zhen suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I have something I need your help with. If you can do it, I can give you a great opportunity. If you can't do it, then leave immediately, as far away as you can." The leader of the Sly Cavalry was stunned, but he quickly regained his senses and nodded firmly. "Sir, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Even if I have to give up my life, I will try my best to do it." Whether it was Tang Zhen's gift of the battle blade or his help, the leader of the Sly Cavalry was very convinced. Therefore, he did not hesitate to nod his head after hearing Tang Zhen's words and did not hesitate to escape. Seeing that the leader of the Bazaar Cavalry was so determined, Tang Zhen nodded his head lightly and spoke in an emotionless tone, "I'm going to release something next. They're all formed by evil thoughts. What you need to do is help me kill them all. The reason I'm not doing anything is because I need to suppress them with all my strength. That's why I'm asking for your help. If you're ready, then be on your guard and we'll start now." Just as the leader of the Sly Cavalry nodded his head again, Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Then, a mysterious rune appeared on his battle sword. At the same time, a set of blood-red armor appeared on the body of the leader of the Sly Cavalry. It looked ferocious, and there were 7 colored runes flashing continuously on the surface. This set of equipment can improve your fighting strength and deal with those things more efficiently. "Now, they're coming." Just as Tang Zhen's voice fell, the leader of the Sly Cavalry saw dark and distorted figures suddenly appear around him. They carried with them a soaring resentment, and their bodies were covered with eyes of different sizes, shooting out brutal rays of light. These are vengeful spirits formed from distracting thoughts. They are afraid of masculine flames. The saber in your hand is their nemesis. Kill them now. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the leader of the Sly Cavalry did not hesitate. He immediately waved his blade and slashed at the vengeful spirits. When they saw the leader of the Sly Cavalry charging at them, the vengeful spirits let out shrill cries and pounced at him like crazy. Tears of blood flowed out of their eyes, and 7 or 8 tongues stuck out of their open mouths. They were also covered with human head-like things, looking extremely disgusting. The demonic sound that filled one's mind kept coming, making one dizzy and hallucinating. However, the leader of the Sly Cavalry was also a spiritual monster, and with the equipment he had on him, he was completely immune to these attacks. With just a light slash, he cut the nearest vengeful spirit into 2. However, the vengeful spirit did not die, but turned into 2 new vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits can't be killed easily, but every time they're defeated, they'll become weaker until they're finally killed by the rune flames on the saber. Tang Zhen's voice rang out once more, notifying the leader of the Sly Cavalry who was fighting. The other party had indeed discovered that the color of the vengeful spirit that had split up again had dimmed a little. It was not the time to think too much. The vengeful spirits were already in front of him, and when their attacks landed on his body, black smoke kept rising. The leader of the Sly Cavalry didn't have time to think. He continued to wave his saber and slash around. At this moment, he was surrounded and didn't need to find the enemy's position. Tang Zhen stood at the side, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Every time he saw the leader of the Sly Cavalry slow down or suffer serious injuries, he would raise his hand and throw a blood-colored ball of light. After the ball of light landed on his body, the leader of the Sly Cavalry immediately became as lively as a dragon and a tiger, and his combat power increased greatly. At first, there was still a trace of worry in his heart. He was afraid that he would run out of energy or be killed after being seriously injured. However, from the looks of it now, he did not need to worry at all. Tang Zhen would not allow him to face a battle where he would definitely die. That would be completely meaningless. Although he was the one who contributed, the leader of the sly cavalry did not complain. Instead, he became more courageous as the battle progressed. He was pleasantly surprised to find that in the process of killing the vengeful spirits, there were traces of pure energy continuously entering his body. If this state continued, his strength would increase rapidly and he would become the true overlord of this forest. The opportunity that Tang Zhen had mentioned might be referring to this. As time passed, the number of vengeful spirits in the ancient temple increased, and the leader of the sly cavalry was completely surrounded. Although he seemed to be in grave danger, he was like a reef standing in the middle of a stormy sea, unable to be destroyed. Compared to the beginning, the color of the vengeful spirits' bodies was getting lighter and lighter, and there were fewer and fewer eyes on their bodies. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, knew that he no longer needed to worry about the leader of the bizarre cavalry. As long as he survived the initial predicament, he would become stronger and stronger. However, how could the evil thoughts that he had to personally suppress be defeated so easily? The vengeful spirits in front of him were only the weakest kind. 2055 The origin of the City of Despair. 1. Clearing the distracting thoughts in the evil demon blood essence was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Tang Zhen only needed to release a portion of it to allow himself to move freely. Although this kind of thing was a scourge, if used well, it could be used as a weapon to kill enemies. If these evil distracting thoughts had appeared earlier, Tang Zhen wouldn't have needed to use the monsters in the forest to clean up the city. He would only need to release the monsters formed by these distracting thoughts. If he really did that, no one in the city would be able to escape. It would instantly become a ghost town. After all, the source of these evil thoughts came from the powerful cultivators of the demonic plane. Although they were not as strong as the world of Lusheng, they were not too weak. It could be said that these distracting thoughts were heart demons that were absorbed along with the blood essence. Because of the nature of fiend cultivators, the danger level was higher. If Tang Zhen really released all of them, the leader of the sly cavalry, who was only an ordinary general in his previous life, would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. However, such a thing was a double-edged sword. If he had a choice, Tang Zhen would definitely not use it unless he could completely control it. Tang Zhen diverted a bit of attention to monitor the situation of the battlefield. At the same time, he was also sorting out the memories of the evil spirit in the ancient temple. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. It turned out that this evil spirit's true identity was actually a god's slave, and its mission was to protect this ancient temple. As for the master of the evil spirit, he was the creator of the City of Despair, a special god who claimed to have countless clones and was omnipotent. His clones were scattered across many planes and worlds, and he attracted many fanatical believers through means such as performing miracles. When the believers had gathered enough power of faith, they would trigger the runic magic circle on the statues and automatically construct a teleportation channel to the City of Despair. Without the knowledge of the fanatics, they were sucked into this special world and then accepted the test of this god. If they could successfully pass the test, they would obtain unexpected benefits, but if they failed, they would end up in a very miserable state. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. While one obtained benefits, they were bound to pay a sufficient price. This was a very normal thing. However, at some point in time, this world suddenly changed, and chaos officially began. The world that was originally called a divine kingdom gradually became a city of despair, and everything that had been there changed completely. The biggest victims were these fanatical believers, also known as the despaired. Under normal circumstances, desperators would have a large number of servants specially trained by the gods to serve them and tell them what they were going to do. The cities in the god nation were also prepared for the despaired, allowing them to undergo the first test. Desperators could obtain god stones here. After meeting certain conditions, they could obtain the qualifications to become the god's apostle and officially begin the god's trial. However, after the incident, the servants of these gods began to hate the desperators and took the resources that were originally prepared for them for themselves. They also specifically hunted them down. They called themselves the remnants of the divine kingdom and tried to seize the qualifications of the god's apostle in an attempt to obtain more benefits. However, the remnants of the kingdom of God soon discovered that the divine stones produced by the City of Despair could only be excavated by despairing people. They, the servants of the gods, were not qualified to touch them at all. In desperation, the remnants of the God nation began to change their strategy. They no longer hunted down despairing people. Instead, they captured them and threw them into the mine, forcing them to dig out divine stones for their own use. This situation became more and more intense, and eventually led to the entire God's kingdom falling into chaos, beyond control. The original God country had also become a purgatory. The oppressed despaired tried to fight back. They fought and killed the remnants of Scandinavia, and gradually gained an advantage. Although they had lost their original memories, these desperators from different planes still had considerable strength, and their combat power was not much weaker than that of the remnants of the divine kingdom. Since more than 90% of the Deceppers had entered from the Street of Despair, the battle there was especially intense. In the end, all the remnants of God's kingdom on the 6 streets of despair were killed. The panicking remnants of the divine kingdom evacuated in an emergency and used some of the authority they had to find ways to build the city gates to stop the despairing people from advancing. The victorious despaired ones were equivalent to being imprisoned. As time passed, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for them. At this moment, there was another change, and it was caused by the remnants of the divine kingdom. Although the kingdom of God's survivors had been completely massacred on the Street of Despair, under the influence of a mysterious force, the killed kingdom of God's survivors began to reappear in a strange way, and they were thinking of ways to take revenge on the despairing people. Originally, desperators only needed to pass the test of their mission to obtain the proof reward. Even if they failed, they did not have to pay too much of a price. But now, after the deserter failed, he had to pay the price with his life, and the test content had become more and more strange and tricky. The dead desperators were forcibly transformed into night patrollers, who turned around to deal with their own kind like zombie puppets. In fact, if it were not for the restrictions of the rules, these remnants of the kingdom of God would have taken even crazier and more cruel means, instead of only being able to commit murder at night like now. Due to the lack of resources and the harsh environment, the desperate people's situation became more and more difficult, and the strength of the remnants of the kingdom of God continued to increase until they completely controlled the entire kingdom of God's long street. While the remnants of the kingdom of God rebelled, the God slaves in the ancient temple, who were responsible for issuing passes to the despairing people, also began to have their own plans. Under normal circumstances, after the desperators entered the city, they could mine ores or kill monsters in order to obtain the divine stones as a reward. When a certain standard was reached, one could go to the ancient temple, exchange for a pass to the trial area, and officially become a God's apostle. When the desperators took out a fixed number of divine stones, it proved that they had enough ability to participate in the trial. At this time, the divine slave in charge of the ancient temple only needed to collect the divine stones and issue the pass. However, after the incident, the God slaves of the ancient temple added an option without permission. In addition to becoming the messenger of God, they could also choose to become monsters. Furthermore, he only had one chance to choose. He had to make a choice, or he would be punished. Most of the despaired people did not have enough divine stones. After all, the mine was controlled by the remnants of Scandinavia, so they had no way of obtaining it. Being forced to do so, the desperators could only become the monsters of the forest. This way, they could at least avoid the predicament of being hunted down by the remnants of the divine kingdom. One could only imagine how helpless and painful it was for those who were desperate to make a choice. In fact, even if they had enough divine stones in their hands, the God slave would not act according to the rules. Instead, they would keep the divine stones for their own use and find a way to kill the despaired person. There was more than one ancient temple in the city of despair. They were in cahoots and had harmed countless despaired people. The divine slaves who had obtained enough divine stones began to transform their forms, becoming like spirits, trying to live longer. They had done it, but they were evil spirits, cruel and greedy, and they went from bad to worse in harming despairing people. In such a dangerous environment, it became more and more difficult for those who were desperate, and their only way out was blocked. Although the God slaves and the remnants of the God kingdom were arrogant, there was one area that they could not influence, and that was the area where the God apostles were. As long as the despaired entered that place, they would be free of all restraints and no longer have to suffer. If they could overcome all the obstacles and obtain the final reward, they would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. However, after such a long time, more and more remnants of the kingdom of God had entered that area. Now, he didn't know what it had become. Perhaps that place had already become the world of the remnants of the kingdom of God. The despaired were still the same as here, suppressed to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. 2056 The hope of the despairing one. After knowing the origin of the evil spirit of the ancient temple, a trace of coldness flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. He knew that he did not kill the innocent. Just based on what this guy had done, he deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Not only the evil spirits of the ancient temple, but also the remnants of the kingdom of God were considered traitors, or thieves. It was because they didn't follow the rules and brazenly robbed things that didn't belong to them. They also killed the desperators. Perhaps the remnants of the kingdom of God thought that they were qualified to enjoy these things, but the problem was that the original owner of the items did not allow it. At the end of the day, they were just servants, dedicated to serving the believers of God. But when their master was no longer around, they immediately raised their butcher's knife to the honored guest. Under such circumstances, no matter how good the reasons given by the remnants of the kingdom of God were, they could not be absolved of their crimes. Of course, the judge wasn't Tang Zhen. Even if they wanted to pursue the matter, it would be something that those who were truly in despair would do. However, if it was a coincidence, Tang Zhen did not mind asking for an explanation on behalf of the despairing people and making these remnant citizens of Scandinavia pay the price they deserved. Although he had figured out the origin of the city of despair and all kinds of dirty things, his memory of himself had not been fully restored. What he knew was also what the evil spirit of the ancient temple knew, and it had been confirmed. At the same time, after knowing his own origin, there were some fragmented memories that appeared, but they were not of much help to Tang Zhen. However, he could at least confirm one thing, and that was that the god's strength was far beyond his own. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to seal his memories so thoroughly. The thing he wanted to know the most was still why he had come here and what he wanted to do. Fortunately, compared to his previous confusion, Tang Zhen could at least be sure of one thing. He had definitely taken the initiative to enter the city of despair. With the ability to create things. With his mind, it was impossible for him to be attracted to any item. Only by increasing his strength would he be interested. To cultivators, the most important thing was to improve their strength. Tang Zhen believed that he was no exception. Since there was a trial area prepared for divine apostles in the city of despair, and they would get enough benefits after passing it, was that why he was here? Tang Zhen felt that the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, he would definitely not risk his life for no reason. Just as he was frowning and deep in thought, an angry roar came from beside him. Then, the vengeful spirits in the ancient temple were suddenly wrapped in raging flames. The leader of the sly cavalry had already killed them countless times. This was a purification process in itself. The more they were killed, the better the purification effect. With shrill screams, these vengeful spirits turned into ashes and fell to the ground. A group of firefly-like light spots slowly floated up from the ashes and flew around the ancient temple. They were the purest form of energy after the evil thoughts had been purified, and they were very helpful in increasing one's strength. In the blink of an eye, the light spots flew into the body of the leader of the sly cavalry one after another, causing him to let out a wild roar of excitement. At this moment, the leader of the sly cavalry clearly felt that his strength had greatly increased. Even if he were to face a group of high-level monsters, he would not be afraid. Turning to look at Tang Zhen, the leader of the sly cavalry's eyes were filled with gratitude. He did not expect that the gains from this trip would be so huge. How do you feel? If we can continue fighting, I'll release the second batch of malevolent thought monsters. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the leader of the sly cavalry immediately nodded his head. There was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. His desire for battle had never been as strong as it was now. He wanted to kill him for 3 days and 3 nights. In the gloomy ancient temple, the light suddenly became dark, and one after another, bloated monsters appeared. These monsters looked extremely strange. They had beautiful female heads, but their fat bodies were so swollen that their mouths were covered. They looked like a ball of festering meat. The moment these evil thought monsters appeared, a foul smell immediately filled the ancient temple, as if a room full of corpses were hidden there. The leader of the sly cavalry let out a loud roar. His entire being was filled with fighting spirit. Even when he was facing a large number of monsters, he was not afraid at all. Tang Zhen only watched quietly from the side. Whenever the leader of the sly cavalry was in a bad situation, he would give a helping hand in time. The killing continued all the way until night fell before it finally ended. Tang Zhen had also finally successfully suppressed the remaining evil thoughts and was able to move freely without being affected. Although the hidden danger had not been completely eliminated, it was no longer a cause for concern and would not erupt easily. As for the leader of the Sly Cavalry, he did not look tired at all. Instead, he was in high spirits. The reward he obtained from killing the monster had far exceeded his expectations. It was indeed as Tang Zhen had said. This was a great opportunity. Let's go, we're going back to the city. Tang Zhen looked at the leader of the Sly Cavalry, whose body was even more burly. His entire body was emitting a sharp killing intent as he smiled and nodded. The other party had helped him solve his problem, and he had also obtained sufficient benefits. Presumably, from today onwards, he would become the true overlord of this forest. Compared to the monsters that only knew how to kill, the leader of the Sly Cavalry was more friendly to the despaired ones. With his presence and restraint, he believed that the monsters in this area would not be too presumptuous. Tang Zhen did not hope that all the despaired people would be rescued, but he could prepare a city for them that belonged to him. At the very least, they would have a place to seek shelter when they were at the end of their rope. To fight against the remnants of the Divine Kingdom and the monsters in the forest and defend the city was undoubtedly a very difficult thing. Under such circumstances, if they could have the help of a forest overlord like the leader of the Sly Cavalry, it would undoubtedly greatly increase their safety. As a passerby, Tang Zhen could only do this much. The despairing people still needed to grasp their own fate. However, Tang Zhen believed that things would be different once he announced the truth and made it known to all the despairing people. The despaired would definitely not be willing to bear the humiliation. Instead, they would choose to fight back and fight for their own rights. As for who would win and who would lose, it was still impossible to determine. After hearing Tang Zhen's instructions, the leader of the Sly Cavalry bowed and made way for him. Tang Zhen was just about to leave when he suddenly frowned. He turned his head and looked at a corner behind him. The memory of the evil spirit in the ancient temple suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed that the consciousness it had collected was hidden somewhere in the temple. Tang Zhen turned around and walked toward the location in his memory. He casually waved his hand and the carved stone slab on the ground was lifted by an invisible force. In the secret room, there was a large pile of shiny god stones and a god's apostle pass. To Tang Zhen, these things were actually not of much use. However, since he had come across them, there was naturally no reason for him to miss them. With a light wave of his hand, the items on the ground disappeared in an instant and were kept into his special storage space. The moment he knew of his identity, Tang Zhen recalled many cultivation skills, including this storage method. For a cultivator of his level, storing items was a simple method. Perhaps it was because he used it often that he could easily remember it and cast it in an incomparably smooth manner. After putting away the divine stone and the pass, Tang Zhen walked towards the entrance of the ancient temple. In the process of walking, flames constantly rose around his body. By the time they walked out of the main entrance, the entire ancient temple was already in a sea of fire. Under the burning of the flames, it was completely turned into a pile of ruins. 2057 Tang Zhen's arrangement. 1. On the way back, Tang Zhen mentioned that he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The leader of the Sly Cavalry to help protect the city, and the other party nodded to show that there was no problem. As long as he was in the forest, he would protect the city. At the very least, he could ensure that the monsters in the forest were restrained and would not cause any damage to the city. If it was in the past, the leader of the Sly Cavalry might not have the confidence to agree. After all, there were many powerful monsters in this forest. However, things were different now. His strength had greatly increased and he had enough power to make promises. The most important point was that Tang Zhen would not let him pay for nothing. The leader of the Sly Cavalry would get a certain share of the divine stones produced by the mines in the city every year. After all, the gods' stone could only be obtained by the despaired. No one, be it the survivors of the divine kingdom or the monsters, could excavate it. Therefore, compared to occupying the mine, this method of obtaining the divine stones was more secure, and it was enough for the leader of the Sly Cavalry to use for his cultivation. Besides, the leader of the Sly Cavalry owed him a favor, not those despairing people. There was no relationship of interest between the two sides. There would always be a time when favors were used up, and only by tying them together with benefits was the true long-term path. How could Tang Zhen not see through this? Therefore, he did not let the leader of the sly cavalry pay in vain to avoid any more changes after he had used up all his favors. Just by paying a portion of the god's stone, he could obtain a powerful guardian. Even if those who were desperate knew about this, they would definitely agree. The return journey was extremely smooth. As the leader of the sly cavalry had a stronger aura, they did not encounter a single monster. It was obvious that they had all fled when they sensed the danger. When they returned to the city gate, the Bizarro Knights who had stayed behind to guard the city gate cheered when they saw the huge change in the leader of the Bizarro Knights, who was obviously more powerful than before. The strength of the leader of the sly cavalry meant that they were strong. After all, they were a whole. At this moment, the horned helmet and the others were still building the city wall. They were carrying large rocks over and stacking them up layer by layer. These boulders alone were not enough to stop the monsters. The Desperators even mixed the powder in the mine with water into a paste and poured it into the cracks. After the mud solidified, it was comparable to high-strength cement and could firmly stick huge rocks together. After that, the surface of the city wall had to be treated and some runic magic circles had to be arranged. Only then could it be considered complete. It was obviously impossible to complete such a huge project in just one day. At most, he could only build the foundation. Fortunately, with the protection of the Bizarro Knights, they no longer had to worry about the monsters in the forest attacking the city at night, and they had enough time to complete the project. After arriving at the city gate, Tang Zhen gathered the horned helmet, dwarf, and the others together and told them the information he had obtained. The group of despaired people who heard the truth all gritted their teeth in anger, wishing they could kill all the remnants of Scandinavia. They believed in the gods of their respective planes, but they did not want to suffer such tribulations. If they had known this earlier, they would not have done such a stupid thing. What a bullshit god. After disappearing, he was still harming people, and he was his own believer. Tang Zhen took out the pile of passes he had obtained from the temple and looked at the people around him, letting them make their own choice. If you want to leave this place, you can choose a pass to go to the trial area of the Divine Apostle. However, I suggest that you don't rush in, because this pass isn't something you can obtain with your true strength. It should be known that those who could enter the trial area were not weak. At the very least, they were spellcasters. You're too weak right now, and you could lose your lives at any time if you enter that trial zone. So, before you enter, you'd better collect enough divine stones and use them to improve your strength. It won't be too late to enter that area after you've gained enough self-protection and confirmed that you can take the trial. The despaired people nodded one after another. It was true. As the enemies they encountered became stronger and stronger, they gradually felt that their strength was not in their control. If it was not for Tang Zhen's existence, whether it was the spellcasters in the city or the monsters in the forest, they would have been easily defeated. Not to mention conquering a city and having the opportunity to obtain precious divine stones to increase one's strength. Although he might obtain more benefits if he followed Tang Zhen, it would not be a good thing if he became a burden to Tang Zhen. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to protect them forever. The enemies he would come into contact with would become stronger and stronger. The distance between him and the despairing people would also grow larger and larger. The two sides were not on the same level, and they had only met by chance, so choosing to retreat was the best way to protect themselves. After seeing the reaction of the midget and the others, Tang Zhen knew their choice. It was obvious that they were prepared to slowly increase their strength in this city before deciding whether or not to head to the trial area. This was also what he hoped to see. After all, in the cultivation world, those who overestimated their own abilities often did not live long. In the cruel world of cultivation, there was no chance for you to accumulate experience. As long as you made a mistake, you could lose your life. Tang Zhen had only met these despaired people by chance. The other party had also followed him and participated in a number of battles. Although they could not be said to have a deep friendship, they were definitely not people that could be ignored like a passerby. It was just something he did in passing. He could provide them with some help and save them from trouble and danger. It was not in vain that they got to know each other, continued to build the city walls. At the same time, be careful of the remnants of the divine kingdom and prevent any sneak attacks. There was more than one city in this world, and there were countless survivors of the kingdom of God. If they received the news that the city had fallen, they might launch an attack. This was not the loss of a city or a land, but the overall situation. The remnants of the kingdom of God would definitely not remain indifferent. Therefore, now was not the time to let down his guard. He had to be prepared to deal with the battle that could happen at any time. The dwarf and the others nodded at the same time. They naturally knew this, but for the sake of their own future, they would protect this city with their lives. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before reminding the midget and the others, "You guys can think of a way to open up a path between this place and the long street of despair and bring in more despairing people." In fact, this matter was not complicated. The vouchers paid by the despairing people when they passed through the city gate would accumulate in the city gate and not disappear automatically. You can recycle the certificate and take it back after giving it to the despairing person. This way, the other party will be qualified to pass through the city gate. Before the change, this method would definitely not work, but now it was worth a try. As long as there were enough desperators, the city would become stronger and stronger. By then, even if they were to face the attack of the remnants of the Divine Kingdom, they would be able to protect the city. As long as you can hold on, this city will become stronger and stronger, so strong that even the remnant citizens of Scandinavia won't dare to provoke it. The dwarf and the others nodded simultaneously. If Tang Zhen's method could be realized, this city that had already been cleared would soon be filled with people. The despaired ones would also have the opportunity to improve their strength, just like before the accident. After obtaining the qualification of God's apostle, they would enter the trial area in groups. If one did not want to participate in the trial and was worried that they would not be able to pass, they could also choose to stay in this city. Without having to worry about the dangers of the night or monster attacks, it was not necessarily a bad thing to be able to spend the rest of his life in this city. At the very least, he would be able to safely wait until the end of his life, and not lose his luck at any time during the trial. Tang Zhen believed that there would be many people who were desperate and would choose to do this. After all, they had already suffered enough. Being able to safely spend the rest of their lives was perhaps what they desired the most. 2058 The end of the road 1 Everything had been arranged properly. There was basically nothing left out. He would retreat once he succeeded. At this moment, it was time for Tang Zhen to leave. Taking down a city and obtaining useful information at the same time, it could be said that he had gained a lot from this battle. Regardless of whether it was Tang Zhen or the despairing person, this was something that was worth being happy about. Tang Zhen didn't plan to take the puppet giant tree away. Although this thing was magical, it wasn't convenient to bring it with him. If it was left to the despairing people, it could still increase their strength. It must be known that if the giant tree puppet went all out, it would be even stronger than the leader of the Bazaar cavalry. The only weakness might be that they couldn't have enough intelligence and complex thinking like real living creatures. Of course, the premise of controlling the giant tree puppet was to absorb enough divine stones. Otherwise, the giant tree puppet could only use the basic fighting methods and could not unleash its full combat power. Fortunately, there was a god stone mine in the city that could support the puppet tree. It should not be a problem. He did not inform anyone when he left. He just walked slowly along the broken road and soon disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, Tang Zhen did not know that there were many silent figures standing on the city wall and street behind him. They were currently bowing and sending him off. The dwarf, Xiao Wu, and the others who had long guessed that Tang Zhen was about to leave didn't open their mouths to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to stay. They only silently bowed and bid farewell. This was because they knew that Tang Zhen had already done enough. Moreover, he did not belong here. They had come quietly, but on a grand scale, leaving behind a legend. Even though many years had passed, one could still hear Tang Zhen's name from the despairing people in this city. To the despairing people, Tang Zhen was a spiritual faith to let them know that the remnants of Scandinavia were nothing more than this. Tang Zhen's current target was the trial area that only God's apostle could enter. However, he did not expect that the process of advancing would not be smooth. Along the way, there were always despairing people who appeared from time to time. They were filled with malice and tried to rob or even kill Tang Zhen. When he passed by the city, there would be officers and soldiers who would try to capture him and throw him into the mine to dig for divine stones. Every time he encountered such a situation, Tang Zhen would directly pull out his knife to solve the problem and would absolutely not waste his breath. He would never show mercy to such an enemy. Sometimes, when he encountered a group of soldiers, Tang Zhen would even directly kill his way into the city and set off a bloody storm. This was the evil thought in his body causing trouble. However, Tang Zhen did not deliberately suppress it. Instead, he relaxed the seal at an appropriate time to prevent it from accumulating and losing control. After killing the remnant of God Nation, Tang Zhen would also enter the mine to rescue the despairing people and take away all the divine stones produced in the mine. This item could be used to set up runic magic circles, so it was good to collect more of it. Who knew when it would come in handy? As Tang Zhen advanced, he passed by over a dozen cities. His fierce reputation also became increasingly prominent. Even his clothes and appearance were spread, painted by professional painters and handed to the soldiers guarding the city gate. The purpose of the remnants of the kingdom of God doing this was not to pursue and capture Tang Zhen, but to remind the soldiers not to provoke him easily after seeing him. This was because the previous example had already proven that as long as Tang Zhen was allowed to pass through the city quietly, nothing would happen. However, if he treated him like the other despaired people and tried to make things difficult for him, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, after learning from their experience, these remnants of Scandinavia put away their arrogance, which was rare. If it was not necessary, they would definitely not provoke him. However, the hatred of the remnants of Scandinavia towards desperators had long been deeply rooted. Even if they were once servants, they still regarded desperators as lowly. It was precisely because they were influenced by this concept that some despaired people began to take the initiative to track Tang Zhen and vowed to kill him to protect the glory of Scandinavia's survivors. At the start, there were only a dozen or so people, but it slowly grew to several hundred. And as they advanced, the number continued to increase. Those who participated in the pursuit were all spellcasters. They believed that they could definitely kill Tang Zhen with their own methods. Just as Tang Zhen was about to reach the trial area, these spellcasters finally caught up to him and launched their attacks without any explanation. There were still a large number of spectators in the distance. They watched the scene of hundreds of spellcasters surrounding Tang Zhen. Each and every one of them was so excited that their breathing quickened. They were certain that Tang Zhen would die without a doubt. However, the result of the battle was beyond the expectations of all the remnants of Scandinavia. In just a few minutes, Tang Zhen had killed all the spellcasters, leaving no one alive. Looking at the corpses that covered the ground, the remnants of the kingdom of God who were watching the battle from afar were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled without hesitation. In their eyes, Tang Zhen was far more terrifying than the most powerful monster in the forest, and they would avoid him like the plague. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with iciness as he looked at the fleeing remnant citizens of Scandinavia. If it wasn't because time didn't allow him to do so, he would definitely let these people have a taste of the consequences of provoking him. However, he wouldn't let these spectators off either. They were all jackals of the same tribe, so it wasn't too much to kill them all. He waved his hand in front of him, and the road immediately burst into flames, engulfing the remnants of the divine kingdom. By the time the flames were extinguished, all that was left was a pile of ashes. The spectators had not even left behind a corpse. Tang Zhen turned around and glanced at the mountain peak behind him that had been chiseled and carved into rows of huge stone statues. He then slowly walked up the stairs. No one knew how many years these giant stone statues had existed. Their surfaces were covered with black traces of erosion from the wind and rain, and some places were even covered in green moss. They looked down at the pedestrians on the road, their eyes full of dignity, warning those who overestimated themselves to leave the area as soon as possible. In the wild grass below the statue, there were countless bones scattered around, many of which had rotted into dregs. It was clear that in the past years, there had been more than one brutal battle here, and the corpses of the losers had been casually thrown away. Over time, it had formed such a terrifying scene that made people feel gloomy and terrifying. Tang Zhen, who was used to seeing a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, was naturally not intimidated by such a scene. At this moment, his eyes were looking at the end of the stairs. There was a huge square there. More than 20 stone pillars stood in the square, their surfaces covered with all kinds of runes, and complex patterns were also faintly visible on the mosses-covered ground. Although he had yet to reach it, Tang Zhen was already certain that this should be a teleportation array. If one wanted to go to the trial area, they had to go through the teleportation array and not walk there directly. Around the teleportation array sat 9 old-looking, long-robed survivors of the divine kingdom. They sat cross-legged as if they were meditating, but their bodies were floating about 3 feet above the ground. 9 ferocious-looking beasts and monsters were currently crouching beside these old men. When they saw Tang Zhen walk in, these ferocious beasts revealed a cruel glint. It was as if in their eyes, Tang Zhen was a delicious food that had been delivered to their door, causing them to be unable to wait to enjoy it. These 9 survivors of the Divine Kingdom dressed as spellcasters were obviously the last barrier to stop the despairing ones, causing them to truly fall into complete despair. The despaired ones who could make it this far were not easy to deal with. Even if they could not become spellcasters, they still had powerful abilities. Especially some special races, who had super strong defense and strong close combat skills. Even the remnants of the God Kingdom would be afraid of them. Therefore, to be able to appear in such a place to guard the last interception point, they were obviously not simple people. Tang Zhen faintly understood where the skeletons under the huge statues came from. Clearly, they were all despaired people who had come here after going through great hardships. Yet, they had collapsed at the last moment with unwillingness in their hearts. Perhaps it was because of the endless resentment in the bones that made people feel gloomy and desolate. 2059 Killing the Guardian 1. The moment Tang Zhen walked in front of the teleportation array, among the 9 spellcasters who seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, the purple-haired old man who was closest to him slowly opened his eyes. Another idiot. It was the first time Tang Zhen had encountered such an arrogant attitude. It's good that you're not coming. My pet hasn't had fresh meat for a long time. It's a good time for a change of taste. After hearing the purple-haired old man's words, the monster next to him that looked like a black panther but had tentacles all over its back immediately let out a low roar, as if to express its gratitude. The purple-haired old man was satisfied with the monster's reaction. He reached out and patted the monster's head. The monster wagged its tail a few times. After which, it turned its head and looked at Tang Zhen. A trace of greed flashed across its eyes. The tentacles on its back continued to shake and its color had also become as red as blood. Go, eat him, and then throw away those stinky bones, so as not to dirty the environment here. The purple-haired old man continued with a loving expression. The monster let out a low roar when it heard this. Soon after, it leapt up from the ground and leapt in front of Tang Zhen. Its saliva continuously dripped down. During the time Tang Zhen had appeared, the other 8 spellcasters did not open their eyes. Only the monsters around them were restless as if they were dissatisfied that they did not get any food. Don't be impatient, it's not your turn yet. If you're hungry, I can get someone to send you a few to satisfy your hunger. The other monsters only stopped growling after hearing this. They obediently lay on the ground and stared at Tang Zhen. The purple-haired old man closed his eyes slowly as if he had settled the matter. He was just a despairing person who didn't know death. He didn't need to do anything at all, because he was not worthy. Who would have thought that just as he closed his eyes, he would hear a shrill scream, causing the purple-haired old man's expression to change slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the monster he had raised had fallen to the ground, and stinky blood was flowing out of its bare neck. As for the monster's head, Tang Zhen held it in his hand and threw it in front of him with a trace of disgust on his face. The monster you raised wanted to bite me, so I taught it a lesson. I wonder if you mind. Tang Zhen spoke to the purple-haired old man with a smile that was not a smile. At the same time, he shook off the trace of blood on his hand. The eyes he used to look at the other party contained a trace of ridicule. The purple-haired old man's face contorted as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. His gaze was like a blade as it landed on Tang Zhen's body. You dare to kill my pet? You really don't know your place. Very good. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll slowly torture you. I want you to suffer pain at all times, constantly wailing and begging for mercy, wishing you could die immediately. The purple-haired elder said in a cold voice as he looked away from the monster's corpse. His expression was indescribably ferocious. Tang Zhen revealed a surprised expression and asked in a puzzled tone, "Oh, it's just a beast. Is there a need for you to be so angry?" The purple-haired old man coldly laughed as if he had sensed the ridicule in Tang Zhen's tone. The way he looked at Tang Zhen was as if he was looking at a corpse. After sizing him up, the purple-haired old man said in a cold tone, "Beast. No, in my eyes, you despairing people are the animals. Even the lives of 1,000 or 10,000 deserters can't be more precious than my pet. So, you have to pay with your life and suffer the pain of death 10,000 times. Otherwise, how can you face my pet?" When the purple-haired old man was speaking, he did not notice that Tang Zhen's eyes were becoming colder and colder. The smile on the corner of his mouth had also gradually disappeared. Looking at the purple-haired old man, Tang Zhen coldly said, Since you care so much about the beast you're raising, I'll let you keep it company. What do you think?" Without waiting for the purple-haired old man to speak, Tang Zhen continued with a cold smile, "In my eyes, you remnant citizens of Scandinavia are the true beasts. You eat the food your master feeds you, but in turn, you bite your master." As a fanatic, the Desperator came to the City of Despair to accept the trial. His status is more than twice that of you servants. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is half a master. You clearly know this, yet you still shamelessly kill your master. Are you really not afraid of retribution? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reproachful question, the few old men who had their eyes closed all this while opened their eyes one after another. They used an ice-cold gaze to look at him. Their killing intent seemed to have materialized. "Laughable. You're too noisy. It's this again, it's really annoying. It's better to quickly kill them so as not to disturb the peace." The 8 spellcasters spoke one after another. At the same time, the monsters around them also leapt from the ground and pounced fiercely at Tang Zhen. Even at this moment, these spellcasters who were guarding the teleportation array still felt that Tang Zhen was not worthy of their help. Tang Zhen was already too lazy to waste time. These spellcasters simply did not look up to despaired people from the bottom of their hearts. There were many despaired people who came here, but in the end, they all turned into a pile of bones, thrown into the wild grass like garbage. The City of Despair was now the world of the remnants of the Kingdom of God. Even if the Desperators had some natural talents or were lucky enough to obtain some opportunities, they still could not turn the world upside down. These arrogant spellcasters did not know that Tang Zhen was not a deserter. They regarded Tang Zhen as an ant, but they did not know that they were the ones who could crush him. Just as they were waiting for Tang Zhen to be torn apart by the monsters, a cold light flashed in front of their eyes. The monsters that were charging towards Tang Zhen were instantly torn apart. In the rising blood mist, the broken pieces of the corpse were like beans that had been spilled, scattered everywhere. The spellcasters who saw this scene could no longer remain calm. They roared in unison and cast their spells to attack Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His left hand raised up an energy shield while his right hand dragged a battle blade that appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged in front of the purple-haired old man. Damn it, how could it be like this? Intense fear flashed across the purple-haired old man's eyes. He let out a loud roar and was about to stand up and retaliate. However, the battle blade in Tang Zhen's hand was more than twice as fast as his speed. Before the purple-haired old man could get up, the blade had already swept across his face, cutting his body in half. After killing the purple-haired old man in one move, Tang Zhen forcefully rushed to the front of the other spellcasters under their terrified gazes. As the blade flashed, the spellcasters were cut down one after another, not a single corpse was intact. When the remaining 2 spellcasters saw this, they turned around and fled without hesitation, their hearts filled with fear. The pride in their hearts had already disappeared. No matter what, they could not believe that a despaired person actually had such terrifying strength. However, the truth was right before their eyes. The 9 spellcasters who guarded the teleportation portal were killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. They did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. In the past years, they were the ones who brought despair to the desperate. They had never thought that one day, they would face such a desperate situation. It's too late to run now. Tang Zhen snorted coldly when he saw the 2 spellcasters running toward the giant stone statue. The shield in his hand suddenly turned into 2 streams of light and shot toward the enemy. With 2 plops, the fleeing spellcasters were beheaded. The headless corpse ran a few more steps before collapsing limply on the pile of bones in the grass. These skeletons were the despaired ones they had killed. However, from this moment on, they would also turn into a pile of bones, no different from each other. Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the spellcaster who had fallen on the ground. He slowly walked to the center of the teleportation array and casually took out a pass. Beams of light flashed on the ground. Lightning snakes danced on the stone pillars, and then a huge light pillar shot up into the sky. By the time the light pillar disappeared, Tang Zhen had also disappeared without a trace. Only corpses were left on the ground, proving that an overwhelming battle had occurred here. 2060 human-headed bird monster. Tang Zhen was very familiar with the feeling of teleportation. He knew that he was heading to a very far place. It was at least 10,000 miles away. No wonder the remnant citizens of Scandinavia were unable to affect the trial area. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the center of a huge teleportation formation. He had clearly reached the end. As far as the eye could see, on the grass around the teleportation array, there were translucent crystals with a flowing light, emitting rainbow-like smoke. In the distance, there were clusters of green weeds with large leaves and flowers of all colors. From time to time, one could see fairy-like creatures flying and shuttling among the flowers. In the sky further away, there were many huge birds flying in circles against the blue background, their colorful tail feathers dragging out streams of light. No matter how one looked at it, it was a scenery like a paradise, making one feel comfortable and leisurely. Tang Zhen could not help but feel a little puzzled when he saw this. This was because the scene in front of him was different from what he had imagined. Could it be that this land, which was like a fairyland and filled with peace, was really a trial ground prepared by the god for his believers? As expected, the city of despair was full of strangeness and couldn't be predicted with common sense. Tang Zhen walked out of the teleportation formation. Just as he was about to see if there was anyone nearby, he suddenly saw a strange bird with a human head swooping down from the sky. After circling in the air twice, the strange bird landed on the ground. It raised its head and glanced at Tang Zhen. A trace of surprise flashed across its face. What the hell are those guys doing? Why are there believers? Its voice was extremely low, but it was still heard by Tang Zhen. He could not help but guess that the human-headed strange bird might have some kind of shady business with the remnants of the divine kingdom. At this moment, the human-headed bird monster had already walked in front of Tang Zhen and said in a sharp voice, "Welcome, God's emissary who has just arrived. I am the guide to this teleportation array. I believe that in the legends of the great gods, you should have heard of my name, and know that I am the most loyal servant of the gods." Tang Zhen wasn't a true believer of the god. Therefore, he didn't know what this guide was. Hence, he only nodded his head gently. The human-headed bird monster did not verify Tang Zhen's true background. Instead, it spoke in a rigid tone as if it was reciting a text. The mission of a god's apostle is to protect the glory of the god and defend the safety of the god's kingdom. There are evil enemies trying to invade the god nation. Please prepare immediately and head to the battlefield to protect the god nation. Tang Zhen frowned slightly as he secretly guessed in his heart. Could this be the true content of the trial? Now, please come with me to collect your weapons and equipment. Then, you will immediately carry out your glorious mission. When the human-headed strange bird said this, it flapped its wings and turned around, wanting to lead the way for Tang Zhen. Wait a moment, Tang Zhen suddenly opened his mouth and called out to the human-headed strange bird that was about to fly away. At the same time, he said in an indifferent voice, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. As far as I know, participating in the trial will give you the corresponding reward. Can you tell me what the so-called reward is and when I can get it?" After hearing Zhen Tang's words, the human-headed bird monster immediately revealed an angry expression and said in a very stern tone, "As a summoner of God, you actually haggle over the matter of protecting the kingdom of God. I can't help but doubt your loyalty to your faith." Tang Zhen coldly looked at the human-headed bird monster as he casually drew the battle blade from his waist. The sharp blade emitted a "kai" sound when it was unsheathed. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you, roast you, and eat you." The human-headed bird monster was shocked. It quickly flapped its wings and dodged far away, afraid that its head would be cut off. "How rude. I've never seen a believer as barbaric as you. You're a lunatic." The human-headed strange bird roared with a sharp voice. It scratched the air with its thick claws, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Tang Zhen's expression did not change. The battle saber in his hand slashed over with lightning speed, cutting off the feathers on the human-headed strange bird's wings. At the same time, flames wrapped around it. The human-headed bird monster shrieked in pain and flapped its wings in an attempt to extinguish the flames. It had a dejected and fearful expression on its face. "You'd better tell me what you're up to with the remnants of Scandinavia. If you dare to hide it, I don't mind turning you into a roasted chicken." As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, he was about to attack, scaring the human-headed bird into retreating. "Damn it, I told you, don't burn me. I lied to those god slaves, saying that they didn't have the right to enter this place and that they would be tortured. They were already feeling guilty, so in order to avoid being punished, they gave me the newcomer award and asked me not to pursue them. It's been a long time since any believers have appeared in this teleportation portal, so I'm sure you don't know about this. I'm planning to secretly keep your reward. I can give you the reward now. Of course, if you don't want it, you can give it to me for free, and you'll get my blessing." When the human-headed bird monster said this, it turned around and jumped forward in a fit of pique. Tang Zhen sheathed his battle blade when he saw this and followed closely behind. Tang Zhen took a glance and discovered that the quality was ordinary. It was inscribed with the most basic runes. After that, the human-headed bird jumped into the temple through a small door with a dark face. It then came back out with a bag in its claws. The feathers that had been burnt off had also been restored, but its expression was still very ugly. The human-headed strange bird threw the bag on the stone platform and said in an unpleasant tone, "This is the reward for your newbie. There's a total of 100 divine stones. In fact, these divine stones are useless to you, because many new people like you can't survive the first battle. I'm just trying to avoid wasting it. Rather than giving it to you, it's better to leave it for me to enjoy. That's why you secretly hid it and took it for yourself. Could it be that you're not afraid of being punished?" Tang Zhen laughed upon hearing this. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the human-headed strange bird revealed a trace of nervousness. It forced itself to calm down and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I've given you what you should have, so quickly get on the four-winged bird and leave. Otherwise, if you exceed a certain time limit, you'll be struck by lightning. I'll give you one last word, I really hope you die on the battlefield, you annoying fellow." The human-headed bird monster's mouth was quite vicious, and it had a special prophetic ability. It was said that it was a gift from the gods. If it had cursed an ordinary despaired person, perhaps it would really be helpless against him. However, how could Tang Zhen be easily insulted? Before the bird could react, Tang Zhen had already appeared in front of it. After grabbing its neck, he stretched out his hand and pulled the bird's mouth with all his might. Under the human-headed strange bird's terrified gaze, its mouth was forcefully pulled out by more than 3 feet. It was flat like a duck's mouth, and then it was tied into 2 dead knots by Tang Zhen. "Your mouth is too vicious. It's useless to keep it. I'll help you seal it." As Tang Zhen spoke, he tossed the human-headed strange bird in his hand up and down, directly throwing it into the grass in the distance. The human-headed bird monster's face twitched, but because its mouth was sealed, it couldn't make any sound. The human-headed strange bird stood up from the ground in a sorry state. It scratched its mouth with its claws as if it had gone mad. In the end, it was depressed to find that its mouth had been glued together. Unless it cut off its mouth with a knife, it could not speak at all. By the time the human-headed strange bird looked for Tang Zhen with a face full of resentment, he had already taken the items on the table and rode away on the four-winged bird. 2061 The truth is always unexpected. 1. The four-winged bird's flying speed was very fast and very stable. It must have been a specially trained flying mount. Tang Zhen sat on a seat on the bird's back. He could easily overlook the scenery below. There were beautiful sceneries everywhere as far as the eye could see. It was as if the beautiful sceneries of many plains had been gathered together. Tang Zhen gently frowned. He really did not know what kind of danger existed on this beautiful land. However, after the four-winged bird had flown for a few hours, Tang Zhen looked at the horizon and finally understood what the so-called danger was. It turned out that this piece of land was like a huge island, surrounded by an endless black ocean. On this sea with raging waves, there were huge deformed monsters floating. Around these monsters, there were countless humanoid monsters. These humanoid monsters were pitch black and covered in scales. They looked extremely fierce. They rolled and swam in the waves, and from time to time, they would rush to the shore in groups, trying to break through the blockade line and land. The number of monsters was overwhelming, like the extension of the black waves, one wave after another without stopping. On the long coastline, there were tall city walls, on which stood countless figures in armor. They were struggling to resist the attack of the sea monsters. The roar of battle resounded through the sky, and the battle seemed to be extremely intense. Although there were monster corpses everywhere under the city wall, there were still countless monsters that rushed up to the shore. They trampled on the corpses of their companions and continued to charge forward, climbing up the mottled city wall. Even the tall city walls could not completely stop the monsters. They climbed up the city walls from time to time and fought with the soldiers on the city walls. Fortunately, although they were surrounded by danger, those monsters were unable to successfully occupy the city wall. It would not take long before they were all killed. The battle between the guards was unusually tough. Soldiers fell to the ground from time to time on the top of the city wall, and the open space behind the city wall was filled with injured soldiers covered in blood. Even though they were high up in the sky, they could smell the pungent smell of blood mixed with the strong smell of corpses. The four-winged bird let out a cry and swooped down from the sky, landing on an open space that was filled with mud. Tang Zhen leapt down and the four-winged bird immediately flew away. It seemed like it did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. After seeing Tang Zhen land, a military officer in battle armor nearby immediately walked over. "New kid, which divine kingdom are you from?" "The City of Despair." The officer was startled when he heard this. He sized up Tang Zhen once again but did not say anything. Tang Zhen felt a little surprised in his heart. He secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be that there was more than one divine kingdom? That military officer didn't seem to care about Tang Zhen's exact background. He turned around and shouted behind him. Soon after, he saw a soldier covered in blood running over. "Take him up the city wall and tell him what to do. Hurry up." As soon as the officer finished speaking, dozens of four-winged birds appeared in the air. On them sat the same shocked newcomers. "Come with me, I'll bring you up the city wall. You're unlucky to be in the berserk period of the monsters. What I want to tell you is that the battlefield is not as scary as you think. As long as you are careful, you won't die easily. Also, you must remember that once the monsters attack, don't panic. Just surround them and don't let them get close. Also, you have to remember to stand firmly on the city wall. If you accidentally fall off the city wall, no one will be able to save you." After that soldier thought for a moment, he reminded Tang Zhen, "Remember not to play tricks on the battlefield, because the number of enemies you kill will be the number of battle achievements you will receive. If you have enough battle merits, you can exchange them for high-quality weapons and armor, and your chances of survival will also greatly increase." Tang Zhen finally opened his mouth to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. After hearing the other party mention the reward, what exactly was the so-called reward and how should he exchange it? Your pass will record the number and level of enemies you have killed. After the battle is over, you can go to the temple to exchange for it. There are many things that can be exchanged. If you have the opportunity to go to the temple in person, you can figure it out yourself. If you don't have the chance to go to the temple, it would be a waste of time even if I tell you now. Although it was said in great detail, the soldier's tone was very cold. It was as if he was already used to seeing life and death. His attitude towards Tang Zhen was neither warm nor cold. Tang Zhen was able to sense a faint energy fluctuation from the other party. This indicated that the other party was also a spellcaster. However, on this battlefield, spellcasters were just ordinary soldiers. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before asking the soldier, "There are two things I really want to figure out. Why did I lose my memory, and how can I get it back? If I'm not wrong, there should be more than one city of despair, right?" After the soldier heard Tang Zhen's words, he could not help but turn his head and size him up. Soon after, he asked in a curious tone, "You're from the city of despair, which is a very strange thing. You should know that there have been no believers in that place for a long time. Even if someone was teleported over, they would be God's slaves, basically cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their quality was far from that of their believers, and their growth rate was not very high. They were also considered traitors, so they were not welcomed by other believers. In short, those guys are living a miserable life, but then again, were not that strong." Tang Zhen, who had heard the truth, could not help but feel slightly shocked. He did not expect that the remnants of the divine kingdom, who had deliberately persecuted the despaired and tried to find a way to obtain the qualifications of God's apostle, would suffer such treatment in the end. If they had known this earlier, the remnants of Scandinavia would have never entered the trial area. They thought it was heaven, but it was actually hell. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Since they had already come, there was no possibility of leaving. This was how things were. Until the last moment, you would never know what the result of your hard work was. "And NBSP, Tang Zhen asked, you still haven't told me why you lost your memories, how can you find them, and how many divine kingdoms are there?" That soldier seemed to be a little impatient and even wanted to reprimand him. However, when he saw Tang Zhen's gaze, he felt a trace of fear in his heart for some unknown reason. It was as if even the fiercest warrior on the city wall did not have such a terrifying look in his eyes, looking down on living things like grass. After a slight hesitation, the soldier explained, "In fact, every God's apostle's memory will be stored in the temple as a reward. You can exchange it with battle achievements. However, I must remind you that memory fragments are very expensive. The price of a core memory fragment is even comparable to some top-grade equipment. For most of the God's apostles, the most important thing was to stay alive in battle. As for the exchange of memories, it was not particularly important. If he lost his life, what was the use of knowing his own origin? Wouldn't it be for naught? So what you should be most concerned about is how to improve your strength and live longer. Perhaps he could only consider exchanging for memories after he was strong enough and had enough military achievements. As for how many divine kingdoms there were, I couldn't really say for sure. In any case, up until now, I had already come into contact with believers from dozens of different divine kingdoms. In fact, just think about it. If there is only one divine kingdom, the number of God's emissaries who enter the trial area every day may not even be enough to meet the number of casualties. After hearing the soldier's explanation, Tang Zhen nodded his head to indicate that he understood. He then climbed up the slippery city wall with the other party. At the last moment before he reached the top of the city wall, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the huge temple behind him. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes before he continued to kill a group of monsters that had rushed up the city wall. 2062 blocking on the city wall, 1 on the dilapidated city wall, corpses were already strewn all over the ground. After many years of accumulation, a thick layer of blood had already been formed. As the battle continued, soldiers continued to drag the monsters' corpses away with hooks and throw them into the black holes at the edge of the city wall. The main purpose of this was to prevent the ground from being too messy, which would affect the soldiers fighting. At the same time, various materials could be collected from the monster's corpse. For example, the outer skin that was as hard as iron could be used to make a pretty good armor. Even Tang Zhen's armor used this monster's skin as the main material and strengthened the protection at the vital areas. During the battle, the ground had become sticky due to being soaked in blood and seawater, causing the boots and pants of the guards to be covered with blood. An indescribable stench drilled into his nostrils, making him feel extremely nauseated. However, in the face of the enemy, no one cared about this, because the ferocious monsters were climbing up the rocky beach under the city wall in front of them. The soldiers' voices were already hoarse from shouting. They opened their mouths and let out silent roars. At the same time, they waved the long spears in their hands, stabbing and slashing at the monsters. These monsters were either covered in crude fish bone shell armor or had no protection at all. However, the black scales on their bodies were as hard as metal. Unless they attacked with all their might, it was impossible to cut through the scales of the monsters with one strike. The problem was that it was a taboo to use up all one's strength in a fight, because it would cause one to have no energy left to dodge, and it would also consume a lot of physical strength. The soldiers obviously knew this, so they didn't attack in a group. Instead, they cooperated with each other and fought in batches. After these soldiers defended for a period of time, another group of soldiers who were ready would rush forward and replace the exhausted soldiers. At the back were the reserve team. When someone fell and could not participate in the battle, the reserve team members would fill the vacancy and maintain the completeness of the direction. Every 100 meters or so, there were tall buildings that looked like beacon towers. On each of the high platforms, there was a huge and strange device, which was operated by several soldiers at the same time. On the surface of these huge pieces of equipment, there were rings of runic magic circles flashing, as if they were boiling, and smoke and steam were constantly rising. In front of the equipment, there were tubes similar to machine guns, which shot sharp arrows at the bottom of the city wall. These half-foot-long special arrows were extremely sharp and could fly up to 300 meters, shooting down the sea monsters that rushed ashore. However, these devices could not be launched continuously. Every 10 minutes or so, they had to rest for a period of time. Every time this happened, the soldiers would replenish the god stones that had been used up, and then the equipment would be like a boiling pot, with billowing steam rising. The moment Tang Zhen climbed up the city wall, coincidentally, a group of soldiers had retreated and were lying on the ground. Almost all of these soldiers were injured, and there was a large gap in the long line because of the losses. Substitute soldiers, quickly fill up the positions. An officer on the tower shouted, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was shot by a fishbone spear thrown from below the wall. The officer's body slanted and he fell from the tower. He was then lifted up in a flurry and sent to the bottom of the city wall for treatment. After the officer fell, someone quickly took his place and continued to command the battle on the city wall. Tang Zhen had just climbed up the city wall when he pushed the wheelchair and joined the line of substitutes, waiting for the next shift. In this chaotic battlefield, no one cared if you were a rookie or a veteran. If you were unlucky enough to die, you could only blame your own bad luck. Tang Zhen noticed that over a dozen newcomers like him had also been directly sent to the top of the city wall and joined the reserve team. Their faces were filled with confusion and panic. It was obvious that they had not realized that they would directly step into the bloody and cruel battlefield. The battle was still ongoing. They were less than 10 meters away from Tang Zhen's position. One could clearly see the bloody scene through the human wall. In the tense and oppressive atmosphere, a dull drum sound was suddenly heard. Then, the soldiers who were waiting immediately started to move forward like machines after hearing the sound. When the second drum beat sounded, the soldiers who were fighting at the front were ready to retreat. When the third drum beat sounded, the soldiers who were fighting at the front suddenly retreated, and the soldiers who took over the fight rushed forward and continued to fight with the monsters. There were a couple of monsters in front of Tang Zhen. They were brandishing strange-looking weapons as they took advantage of the moment when they changed their defenses to charge over. However, as soon as these monsters took a step forward, their heads flew up into the sky, and their cold, smooth, headless bodies collapsed to the ground. While the other soldiers were still fighting, the area in front of Tang Zhen had already been cleared. There was no longer a monster's figure. Seeing this, the soldiers around them were not only worried about the terrain, but this was also a crucial moment of life and death. The slightest negligence could cost them their lives, so no one dared to be distracted. After Tang Zhen killed the monster with a single slash, he completely ignored the surprised gazes of the others. He took a step forward and directly rushed to the edge of the city wall. He had already made up his mind to accumulate the most battle points in the shortest time possible and then head to the temple to see what secrets were hidden there. However, one thing was certain. The strength of the gods who had built countless divine kingdoms was definitely far beyond Tang Zhen's. Therefore, Tang Zhen would definitely not act rashly before he figured out the specific situation to avoid causing trouble. The closer he got to the last step, the more cautious he had to be. Therefore, he had made up his mind that Shan Shuang had to follow the rules here and achieve his goal step by step. Whether it was to exchange for various rewards or to obtain the sealed memory fragments, they all required sufficient battle credits, so this was the most important step. In reality, Tang Zhen did not even need to use his full strength to fight against such a monster. It was completely like chopping melons and vegetables. Due to Tang Zhen's existence, the pressure on the soldiers around him had been greatly reduced. Their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at him. Although the more enemies one killed on the battlefield, the more battle merits one would obtain, it also meant that one could be killed by the enemy at any time. If he could kill his enemies calmly and ensure his own safety, that would naturally be the best. Tang Zhen's head rolled on the ground as he killed. Those monsters also discovered that it was extremely difficult to attack him here. They began to continuously throw bone spears and stones in an attempt to kill him. After forming a protective barrier and blocking those attacks, Tang Zhen glanced at the long wooden box beside him and extended his hand to grab it. There were more than 10 war bows and bundles of arrows in the box. There were probably more than 10,000 arrows in total. The wooden box seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope as it flew in front of Tang Zhen. Then, he grabbed a longbow and an arrow. His right hand was like a phantom, constantly drawing arrows and shooting them. The arrows never left the eye sockets of the monsters. The corpses of the monsters under the city wall fell to the ground. The arrows pierced through their heads, killing them directly. Tang Zhen had already noticed earlier that not many people on the city wall used bows and arrows. First, it was because when fighting monsters, it was basically close combat, and bows and arrows were not useful at all. Secondly, the monster's body was covered in scales. Unless the vital parts were shot, it was impossible to effectively kill the monster. It was placed on the city wall for the convenience of the soldiers, but no one cared. At this moment, Tang Zhen's accuracy and killing speed caused those soldiers to be dumbstruck. The way they looked at him was as though they were looking at a terrifying monster. 2063 Shocking the audience with a skill. Thank you readers. On a life-and-death battlefield, no matter how strong an individual's performance was, it was like raindrops on the surface of a lake, only able to set off very small waves. However, in the blink of an eye, it was covered by other waves and was completely insignificant. However, when one's battle record was strong enough to completely suppress the others, it was impossible to not be noticed. There was an arrow in each of the monsters' eye sockets. The arrow had pierced through their skull and killed them. It could be said that all the monsters in this area were killed by Tang Zhen alone. They did not even get close to the city wall and had already fallen halfway. A single person formed an army and cut through all the obstacles. Tang Zhen's limelight had already suppressed all the heroes and became the most eye-catching existence on this battlefield. Tang Zhen, who was being watched by numerous gazes, was still locked onto the monster on the beach. It was as though only he and his enemies were left on the battlefield at this moment. This was the state of battle where one would forget oneself, as if one would not be able to break free from the state of obsession until all the monsters were killed. After clearing the monsters in front of him, Tang Zhen began to move slowly. He quickly approached the place where the other monsters gathered along the city wall. The battle bow in his hand also kept on firing. Wherever the arrows went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. Send a few people to carry the box for him and make sure that arrows can be taken out at any time. One more person, bring the best rune battle bow. That ordinary battle bow in his hand won't last long. After the commander on the high platform saw this scene, he immediately issued a loud order to cooperate with Tang Zhen as much as possible. As soon as the commander finished speaking, several soldiers rushed to the box, lifted it up, and followed behind Tang Zhen. The box was unusually heavy, but these believers were basically spellcasters. They could use spells to reduce their own burden, so it was not very difficult to carry the box. If they were just ordinary people, they would not have the ability to take on these tasks. Asking them to fight monsters was no different from asking them to die. Perhaps this was the real reason why he had to go through some training before entering this place. Only by becoming a spellcaster would he be qualified to fight monsters. Following Tang Zhen's movement, the soldiers who were participating in the battle on the city wall subconsciously opened up a path and allowed him to pass by. They could sense a chilling killing intent from Tang Zhen's body, as though their blood was about to be frozen. At the same time, they were also very curious. How long would Tang Zhen be able to endure under such a condition? Who would have thought that at this moment, the battle achievement in Tang Zhen's hand would emit a crisp sound and suddenly break because it could not bear the heavy burden? This situation was something that everyone had expected. After all, Tang Zhen's shooting speed was too fast. An ordinary bow and arrow would not be able to withstand it. It was perfectly normal for it to break suddenly. For some reason, the moment the bow and arrow broke, the onlookers felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, as if a drowning person had finally breathed air again. Previously, they had been attracted by Tang Zhen's shooting condition. Unconsciously, their minds had also begun to jump along with the frequency of the shooting. That kind of sense of urgency simply made people go crazy. At this moment, all of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and their bodies were extremely relaxed. When the soldier carrying the box saw this, he quickly took out a new battle bow and handed it over. However, he was worried that this ordinary battle bow would be broken by Tang Zhen again. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head and expressed his thanks. He continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. The arrows seemed to form a line as they continuously fell into the group of monsters. The monsters fell to the ground in groups once again. Even though they tried to dodge, they could not avoid the lightning-fast arrows. The soldiers who saw this scene couldn't help but cheer in unison, and their fighting spirit became higher and higher. In fact, there was no shortage of archers on the city wall. Otherwise, they would not be equipped with these warbows and arrows. However, the damage to the monsters was not obvious. As the coast was not far from the city wall, the monsters would charge as soon as they landed. In the time it took to aim and shoot, the monsters had basically reached the bottom of the city wall. Even if it was shot, it had to hit a vital point, or it would not affect the monster's movement at all. As time passed, the number of soldiers who used this weapon became fewer and fewer, and it was basically left unused. Instead, they were replaced by the steam ballistas on the high platforms. The bolts fired could penetrate the scales of monsters and provide long-range fire support. Therefore, Tang Zhen's performance was especially eye-catching. Soon, another soldier ran over, panting heavily. At the same time, he handed a jade-green battle bow to Tang Zhen. "Sir, this is our best battle bow. It's made from the spine of a sea monster and a runic magic circle carved by a rune master. It's guaranteed that it won't break in the process of use." While introducing the battle bow, the soldier also gave him a pot of specially made feather arrows. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary. This is a carefully made heavy armor-piercing arrow. When used with this rune battle bow, it's specially used to kill monster leaders that pose a higher threat. Tang Zhen casually took it and shot out an ordinary arrow. He discovered that it had directly penetrated the monster's head and flew a long distance. "Good bow," Tang Zhen softly praised. He extended his hand to the quiver and took out a heavy armor-piercing arrow. This time, his target was no longer the monsters, but the giant beasts floating in the ocean. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then they heard a painful roar from the group of giant beasts in the ocean. Waves rose in the ocean, and the giant beast that was shot turned over, and then there was no more sound. The soldiers who had been paying attention to Tang Zhen's actions immediately let out a cheer. Their eyes were also filled with envy. The reward for killing a giant sea beast was 1,000 times more than killing an ordinary human-shaped monster. One could imagine how astonishing the contribution points Tang Zhen would obtain after this battle. However, they could not be envious of such a thing. Even if they obtained bows and arrows, they would not be able to be like Tang Zhen. Each of their arrows could hit the vital points of the monsters and reap the lives of the monsters as if they were mowing the grass. After killing the giant sea beast with one arrow, Tang Zhen immediately changed his target and shot heavy armor-piercing arrows into the depths of the sea. He didn't feel tired at all. He was like the most sophisticated mechanical puppet, constantly repeating the same movements. As if they were influenced by Tang Zhen, the soldiers on the city wall also picked up their bows and arrows and began to shoot at the monsters below. Unfortunately, these soldiers' archery skills were terrible. Except for a few arrows that hit the vital points, the arrows shot by the rest of the soldiers could not cause much damage to the monsters. After confirming that their archery skills were not good enough, the soldiers could only give up helplessly and continued to choose close combat to kill the enemy. At this moment, another drumbeat sounded out, signaling Tang Zhen and the others to get ready. Their companions were about to take over. Tang Zhen acted as if he didn't hear anything. After the heavy armor-piercing arrows were used up, he continued to use feathered arrows to kill the monsters on the shore. His speed didn't change at all. The number of arrows in the wooden box behind him was getting smaller and smaller. It would not be long before he ran out of arrows. Such a terrifying consumption rate left the soldiers in charge of carrying the boxes speechless. They had never seen such an exaggerated scene. The officer in charge of the battle did not stop Tang Zhen when he saw this. Instead, he allowed him to continue to perform. To be able to meet such a valiant general was definitely something that made people feel excited. It could greatly increase their morale. Since there was no problem with Tang Zhen's condition, he would let him continue to play. The more monsters he killed, the better. If we can have a few more of such strong generals, then it won't be long before the temple can be upgraded, right? 2064 A Tragic Victory 1. Thank you readers. Tang Zhen did not know how many arrows he had shot out. He only stopped his attacks when a strange sharp sound was transmitted into his ears. The monsters that were attacking the city retreated back into the ocean like the receding tide. "The monster is retreating," a soldier beside him shouted loudly, and then a burst of cheers came from the city wall, which could be heard from far away. "We won, ha 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 Yingluo." The soldiers who were responsible for carrying the wooden boxes were also overjoyed and high-fived each other. From their expressions and movements, it could be seen that they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. It was not easy to survive such a brutal battle to defend the city. Every battle to defend the city could mean that one would fall. To be able to live and see the enemy being beaten back was undoubtedly a happy thing. The city wall, which was originally filled with a gloomy and depressing atmosphere, was now filled with many conversations. The soldiers might have done this on purpose to lighten the shadow of death. Unfortunately, death was not really far away. It was just a temporary retreat, and no one knew when it would come again. From Tang Zhen's point of view, he could see that among the corpses that were piled up like a mountain below the city wall, not only were they monsters, but he could also see the remains of the city guards from time to time. They didn't have a chance to celebrate their victory. They just lay quietly in the middle of the monster corpses. Like the other monsters, no one wanted to take another look. The soldiers were clear that looking at it too much would only make them bored. Maybe after a while, their bodies would also be lying there. Inside the city wall behind him, there was a flat field, and the bodies of soldiers who had been seriously injured and could not be saved were neatly laid out. Although they had won, as the defenders of the city, they had also paid a heavy price. There was a large number of injured people beside them. They looked at the bodies on the ground in silence, their eyes blank and dazed. He was covered in blood and did not move at all. He looked no different from a corpse. They also knew that the war was far from over. It would not be long before the monsters of the sea returned. They were endless, and they had been killing for countless years, but there was still no sign of their number decreasing. Over the long years, countless believers had laid to rest here. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Great Wall was built of flesh and blood. If the city wall was really built with corpses, it might be even taller than the current city wall. If you don't believe it, look at the sea in the distance. It had long been dyed red by the blood river, red and greasy. The only thing to be glad about was that countless believers had been summoned here, and there were believers who had obtained passes arriving here at all times. Otherwise, after a few dozen battles, the city guards would be exhausted, and the sea monsters would charge in and destroy the temple. If such a thing really happened, then whether it was faith or life, they would all disappear. Therefore, no matter how brutal the battle was, the believers would never retreat. Instead, they would defend with their lives. Tang Zhen, who had discovered all of this, not only had some doubts in his heart, but he also wondered if the so-called trial really existed. The purpose of summoning the believers here might be to deal with the sea monsters and use them as cannon fodder. Of course, it was just a suspicion. He didn't have enough evidence to prove whether his guess was correct. He would probably be able to obtain more information after reaching the temple and determine the truth. In fact, it didn't matter even if he didn't know. He just needed to retrieve his memory and figure out why he was here. As for what the god who had disappeared was doing, it made no difference to Tang Zhen whether he knew or not. As Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he turned around and handed the rune battle bow to the soldier beside him. Although this weapon was easy to use, it did not belong to him. From the soldier's previous tone, he could be sure that this rune battle bow was of great value. Since that was the case, Tang Zhen would not snatch it from someone else. If he wanted such a weapon, he could make it himself, and the power would only be higher. Putting aside the refining technique, just the runic magic circle on the battle bow alone was several levels lower than Tang Zhen's technique. Its power was naturally incomparable. After all, such a weapon would only be able to display its true might in the hands of Tang Zhen. If it were to land in the hands of an ordinary person, it would at most be a decoration and decoration. However, the soldiers did not have such a right. Even the commander on the city wall could not make this decision. If Tang Zhen really wanted it, he could use his battle merits to exchange for it. Only in that situation would he be able to convince everyone. Switch to defense, clean up the battlefield, and repair the steam ballista at the same time. Hurry up, the officer on the high platform gave the order once again. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Zhen and nodded to him. Tang Zhen followed those soldiers and walked down the city wall along the steps before. Arriving near the barracks, many soldiers walked to the sink and poured water down their heads to wash off the blood and residue on their bodies. There were also some soldiers who were so exhausted that they fell asleep immediately after returning to their barracks. Most of the soldiers were sitting in their chairs, cleaning and bandaging their wounds while waiting for their meal. Not far from the barracks, there were long iron troughs, and cooks were carrying fresh meat out and throwing it into the iron nest to cook. The seasoning was a bunch of things that looked like weeds. After a simple washing, it exuded a strong smell. Tang Zhen squinted his eyes and observed for a moment. He discovered that the color and lines of the fresh meat were somewhat familiar. It seemed that there were a lot of them below the city wall. What is this? Is it the meat of a monster? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, an old soldier beside him immediately replied, "This is indeed the flesh of a monster. Don't feel disgusted, this thing is actually very delicious." In the beginning, no one knew that the sea monster's meat could be eaten. The corpses were either directly cremated or thrown back into the sea. It wasn't until one time when the battle was so intense that the starving soldiers grabbed the burnt body of the sea monster and ate it that they realized how delicious the meat of the sea monster was. After the man's incident, sea monster meat became one of the most popular foods. It was delicious and could replenish one's strength. It was a pity that it was best to eat it while it was still fresh, and it couldn't be stored, otherwise, he could enjoy the delicious monster meat every day. So if you want to eat the sea monster meat, you have to fight the sea monster here first, or you won't be able to eat it even if you want to. When the old soldier said this, everyone around him burst into laughter. To them, being able to enjoy the sea monster's meat after killing the sea monster's attack was definitely a very satisfying thing. Upon hearing the old soldier's explanation, Tang Zhen lightly nodded his head and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The killing between different races was often a matter of life and death. After killing the enemy, devouring their flesh and blood was also a rather common thing. If there was a chance, the sea monsters would not let the soldiers' corpses go, either. They would also eat them as food. In fact, this was actually better. The monster's body could be used more effectively, instead of being buried and thrown away as a pile of rotten meat. Once the plague broke out, it would make things worse, and the threat level was not much less than the monsters in the sea. After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he asked the old soldier, "How often do these sea monsters attack? If I want to earn more battle merits, is there any other way?" Tang Zhen did not wish to waste too much time. Therefore, he urgently wanted to obtain more merit points. Only then would he be able to exchange for his own memory fragments. Before he understood the specific situation, he would act according to the rules. When he seized the opportunity, he would adapt to the situation. Even with his memory loss, his goal had not changed, and that was to seize the opportunity to improve his strength and make himself stronger. 2065 The Endless Guardian War. Thank you, readers. The surrounding soldiers gently shook their heads when they saw how combative Tang Zhen was. From their point of view, Tang Zhen was a newcomer and did not know the dangers of war. That was why he had such a reaction. In fact, every time the sea monsters attacked, there would be a large number of casualties. In the face of the fearless sea monsters, the defenders did not have much of an advantage. The number of people conversing with each other at the moment would perhaps be reduced by a few after the next battle. If they had a choice, they would rather the war never happen and let themselves live a few days in peace. There were countless believers who had this thought, but the war continued without any signs of ending. Although battle merits were good, they had to be obtained by risking one's life. The more one got, the more one had to pay. If there was a slight negligence in any battle, he would lose his life, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. If they saved up their battle points, they would also be wasted, and no one would benefit from it. Although that was the case, everything was different from person to person. Tang Zhen's strength was displayed there. His stunning performance on the city wall earlier had already been seen by everyone, and they were all in awe. In this battle, he, a newbie, had obtained points that others couldn't even obtain after dozens of battles. Such strength was simply terrifying. If Tang Zhen was the enemy, only the heavens knew how many of them would die under his arrows. Perhaps to him, killing monsters was extremely easy, which was why he was so eager to participate in the battle and obtain more merit points. There's no fixed pattern to the sea monsters' attack time, but it basically happens once every 10 days, the veteran said. Every 30 days or so, there would be a large-scale attack, and from time to time, there would be small groups of monsters launching sneak attacks. The battle today can only be considered a medium-sized one. I estimate that after a while, there will be more and more powerful sea monsters attacking. At this point, the old soldier's face revealed a hint of worry. Yes. Tang Zhen nodded and asked, "Have any of you exchanged for memory fragments before? How many battle credits do you need to exchange for all the memory fragments?" This was what Tang Zhen was most concerned about. Before heading to the temple, he hoped to collect more information in this area. I knew you would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This question, in fact, every newcomer here would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The same question. Listen to my advice. Actually, it's not that important to recover your original memories. If you were reminded of your family and friends, it might make you feel even more pain, because you knew that the chances of meeting each other were zero. Rather than torturing himself, he might as well use his battle merits to exchange for something useful to him and increase his strength as much as possible. Of course, if one had some special skills that were useful in war, such as runic magic circles, refining equipment, and medicine, one would have to learn them. Then, you can also choose to exchange for memory fragments. If you are lucky enough to find that part of memory, then your good days will come. You can use your special skills to earn more war points. If your contribution is enough, you can even stay at the back and not fight at the city wall. Tang Zhen nodded his head to indicate that he understood. From the looks of it, there was more than one way to obtain merit points. Those who were capable would be in high demand wherever they went. Where can I exchange for memory fragments? Could it be the temple behind us? Tang Zhen thought for a moment before asking the old soldier beside him. The one behind us is a small temple, so we can only exchange for some ordinary resources. If we want to exchange for memory fragments, we need to go to a bigger temple. While the two of them were talking, the iron trough where the meat was cooking was already steaming. At the same time, a special fragrance wafted out, which smelled like seafood in a big pot. It's time to eat. Someone began to circle around the camp and shout, reminding the soldiers to come and get food. Then, people gathered and formed dozens of long lines. The people who received the food walked to the iron trough and were given a bowl the size of a human head. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was actually the sea monster's skull. On this battlefield, the sea monster's corpse was used to the extreme, and there was no place to waste it. Even the spoons and forks used by the chefs to hold meat and soup were also made of sea monster bones. Because they had been used for a long time, they had become as warm as jade. After scooping up a spoonful of soup and getting a piece of meat, the soldiers would walk to the table next to them and drink the soup while chewing the meat. Some of the soldiers even took off their wine jugs and took a sip, their faces filled with enjoyment. When it was Tang Zhen's turn, that chef raised his head and glanced at him. Soon after, he flipped the iron trough and took out the largest piece of meat. Good job, brother. This chef clearly knew about Tang Zhen's battle record. His face had a hint of admiration, so he picked the biggest and fattest piece of sea monster meat for him. Tang Zhen nodded to express his thanks. He took the bowl of skull bone to the table next to him, and someone immediately made room for him. The army respected the strong. Although Tang Zhen was a newcomer, he used his strength to conquer these soldiers and was treated with respect everywhere. As for the newbies who came with him, they didn't have such treatment. Many of them didn't even have the chance to taste the sea monster meat. Learning from the soldiers, Tang Zhen tasted a mouthful of the meat soup and discovered that it was quite good. When the veteran beside him saw that Tang Zhen was not eating, he thought that Tang Zhen was unable to accept such food. He smiled and persuaded, "Those sea monsters only look human, but they're actually brainless beasts. There's no psychological burden at all when eating them. If you don't believe me, you can try this meat. I believe that you won't be able to forget it after eating it once." Tang Zhen smiled. He did not hate this kind of food. He was merely savoring the taste of the soup. Ever since he came to this world, he had been eating monotonous food. This was the first time he had tasted such a delicious sea monster soup. These officers were just titles. Once their battle points reached a certain level, they would be promoted automatically. Compared to ordinary soldiers, officers had more authority, but they didn't have the power to kill like real generals. In fact, even if there were no officers to supervise the battle, the believers would not dare to leave the battlefield for the sake of their faith and for their own sake. Otherwise, this picturesque continent would become a real hell, leaving no place for the deserters to hide. If the officer-level believers were unwilling to command the battle, they could still participate in the battle on the front line and earn more military merits. In fact, there were many believers at the rank of military officers on this section of the city wall. They were all veterans who had lived through countless battles. If there were any changes, these officer believers would be ranked according to their points, and the highest ranked one would take over the position of commander. Unless the commander died or was temporarily unable to command the battle, these believers at the officer level would not take the initiative to take up leadership positions. The sea monsters were not stupid. After they discovered their commander, they would make him their primary target, causing the commander's death rate to be quite high. Of course, compared to ordinary soldiers, commanders also had more opportunities to earn merit points. Just successfully fending off a sea monster invasion would give them a large number of military merits. The more Tang Zhen killed, the more rewards the commander would receive. It was also because of this that he had a higher opinion of Tang Zhen. If there were no accidents, with Tang Zhen's ability, he would be able to be promoted to the rank of an officer very quickly. When he heard that Tang Zhen was going to the Grand Temple, the commander revealed a hesitant expression. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Under normal circumstances, newcomers must participate in the battle at the city wall for a year before they are qualified to go to the Grand Temple. However, you're different from the others. The number of monsters you've killed this time is extremely high. It's comparable to the total number of monsters killed by ordinary soldiers in 10 years. Since that's the case, I'll make an exception and promise you this once. At the same time, I hope you can return as soon as possible. After all, the sea monster can attack at any time." Tang Zhen nodded in agreement. Then, he received a huge six-winged bird according to the officer's instructions and flew toward the Grand Temple. 2066 The core area. Thank you readers. The six-winged bird's body was somewhat similar to a giant crocodile. It had 3 pairs of long, thin wings that looked like flesh membranes, and its entire body was covered in colorful scales. The main task of this bird was to act as a means of transportation, sending believers on the city wall to the Grand Temple. In fact, not only were the six-winged birds beautiful, but they were also very aggressive. The sea monsters that were killed were one of their food. When the city wall was attacked by many sea monsters and there was a lack of manpower, the six-winged bird would be sent to the battlefield. Their sharp claws could easily tear apart the body of sea monsters, and they could attack from a high position. They could be considered the natural enemies of sea monsters. The problem was that there were too many sea monsters, but the number of six-winged birds was very limited. After being surrounded by the sea monsters, the six-winged birds could not escape death. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. In the face of endless enemies, no matter how strong an individual was, they would not be able to turn the tide. Compared to the four-winged bird, the six-winged bird's speed was faster and more stable. They had some innate abilities that allowed them to absorb the free energy and then fly forward with jet gliding. Passengers only needed to sit behind the triangular spine on the bird's back to block the airflow that brushed against their faces. They were also protected by a transparent energy shield. If there were travelers, they could still talk to each other in a normal tone and would not be affected at all. The scenery along the way was still beautiful. However, Tang Zhen was not in the mood to watch. Instead, he stood on the back of the six-winged bird and cast his gaze into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was an area shrouded in a 7-colored halo. It could be seen at a glance from high above. This area seemed close, but it was actually far away. The six-winged bird flew for several hours but still did not arrive. If he was not mistaken, that should be where the Grand Temple was, the true core of this world. In the process of flying, there were other six-winged birds flying in the sky from time to time, and on them were believers who were rushing to the Grand Temple from other defense areas. When these believers saw Tang Zhen sitting on the six-winged bird, they only sized him up for a moment before turning their heads away. They didn't have the interest to take another look. A man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle. The armor on Tang Zhen's body was only the lowest level of novice equipment. It was inevitable that people would think that he had no ability. On the cruel battlefield, if one had the ability, no matter who it was, they would try their best to arm themselves to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Even if he had a body full of abilities, he still needed the help of a treasured blade and a good horse to unleash his greatest combat power. This was the reason why experts would fight for divine weapons. Tang Zhen was wearing a full set of low-grade equipment, so it was reasonable for strangers to misunderstand him. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, no matter how high the grade of the armor of these believers was, it would not be able to block his blade. Compared to the armor that Tang Zhen had his eyes on, the equipment that these believers were so proud of was not much different from paper. After the six-winged bird flew for some distance, the surroundings started to be dotted with colorful lights, and the sky's background turned dark blue. This dreamy color made people feel as if they were at the bottom of the sea. The wind seemed to have turned into the sound of the waves. From time to time, there were colorful long light belts that swam across the sky like fish. When they came into contact with the six-winged bird, they even hung on its body, dragging out a 7-colored stream of light that stretched for dozens of meters. However, Tang Zhen clearly understood that the beautiful scene in front of him required countless believers to use their lives to protect it. Otherwise, what he would be seeing now would be a scene of purgatory. The dark blue color would also be contaminated by the blood. Looking at the ground below, it was no longer a simple natural landscape. There were many more pavilions and pagodas built by mountains and rivers, each of which had a strong exotic feature. In the vicinity of these buildings, from time to time, one could see long-robed figures shuttling back and forth on the buildings and streets. Compared to the Great Wall, which was filled with tension, this place was undoubtedly more peaceful and leisurely. Without the threat of war, this place would be a paradise, a true otherworldly paradise. Just as Tang Zhen was observing his surroundings, the six-winged birds seemed to have been guided as they flew towards a strange-looking tower in the distance. This tower was supported by 4 giant vine-like plants. It was at least 500 meters above the ground and occupied a large area. At the top of the 4 giant vines, there was a building that looked like a pine pagoda. The 6-winged birds that flew over from afar continuously flew into the holes of the building. After entering the building, one would discover that its interior was incomparably huge, and the building itself was actually woven by intertwining vines. Inside the translucent vines, there was a liquid that seemed to be shining with starlight flowing through, looking like natural lighting. After Tang Zhen jumped down from the six-winged bird, these birds would flap their wings and fly to the top of the building. The color here was bright red, and it was filled with vermilion fruits. After the six-winged birds opened their mouths and swallowed a few, they all let out a cheerful cry. After that, the six-winged birds would land on the platform at the edge of the building and fall into a deep sleep. When the believers returned, they could be summoned directly. The building was crowded with people. These were believers who had rushed over from the Great Wall's defense area. Each of them had a trace of blood on their bodies. After looking around, they went to the exits, where there were huge leaves. When the leaves were filled with believers, the vines would wriggle quickly and send everyone to the ground. It was like a plant elevator that was constantly operating. The believers who were standing on the same leaf as Tang Zhen were all wearing advanced armors that they had exchanged with their battle points. This also made Tang Zhen, who was only wearing basic armors, particularly eye-catching. Those who were qualified to come to the Grand Temple were basically veterans who had lived for more than a year, or people with special means. They were definitely not simple people. Under such circumstances, how could he not even get a decent set of armor? No matter how poor he was, he shouldn't be that poor, right? There was more than one believer who was aware of this. Therefore, their gazes when they looked at Tang Zhen had an additional trace of strangeness and speculation. "Brother, may I know which section of defense you are from?" When Tang Zhen was chatting with the old soldier had mentioned that the entire continent was surrounded by mountains on three sides. Moreover, the mountains were tens of thousands of feet high, and ordinary sea monsters were unable to cross them. The peaks of these mountains were also guarded by believers, but they were all 1 in 10,000 experts. The defense was also for sea monsters with special abilities. The region the Great Wall was defending originally had a mountain peak, but due to a special reason, it had collapsed, attracting countless sea monsters to try to land from there. As the Great Wall was thousands of miles long, it was divided into hundreds of defense areas, so that the believers could distinguish their respective locations. At the same time, there would be a small temple in each defense area, and believers could exchange their battle achievements for materials in the temple. When they needed more advanced materials or had any special requests, they would need to go to the core area where the Grand Temple was located. "I'm from the 58th defense area," Tang Zhen indifferently replied. At the same time, he swept his gaze towards the person who asked the question and discovered that the other party was quite thin. From the looks of it, he did not seem to be very old. There was a strange black rune between his eyebrows. He was wearing a black sea monster leather armor that looked more like a windbreaker. Although it was only a set of leather armor, its defensive power far exceeded the basic armor on Tang Zhen's body due to the material it was made of. It was probably exchanged through battle points. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should be a human as well. However, he did not know which world he came from. Defense Area 58. "I heard that it was attacked by a sea monster and there were quite a few casualties." The believer nodded. He then sized up Tang Zhen and frowned. "I heard that there's a newcomer in your defense area. He's so powerful that he killed countless sea monsters by himself. Since you're from the 58th defense area, I wonder if you've seen this newbie." The believer seriously sized up Tang Zhen when he spoke. Clearly, he had already guessed something. 2067 The Grand Temple, 1. Thank you readers. One could tell from the other party's expression that he had clearly guessed Tang Zhen's identity. "This matter just happened, how did you know so quickly?" The believer laughed when he heard Tang Zhen's question. He was even more certain of his guess. If he was a veteran, it was impossible for him not to know the communication method on the Great Wall. The question raised by Tang Zhen had undoubtedly exposed his identity as a newcomer. Tang Zhen was also clearly aware of this point. However, he did not have any intention of hiding his background. On the contrary, he hoped that more people would know about him. If he had companions, he could also use this method to know of his existence. The believer had already started explaining. Behind every section of the city wall, there is a transmission stone. There are hundreds of sections in total. On each section, there was a video of the defensive area, and it was clear at a glance. When your area was attacked by sea monsters, many other areas already knew about it and were paying attention to it. It was a pity that the image transmission stone did not have the ability to zoom in, so they could only see the general view. Not many people could see the archer's appearance clearly. In addition to the image transmission stone, there is also a runic magic circle that can communicate inside the temple of every section of the defense area. This is also the reason why information can be transmitted so quickly. Tang Zhen nodded his head to express his understanding. However, he did not feel surprised. It would be truly inconceivable if there was no effective communication method on a 1,000-mile-long defensive line. So that's how it is, so you've determined that I'm that newcomer. Tang Zhen laughed. The believer chuckled and said confidently, if I still can't recognize you after knowing so much information, then I can only say that my brain has grown for nothing. After the other believers heard the conversation between the two of them, they looked at Tang Zhen with surprised eyes. It was obvious that they had some understanding of this matter. Earlier, he was still surprised as to why Tang Zhen was dressed in such a manner. However, if he was just a newcomer, it would make sense. However, this newcomer wasn't simple. Even the veterans didn't dare to underestimate him. Just as the two of them were conversing, the descending leaves landed on the ground. Tang Zhen and the others slowly walked down from the leaves. The leaf trembled and rose into the air again. Soon, other leaves fell. When the believer saw Tang Zhen looking around, he pointed to the front and said, I think you're going to the Grand Temple. It's in the direction I'm pointing. I'm going there too. Why don't we go together? Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't reject someone helping to lead the way. After making a, please go first, gesture, the two of them slowly advanced along the street. Only by standing on this piece of land could one truly feel its beauty. The combination of various colors and various shapes made every landscape amazing. On the streets of the fairy-tale-like town, believers were constantly shuttling back and forth. Other than a few soldiers wearing armor, most of the people were dressed in very distinctive clothes. After the believers recovered their memories, they were used to wearing their original clothes. Because they came from different worlds, there were many kinds of clothes and decorations. Not only in terms of clothing, but in fact, whether it was the food or the architecture, they all had an extremely strong exotic style. If you came here a few more times, you would find many interesting things here. Of course, the premise was that you had enough battle achievements. After all, everyone wants good things, and the most direct way to obtain them is to use battle merits to trade. Tang Zhen listened to the other party's introduction while he observed the scenery on both sides of the street. There was no sharp aura that was accumulated from killing on the bodies of these strangely dressed believers. Clearly, there was no need for them to climb the Great Wall to fight. What's up with these believers? Why are they able to stay here for so long? Tang Zhen had already guessed the reason. However, he was not clear about the specific details. Hence, he had asked. After these believers obtained the memory fragments, they chose to use their special skills to serve the front line and exchange them for military credits. As long as you can prove your ability and pay enough battle credits, you can live here for a long time. At this point, the believer couldn't help but sigh. The believers who can stay here for a long time are all the elites of the elites. It can be said that any one of them has extraordinary means. If you don't have the ability, you can only go to the Great Wall to earn battle merits. After all, this land doesn't feed idle people, and everyone wants to become a true expert as soon as possible. After passing through the long street, a huge square appeared in front of them. In the middle of the square stood an extremely grand and luxurious super building. The entire building seemed to be cast from an unknown metal, presenting a noble purple color. The outer walls and roof were inlaid with countless brilliant gemstones. These gemstones were not randomly embedded. Instead, they were used to hide the runic magic circle. At the same time, after the runic magic circle was activated, it would play a certain role in enhancing it. The power of the runic magic circle was not to be underestimated after consuming so many precious materials. He believed that it would possess extremely terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities when it was activated. This is the Grand Temple, the Holy Land in the hearts of all believers. Every time I see it, I feel shocked from the bottom of my heart. Looking at the building in front of them, the believer who had followed Tang Zhen all the way here suddenly sighed. It seemed like he worshipped the Grand Temple very much. However, Tang Zhen was able to sense that although his expression was very shocked, his tone did not have much respect. Instead, it gave people a kind of acting element. Tang Zhen could completely understand the other party's mentality. He had been inexplicably brought here, and his life was in danger at any time. Under such circumstances, it was already a miracle that the believers did not harbor any resentment. This was the benefit of summoning fanatical believers. Compared to ordinary people, their faith was stronger and easier to control. As long as everything was done in the name of the guardian god, then no matter how difficult it was, there would be believers who would try their best to do it. The power of faith was sometimes extremely terrifying. It could turn mortals into saints, and it could also turn them into complete paranoia. Tang Zhen wasn't a believer of this god. Therefore, he wasn't affected by the omnipresent god's consciousness. Instead, he was able to observe the surrounding environment from an objective point of view. At this moment, all of his attention was on the grand temple in front of him. From the moment he got close, he felt an unusual aura. There seemed to be some kind of terrifying existence hidden within this area. When Tang Zhen's mental energy came into contact with it, his body involuntarily trembled. At that moment, he seemed to have seen an imposing giant wrapped in origin energy. The giant seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. However, even though this was the case, Tang Zhen was still able to sense the terrifying pressure. It was as though his soul was about to shatter. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had stopped his probing in time. Otherwise, he would only need a few breaths of time to cause him serious injuries. At the same time that he was secretly shocked, Tang Zhen was also curious. Was this giant in a sleeping state the god that created this world? In fact, regardless of whether it was true or not, the giant was not an existence that Tang Zhen could provoke. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was to ignore it for the time being. Thinking of this, he looked at the grand temple in front of him and memorized every location in his mind. As the two of them continued to advance, they could see that on the path leading to the building, there were tall statues of gods of various shapes, making people feel small at first glance. Around these statues, there were many solemn-looking believers sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be focused on their cultivation and were not affected by the sounds around them. Tang Zhen could sense an extremely powerful aura from these believers. Even if they were inferior to him, they were much stronger than ordinary gods' believers. This also caused Tang Zhen to secretly sigh. The grand temple in front of him was indeed a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons were. 2068 The Origins of the Believers 1. Thank you readers. It was obvious that the rules here were the same as other places. The core area was guarded by the strongest experts. If anything happened, the believers who gathered in the square to cultivate would immediately transform and become the barrier to protect the grand temple. However, the so-called experts only had empty realms. They were unable to display the ability to destroy the world. This was also something that Tang Zhen was unable to understand. This was because the rules of this world were very strange. One could clearly possess great strength, yet one was unable to unleash the destructive power that they should have. For example, he had tried to fly and kill sea monsters with more violent means, but he had failed without exception. It was like being in water and being unable to light up wood, leaving one helpless. It was as if the laws of this world did not allow such a terrifying destructive power to exist, so even if he had the ability, he could not display it at all. Why did the creator of the god's kingdom make such a rule? Was he wary of something, such as being afraid that someone would use this power to destroy the grand temple? Just as Tang Zhen was frowning and thinking, the believer who had been chatting with him for a long time slowly walked to a huge god statue. The statue was covered in a long black robe, and there was a pair of green eyes under the hood, exuding a dark and mysterious aura. Around its body, there were balls of green flames that burned continuously for years. The believer's expression was serious. He stared at the statue for a long time before he slowly bowed. Tang Zhen stood at the side and quietly waited for the other party. He was not in a hurry to head to the grand temple. Not long after, the believer turned around and returned. He nodded gently to Tang Zhen. From what I saw just now, you didn't seem to have much respect for the grand temple, so why are you bowing to this statue? Tang Zhen was extremely curious about this believer in front of him. He kept feeling that the other party was very interesting. In addition, as a human, he was qualified to come to the grand temple, so he was obviously an extraordinary person. Perhaps he could learn more about him. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, that believer laughed. To be honest, I do respect and hate this god. It changed my original life. The believer spoke with confidence in public, as if he was not afraid of offending the gods at all, and did not care if others heard his words. I was originally just an ordinary person. One time, when I was strolling around the old goods market, I accidentally saw a Metal statue the size of a thumb. That statue looks exactly the same as the one I bowed to just now, just that it's countless times smaller. When the stall owner heard that I wanted to buy the statue, he asked for an extremely low price, as if he was eager to sell it as soon as possible. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it and just treated it as an ordinary item. I bought it and left it in a corner of my house. Who knew that from then on, I would dream every night that the statue had come to life and seemed to be teaching me something. At that time, I was terrified and thought that I had encountered something strange. So, the first thing I did was to throw this statue into the river. However, when I returned home, the statue was still on the table as if it had never been moved. You can't understand how I felt at that time. I was about to go crazy, and I felt particularly terrified and helpless. At this point, the believer looked emotional. It was obvious that he had been tortured. I took a hammer and hit the statue like crazy. Then I burned it and corroded it with acid, but it didn't work. Even when I walked on the streets, I could see human figures transformed from statues everywhere. They were like ghosts, appearing in front of me at any time. In the end, I completely broke down and locked myself in the room, not daring to go out. This way, I could avoid seeing those strange things. Tang Zhen listened to the other party's description. He frowned slightly and said, "If I'm not wrong, everything you've encountered is just an illusion. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the statue didn't move at all. Everything was just your imagination, right?" After hearing Tang Zhen's analysis, the believer laughed bitterly and said, "You're right. From the moment I touched the statue, I was already confused by the runic magic circle on the statue. Whether it was the statue that I had thrown away or the illusions I had seen on the streets, they were all just my own imagination. However, I didn't know any of this at the time. I was certain that I was entangled with demons and was in a constant state of panic. I didn't dare to sleep at all. After that, I was exhausted and could only fall into a deep sleep with fear. The god statue that brought me despair appeared in my dream again. Surprisingly, I was able to understand what the god statue was saying. It was actually about the cultivation method. Due to my curiosity, I tried to follow the method that the statue had told me. As a result, I gradually discovered that I had actually mastered some magical abilities. Using these abilities, my fate began to change rapidly. Many things that I could only think about in the past could now be done easily. From that moment on, my fear turned into joy, and my respect for the statue grew. Just when I thought that this statue was omnipotent and I had reached the peak of my life, I was suddenly summoned to this world. When the other party said this, he let out a soft sigh that seemed to contain endless bitterness and unwillingness. All the wealth and riches disappeared, and everything around me was so strange and terrifying. This made me fall into confusion and panic again. I had to start from the beginning. I risked my life to pass the first test and obtained the pass to come here. I originally thought that after all the suffering, there would be a happy ending. Who would have thought that what awaited me was still endless killing? After I was dispirited for a while, I pulled myself together again because I didn't want to die yet. I wanted to return to the world I was originally in. The only way to achieve this dream was to keep killing sea monsters and accumulate enough battle merits. In fact, this world was very fair. One could increase their strength by accumulating battle merits. As long as they did not die, there would always be a day when they would make it big. However, all of this was exchanged with my blood, sweat, and tears, not a gift from the gods, so I would not be grateful to him. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, he's like a fool at the mercy of others. How much respect do you think I have in my heart under such circumstances? Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He could also sense similar emotions from the other believers. This so-called trial of the gods was full of suspicions. It made people feel that the believers were used to resist the sea monsters and become cannon fodder in a cruel war. Since this believer dared to talk about this topic in public, it was certain that most of the believers more or less had such thoughts in their hearts. Even if the others heard it, they wouldn't care at all. After all, they had the same thoughts in their hearts and were even more furious. It was just that they were in prison and had no choice at all. They could only act according to the rules here and make their situation better. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In fact, this place is also considered heaven for those with ability. For example, you might have a higher military rank than me the next time we meet. After all, your strength is there, so it will be easier for you to accumulate military merits. Tang Zhen smiled but did not say anything. To him, A military rank that did not have any real power was not important. The thing that was truly useful was military achievements. When the believer saw that Tang Zhen didn't speak, he pointed at the grand temple in front and said in a slightly helpless tone, "The holiday time is limited, so let's enter the grand temple and get down to business first. If we waste too much time, we'll definitely lose a large amount of battle merits. It's not worth it." Tang Zhen gently nodded and walked through the long passage with the believer. Then, under the gaze of a group of soldiers in heavy golden armor, they entered the grand temple. 2069 Spiritualist 1. Thank you readers. Just like its magnificent appearance, the grand temple's interior was also extremely luxurious, as if it had gathered all the rare treasures in the world. Jade trees and precious flowers, colorful smoke and light, the changing light and shadow made this place seem even more mysterious. Pictures with a steady background were framed by gemstones of various shapes and colors and distributed around the temple. The forms that the god had once transformed into were also displayed in the temple. All kinds of beautiful creatures appeared in the air from time to time. They were just illusions, but they were vivid and lifelike, showing their most tempting postures to the fullest. It was as if all the good things in time had gathered in this temple, making people forget to leave. Being in the temple was equivalent to being in another world. The area in front of them had far exceeded the size of the grand temple itself. One could imagine that this was some kind of special method to merge an independent space with the grand temple. Tang Zhen did not know who had built this grand temple. However, he knew that countless thoughts must have been spent during the construction. Therefore, such an ingenious building would appear. Even those who didn't believe in this god would feel an indescribable sense of majesty and dignity the moment they entered the grand temple, and they would subconsciously worship him. In addition to the shock brought by the items themselves, the inner area of the grand temple might also hide a mysterious power that could bewitch people. In the center of the grand temple, there was also a huge and empty field, where believers covered in light stood. Standing in front of the square, the believer introduced, "These believers are communicating with the spyriders of the temple and exchanging their battle merits for the things they need. You can also go to the square area and try to communicate with the other party through your thoughts." After the communication was successful, one only had to think about the items that they wanted to exchange for and they would see various options as well as the battle credits required to exchange for them. "I'll be leaving first, we'll meet again if fate allows." At this moment, he felt as if he was in another space. The ball of light had an isolation effect. "Devout believer, what do you need?" A voice sounded beside Tang Zhen's ear. There seemed to be a trace of kindness within the dignity, causing one to feel a sense of familiarity. Tang Zhen was able to hear a trace of iciness from this voice. It was just like a machine that was repeating a recording. "I want to exchange for memory fragments. It's best if it's all the memories." Tang Zhen's face was expressionless as he stated his request. "The battle points you have are not enough to exchange for all the memories. If you want to exchange for all of them, you will need another 100 million battle points." After Tang Zhen raised his exchange request, the spiritual envoy immediately gave an answer. However, the amount was somewhat shocking. 100 million battle credits was an astronomical figure. It was almost impossible for ordinary believers to save up enough. A trace of anger rose within Tang Zhen's heart. The other party's actions were clearly deliberately making things difficult for him. "Then can you tell me how many battle credits I have now?" After hearing the spirit envoy's reply, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a ridiculing smile as he continued to ask, "You currently have 130,000 battle points. You can use 100,000 battle points to exchange for a memory fragment. Do you want to exchange? 100,000 battle points are equivalent to 100,000 ordinary sea monsters' lives, but I can only exchange it for a memory that belongs to me. Then I'd like to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What right do you have to take away my things and then sell them to me?" Tang Zhen's voice turned somewhat cold. If it wasn't because he didn't have enough confidence, he would have torn down this grand temple right now. Hearing Tang Zhen's stern question, the spirit emissary's voice that had sounded out earlier was silent for a few breaths. Soon after, he used an indifferent tone to reply, "As a believer of God, you should pay something in return for enjoying God's grace. Sealing your memories is actually to prevent too many distracting thoughts from causing changes. The most important thing is the inner demons. If he didn't do this, perhaps this world would be filled with monsters bred by evil thoughts. There's another reason for doing this, and it's also for your own consideration. By sealing your memories, you'll be able to cut off all ties with the past, allowing you to cultivate wholeheartedly. Tang Zhen could not help but sneer repeatedly when he heard this. Losing one's original memories is equivalent to having one's hands and feet bound, and one can't use any of their skills. The path of cultivation was incomparably cruel. What cultivators did was also to find ways to improve their strength and make themselves more powerful. However, your actions have undoubtedly pushed the cultivators into a hopeless situation. You even shamelessly boast that you're doing this for the sake of your believers. However, do you know how many people have lost their lives in the process? A god's kingdom has rebelled for nearly 1,000 years, and the god's slaves have slaughtered their believers like pigs and dogs, but no one has ever asked about it. Is this also your training? In my opinion, this is just a shameless method to force the believers to work for you. No one cares about their lives, right? Perhaps from the beginning to the end, no one has ever exchanged for the complete memory, so everything is just a lie. Tang Zhen's words actually hit a trap. He wanted to know if anyone had exchanged for the complete memory and then left from here. The rules are the rules, and they can't be changed. I can't do anything about it. I can only tell you that if you have 100 million battle credits, you can get the complete memory at any time. At the same time, I can also tell you clearly that these battle merits are not impossible to earn. There has been more than one believer who has exchanged for the complete memory. Even if you want to leave, you can do it, but you have to obtain enough battle merits. After hearing the spirit envoy's reply, Tang Zhen lightly laughed and said, "Since you keep emphasizing the rules, then fine, I'll follow the rules. Can you tell me how many battle merits I need to help me break through my current realm?" Tang Zhen's question similarly hit a trap. Firstly, he wanted to see if the other party knew about his background and realm. Secondly, he really wanted to know if he could improve his strength through this method. Since he had come to the Grand Temple, he was prepared to be discovered. Instead of doing things like covering his ears and stealing the bell, he might as well take the initiative to attack. Even if something were to happen, he believed that with his strength, he would be able to escape. After waiting for a while, the spirit emissary's voice rang out again, but this time, there was a hint of solemnness in his tone. "I see, Your Excellency is not a believer of God. No wonder you have such arrogant remarks. In fact, outsiders like you have appeared more than once in the past, and I always feel a little unwilling. The problem is that no one invited you in. Since you're already here, you have to follow the rules. In fact, to you, this might be an opportunity. I can tell you clearly that they are the same as the believers of the gods. They also left behind indelible merits in the war of defense. Of course, their efforts weren't in vain. After the true experts obtained enough contribution points, they also received the rewards they wanted. So, as long as you obtain enough battle merits, I can satisfy whatever you want. As for breaking through your current realm, it will require 10 billion battle credits. This number may seem unattainable, but there has been more than one person who has successfully achieved it. I hope that you can successfully achieve this goal. After all, this is a win-win situation for both of us." Tang Zhen was quietly surprised in his heart when he heard the other party's explanation. It seemed that raising one's realm was not a difficult matter in the other party's eyes. What kind of strength and confidence did he need to make such a promise without hesitation? Tang Zhen had a faint guess in his heart when he recalled the terrifying giant he had discovered under the Grand Temple when he had used his mental energy to probe earlier. This god who had summoned countless believers to his divine kingdom and could easily give out generous rewards must have unimaginably powerful strength. It was only because he had encountered some unforeseen circumstances that he was forced to use this method to protect his own safety. 2070 Defensive Area Commander 1. Thank you, readers. Choosing to exchange for memory fragments and not other items was a decision that Tang Zhen had made long ago. He had the ability to create things with his will, so it was not worth it to use his battle credits to exchange for items. The problem was that, due to his realm, he could easily produce ordinary items. However, when he produced special and precious items, he would still have to expend a lot of energy. For example, he could materialize the armored cannon chariot in a moment, but it would take a long time to materialize the giant tree puppet. This was because when Tang Zhen conjured items, he used the energy from his mental world. It was similar to origin energy and was completely different from ordinary heaven and earth energy. Moreover, the energy of heaven and earth in the world of his mind wasn't endless. It still needed to evolve and perfect all things, so there was no surplus at all. If the extraction state was maintained for a long time, it would more or less affect the construction of the mind world. If it was more serious, it might even affect the advancement of his realm, and even leave behind irreparable hidden dangers. Although Tang Zhen was unable to accurately judge the changes in his body due to his memories, he was still able to make a basic judgment. Therefore, in the near future, he might use his battle points to exchange for special items to reduce the energy extraction from his mind world. As for ordinary items, he could still obtain them through his thoughts. This level of consumption was completely acceptable. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen said to the spiritual envoy, "I need to exchange for a memory fragment. At the same time, I have a request. Help me choose a defensive area with more monsters and fewer believers." Tang Zhen's request clearly meant that he had already made up his mind to obtain as many battle merits as possible. Although there were many sea monsters in the previous defense area, they could not meet his requirements at all. The spirit didn't hesitate and quickly replied, "Your battle credits have been deducted, and your memory fragments have been extracted. You can absorb them at any time. If you want to hunt more sea monsters, then Defense Area 153 is very suitable for you. It was attacked by sea monsters some time ago, and all the believers in charge of guarding it were killed. It was one of the most dangerous areas, and the frequency of attacks there was 3 times that of the other areas. However, the rewards were also more generous. If you want to go there, I can arrange for you to go there now as a commander. At the same time, I can also give you a certain amount of authority to transfer manpower from nearby areas, but the number cannot exceed 5,000. If you want more manpower, you'll have to wait for new believers to enter. It'll take at least 100 days to restore the full establishment." Tang Zhen nodded in agreement. In this case, he would be able to go all out. In particular, his position as the commander could allow him to gain real power earlier and facilitate the implementation of his plan. To a newcomer, Tang Zhen could be said to have reached the heavens in a single step. He had only participated in one battle and had directly obtained the position of commander. This was basically impossible in the other defense zones, not to mention that he had some special authority. If the commanders of the other defense areas were like this, the believers would fight for it even if they had to break their heads. The reason why the spiritual envoy had entrusted him with such an important task was indeed because he had enough military achievements and was qualified to be promoted to an officer. According to the rules, one only needed 10,000 battle merits to be promoted to an officer, and the reward for killing sea monsters would also be slightly higher. As the military merits accumulated, the officer's rank would also get higher and higher, and the authority and benefits he would have would also increase. Tang Zhen was different. Because of his status as a spiritualist, he was able to obtain all the benefits that a commander could enjoy in one go. The military merits that Tang Zhen had obtained in one go was sufficient for him to be promoted by several ranks. In the 153rd Defense Area, which was filled with newcomers, it was more than enough for him to be the commander. However, the main reason was that his strength had been acknowledged by the spiritualist. Compared to ordinary believers, Tang Zhen's strength was already much stronger. For a special existence like him, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he could fight against 10,000 people alone, so he naturally couldn't stick to the old rules. Therefore, after Tang Zhen made his request, the spiritual envoy immediately agreed and also gave him enough power. Just like what the spirit envoy had said earlier, as long as Tang Zhen killed enough monsters, it would definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Amidst the flickering light, 2 items slowly appeared and floated in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen glanced at it. One of the items was the token of the defense area's commander. The holder could obtain the temple's recognition and use special authority. As for the other item, it looked like a beautiful jade with liquid flowing inside. This was Tang Zhen's sealed memory. "I wonder if you've read through my memories before I was sealed." Tang Zhen looked at the memory fragment and asked the spiritual envoy, "Don't worry. I won't translate the memory fragments of any believer in case the evil thoughts and demons are released and cause unnecessary danger. The memories of a powerhouse like you are even more untouchable. Otherwise, if your heart's devil and evil thoughts go out of control and turn into monsters, it will definitely cause a disaster." Tang Zhen nodded his head. If he were to judge based on his previous speculations, the spiritualist's words should not be false. The God's kingdom had summoned the fanatical believers here mainly because their faith was firm, and they had relatively fewer inner demons and evil thoughts. After the memory was broken and sealed, even if it could be exchanged for by the believers again, because only a part of it could be obtained at a time, the inner demons and evil thoughts would be easily suppressed and cleared by the believers. The spyriders did not dare to read the memory fragments of their believers because there were too many of them. It would be very troublesome if they were contaminated over time. Moreover, the main purpose of summoning believers was to eliminate sea monsters, not to invade their privacy. These were just Tang Zhen's guesses. However, Tang Zhen would never believe that the spiritual envoy had never looked through the memory fragments. Of course, this wasn't the time to be thinking about these questions. He used his hand to pick up the memory fragment. Soon after, the item was like a melting ice cube. It quickly turned into smoke and entered Tang Zhen's body. In his mind, many memories of the past immediately appeared. Perhaps it was because he had lost them and regained them, but he actually gave people a strange feeling. It was as if he was watching a movie, and the protagonist of the movie was his familiar yet strange self. After being silent for a few breaths, Tang Zhen grabbed the token in front of him and ended the conversation. The cluster of light that covered his body scattered. Tang Zhen turned around and walked out of the square, only to see that the believer who had chatted with him earlier was currently standing at the edge of the square. The leather armor that he was wearing had disappeared. In its place was a pure black robe that looked like silk. Even though his body didn't move, the robe still trembled like water. Runes were like leaves falling into the water, appearing and disappearing on the surface of the robe. With just a glance, he could confirm that this was definitely not an ordinary item. It must have consumed a lot of battle merits. After seeing Tang Zhen, the other party waved his hand. He seemed to be in a good mood. The believer frowned after seeing that Tang Zhen was still wearing his original armor. He thought for a moment before saying, "If I'm not wrong, you should have exchanged your battle points for memory fragments." This is what every newcomer does. This kind of feeling was understandable, but from a practical point of view, it was obviously very irrational. As one's battle merits were limited, it was impossible to obtain all the memories. The memory fragments that were exchanged for were also random, and it was unknown if they were valuable. If you waste your points like this, it'll affect the advancement of your strength and put yourself in danger. So, it's best not to do this in the future. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Tang Zhen was a newbie and didn't understand the relationship between the two parties that the other party kindly reminded him. To ordinary believers, these words were priceless advice that could save them from many detours. However, Tang Zhen was different from the other believers. Not only did he have to retrieve all the memory fragments, but he also had to earn enough battle merits to exchange for an opportunity to advance his realm. 2071 Area 1533 Defense 1 Thank you readers. That believer also stopped there and didn't speak too deeply. The words that he had said to Tang Zhen earlier were all because they were both from the human race and he had acknowledged Tang Zhen's strength. Otherwise, the conversation between the two of them would at most be some polite greetings and would not contain any other content. After giving a piece of advice, the believer continued, "I've finished dealing with my business. Next, I'll return to my defensive area. We'll meet again." The believer cupped his hands at Tang Zhen and turned around to leave in a straightforward manner. "Please wait a moment." Tang Zhen stopped the other party and prepared to find a helper. He was about to go to a new defense area. Although he could turn the tide by himself, if he had a suitable assistant by his side, it would undoubtedly make things much easier for him. Perhaps it was because he was used to having someone to command his subordinates. Therefore, Tang Zhen would subconsciously recruit some followers no matter where he was. This habit had never changed. Under the other party's puzzled expression, Tang Zhen told him that he was going to the new defense area and would be the commander. "If you're willing to trust me, you can follow me to the new defense area. Although it's very dangerous there, I can turn the situation around. What I can guarantee is that your future achievements will far exceed your imagination." That believer's expression was a little surprised when he heard that Tang Zhen had become the commander of the defense area. Moreover, it was the most dangerous section of the defense area. "I'll have to think about it." He raised his head and seriously sized up Tang Zhen, revealing a faint pondering expression. Tang Zhen was also not anxious. This was the first time the two of them had met and did not understand each other. It was normal for them to have some misgivings. Moreover, the place where he worked was a very dangerous and high-risk defense area. He really needed to think about it carefully before deciding to go. Although each section of the defense area would be attacked by sea monsters, the intensity of the battle was different due to various reasons. While the high-risk areas could earn a lot of military merits, they would also face far more danger than other areas. The casualty rate was frighteningly high. This kind of high-risk defense area was called the line of death, and basically, there was no return. The veterans would not take the initiative to go to the high-risk defense area. Only the newbies who knew nothing would be sent to the death defense line in a confused situation. They weren't going to earn battle merits, but they were going to die. They were going to use their lives to reduce the number of sea monsters. Therefore, for some believers who liked to play it safe, it was more secure to fight in a common defense area with more people. Although the number of monsters killed would be fewer, at the very least, they would be able to ensure their own safety. They wouldn't lose their lives in a battle that was too intense. It was precisely because of these reasons that Tang Zhen was unable to be certain whether the other party would agree to his invitation. After thinking for a while, the believer raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. He had obviously made up his mind. I can follow you to the high-risk defense area, but I'll be frank. If the defense area is destroyed by the sea monsters, I will retreat from the battlefield without hesitation. This wasn't because I was afraid of death, but rather because I didn't want to lose my life so easily. It wasn't worth it to do so for some bullshit faith. After wandering outside for so many years, I still hope that I can return to my hometown one day and see my old friends again. When he said this, there was a slight fluctuation in the cold eyes of the other party. It was obvious that he was not calm. Tang Zhen looked at the other party and suddenly laughed softly. I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to achieve this goal. Do you know how many battle points it will take to leave this place? I know. It'll cost 100 million battle credits. The other party nodded and said. It was obvious that he had already inquired about this information before. If you're on your own, how long will it take for you to gather enough battle credits? The believer laughed bitterly and shook his head. Tang Zhen had killed countless monsters, including some giant sea monsters, but he had only obtained a few 100,000 battle points. From this, it could be seen that obtaining military merits was not as easy as one might think, and it was even more so for ordinary believers. If he really wanted to gain battle merits quickly, the best way was to kill sea monsters of higher levels. In order to do this, he had to improve his own strength, and in the process of improving his strength, it was inevitable that he would use up his hard-earned battle achievements. If he was not careful during this period of time, all his previous efforts might be wasted. It could be said that it was almost impossible to leave this place, and there were only a few ordinary believers who could do it. The persistence in the other party's heart might just be an illusory dream. Let's go. I believe you won't regret the choice you made today. That believer hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still followed behind. Tang Zhen's tone earlier was filled with confidence, and it had unconsciously influenced him. The truth was indeed as Tang Zhen had said. If he continued to muddle along for battle points like in the past, only the heavens knew when he would be able to possess a powerful strength and obtain the qualifications to leave this place. The battlefield was constantly changing, and even the most cautious person could fall at any moment. Instead of living in fear like this, it was better to take a risk. Maybe there would really be an unexpected harvest. The believers who survived hundreds of battles did not lack courage. What they lacked was a capable leader who shared the same ideals. Tang Zhen's appearance had allowed the other party to see a trace of hope. This was why he had chosen to follow him. It could only be said that both sides had the spirit of adventure and were not willing to be ordinary, so they hit it off. After arriving at the honeycomb building, Tang Zhen summoned the six-winged bird and rode it together with the believer named Sun Jun. They headed directly to Defense Area 153. On the six-winged bird, the two of them faced each other and did not communicate much with each other. The reason why Tang Zhen brought Sun Jun along, other than his strength being not bad, was because the other party was an old bird and was quite familiar with all sorts of things. With such an old bird by his side, Tang Zhen could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him in time when he encountered something he didn't understand and avoid making some low-level mistakes. The six-winged bird flew for a very long time. When a boundless coastline appeared in front of them, Tang Zhen knew that they had arrived at their destination. Compared to the other defense areas, Defense Area 153 was indeed a little special. This was because there were countless giant beast skeletons on the vast beach between the ocean and the city wall. The skeletons of the giant beasts were half hidden in the sand and rocks, looking like a forest of white bones. Each rib was several meters in diameter. In addition, there were also huge sea monster skulls scattered on the coast-like hills. It was because of the existence of the skeleton that every battle in this section of the defense area was extremely difficult. When the sea monsters attacked, these giant skeletons would act as natural bunkers, greatly reducing the attacks from the city walls. At the same time, the sea monsters could also use the skeletons to climb to higher places to attack, further weakening the advantage of the city wall. On the brutal battlefield, even the slightest advantage could determine the outcome of the entire war. It was not strange for the monsters to break through the defense line of Area 153, which was not advantageous in terrain. Although the city wall had been broken through, it was impossible for these monsters to go deep into the hinterlands. This was because, in addition to the ordinary believers, there was the temple as the second layer of defense, which could hold the monsters back. The believers in the other defense areas would also quickly send reinforcements and attack the monster from the left and right sides until it was completely driven back to the deep sea. Although the sea monster was repelled, Area 153 was in chaos. The tall city wall was damaged everywhere. When he looked down from above, he could see many figures busying themselves on the city wall, clearly repairing the damaged area. The steam ballistae placed on the high platform were all in a long-distance mode to prevent monsters from suddenly attacking. In the ocean ahead, there were huge sea monsters flashing from time to time, and they might rush ashore at any time. 2072 The Troublemakers Die. 1. Thank you readers. When the six-winged bird descended from the sky, the believers on the city wall looked up for a moment before lowering their heads again expressionlessly. Most of the believers were unmoved by Tang Zhen's arrival. If it was a four-winged bird, it meant that there was a newcomer. This scene happened every day. The six-winged bird was rarely seen. After all, it was a special means of transportation, and those of lower levels had no right to use it. But what did that have to do with them? No matter who came, their fate had already been decided. There was no way to change it. Perhaps it was because of this that the entire defense area was filled with a pessimistic atmosphere. The six-winged bird landed on the open space in front of the temple with an ear-piercing chirping sound. Tang Zhen and the other man jumped down. A large group of believers stood in front of the divine temple. There were more than 10 people in the lead. They used cold gazes to stare at Tang Zhen and his partner. They were somewhat unscrupulous. The other believers were repairing the city walls, but they did not participate in it. This matter itself was very abnormal. It seemed that without a commander, this defensive area was in chaos. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't survive in this world without any military achievements, they might have already rebelled and fled. And that was indeed the case. These believers were all newbies. They had just arrived here and had learned about the famous defense area from the veterans who helped with the defense. The words, "Death Zone," weighed on their hearts like a heavy rock. They felt that their future was dark. They had participated in the divine trials with great expectations, but they didn't want to be sent to such an extremely dangerous place. It would be strange if they could feel balanced. If they had a choice, these believers would rather leave this place immediately and not stay for a moment longer. Compared to the veterans, the new recruits had almost no experience, which was extremely fatal on the battlefield. Many newbies were able to survive the first few battles because of the guidance and care of the veterans, and then they would slowly mature. However, all the veterans in the current defense area had died in the last battle. The veterans who were operating the steam ballista were only transferred from the nearby defense areas to help. After the new commander was appointed, the veterans would return to their original defense area instead of staying here. Seeing that others could avoid danger, but they had to stay here and wait for death, these believers felt more and more unbalanced. As a result, more than a dozen believers jumped out and used threats and promises to win over a group of believers, wanting to demand an explanation from the commander. These guys had already made up their minds to teach the new commander a lesson. It was best to hold him in their hands and get some benefits for themselves. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, and the commander who did not have much real power would not dare to go against them for the sake of the overall situation. Under the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding believers, Tang Zhen walked toward the temple and prepared to activate his token. Although they could tell that Tang Zhen wanted to enter the divine temple, those 10+ believers did not make way. Instead, their eyes were filled with provocation. Some of them even let out a cold laugh. When they saw Tang Zhen's armor of the lowest grade, they subconsciously treated him as a newbie and were prepared to take him down. As for Sun Jun, he was treated as the newly appointed commander. "Brat, you can't enter this place. Get out of my way." Among the dozen or so believers who took the lead to cause trouble, a strong believer blocked Tang Zhen and said in an arrogant tone. At the same time, he proudly swept a glance at Sun Jun who was following behind. This was a blatant provocation. And NBSP, one should never treat these believers as good people. They had experienced too many things and some of them had twisted hearts. They wanted to destroy everything. There were even people who had already drawn their blades. If Tang Zhen continued to advance, they would slash him with their blades. Looking for trouble, I think you're tired of living. Without waiting for Tang Zhen to speak, Sun Jun spoke first. He followed behind Tang Zhen and his cold gaze swept across those believers. The cheerful enthusiasm he had when he was chatting with Tang Zhen had completely disappeared. There was even a layer of black mist that gushed out of his face, squirming like a living creature. Bastards, go to hell. The smell of death mixed with corrosion quickly spread out, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of corpses. However, in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so troublemaking believers in front of Tang Zhen let out blood-curdling screeches as their faces were covered in blisters. After the bubbles burst, thin red worms crawled out, wriggling and biting on the believers' bodies. When the other believers saw this scene, they quickly dodged to the side in fear, afraid that the bugs would climb onto their bodies. When he looked at Sun Jun again, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was afraid that he would use such a method to deal with him. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not pay attention to those believers. After the other party moved out of the way, he stepped into the temple. Not long after, the sound of drums could be heard from the temple. This was a message to the believers in the defensive area that the new commander had been appointed. When the believers outside the temple heard the drum sound, their expressions changed. They didn't expect Tang Zhen to be the commander. Although under normal circumstances, a commander had no right to kill a believer, it was too easy to kill a person. After realizing this, the believers looked at the troublemakers with a hint of mockery in their eyes. After these guys came to the defense area, they used their strength to bully the weak. They didn't expect to finally get their retribution today. The problem was that they had also participated in the troublemaking, and their leader had already been punished. Would they be able to escape? Just as this thought emerged in his heart, he saw Tang Zhen walk out of the temple. The original armor on his body had already disappeared and was replaced by a brand new rune armor. This was the exclusive equipment of the defense area commander, and it was very eye-catching in the crowd. In addition, this armor was not solid, but condensed from pure energy. Be it physical or energy damage, it can be absorbed effectively to protect the wearer. When a commander died or stepped down, this armor would automatically disappear and appear on the new commander. When the commander wore this armor and stood on the city wall to command the battle, it would play a great role in stabilizing the morale of the army. However, it would also lead to the enemy's crazy attack, which caused the death rate of the defense area commander to be quite high. They might be talking and laughing today, but they would become cold corpses the next day. In addition, the symbolic significance of a commander was more significant than its practical use, so the believers did not have much respect for the commander. Sometimes, the believers did not even know who the original commander was, and the new commander had already taken office. It was just that the believers in the defensive area had just arrived and did not know much about this. In addition, Sun Jun's ruthless means had made these believers behave. As if they were intimidated by Tang Zhen's aura, the gazes of the surrounding believers flickered. Some of them had already quietly retreated to the side. Drag these guys out of the city, hang them on the sea monster's skeleton after hanging them. I want everyone to see their dried corpses when they climb up the city wall. Tang Zhen stood at the entrance of the divine temple. He swept his eyes over the 10+ believers who were rolling on the ground as he spoke in an indifferent tone. After hearing Tang Zhen's order, the expressions of the surrounding believers changed. The 10+ believers who were rolling on the ground turned pale. You can't kill me. Even if you're the commander, you don't have the right to do so. A believer's entire face was completely ulcerated. At this moment, he looked like an evil ghost as he roared at Tang Zhen. The other 10+ believers, whose bodies were festering, also had unwilling expressions on their faces. They did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually be so ruthless and directly kill them. Tang Zhen completely ignored the howls of the 10+ believers. Instead, he turned his head to look at everyone and spoke with a cold tone. From now on, I'm the highest commander here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will end up like this. If you are not satisfied, you can choose to appeal, but I can tell you clearly that it is useless. So the only thing you can do is to obediently listen to the command, or else the only outcome will be death. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's warning that was filled with killing intent, the surrounding believers felt their bodies turn cold. They had a feeling in their hearts that this newly appointed commander was definitely not joking. 2073 Intimidating 1. When Tang Zhen gave the order, Sun Jun had already stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. He raised his leg and continuously kicked the bodies of those believers. Thank you, readers. Now was the time to establish his prestige. Tang Zhen's order must be carried out thoroughly. Among the people present, he was the most suitable person to take action. If Tang Zhen were to personally take action, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. He was a commanding officer, yet he had no subordinates to use. A series of screams rang out as the troublemakers were kicked on the body after being attacked by rotten bones and heart. Sun Jun's strength was far higher than these believers. The other party did not have the chance to struggle and resist at all, and was directly kicked to the ground unconscious. Looking at the dozen or so troublemakers on the ground, the surroundings were silent, and the gazes of the surrounding believers became more and more complicated. The new commander and his followers were obviously not soft-hearted people. If they wanted to do something under his eyes, they had to be prepared to pay the price. These guys in front of him were the best proof. What are you waiting for? Are you all made of wood? Take them out of the city and hang them to death. Sun Jun swept his cold eyes around, and black mist rose from his hands again, as if he was ready to attack at any time. After hearing Sun Jun's words, the believers nearby hesitated for a moment. In the end, they gathered in front of the fainted rioters and tied their bodies with ropes. These rioters were already badly mutilated. Under the bite of the bugs, there was not a single part of their skin that was intact. The bugs were crawling around in the rotten meat. It seemed that if they didn't find a way to save them, they would be eaten by the bugs sooner or later. No one dared to touch it with their hands, in case the bugs crawled onto their bodies and burrowed into them. After the incident in front of the temple, it had already attracted the attention of many believers, and their eyes were fixed on this place. They watched helplessly as the rioters were tied up and dragged to the city wall like dead dogs. They were then dragged out of the city wall through the gap. The rioters who woke up from the drag struggled, cursed, or begged, but no one spoke on their behalf. These people were not good people to begin with. Because no one had restrained them before, they had been domineering in the defense area, causing many people to wish they were all dead. Moreover, Tang Zhen was currently a new official. It was the time for him to establish his might. No one would dare to touch bad luck under such circumstances. A long rope was hung on the sea monster skeleton, and the despairing troublemaker was lifted up one after another. After struggling a few times, he stopped moving. Looking at the stiff corpses swaying in the wind, the top of the city wall was silent, so quiet that it was a little scary. At this moment, the fear that Tang Zhen brought to the believers had even surpassed the fear of the sea monster that could attack at any time. They no longer had the slightest contempt. Tang Zhen was extremely satisfied in his heart when he saw this. Only by making them feel fear would they be able to unconditionally obey Tang Zhen's commands and not be like the other defense areas where they would obey the commander's orders on the surface but disobey in secret. Tang Zhen did not know how this kind of command system was formed in the defense area. However, it would definitely not work in his place. Looking at the expressions of the believers, it was clear that his method had begun to see results. At least on the surface, they had become obedient. Even if there were negative effects, as long as these believers saw the surge in military achievements, all their complaints would disappear, and they would even obey his orders. Turning his head to look at Sun Jun who was standing beside him, Tang Zhen nodded his head. He was extremely satisfied with Sun Jun's performance earlier. From now on, you will be in charge of training these soldiers. I guarantee that you will execute every order. I'll prepare some weapons for you to deal with sea monsters later. What you need to do is to get familiar with them in the shortest time possible. Sun Jun nodded in agreement. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of item Tang Zhen would prepare to deal with the sea monster. Could it be that after Tang Zhen exchanged for the memory fragments, he recalled some kind of extraordinary ability, which was why he was so confident? Just as the two of them were conversing, a group of veteran soldiers wearing advanced armor walked over and bowed to Tang Zhen. Your Excellency, since you've come to take up your post, we'll return to our respective defense areas as requested. Compared to those newbies and rookies, these veteran soldiers were not too respectful of Tang Zhen. Their faces, which were used to seeing life and death, were also filled with calmness. First, they didn't belong to this area, and second, they were used to the frequent change of commanders. They didn't need to show too much respect to someone who could be killed by sea monsters at any time. Tang Zhen had yet to open his mouth when a new recruit who had followed him shouted, "How can you leave now? We're still not familiar with the steam ballista. If the sea monsters suddenly attack, it will be very dangerous." After hearing the words of the new recruit, the veteran sneered and showed a disapproving expression. "We're just following orders. We've already done what we can. As for whether you're skilled in the operation, it has nothing to do with us. If you want us to stay and teach you, you'll have to pay extra battle merits. Otherwise, we can't do anything. This isn't extortion. After all, if we delay our return to the defense area, our battle achievements will also be deducted." After he said that, the leader of the veterans chuckled and said in a calm tone, "In fact, even if you learn it, it won't be of much use. It'll only be a waste of time. They're just a bunch of noobs, and with a serious lack of manpower, the possibility of them being able to withstand the sea monster's attack is next to nothing." The other party's words were very rude, indicating that they did not think highly of Area 153. They even believed that the sea monsters would break through the city wall again. "Do you think that Area 153 has no hope?" Tang Zhen did not care about the other party's attitude. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be very difficult for the heavily damaged defense area under their feet to resist the assault of the sea monster. Perhaps his only hope was to pin his hopes on the sea monsters and hope that they would launch their attack later. This way, Defense Area 153 would have more time to develop and repair. If they could withstand 1 or 2 attacks from the sea monsters, the defense area could recover its vitality. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the wily old soldier who was the leader shook his head and said, "To be honest with you, although we don't belong to this area, we don't want to see such a scene. When the defensive line was broken and we were in charge of providing support, all we saw were corpses all over the ground. It was a terrible sight. A few of my friends all died in that battle, and their bodies were devoured by the sea monsters. Compared to the previous batch of veterans, the strength of these new recruits is not just a little bit weaker. How can they withstand the attacks of those sea monsters?" When the surrounding new soldiers heard this, they all revealed a depressed look, because the other party's words were reasonable and not alarmist. In fact, it was not only the veterans who did not think highly of them, but the new recruits themselves were also uncertain. The blood that seeped into the city wall during the last battle had not yet dried, and their blood might soon be spilled all over the city wall again. "Don't worry, what you've said is already history. From now on, no monster will be able to cross this wall. The blood of the dead believers would not be shed in vain. The sea monsters had to be multiplied by hundreds or even thousands of times to repay the sins they had committed. I'm going to say this today. Everyone, you can wait and see if I can do it." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, those wily old soldiers softly laughed. Clearly, they did not take it too seriously. They had seen commanders who were more ruthless than Tang Zhen. Similarly, there wasn't just one commander who could speak even more arrogantly. However, on the battlefield, everything depended on one's strength. One's battle achievements were the only touchstone to test everything. If he couldn't do what he said, he would only be a joke. After cupping their hands together and bowing to Tang Zhen, those wily old soldiers did not say anything else. They walked to the 4-winged birds near the divine temple and rose into the sky in unison. 2074 Modified Defense Area 1. When they saw a large group of 4-winged birds rise into the sky and fly in different directions, the recruits looked disappointed. Thank you, readers. With the presence of these veterans, at least he could feel a little more at ease. Other things aside, at least the other party had enough combat experience. By following such a veteran in battle, when he made a mistake, there would be someone to stop and remind him in time. However, with the departure of the other party, the entire defense area was filled with newcomers. Who knew how they would deal with the sea monsters when they attacked? At this moment, a horn sounded above the defense area. It was a signal to gather everyone. The new soldiers who knew that Tang Zhen had just been appointed seemed to have guessed that such a thing would happen. Hence, they put down the things in their hands and gathered at the bottom of the city wall. Looking from the city wall, there were actually quite a few people, at least 3,000 to 4,000. However, the walls of the defensive zone were more than 1,000 meters long, and there were countless sea monsters. These few thousand people were nothing. With just these few thousand recruits, it was no different from a fool's dream to resist the attack of the monster. The new recruits also knew this, so at this moment, they were like walking corpses, without any aura to speak of, a bunch of useless cowards. I'm sure that you'll all die when the sea monsters attack the city. A figure appeared on top of the city wall. It was not Tang Zhen, who the new recruits had thought, but Sun Zhen, who had a murderous look on his face. The new soldiers who were scolded were a little indignant. However, after thinking about Tang Zhen and Sun Zhen's ruthless methods, they all obediently shut their mouths. Otherwise, they would not be able to use it. They were worried that their bodies would also be hung outside the city. It was just that in their hearts, a trace of fighting spirit had been aroused. Even though they knew that Sun Zhen was goading them, they did not want to admit defeat. Sun Zhen, who saw this scene, immediately described his origin and the military achievements he had obtained. He wanted to let these new recruits know that he did have the capital to reprimand and despise them. The new recruits' expressions began to change. After knowing Sun Zhen's battle record, they no longer dared to underestimate him. In many aspects, Sun Zhen was indeed much stronger than them. In fact, after staying in the God's kingdom for so many years and killing sea monsters all day long, Sun Zhen's military achievements had already accumulated to a certain extent. He was more than enough to be the commander of the defense area. However, just like the other veterans, he never took the initiative to take up a position, even if the proportion of military merits he received was higher. The key was to stay alive. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many battle achievements he earned. The content of the training was nothing more than passing on some combat experience. When facing the attack of sea monsters, how to kill the monsters more effectively while protecting themselves as much as possible. It could be said that a few simple words of guidance could allow more newbies to survive and have the opportunity to grow into experienced veterans. When Sun Zhen was explaining, the new recruits all perked up their ears and listened carefully. They only lacked experience in fighting sea monsters, but they were not weak. To be able to pass the initial test and obtain the pass to enter here was enough to prove their ability. Therefore, when Sun Zhen was lecturing about his experience, these believers' attitudes were very serious, for fear that they would miss out on anything. Sun Zhen was teaching the new soldiers while Tang Zhen was wandering around. He walked around the city wall and first checked the damaged area to make sure there were no hidden dangers. As it concerned their own safety, none of the new recruits were sneaky or cunning when repairing the city wall. When he confirmed his identity in the temple, Tang Zhen also received the information of this defense area and found that this place was indeed worthy of being a high-risk defense area. The defense area was only about a kilometer long, with steep mountains on both sides, which the sea monsters could not climb. The mountains that were destroyed in the past were not completely raised. Instead, they were full of holes like saw teeth. The sea monsters had entered through these gaps, intending to attack the Grand Temple in the hinterlands and completely destroy it. It was said that the gods used their divine power to build defense areas around these gaps, completely blocking the gaps and preventing sea monsters from entering the mainland. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this was merely another form of creation. Tang Zhen's focus wasn't on the city walls, but the mountain peaks on both sides. Although it was easy to defend with a 1-kilometer-long line of defense, it would also limit their performance. It was impossible to effectively attack the monsters that came like waves. Therefore, Tang Zhen was prepared to expand the defensive line. This way, they could attack the sea monster from a better angle and more advantageous terrain. In fact, in other defensive areas, there were also examples of people chiseling mountains and attacking monsters from above. However, the rocks of these peaks were comparable to steel, so it was extremely difficult to excavate them. Because the platform area was too small, only archers could be arranged most of the time. Even steam ballistas were difficult to install, so the mountain didn't play much of a role in battle. In the end, most of the defense areas gave up on this place. Tang Zhen, however, took a fancy to this place. To others, it might be extremely difficult to excavate a mountain peak. However, it was not a difficult task to him. The memory fragments exchanged from the spirit envoy made Tang Zhen recall his life experiences in the original world, as well as some trivial matters during the construction of the Holy Dragon City. It was this part of the memory that made him remember the magical applications that he had not used for a long time. One of them could be used to change the terrain. After observing for a while, Tang Zhen closed his eyes and activated the terrain transformation plugin that was still sealed. An indescribable, mysterious aura suddenly enveloped the sky above the defense area. The air seemed to have become much heavier. Even the raging ocean suddenly became abnormally calm, as if it was being suppressed by an invisible force. It was as if it had become a mirror. The believers who were repairing the city wall were stunned at the same time. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. They kept looking around, trying to figure out what had happened. But at this moment, the ground seemed to start shaking. Then, someone noticed that the mountains on both sides of the defense line had changed. It was like a soft dough being kneaded by an invisible hand, and then it began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. A path that looked like a giant staircase appeared in front of them in an instant, and it continued to extend toward the peak of the mountain. At every set distance, there would be a huge platform, enough for thousands of people to move freely. When they reached the peak of the mountain, the path stopped extending. Then, they saw a tall tower made of stone rising from the ground. Because the tower was located at the top of the mountain, it could be seen from a very long distance, making it the best place to observe the enemy. However, the sea monsters were all in the deep sea, and they would use the water as cover when they attacked, so the tower's scouting effect should not be very effective. Tang Zhen clearly had another use for building the tower. The transformation of the mountain continued. When the road appeared, the side facing the ocean became even more precipitous, almost as smooth as a knife. Then, rows of holes began to appear on the smooth cliffs, like neat windows. The invisible interior of the mountain was also changing, and layers of huge space began to appear. One could enter these spaces directly from the passage below the city wall, and finally reach the top of the mountain. It sounded very complicated, but the transformation process was completed in a very short time. When the mountain stopped changing, many believers had not even recovered from the shock. Looking at the completely changed defense area, the believers' eyes were full of shock, even thinking that he was in a dream. In their eyes, the scene just now was completely a miracle. 2075 weapons and equipment from my hometown. 1. Thank you, readers. After witnessing the great changes on the two sides of the mountain peak and seeing Tang Zhen, who had already started floating in the air, how could everyone not guess that these changes were related to him? The believers, who had been disheartened and thought that they were dead for sure, were now reignited with the fire of hope. Perhaps under the leadership of this new commander, they would be able to resist the attacks of the sea monsters and survive longer. No matter how loud his words were, they were not as convincing as actual actions. The process of Tang Zhen transforming the mountain peak had already completely convinced these believers. Suddenly, the sound of waves rang out, and everyone was jolted awake. They realized that their surroundings had been too quiet. The sound of exclamations and discussions suddenly erupted, mixing with the sound of the waves hitting the shore, making the defensive area unusually lively. This was the first time such a lively scene had appeared since the arrival of these new recruits. The originally dull and negative atmosphere seemed to have disappeared. A hint of excitement flashed in Sun Jun's eyes. At this moment, he finally knew why Tang Zhen was so confident. Just this mysterious method alone was sufficient to prove Tang Zhen's powerful strength. He had been cultivating for some years, but he had never seen or heard of such a scene. And he had a feeling that this was only the beginning. Perhaps in the future, this man, whom he had met by chance and pulled him into the chariot, would show more magical abilities. Sure enough, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw a huge metal object appear on the platform above the mountain peak. The long metal pipe pointed diagonally into the sky. This is the bow and cannon. After seeing this familiar item, Sun Jun was stunned for a moment and did not recover from his shock for a long time. When the reminiscence in his eyes faded, Sun Jun looked at Tang Zhen again with a faint trace of familiarity. Wandering alone in the other world, to be able to suddenly see things related to his hometown, Sun Jun's heart had long been stirred. It seemed that not only was Tang Zhen's methods mysterious, but his background was also very interesting. At this moment, looking at the place where Tang Zhen was pointing at, large caliber cannons continuously appeared. The empty space beside them was filled with piles of cannonballs. The mountains on both sides had been lined up with hundreds of giant cannons. Once they opened fire at the same time, it would be as terrible as an earthquake. The reason why Tang Zhen chose to conjure a cannon and not any other weapon was because compared to weapons like missiles and rocket cannons, cannons were more convenient for those believers to control. Facing a group of sea monsters, it was still powerful enough, even if it was a monster in the sea. After the mountains on both sides were filled with cannons, Tang Zhen slowly turned around in midair and looked at the city wall under his feet. That place was empty, and it also needed to be set up. The current Tang Zhen was like a god that had descended, causing people to not dare to raise their heads to look at him in detail. It was as if doing so was equivalent to blasphemy. Tang Zhen had long since ignored everything around him. At this moment, all of his attention was placed on the object he was conjuring. If he was distracted when he was conjuring an item, there would be an error, causing the item to become a pile of scrap iron. A few breaths later, Tang Zhen once again extended his hand and pointed at the city wall. Numerous anti-aircraft machine gun-like weapons continuously appeared on the city wall. This kind of defensive weapon conjured by Tang Zhen could adjust the height of the muzzle by lowering the arm and completely block the beach with a dense barrage of bullets. Just by looking at those long and sharp bullets, one could guess that when they hit the sea monster, they would definitely be able to easily tear the monster's body. He was not done conjuring items yet. With a flash of light, a pile of weapons appeared in front of everyone. There were bombs, all sorts of firearms, and a small mountain of ammunition. It was like a huge armory. Tang Zhen conjured the weapons in his memory as much as possible. His killing power had also increased accordingly. Compared to godly weapons, the cost of these firearms was lower, but they could effectively kill monsters. The main reason why such weapons did not exist in the Divine Kingdom was that the believers were all from a cultivation civilization. There were no killing weapons like firearms that required the support of a large industrial system to be manufactured. Being able to create a rune steam ballista was already the limit of what he could do, and it was almost impossible to go any further. The biggest problem with firearms was that they needed to replenish their ammunition in time. However, with Tang Zhen here, even if the ammunition was completely depleted, they could still be materialized at any time. The most important thing was that the believers could easily learn how to control these weapons, and there were not many requirements for their own cultivation. When the sea monsters attacked, the most common weapons in the technology plane would definitely be able to shine. In order to encourage Tang Zhen to earn battle merits, the spirit envoy not only gave him the authority that ordinary commanders didn't have, but also wasn't stingy with the rewards. When the soldiers in the defense area killed a monster, he would also receive the same reward. The more monsters the soldiers killed, the more battle points Tang Zhen would earn. After the last pile of ammunition had been conjured, Tang Zhen slowly descended from the air and turned to look at Sun Jun, who was standing beside him. If I'm not wrong, you should be very familiar with these weapons. In that case, you'll be teaching them how to use them in the following time. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Sun Jun smiled and nodded in agreement. The moment Tang Zhen conjured the cannon, Sun Jun knew that Tang Zhen might have come from the technology plane or had been to the technology plane before. In the past, Sun Jun often felt a sense of loneliness, because the believers around him were all from the cultivation civilization, while he was the only believer from the technology plane. This situation might have something to do with that god. The dimensions where its clones were located were all cultivation civilizations. The energy of heaven and earth in the technology plane was extremely barren, and 99% of the residents did not have the qualifications for cultivation, so they were not within the scope of the gods' absorption of believers. Sun Jun picking up the statue could only be considered a special accident, and it was almost impossible. Therefore, he was not considered a believer, but an accidental intruder. It was for this reason that he felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. However, Tang Zhen's appearance made Sun Jun suddenly realize that he was not alone. In this god's kingdom, there was actually a companion with the same origin as him, who also possessed great strength. Although I haven't come into contact with all of these things, the simple operation won't be difficult for me. Please rest assured, sir, I will get these soldiers to become familiar with them as soon as possible. Sun Jun's face was filled with anticipation as he spoke. Similar to Tang Zhen's position as a commander, after accepting the position of an officer, he would also receive an additional reward when the soldiers killed the monsters. Although the ratio was not as high as the commanders, once the numbers were accumulated, it would still be a considerable income. The defensive area had undergone earth-shaking changes, and at the same time, there were powerful weapons available for use. The only flaw was that there was still a huge shortage of manpower. At this moment, what Sun Jun hoped to see the most was that there would be more soldiers in the defense area. This way, there would be more soldiers killing monsters to help him earn battle merits. The problem was that the replenishment of soldiers in the defensive area was all randomly assigned, and it was not as much as he wanted. As if he could see through Sun Zhen's thoughts, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "When I was at the Grand Temple, the spirit envoy gave me the authority to transfer manpower. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to solve the current predicament. When I first started my new profession, I had already used this authority to randomly select people from various defensive areas. In the following time, the chosen believers will arrive one after another. Your mission is to subdue them. If anyone disobeys your command, you can punish them however you want. I don't care even if the sea monster skeletons outside the city are filled with corpses." Since Tang Zhen had given up his power, Sun Zhen naturally would not have any more scruples. He nodded with a solemn expression. 2076 Pre-War Preparations 1. Thank you readers. After receiving Tang Zhen's appointment, Sun Zhen's status changed and he became the deputy commander. In this defensive area, he had the most power other than Tang Zhen. Due to the repeated intimidation from before, the new recruits already knew of Tang Zhen's ruthless methods. Therefore, when they learned that Sun Zhen was in charge of the training, they were very obedient. Other than the awe in their hearts, they also wanted to see what kind of weapons Tang Zhen conjured. With Sun Zhen's order, all the believers in the defense area climbed up the city wall and then divided into teams to learn how to operate the guns and weapons. Sun Zhen walked up to the top of the city wall and touched these familiar yet strange weapons with his own hands. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect to use a weapon from his hometown in this special god's kingdom. It was a strange feeling. In fact, in the cultivation civilization, there were many weapons that were far more powerful than guns and cannons, but the manufacturing cost was quite high. This also caused many cultivators to be unable to obtain a matching weapon despite having a body full of strength, which made it impossible for them to display their full combat power. Otherwise, even with ordinary weapons like swords, the believers could still penetrate the enemy's formation and kill the sea monsters. However, while the believers were suppressed, the sea monsters were also suppressed, or they would have been even more ferocious. Due to the unique rules of the world, both sides could only use the most primitive method to fight each other inside and outside the city wall. In this special situation, guns and weapons with considerable lethality would be useful. If used properly, even if they faced hundreds or thousands of enemies, they could still easily win. At this moment, the believers still didn't understand the power of the guns. They were only shocked by Tang Zhen's method of creating things out of thin air and the exquisite mechanical structure of these guns and weapons. They were still skeptical about its specific power. After the 5 believers successfully fired a cannonball under Sun Zhen's command, the onlooking believers all opened their mouths in horror. Listening to the thunder-like sound and looking at the huge water pillar on the sea, the believers could not help but feel terrified. He imagined that if he were to be hit by such a weapon, even if his body was made of iron, he would probably be blown to pieces. After the shock, it turned into ecstasy, because with this weapon in their hands, the target of the bombardment would also be the enemy. The thought of the scene of flesh and blood flying in the air during the explosion made the believers extremely excited. They wished they could operate the cannon themselves. After firing a few more shells, the recruits had understood the general operation method. Then, under the command of Sun Zhen, they were divided into artillery squads. Each squad was responsible for operating and maintaining one cannon. Then, under Sun Zhen's command, they practiced the basic movements step by step. Only by being familiar with all the movements could he ensure that there would be no accidents when the real battle began. From now on, these believers would become full-time artillery soldiers and would not need to fight sea monsters in close combat. During the artillery drill, Sun Zhen also checked the firearms conjured by Tang Zhen, and then taught the other believers how to use them. Lowering the muzzle of the anti-aircraft machine gun and locking onto the sea monster bones on the beach, Sun Zhen suddenly pulled the trigger. Under the continuous gunshots, the sea monster's skeleton was hit and dust kept splashing up. Even though the skeleton was as hard as steel, it was still full of holes. The believers who saw this scene once again opened their mouths in shock. After they came to the defense area, they had already asked why they didn't clean up the bones on the beach to avoid being used as a cover by the sea monsters. The answer he got was that these bones were too hard and couldn't be destroyed easily. Even though they had been through countless battles and the ground was dyed red with blood, they still stood tall. However, looking at the state of the sea monster skeletons being shot by the anti-aircraft machine guns, if they continued to attack, these sea monster skeletons would be destroyed sooner or later. If the bullets landed on a sea monster or a teammate, even if they were wearing advanced armor, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few shots. After experiencing the power of the cannons and anti-aircraft machine guns, the believers were full of fighting spirit, and their eyes even flashed. With these guns and weapons, if the sea monsters still broke through the city wall, they could only be said to be a group of complete trash. Under such circumstances, even if they were all killed by the sea monsters, they could not blame anyone. Just like the previous arrangement, Sun Jun once again drew out some believers and let them be responsible for operating the anti-aircraft machine gun. On the defense line of the city wall, which was more than 1,000 meters long, there were 100 anti-aircraft machine guns arranged. Once they opened fire at the same time, they would have extremely terrible lethality. If the battle had lasted long enough, the entire beach would have been covered in shrapnel sooner or later. The ammunition consumption of a machine gun position of this scale would be extremely terrifying. However, to Tang Zhen, who had the ability to create things with his mind, this was not something that required much effort. It could be said that Tang Zhen alone was able to support the operation of the entire defensive area. If they left him, these guns and weapons would become scrap metal. After arranging the artillery and machine gunners, Sun Jun began to arrange infantry, snipers, and grenadier. This section of the city wall would withstand the main attacks of the sea monsters, so it was necessary to have perfect firepower coordination to ensure that they could effectively suppress the sea monsters. The cannons on the mountains on both sides could bombard the surface of the sea, and the anti-aircraft machine guns could block the coast and the diving area. As for the riflemen and snipers, as well as the grenadier and other units, they were responsible for mid- and short-range attacks to deal with those who managed to break through the fire blockade. It was conceivable that under such a dense fire blockade, the sea monsters could not even get close to the city wall. As long as the attacks from the city walls did not stop, the sea monsters would die no matter how many they came. After all the believers had been properly arranged and familiarized with the weapons in their hands, the first round of cooperation training officially began under Sun Jun's command. A series of muffled thunder-like sounds rang out as the cannons on both sides of the mountain roared at the same time. On the ocean in front of them, huge water pillars shot up into the sky. When sea monsters attacked, the sea area at this distance would basically be occupied by giant sea beasts. The sea monsters were huge monsters. They were mainly responsible for transporting sea monsters from the deep sea. Their nature was similar to troop-carrying vessels. Sometimes, at critical moments, these sea monsters could even forcibly come ashore and force their way to the bottom of the city wall. Fortunately, these sea monsters could not leave the ocean for too long, or they would suffocate to death. The bones on the beach in the defense area were the remains of giant sea monsters. In the past, due to the distance, even if the believers on the city wall saw giant sea beasts, I would always say that their hands were cheap. However, with the large caliber cannon, everything within 50 kilometers could be considered as an attack range. As long as the sea monsters dared to appear, they would be immediately attacked by the cannons and blown into a pile of rotten meat. After the cannon fire ended, the anti-aircraft machine guns on the city wall began to fire, and countless bullets were fired at the beach in shallow water. Due to the believers' lack of experience, the bullets' trajectories collided from time to time, and the bullets were constantly broken in the air. Hundreds of anti-aircraft machine guns did not fire at the same time, but split into two batches and fired in a staggered manner, so that the attack would not be interrupted. Then, another order was given, and the believers lined up at the battlements of the city wall began to shoot. Their weapons were machine guns, and the output of the firepower was also extremely fierce. The thrower standing at the back picked up a fist-sized high-explosive grenade and threw it into the distance, blowing up the gravel on the beach. The believers who witnessed this scene were all extremely excited. They couldn't wait to fight the sea monster and see the real lethality of these guns and weapons. Not only were the believers in the defensive area shocked by the power of the guns and cannons, but even the four-winged birds that appeared from time to time in the sky were also shocked by the terrifying scene. More and more of them gathered, hovering over the defense area, not daring to land on the ground. 2077 The Shock of the Veteran. 1. Thank you readers. The four-winged birds hovering in the air were believers randomly selected from other defense areas after receiving the transfer order. It was because of the randomness that no matter how strong one was, they could be chosen. After all, killing on the battlefield could not be treated as child's play. After familiarizing themselves with the environment and companions, they could be more at ease in battle. The sudden change to a new environment was no longer a matter of adaptation, but a lot of trouble. Especially in a place like Defense Zone 153, none of the veterans would take the initiative to move into that area. That was no different from seeking death. Even though they were extremely unwilling, after receiving the dispatch order, they had to immediately rush to the defense area at the stipulated time. Otherwise, every minute of delay would deduct their battle merits, and the longer the delay, the more severe the deduction. Perhaps in order to make the believers more willing to work for their lives, the Grand Temple appeared to be very tolerant in some aspects. Even the commander of the defensive area did not have the right to easily execute the believers. But in some ways, the Grand Temple was extremely harsh. Once the temple gave an order, it must be strictly carried out. If believers disobeyed orders, their battle achievements would be continuously deducted, and when their battle achievements reached a negative number, they would be punished by the Grand Temple. At this time, the Grand Temple would show its terrifying power. No matter where they were hiding, the Grand Temple would have a way to find and punish them. It could be said that in the God's kingdom, all believers were under the control of the Grand Temple. It was absolutely impossible to hide and escape the war. More and more believers rushed over on the four-winged birds. Because they were on high ground, they could see the entire defense area. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. Under the bombardment of the artillery, the beach was overturned again and again, and the sea in the distance was boiling like a pot. The feelings in their hearts could no longer be described with words. They had been complaining in their hearts that they were unlucky enough to be transferred to such a high-risk defense area. It was obvious that they had been sent to their deaths by the Great Temple. However, when they saw the scene of the cannon fire, the believers suddenly realized that things were not as bad as they had thought. If the defensive area could maintain such a terrifying attack when the sea monster attacked, then the sea monster would not have the chance to show off its strength. They were all veterans, and they knew very well what sea monsters looked like when they attacked. Although they were extremely fierce, they were still made of flesh and blood. No matter how many of them there were, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack and were destined to be torn into pieces. While paying attention to the guns and weapons, the veterans also noticed the changes in the mountains on both sides. Compared to the shock brought by the gunfire, the changes in the terrain were more incredible. Only they knew how hard the rocks of these mountains were. Otherwise, they would have been crushed and hollowed out by the sea monsters over the years. The mountain peak had collapsed for a special reason, and it had nothing to do with the sea monster. As the mountain peak was too hard, there were even believers who specially excavated the rocks of the mountain peak and then thought of ways to extract the metal inside to make weapons. The forged weapon was black and shiny. Although it was not a divine weapon, it could still easily break the sea monster's scales. If the user's strength was strong enough, they could even cut a sea monster into two. If the user engraved a runic magic circle on it, it would be as easy as cutting through iron. Although weapons were easy to use, they required a large amount of ore to be refined. At the same time, they also needed to pay a sufficient amount of time or a considerable amount of battle merits to obtain. This also led to the believers having another way to get rich in their spare time, which was to excavate ores and sell them to other believers who needed them. The believers who could do this were mostly in areas where wars were not frequent, so they had the free time to mine. In a place like the 153rd Defense Area, even if one wanted to make some extra money, they had to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If the sea monsters agreed. After being shocked for a while, the old veteran started to think of a way to land. They didn't dare to stay in the sky for too long. If the four-winged bird were to escape in fear, who knew how long it would take for them to return? Perhaps on the way back, the battle credits they had accumulated with great difficulty would be directly deducted into a negative number. He controlled the frightened four-winged birds and forced them to land on the ground, finally gathering in the open space in front of the temple. At this time, the defense area was busy, and no one paid attention to these transferred believers. They were tactful and took the initiative to enter the temple to report. As time passed, more and more believers arrived on the four-winged birds. A large group of people had already gathered in the open space, listening to the continuous sounds of gunfire in a daze. Oh my God, what's going on in the 153 battle area? Why is it so different from the legends? A believer who had just arrived said. He looked at the smoke rising into the sky with an expression of disbelief. I was also wondering about it. The 153rd Defense Area was just destroyed some time ago, and all the veterans died. The soldiers in the defensive area were all newcomers who had just entered the kingdom of God. it could be said that they had no combat experience at all. Normally, in the 153rd Defense Area, it was impossible to withstand a single attack from the sea monster. They didn't even have the most basic ability to resist. However, looking at the scene in front of us, this 153 defense zone is clearly very fierce. Even the top 10 defense zones don't have such a powerful attack method, right? Another believer shook his head as he spoke. It was obvious that the scene in front of him had given him a great shock, and he wondered if he had entered an illusionary array. I've heard someone mention that the commander of Area 153 is also a newcomer. However, this newcomer is terrifyingly powerful. In his first battle, he obtained more than 100,000 battle points with just a normal bow. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time when they heard this. Such a number of battle points was simply terrifying. Even if all of them were to join forces, they might not be able to match Tang Zhen's killing speed. In the temples of the various defense areas, believers could pay battle credits and inquire about the basic information of any believer. After many believers received the transfer order, they specially inquired about Tang Zhen's experience in an attempt to figure out his background. They had thought that a newcomer, no matter how strong he was, might not be able to control them. However, when they saw the terrifying scene in the 153 battle area, these veterans suddenly lost their confidence and even started to panic. The changes in the defensive area were so huge that anyone with eyes could see it. The new players definitely couldn't do it. Therefore, all the changes were definitely related to Tang Zhen, including the weapons that were emitting loud noises and raging flames, as well as the mountains on both sides of the defense area. After realizing this point, those wily old soldiers did not dare to be presumptuous. They clearly understood that Tang Zhen, who was able to do this, definitely had extraordinary means. If he was blind and wanted to stir up trouble, it was extremely likely that he would be taken as the bird that stood out by Tang Zhen. Then, he would be punished as a warning to others. Therefore, even if they had complaints, they could only suppress them in their hearts. They would only think about what to do after they figured out the specific situation. From this point, it could be seen that the veterans were undoubtedly more cunning than the rookies. They would definitely not do something reckless like those who were hanged. Instead, they knew how to weigh the pros and cons. In the defense area, such veterans were not favored by the commander, and they had to be closely watched to prevent any trouble. After waiting for a while, the sounds of gunfire on the city wall gradually subsided, and then a figure slowly walked over. When they saw the figure's face clearly, some believers' expressions changed slightly. They lowered their voices and reminded the people around them, "Be careful of this guy. His name is Tang Zhen. He's usually very low-key, but no one dares to provoke him in his defense area." Those who had offended him had all died inexplicably and miserably. Although everyone knew that this matter was definitely related to him, no one could find any evidence. Looking at the armor on his body, he should have already become the commander's deputy. "I advise you to be obedient, or else you might not even know how you died." Hearing their companion's warning, the veterans around them were shocked and immediately became well-behaved. 2078 Area 153 that attracts attention. 1. Thank you readers. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the wily old soldiers and swept his cold eyes around, as sharp as a knife. At this moment, his body was shrouded in a gloomy aura. His face was still shrouded in black gas, which made his bright eyes very obvious. He was like an evil dragon sizing up its prey. Seeing this, the veterans all looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. The veteran who knew Tang Zhen was secretly surprised. How did he become like this in the blink of an eye? He didn't know that after he made up his mind to follow Tang Zhen and was prepared to fight, Tang Zhen had already started to do his best. As the commander's deputy, he had to have enough means to intimidate everyone. Strength was one aspect, but momentum was equally important. To be able to intimidate people was already half a success. Tang Zhen's strength was not weak, and he had some fortuitous encounters. However, he was usually very low-key and always tried to hide his edge as much as possible. Among the believers who came from different planes and believed in the incarnations of different gods, if one was too flamboyant, one would only become a target in the eyes of others. They would secretly spy on the target like hungry wolves, and then look for an opportunity to attack, swallowing the target until not even the bones were left. In the major defense areas where cooperation was needed to resist the sea monster's attack, such dirty things were common, and the victims were countless. In order to protect themselves, the veterans formed factions and divided their forces according to the god they believed in. Sun Zhen had never colluded with other believers, because while he was using the power to protect himself, he would also bear the corresponding hatred. But even so, there were still some ignorant guys who tried to scheme against him, and the methods they used were very sinister. Every time he encountered such a situation, Sun Zhen would always quietly look for an opportunity, and then secretly kill the other party. He would not give up until he killed the other party. The most he had killed was 75 believers. He took advantage of the sea monster's attack and killed all of them with its fangs and claws. It was after that one attack that Sun Zhen's reputation spread. No one in the defense area he was in dared to provoke him easily. The various defense areas of the God's kingdom seemed independent, but in reality, information was communicated very frequently. As long as something worthy of attention appeared, it would be completely spread in a very short time. In other areas, more and more believers knew about him and warned themselves to be careful when they met Sun Zhen. There were even some busybodies who made a list of the powerhouses of each defense area, and Sun Zhen happened to be on it. Under such circumstances, it was quite normal for him to be recognized by the veterans. Looking at the performance of the veterans, Sun Zhen's mouth curled into a sneer. He knew this group of people very well and knew that they were only being honest for the time being. Obviously, the power of guns and weapons, as well as his own reputation, made these veterans and wanderers afraid, and they did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, this was only temporary. If he didn't use some means to completely intimidate them, then it wouldn't be long before these wily old soldiers started to stir up trouble. However, Sun Zhen was not afraid. In fact, he could not wait for someone to cause trouble. Then, he would have a reason to make a move. I know that you are all very dissatisfied and complaining that you have come to a high-risk defense area, which has forced you to fight with your life on the line. However, all of this had already become a fact and could not be changed, so there was no use in complaining. The only thing you need to do is to listen to my commands obediently and do your best to stop the sea monsters when they attack. I don't expect you to be very brave, but at the very least, you should advance and retreat together. Don't play the same tricks in front of me. If I find out about this, you'll end up like those corpses hanging on the beach. Hearing Sun Zhen's cold and murderous warning, the veterans felt a chill in their hearts. If someone else had said that, they would have only sneered. Trying to intimidate them was simply courting death. Who knew who would live longer? However, the person who said those words was Sun Zhen, so they had to be on guard. According to Sun Zhen's style of doing things, he would definitely do what he said. The rules were dead, but people were alive. With Sun Zhen's methods, he could definitely kill them without breaking any rules. Since that was the case, it was better to be honest so as not to cause trouble for himself. After Sun Zhen gave a warning, he scattered these veterans. Although they were not easy to manipulate, they had rich combat experience. To be able to survive one extremely dangerous city defense battle after another, there would not be a single weakling. They would not lack strength and luck. With the guidance of the veterans, the new recruits would quickly mature, until they could face endless monsters. Don't think that these veterans would be stingy in sharing their experience. They knew very well that no matter how strong an individual was, they couldn't beat the strength of a team. Therefore, they would try their best to impart their experience to the newcomers, allowing them to display stronger combat power. While improving the team's combat power, it was also equivalent to protecting themselves. The addition of these veterans gave the new recruits a little more confidence. While they were training, they also listened to the veterans talk about their experience in fighting sea monsters. As time passed, the veterans from the other defense areas were all in position. As the monsters could attack at any time, the training never stopped. While he was shocked by the might of the guns and weapons, he also developed a strong interest in Tang Zhen himself. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen when the sea monster attacked. Creating such a sensational effect was in line with Tang Zhen's intentions. He believed that if he had companions, they would definitely notice this matter. Of course, the premise was that they had already entered the God's kingdom and were assigned to various defense areas. While the soldiers in the defense area were busy training, Tang Zhen had entered the Grand Temple again to inquire about the information of various sea monsters. It was only then that he realized that the sea monsters that attacked the city walls were of the lowest level, and could only be regarded as cannon fodder. Apart from that, there were also a variety of special sea monsters. They had different abilities, but because of their small numbers, they would not appear in every battle. The last time Defense Area 153 was destroyed, it was because of the appearance of a large number of special sea monsters. The believers in the defense area were caught off guard and eventually lost. Although these special monsters were not easy to deal with, the points they could earn from killing them far exceeded that of ordinary cannon fodder. If he had a choice, Tang Zhen hoped that the more special sea monsters he could attack, the better. Only then would he be able to kill them happily. However, he had no other choice. The special monster would not come to him just because he wanted it. Therefore, if he wanted to kill the special sea monster and obtain more battle merits, he might need to use some other methods. 2079 Beast Lure 1. Thank you readers. If he wanted to hunt special sea monsters, he could use a method similar to bait to attract them to Defense Area 153. No matter what kind of creature it was, it could be driven by desire and fall into simple or complicated traps. Once trapped, one's life and death would be in the hands of others, completely out of their control. Tang Zhen had done this more than once. The most recent time was when he disguised himself as an ancient demon nest to hunt evil demons. Although this memory had not been restored for the time being, Tang Zhen still had similar thoughts due to his habit. However, he needed to carefully study what to use as bait. After all, he didn't know the habits of sea monsters, and he couldn't make a move in a hurry. To deal with this kind of monster, there was no need for complicated arrangements at all. As long as an item similar to a monster lure was created, the sea monsters would swarm like moths to a flame. That was why he had spent his battle credits to look up the detailed information of these sea monsters, and from there, he had chosen the most reasonable and effective formula. Although he had the ability to create things with his thoughts and could directly use his thoughts to create bait, the scope of this thought was too large. To materialize it, the consumption was even greater than materializing guns and weapons. This kind of exchange was not worth it. After Tang Zhen thought about it, he did not choose to conjure it with his will in the end. Instead, he personally prepared it. Once it was successful, the cost of capturing sea monsters would be greatly reduced, and he could use it without any scruples. After studying it for a long time, Tang Zhen gradually had an idea and was prepared to try it out as soon as possible. It required a lot of materials, but they were basically all ordinary items. The consumption of using the ability to create things with one's mind was almost negligible. At the same time, there was another advantage to creating things with one's will. It could conjure the purest items and use them to mix. Instead of obtaining a certain raw material first and then extracting it for a second time, resulting in 99% of the items being waste. To do this, one had to be familiar with the basic elements that made up all things. No matter if they were simple or complicated, they had to be remembered by heart. For ordinary people, this was harder than ascending to heaven. However, to Tang Zhen, who had absorbed the saved memories of countless Tarobo people, this was not a difficult task. After leaving the temple, Tang Zhen entered the space that was opened up inside the mountain peak. As his thoughts rose, experimental equipment appeared in front of him one by one. Soon, another long table appeared, and on it were all kinds of colorful items that were pure and free of impurities. After Tang Zhen swept his gaze over it, he randomly picked up a few items and began to mix them according to the thoughts in his heart. Sun Jun had come by during this period. However, after seeing Tang Zhen frowning in deep thought, he immediately left so as not to disturb him. When he saw those experimental equipment, Sun Jun had already realized that Tang Zhen was definitely working on something extraordinary. After witnessing Tang Zhen's magical ability, Sun Jun couldn't help but have a trace of anticipation in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Tang Zhen would bring to everyone after the end of the experiment. There was no day or night in a divine kingdom, so anyone who arrived here for the first time would feel very uncomfortable. It was as if time had stopped, and there was no end to it. It made people feel a sense of suffering. However, Tang Zhen, who was completely focused, did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, his expression became more and more relaxed as time passed. Looking at him, it was clear that the experiment would be successful soon. The soldiers on the city wall were still training, but the ocean in the distance was slowly changing. After the previous bombardment, the sea was filled with the remains of many fish and some monster corpses. Soon, the monsters nearby were attracted by the smell of blood and gathered in the ocean in front of the defense area, constantly devouring the floating flesh. Their heads and bodies would pop out of the sea from time to time, causing the sea water to boil like a pot. It was a very shocking sight. The snipers on the city wall saw this and immediately set up their huge sniper rifles at the battlements, aiming at the sea monsters and launching attacks. This type of heavy sniper rifle was a modified version. It was nearly 2.5 meters long and used armor-piercing bullets of the same caliber as the anti-aircraft machine gun. Even an ordinary armored vehicle would not be able to withstand the attack of such a bullet and would be easily penetrated. Although the sea monsters' scales were thick, they could not be compared to metal armor. Naturally, they could not withstand the attack of a heavy sniper rifle. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to control such a weapon at all. The recoil alone was enough to make people collapse. However, after Tang Zhen's modification, the recoil of this special sniper rifle was greatly reduced. In addition, the believer himself was not weak, so he could completely control it. Following the sounds of gunshots, the monsters in the ocean were hit one after another. The blood that spewed out dyed the sea red and set off waves. The monsters that were hit in their vital parts soon stopped struggling, and their bodies floated around with the waves. The sea monsters that were injured and not dead were roaring and struggling in the ocean. Some of them even rushed up to the shore. Looking at their appearance, it was clear that their ferocity had been triggered, and they wanted to attack the believers on the city wall. Even when they were out of the sea, these sea monsters were still as fast as flying, which shocked the soldiers who were seeing sea monsters for the first time. The machine gunners, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately opened fire and tore the sea monster into pieces the moment it landed on the beach. Under such intense firepower, no matter how fast the sea monster was, it was impossible to avoid it. Everyone, get ready. I'm afraid that it won't be long before more sea monsters attack. The monsters in the ocean were the most bloodthirsty. Every time a battle broke out, countless low-level sea monsters would be attracted by the smell of blood. They were not the kind of cannon fodder that participated in the siege. They were mutated fish and sea beasts, so they were in large numbers and were similar to wild monsters. Every time they were attracted by the smell of blood, the wild sea monsters would attack crazily. The more blood flowed out of the killed monsters, the more wild sea monsters would be attracted. They would come in an endless stream, and their attacks would not stop unless all the sea monsters nearby were killed in one breath. Fortunately, compared to the organized humanoid sea monsters, these wild monsters did not like to attack the city walls. They basically only moved in the sea. However, there were still some ferocious wild monsters that would suddenly rush to the beach and attack the city wall. If the number was small, the believers could easily take care of them, and they didn't even need to sound the war drums to gather manpower. However, if there were too many sea monsters, the entire defense area would enter a state of war to avoid any accidents. It was for this reason that if it wasn't necessary, the players in the defensive areas wouldn't easily kill these monsters to avoid trouble. Tang Zhen wanted to earn a sea of battle points. Hence, he dared to fire at the ocean and attract the sea monsters nearby. Those veteran soldiers had already guessed Tang Zhen's thoughts. However, they did not have the ability to stop it. As they cursed in their hearts, they also made preparations for battle. However, it was only then that they realized that their weapons were only suitable for close combat. The sea monsters did not even have the chance to rush up the wall before they were killed one after another on the beach. 2080 The Attack of Sea Monsters 1. Thank you readers. Seeing the sea monsters being shot and killed one after another, the recruits didn't even have the chance to rush over. Their faces were full of excitement. The fear he had for the sea monster had long disappeared. He even felt that the sea monster was nothing. Looking at the weapons in their hands, they actually had a feeling of love. It was obvious that everyone knew that without these weapons, the battle would not have been so easy. The seasoned soldiers who had thought of how to protect themselves in the event of danger were all dumbfounded at this moment. If this situation continued, they might not be able to get any battle merits until the end of the battle. If they couldn't get any battle merits, it was equivalent to cutting off their source of income, and they couldn't get anything from the temple. There's no way we can fight this battle. Are we just going to watch from the side? The seasoned soldiers who never suffered losses immediately looked for Sun Zhen, wanting to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For an explanation, although he was a little afraid of Sun Zhen's means, he still had to fight for his rights and interests. Otherwise, he would be the only one who would suffer. In the end, Sun Zhen told them that the battle merits for killing monsters would be distributed after the war. At the same time, it would be increased or decreased according to individual performance. The more capable one was, the more battle merits they would receive. Even if they didn't use any weapons or kill sea monsters, as long as they participated in the battle, they would still receive the corresponding battle merits after the battle. At the same time, Sun Jun also warned the veterans not to think that they could play tricks just because they were distributed uniformly. He would always patrol on the city wall and watch everyone's performance. Once he found someone who dared to be passive and slack in the battle, he would record it down and deal with it when it was time to distribute the battle merits. If the veteran wanted to cause trouble, he would not be polite. After hearing Sun Jun's words, the veterans did not say anything more, because the other party's explanation was clear enough. When they returned to their respective platoons, the veterans seemed to have changed into different people. They stared at the sea in front of them. At this moment, they were actually like the new soldiers, hoping for more sea monsters to come. These scattered wild monsters were no longer able to satisfy their appetites. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, this method of not having to fight sea monsters in close combat but being able to distribute battle merits was indeed much more comfortable than before. The atmosphere on the city wall also became more relaxed. From time to time, everyone would raise their voices and chat, estimating how many sea monsters they could kill. This kind of state of fighting wholeheartedly was very rare in other defense areas, especially in high-risk defense areas. It was a situation that had never happened before. Under normal circumstances, the believers would avoid the attacks of sea monsters as much as possible. After all, every battle would cause a large number of casualties. In the end, it was guns and weapons that gave them confidence. Their desire for battle merits had surpassed their fear of sea monsters. The gunshots on the city wall were still going on. Sea monsters were killed one after another, and there were only a few monsters left in the sea. A layer of blood-red, greasy foam had already accumulated on the shore. The corpses of the sea monsters were laid all the way from the shore to the ocean, rising and falling with the waves. The sea water was bright red and gave off a pungent smell of blood that could be smelled from far away. Although the believers had killed a large number of sea monsters in a short period of time, once it was evenly distributed, each person would not get much battle merits. It seemed that only the attack of a real sea monster army would provide enough military merits. Although it would take a huge risk, the return was equally satisfactory. A wily old soldier looked at the ocean in front of him with a hint of doubt on his face, as if he could not understand why there was no army of monsters appearing. It was the same for the other believers. They felt inexplicably irritated when they did not see more monsters appear. Just as the believers were discussing animatedly, a black line suddenly appeared slowly at the horizon. The sentry in charge of observing the enemy immediately sent out a warning. Then, they heard the muffled sound of war drums from the temple. The sound of the war drums meant that the sea monster army was coming. The believers who had been confused before immediately became excited and nervous. They tried their best to keep their eyes wide open, constantly observing the intersection between the sky and the sea, trying to see how big the sea monsters were. At this moment, something that looked like sails suddenly appeared in front of them, as if a giant fleet of ships was pushing forward. Oh my God, how could it be this kind of monster? I'm afraid we're in trouble now. That's right, the number of monsters is at least hundreds of thousands, or even more. When the seasoned soldiers saw the sail-like object, they all revealed shocked expressions, looking somewhat incredulous. The new recruits around them immediately asked in a nervous tone, wanting to know the origin of this sea monster. The veteran didn't hide anything and immediately told the recruit about the origin of the sea monster. The thing that looked like a sail was actually a dorsal fin of a giant sea beast. Its size was huge, comparable to a moving island. The main function of the giant sea beast was to send the sea monsters to the shore so that they would not be exhausted from the long journey. The base camp of the sea monsters was located in the deep sea and moved often, in case they were discovered by the believers and targeted by the temple. In addition to being responsible for transportation, the giant sea beast itself also had a very strong attack power. Its dorsal fins could shoot out acid balls to attack the city wall in the sea. This type of acid ball was extremely corrosive, and it was not easy to recover from an infected wound. If not treated in time, it could even cause the body to fester. Once they encountered such a situation, the believers could only pay battle credits and rely on the healing function of the temple to help them heal. Because the giant sea beast's attack ability was impossible to guard against, and it would also carry a large number of sea monsters, most of the veterans did not want to see its figure. The main reason was that the feeling of being beaten up by others and not being able to fight back was extremely sullen. In fact, in the temple, there were also weapons that could launch long-range attacks, and they were quite powerful. However, in order to activate a long-range attack, the defending area had to pay a certain amount of war glory before the temple would fire a beam attack. No matter how powerful the monster was, it would instantly turn into ashes under the light beam that was similar to the runic magic circle. However, the attack range of the light beam runic magic circle was only 1 kilometer in diameter, so it was a rather crucial matter to choose the attack position. The entire attack process had to be controlled by the commander. As for how many monsters could be killed in a single attack and whether they could recoup their costs, it was entirely up to luck. The problem was that when using this kind of attack, it was at the moment of life and death, so even if it was a loss, he had to brace himself to do it. As for the battle merits consumed by the attack, they did not belong to the believers, but the battle merits earned by the defense area itself. Such military merits could not be used by believers. They could only be used to upgrade the temple, exchange for city defense weapons, and repair the materials needed for the city wall and daily consumption. If the damage was too great, the temple would automatically be downgraded, causing some items to be unable to be exchanged. If he wanted to redeem it again, he would have to work hard to kill sea monsters and then level up the temple again. Although many believers complained about this, they could not go against the rules set by the Grand Temple. What are you afraid of? We have guns and cannons in our hands. We can use these sea monsters as practice. Sun Jun's voice rang out. When the believers on the city wall heard it, they immediately laughed. That's right, kill these sea monsters. A new recruit shouted excitedly, and the people beside him immediately echoed, shouting one after another. The experienced soldiers were the same. Although they were shocked by the number of sea monsters, they were no longer as panicked as before. He just didn't know if the cannons that were pointed at the sky could cause any damage to this giant sea beast, or even kill it directly. If he could really do that, the battle merits he would get from killing the giant sea beast would probably make all the believers happy. 2081 An impenetrable defense. 1 Thank you readers. Although they were still far away, they could see the densely packed dorsal fins of the sails and confirm that the scale of the sea monster army was quite large. In terms of numbers, they completely crushed the believers, more than 100 times. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, charging over aggressively, as if nothing could stop them. These sea monsters were not brainless. In fact, they were very cunning, and there was a leader-like existence in the army who secretly controlled the entire battle. Even when he attacked, he would choose to attack the weak instead of fighting them head-on. Although the higher-ranked areas would also be attacked by sea monsters, they were basically small-scale battles. The chances of successfully breaking through such a defensive area were very low, so the sea monster would not go all out and would only use cannon fodder to consume the believers. No one knew how many sea monsters there were, and they could completely bear the losses. The high-risk areas were the sea monsters' main targets. They used tactics similar to suppressing consumption to prevent these high-risk areas from growing. Sun Jun was familiar with sea monsters, so he was not surprised by their sudden attack. Everyone, get ready for battle. Listen to my orders and fire at any moment. When the war drums came from the temple, Sun Jun had already climbed up to the tower on the peak of the mountain and observed the sea in front of him from above. Although his expression was as calm as water, if one looked closely at his eyes, one would discover that there was a faint trace of excitement. Sun Jun's desire for battle far exceeded anyone else's. At this moment, he felt that his blood was burning. Sure enough, it's here. I'm really looking forward to it. He had already thought about it before. Defense Area 153 had just been destroyed, and the sea monster would not miss this opportunity. They would definitely gather their forces and take the opportunity to launch another wave of attacks to destroy the newly repaired defense area. The scale of the attack this time would definitely be much larger than the previous one. Only then would they be able to destroy the temple with an absolute advantage in numbers after breaking through the city walls. As long as the temple could be destroyed, the sea monster army could march straight in and attack the Grand Temple. Sun Jun did not care whether the Grand Temple was safe or not. He was very clear that those sea monsters would not succeed easily. What he was most concerned about now was how to fight this battle well and earn more battle merits. When the temple's war drums sounded, the huge image transmission stone was suddenly activated, and the image transmission stones in the other defense areas also reacted. The image transmission stone marked the site of battle area 153. Immediately, a red light flashed, reminding that a battle was about to happen there. After seeing this scene, a large number of believers in the defensive areas that had not been attacked by the sea monsters immediately focused their attention on the image transmission stone. They gathered in the open space or stood on top of the city wall, staring at the huge picture projected into the air. The earlier scene of gunfire in Area 153 had already caused enough of a stir and made countless believers curious. At this moment, everyone wanted to see how destructive the weapons that were shooting out flames were. Under countless gazes, the cannons on both sides of the mountain suddenly opened fire, and flames shot out from the muzzles. Of course, what everyone was most concerned about was not the scene of the cannons firing. They wanted to see how much damage the cannonballs could cause to the sea monster. As the commander adjusted the image on the transmission stone, the giant sea beasts with sail-like dorsal fins appeared clearly in front of everyone. On the back of the sea beast, there were countless sea monsters crouching. They looked like parasites, and one look at them would make one's scalp tingle. However, at the next moment, cannonballs landed on the backs of these sea monsters, and what followed was a scene of blood and flesh flying all over the sky. In the violent explosion, the sea monsters on the back of the giant beast were torn to pieces, leaving behind huge, shocking bloody holes. The giant sea beast that was attacked trembled violently. However, compared to its huge size, this attack did not seem to be fatal. The problem was that the cannon attacks were quite dense. The size of the sea beasts made it impossible for them to move quickly to dodge, and they could only take the cannon attacks head-on. In the blink of an eye, the backs of these giant sea beasts were blown to pieces. Unable to withstand the pain, the monsters began to subconsciously dive into the sea. However, in this way, the sea beasts could no longer get closer, because the deep water in the coastal waters was not enough to cover their huge bodies. If they wanted to get closer, they would have to surface, and this was not the best distance for the giant sea beast to attack. Although the sea monster dove into the water to avoid the attacks, the bombardment from both sides of the mountain never stopped. Under normal circumstances, no matter if it was a bullet or a shell, after entering the water, it would not be able to continue to effectively strike an underwater target. The cannonballs conjured by Tang Zhen were the same. After they entered the water, their power was greatly reduced, and they were no longer able to effectively kill the sea monster. If he wanted to, he could conjure a special water bullet to continuously attack the giant sea beast in the sea. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, there was no need for that. Doing so would only increase the cost greatly. The cannonballs he had made all contained highly toxic substances, the kind that was extremely deadly. Once the cannonballs entered their bodies, they would be able to poison these giant sea beasts and kill them in a short time. In addition to these highly toxic cannonballs, there were also burning cannonballs that could seal the sea surface with flames after they exploded, as well as mother-child cannonballs that had extremely high killing potential. The artillery on both sides of the mountains would change the shells according to Sun Jun's instructions instead of firing randomly. Under the intensive bombardment, the giant sea beast continued to sink into the sea. The sea monster soldiers on its back were either killed by the explosion or sank to the bottom of the sea with the giant sea beast. Due to the suppression of the cannons, the giant sea monster could no longer rise to the surface of the sea to spray acid, which was equivalent to the sea monster's long-range attack means being disabled. The giant sea beasts could no longer move forward, but the sea monsters on their backs could continue to move forward. This caused the sea to be filled with swimming figures, heading straight for the coast. In the process of swimming, cannonballs fell into the water from time to time, tearing the sea monsters that were closer to the surface of the sea into pieces. Countless corpses floated on the surface of the sea, and black smoke rose from the burning flames. It didn't take long for countless figures to appear on the waves. The sea monsters had already rushed to the shore and began to surge toward the city wall in groups. The anti-aircraft machine gun that had been waiting for a long time immediately opened fire. After the barrel of the machine gun was lowered through the roller, tongues of fire swept back and forth on the coast. As soon as the sea monsters rushed to the shore, they were shot to the ground, and a bloody mist rose up from the shore. Soon, a wall of corpses appeared on the beach. As the sea monsters continued to come ashore, the wall of corpses began to grow taller and taller. Just this line of machine gun defense had completely blocked the sea monster, and it could not move an inch. Even if there were a few sea monsters that charged forward, they were still killed by the machine gunners and snipers. Area 153 was like an ice-cold war meat grinder, continuously taking the lives of sea monsters. The believers on the city wall were all in a state of excitement, their eyes slightly red. The thrill of killing, the joy of madly obtaining battle merits, made them so excited that their bodies were trembling. As for the spectators from the other defense areas, they were already dumbfounded. They had never imagined that killing sea monsters could be so simple and efficient. 2082 Sure Win 1. Thank you readers. After seeing the terrifying power of the guns and cannons, all the spectators knew that Area 153 would definitely win this battle. The sea monsters no longer had any power to fight back. The more they charged onto the shore, the more they were killed. The surface of the sea had been completely covered by layers of corpses. Unless something unexpected happened, no matter how many sea monsters came, they would only be giving credit to Area 153. While they were envious, it was inevitable that some people would be jealous. What's going on with this Area 153? Where did they get this kind of weapon? Why can they have it but not us? They were both killing sea monsters, so why did he have to defend the city wall with his life, while others could reap the battle achievements from a long distance away? Everyone knew that with this weapon, killing sea monsters would be extremely easy. They were a little unwilling to see others enjoy the benefits alone while they could only be envious. However, they were only complaining. After all, the defense areas were independent of each other and didn't interfere with each other. It was not uncommon for them to watch others die. In this case, even if the other defense areas benefited, it would have nothing to do with them. Hearing the complaints of the believers beside him, the commander of the defense area sneered and said in a low voice, "You'll have to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The guys in Area 153 where you got the weapons, but they might not tell you. Compared to those strange weapons, I was more interested in the new commander of Area 153. He was quite an interesting person. I've checked it out earlier. This guy called Tang Zhen is just a newcomer and has only entered God Country for a short time. Because of his outstanding performance in the first battle, he was allowed to go to the Grand Temple. Who would have thought that he would directly become the commander of the 153rd Defense Area? Thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was amiss. No matter how strong he was as a newcomer, could he be stronger than those veterans? Why didn't the spiritualist choose an experienced veteran, but instead arranged for him to be the commander? Do you think this is reasonable? There were a few believers standing next to the commander. They were also the commanders of the defense zone. They had gathered together to discuss a plan when Area 153 was attacked by sea monsters. After seeing the scene on the transmission stone, the commanding officers of the defensive area fell into deep thought. It was clear that this incident had brought them a lot of inspiration. The spywriters must have known that Area 153 is filled with newbies, so they arranged for a new commander for them. It looked like a one-way promotion, but in fact, all the believers in Area 153 were used as bait. They would use them to attract the sea monster army over, and then the two sides would quickly attack and surround Area 153, trapping the sea monsters on land. Under such circumstances, it would be best for Defense Area 153 to win. If they failed, there would not be much loss. I don't know where this Tang Zhen got a large number of weapons from, but he beat the sea monster to the point that it couldn't fight back. He even won in an impossible situation. Another commander frowned as he analyzed. It sounded reasonable, but it was not the case. Tang Zhen wasn't the bait chosen by the spirit envoy. Instead, he was appointed as the commander of the defense area after knowing his background. He hoped that he could kill as many sea monsters as possible. I don't think this matter is that simple. It's impossible for the spywriters to be perfunctory in this kind of matter. There must be something that we don't understand. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet the commander of Area 153. If possible, I'd like to get some fire-breathing weapons from him. The other commanders nodded. After seeing the power of firearms, they really wanted to get some and place them in their defense area. Of course, the prerequisite was that the price of the exchange was acceptable. If Tang Zhen were to demand an exorbitant price, they would rather not use it than to bite the bullet and be ripped off. While they were talking, everyone was still watching the battle. They were envious of the killing efficiency of the guns and weapons while analyzing the situation on the battlefield. If there were no accidents, it would probably not take long for the sea monsters to retreat with heavy casualties. When the sea monster realized that it could not win, it would not blindly launch a fierce attack, but choose to retreat at the right time. After they recuperated, they would make a comeback. It was only when the defensive zone was in danger and the sea monsters had the absolute advantage that they would launch a frenzied attack. Before the battle ended, some people had already estimated the total number of battle achievements that Area 153 could possibly obtain. A conservative estimate was more than 1 million. When they came to this conclusion, the spectators couldn't help but gasp. The number of 1 million battle points was simply too terrifying. Moreover, this was only from one battle. If the sea monsters attacked every once in a while, who knew how many battle points they would get in Defense Area 153? Due to various reasons, the level of Defense Area 153 was very low and had always been ranked at the bottom of all defense areas. He had thought that it would be difficult to recover after the city was broken, but now he had a chance to make a comeback. With just this amount of military merits, it was enough to push the 153 defense area into the middle. If they worked hard, it was not impossible for them to be ranked higher. The benefits that came with it were naturally the upgrade of the temple's level. The believers in Area 153 would also be qualified to exchange for more items. As time passed, Area 153 would become more and more powerful and would trample over the other areas. Those areas that were ranked at the top all had additional rewards, and no one was willing to give the benefits to others. As a result, some people began to have devious thoughts. They secretly pondered how to trick Tang Zhen. It would be best if they could get their hands on all of his guns and weapons. Although the defense area was constantly under the threat of sea monsters, the fighting for profit had never stopped. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already become the target of public criticism. It was unknown how many people had tried to scheme against him. Have you all noticed a problem? Since the start of the battle, that Tang Zhen has not appeared. What is he doing? A commander stared at the image on the transmission stone seriously. After a long while, he suddenly asked with a face full of doubt. The other commanders were also stunned when they heard this. They had only paid attention to the scene of the cannon killing the sea monster and had neglected to see if Tang Zhen was on the battlefield. Now that he took a closer look, he did not see Tang Zhen's figure. Only Sun Jun, who was appointed as the deputy, was wearing a special armor. He was very conspicuous on the battlefield. If it was the commander, the target would be more obvious during the battle, like a lighthouse in the night. With the special ability of the temple, the soldiers could see the existence of the commander no matter where they were. The purpose of this was to stabilize the morale of the army, so that the believers could effectively accept the orders of the commander in time. What's going on with this Tang Zhen? He's not even participating in a battle of this scale. What the hell is he doing? After confirming that Tang Zhen wasn't on the battlefield, those commanders were all confused. They felt that Tang Zhen was full of secrets. Some people secretly guessed that Tang Zhen might be secretly doing something. This was why he was absent at such a crucial moment. As time passed, more and more sea monsters were killed, but none of them could get close to the city wall. The monster leader in charge of commanding the sea monster army also realized that things were not going well and immediately gave the order to retreat. An ultrasonic-like signal came from the deep sea. After the sea monsters that were attacking madly heard it, they began to retreat like the tide, ready to retreat from the battlefield under the cover of the sea. After seeing the sea monster retreat, the believers in Area 153 could not help but feel anxious. Although they had made a lot of money now, they were still unwilling to watch the battle credits slip away. Just as they were at a loss on what to do, a figure slowly walked out from the mountain. It was precisely the commander, Tang Zhen, who had a trace of a smile on his face. 2083 The envious and shocked spectators. 1. Thank you readers. The moment Tang Zhen appeared, countless pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention. The believers in the defense area looked at him with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Even the faces of the veterans were full of admiration. After fighting sea monsters for so many years, this was the first time they had experienced such a scene. They could kill monsters to their heart's content without encountering any danger. Before today, he would not have dared to think of such a thing. As for the newbies, they didn't know about the twists and turns inside. They only knew that Tang Zhen's existence allowed them to successfully resist the sea monster's attack and easily obtain a large amount of battle merits. He had thought that he would definitely die after being assigned to a high-risk battle zone, but it seemed that this was not the case. It could be said that Tang Zhen was their savior. If it wasn't for him, they might have already become the sea monster's delicious meal. Although Tang Zhen didn't appear on the city wall during the battle just now, he seemed to be afraid of the battle. However, in the eyes of the believers in the defensive area, he should have known the outcome of the battle long ago, which was why he did not personally take charge of the battlefield. If it was any other zone of defense commander who did not personally command during the battle, he would only attract the contempt and discussion of his subordinates. It would definitely not be like now, where everyone's eyes were filled with respect and no one dared to question his actions. Everyone guessed that Tang Zhen had appeared at this time because he was prepared to say a few encouraging words when the sea monsters retreated to raise the morale of the people in the defensive area. No matter which defensive area it was, there would always be similar situations, and the commander would not miss this opportunity to increase his prestige. As expected, in the next moment, Tang Zhen slowly opened his mouth. However, the content was different from what everyone had imagined. I know you're all immersed in the joy of victory, because in the face of guns and weapons, the fierce sea monsters are so fragile and vulnerable. This is the first battle since the reconstruction of Area 153, and you've gained a lot from it. Perhaps today's battle will be worth more than the total battle merits you've accumulated in the other areas over the past few months. I'm sure you all know what battle merits mean. You can never have too many of them. But I would like to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Are you satisfied with the harvest in front of you, or do you want to get more? If you're satisfied with the current situation, then let the sea monster go, and this battle will officially end. If you want to obtain more battle merits, then be prepared to fight a bloody battle, because it is likely that more sea monsters will appear in the following time. Now tell me your choice. Do you want to let the sea monster go, or do you want to continue fighting and gain more battle merits? Due to the auxiliary function of the temple, Tang Zhen's voice spread throughout the entire defense area and every believer could hear it clearly. We want battle merits. Only with enough battle merits can we exchange for all kinds of required materials and constantly improve our strength. If we miss this opportunity, where will we find such a good opportunity in the future, don't you think so? Tang Zhen originally thought that Sun Jun would take the lead in responding. Who would have thought that the first to speak would be those veterans? They had anxious and excited expressions on their faces, as if they were afraid that their battle achievements would slip away from their eyes. After fighting sea monsters for so many years, they knew how hard it was to get battle merits. Every point was exchanged with their lives. Now that he finally had the opportunity to kill sea monsters easily, he would regret it if he missed this opportunity. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. They had to make a prompt decision. Therefore, as soon as Tang Zhen's words fell, those veteran soldiers jumped out to express their support. The new recruits were also unwilling to miss the opportunity to obtain military merits, so after the veteran spoke, they immediately raised their arms and strongly requested to continue hunting sea monsters. In the sky above the entire defense area, a wave of roars asking for battle floated, making people's blood seem to boil. At the same time, they were also curious. What method would Tang Zhen have to continue chasing after these sea monsters when they had already retreated? Just as everyone was secretly surprised, Tang Zhen walked to the front of a cannon and waved his hand to release a few items. These items looked like cannonballs. They were slender and crystal clear, and there seemed to be a viscous liquid flowing around the bullet head. "Sir, what is this?" A wily old soldier beside him could not resist the curiosity in his heart when he saw this and carefully asked Tang Zhen. "All you need to do is watch and you'll soon know what this is." Tang Zhen did not explain much. Instead, he commanded the soldiers to stuff it into the cannon barrel and gave the order to fire. The believers in the defensive area all held their breath and stared at the muzzle, wanting to see what special effects this thing had. With a few loud sounds, the cannonballs were shot out and fell into the water not far from the shore. "What's going on? I don't understand." Whether it was the new recruits or the veterans, all of them had confused expressions on their faces. They really couldn't see what was special about these shots. Just as everyone was discussing, they saw that the sea in front of them was like a boiling pot. The surface of the sea rose up abnormally, and then fell back down heavily. Countless sea monsters revealed their heads and rushed madly to the area where the cannonballs fell into the water. The scene was spectacular. Then, a stream of steam rose from where the cannonballs fell, drawing an arc in the air. The mist shimmered with a colorful light, looking like rainbow candy bars. At this moment, the giant sea beasts that had dived into the sea also emerged from the water and rushed over. Along the way, sea monsters were constantly swept away by the collision, and their bones were instantly crushed. However, the giant sea beast did not care at all. It only cared about charging towards the place where the seven-colored mist rose. It was obvious that the retreating sea monster army had fallen into a state of chaos. Even though the sound of an emergency retreat was constantly heard, the sea monsters completely ignored it. This situation was so strange that it made people panic. The soldiers on the city wall were already restless. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the sea in front of them. They couldn't understand what Tang Zhen had done. Why was it that a few rainbow-like water pillars were able to attract all these sea monsters back? Looking at their appearance, it was as if they had gone crazy and completely lost all reason. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately! Sun Zheng's voice rang out, waking up the soldiers who were still in a daze. They quickly turned the muzzles and aimed at the sea. At this moment, there was no need to aim. As long as the shell was shot, it could land on the sea monster. The position of the rainbow water pillar was very close, and it was also within the range of the anti-aircraft machine guns. The soldiers on the city wall also opened fire. They gritted their teeth, wishing that they could pour out all the bullets in the magazine in the shortest time possible. The monsters in the ocean were killed in droves, but even so, they were still rushing forward, not afraid of the threat of death at all. The bloody scene caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. They really could not understand what Tang Zhen had done. Why did he make these sea monsters go crazy? Not only were the believers in Area 153 shocked, but the other believers who were watching the battle through the transmission stone were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They had fought against the sea monster for many years, but they had never seen such a strange scene before. They subconsciously felt a deep fear for Tang Zhen, who had used such a technique. If such a method was used on him, and he did not have any guns or weapons to suppress it, it would be a disaster. Apart from shock, most of the spectators couldn't hide their envy. The sea monsters' return meant that they could continue to gain battle merits. As long as all the sea monsters were annihilated, the number of military merits obtained in Area 153 would be shocking. It was believed that after this battle, the name of the 153rd Defense Area would spread completely and become the focus of all believers of the Kingdom of God. 2084 Reactions of all parties. 1. Thank you, readers. The sound of gunfire rang out for a long time before it finally subsided. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be abnormally quiet. The sound of the waves that usually rang out seemed to have disappeared. Soon, the believers realized that it was not that the sound had disappeared, but that they were almost deafened by the shock. That was why they felt that their surroundings were so quiet that it was terrifying. After a long while, they slowly heard sounds, which were all excited cheers. The believers waved their fists and roared at the sea to vent their joy. At this moment, looking at the outside of the city wall, it was already a mess. The city wall was filled with bullet shells, and there was almost no place to stand. Any traveler who was not careful would fall to the ground. Some believers were holding something like a shovel, and there were people shoveling bullet shells down from the top of the city wall, making a constant clattering sound of metal colliding. For some reason, when the believers heard this sound, they always felt that the most beautiful music was nothing more than this. When he turned to look at the ocean again, he was sure that all the sea monsters had been killed. The corpses covered the surface of the sea and spread far and wide. Even at the end of his sight, there were still sea monster corpses. This scene was unforgettable. After the surprise, the new soldiers sized up the battlefield seriously, their eyes full of shock. Today's battle allowed them to thoroughly experience the power of guns and weapons. At the same time, they also felt the cruelty and horror of war. As long as one was drawn into it, it meant that one's life could end at any time, and one simply had no choice. After the shock, they rejoiced. If they didn't have the guns in their hands and fought using their original method, the sea monsters would be enough to exhaust them to death. It was even more impossible to end the battle so quickly. The veterans were the most qualified to speak. Under normal circumstances, battles of this scale would usually last for 1 or 2 days. That kind of battle was simply a purgatory-like torture. They had to take turns to defend and there was no time to rest at all. After the battle, he was completely exhausted and didn't want to get up after falling into the pile of corpses. In the past, it was almost unimaginable to take care of a large number of enemies so easily and quickly in Defense Area 153. It was easy, safe, and profitable. It made the veterans feel like they were dreaming, and their faces were full of smiles. Although the final total number of battle achievements had not been calculated yet, the believers could already confirm that the harvest of this battle would be considerable. Everyone, listen up. Clean up the battlefield immediately. If there are any sea monsters that are still alive, kill them on the spot. Organize the supplies on the city wall and count the remaining amount. At the same time, send someone to guard it. No one is allowed to approach it unless it's a battle. Sun Jun's voice came from the tower, and with the help of the temple, it spread clearly throughout the entire defense area. The veterans who had been waiting for a long time heard this and immediately called the new recruits to follow them to the beach along the rope ladder. The veterans loved to clean up the battlefield, especially when they encountered special sea monsters of higher value. They were all fighting to be the first. Collecting items from sea monsters to forge equipment or sell to the temple could also be exchanged for war points. This was the benefit given to the believers. The armor made from sea monster skin was not inferior to the basic armor exchanged in the temple. Wearing such armor could save a large amount of battle credits, and the remaining battle credits could be used for other things. After selling it to the temple, they would also be rewarded with some battle achievements, which could be divided equally among the believers. Under the command of the veterans, the soldiers continued to rummage through the scattered corpses, picking all the usable materials and putting them into large baskets woven from rattan. There were people on the city wall who were in charge of pulling the rope and bringing the collected materials up. After that, they would do further processing. In fact, the operation of a defense area was similar to living at home. Only through the accumulation of resources after winning such a battle could they gradually become stronger. The more battles they won, the richer the followers, assets would be, and the stronger their combat power would be. After the sea monsters were cleared, the 7-colored water pillar disappeared at the same time. Even if someone wanted to find out what was going on, they could not find anything. Tang Zhen stood at the peak of the mountain and quietly watched the scene in front of him. He seemed to be thinking about something. Sun Jun walked over. When he saw that Tang Zhen was deep in thought, he did not disturb him. "What's the matter?" Tang Zhen did not even turn his head as he asked in a faint tone. "The results of the battle have been calculated. We've obtained a total of 2.2 million battle merits, most of which were provided by the giant sea beast. It's a pity that there's only one leader in this sea monster army. Otherwise, we would have gained more after the whole battle." There was a hint of excitement in Sun Jun's tone. As the commander's deputy, his rewards were also quite substantial, much more than the battle merits that he had slowly accumulated. Tang Zhen merely nodded his head gently after hearing the number of battle points. He appeared extremely calm. Although the battle achievements he had gained were enough to make countless believers envious and jealous, he was still far from his goal. Whether it was to exchange for a complete memory or to obtain the opportunity to increase his strength, he would need an astronomical amount of battle credits. Let everyone rest for a while and recover their strength as soon as possible. I'll think of a way to lure more sea monsters over. I believe that the commanders of the other areas will arrive soon. Remember to ignore them." Sun Jun nodded his head in agreement. After today's battle, he was already full of confidence in Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen stood at his original spot for a moment, after which, he returned to the mountain and instructed that no one was to disturb him. Before luring the sea monster, he still had some preparation work to do. He had to make sufficient preparations. The work inside and outside the city wall was still ongoing. With Sun Jun in charge of the command, everything in the defense area was handled in an orderly manner. Although the battle had ended, the impact was still ongoing, and it was getting more and more intense. After learning about the harvest of Area 153, the other defense areas were immediately in an uproar, and the exact number quickly spread. The believers were discussing the process of the battle. While they were envious and shocked, they also felt that they had to find a way to figure out the source of the weapons. The believers were also very interested in Tang Zhen's strange method of attracting the sea monsters. They went to the temple to pay the battle points to inquire. However, the results of the search were disappointing. Whether it was the weapons used in Defense Area 153 or the means to make the sea monsters go crazy, there was no information at all. The only reason for this situation could only be that these things were in Tang Zhen's possession and not obtained from the temple through battle merits. This also made the Inquisitors secretly worried. If it was an item that could be exchanged for in the temple, they would be willing to give it a try no matter how many battle merits they had to spend. Only when one was willing to pay could one get a return. No matter how much battle credits one spent on weapons, one could easily earn back their capital. The battle in Area 153 was enough to prove this point. However, the problem in front of them was that they could not spend the battle credits they had. This was the most troublesome thing. In this case, if they wanted to get the guns and weapons used in Area 153 and Tang Zhen's method of luring the sea monsters, they had to go to Area 153 in person and talk to Tang Zhen face to face. The difficulty of this matter was not small. After all, no one would easily share such a method with others. Even if there were an endless number of sea monsters, the ranking of the defense areas was also a matter to consider. If the other defense zones had similar tactics, then Defense Zone 153, which was already behind in ranking, could forget about overtaking the other defense zones. Even though they knew this, they still had to give it a try. With the huge amount of battle credit, the commanders would not give up easily. 2085 A way to attract sea monsters. 1. Thank you readers. Just as Defense Area 153 was busy, 4 winged birds appeared in the air one after another. The passengers on them were not new recruits, but the commanders and their deputies from the nearby defense areas. The scene they saw from the image transmission stone was far less shocking than the scene in person. They were speechless for a long time as they looked at the mountain of sea monster corpses. In the eyes of these commanders, they were all real battle achievements. When they thought of the shocking amount of battle achievements, their hearts began to race. The other defense zones had also received similar military achievements, but they had paid a considerable price. They were far less relaxed and safe than Defense Zone 153. After all, the entire battle was live-streamed, and it was unbelievable that not a single believer died after killing so many sea monsters. Area 153 has earned a lot this time. I wonder how many people will be jealous. After sighing, a few of the defense area commanders landed on their 4-winged birds, only to find that no one was paying them any attention. Defense Zone 153 was currently in a state of chaos. There were no idle people around, so even when they saw the defense zone commanders wearing special armor, no one paid them any attention. The veterans had a mocking smile on their faces. They naturally knew what these zone of defense commanders were up to, so it would be strange if they ignored them. A few of the area commanders stood in front of the temple, feeling a little embarrassed. They didn't expect that no one would even greet them when they arrived. However, since they were here to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a favor, they could only keep a low profile as much as possible to avoid being in a difficult position. What's more, although there was a ranking between the defense areas, they did not interfere with each other. The ranking was only based on the level of the temple. They had power in their own territory, but when they were in someone else's territory, they were just outsiders. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before someone came up to them and invited them to the top of the city wall. Due to the rules of the defense area, outsiders were not allowed to climb up the city wall without permission, so the commanders had not moved until now. Now that they had been invited to climb the city wall, they naturally wanted to take a good look at those guns and weapons and figure out the principles behind them. If they could replicate it, even if Tang Zhen refused to sell it, they would be able to find a way to make it. As they climbed up the chaotic city wall, the area commanders immediately focused on the guns and cannons, not letting go of any details. In the eyes of the commanders, the structure of these guns was quite sophisticated, and it was impossible to make them so easily. If he wanted to make it, he would have to get his hands on the gun and slowly crack it. After realizing this, the few commanding officers of the defense area secretly looked at each other. It was obvious that they already had an idea in mind. What these commanders didn't know was that their thinking was still too simple. It was possible to duplicate weapons by hand, but it was very difficult to mass-produce them. Especially the production of ammunition, which was the most crucial part. It was almost impossible to replicate it by hand in other areas. Unless there was someone with the same cultivation level as Tang Zhen in these defense areas who could use his will to create things. In this way, he could duplicate a large number of ammunition. Tang Zhen didn't care whether others copied the weapon or not. After all, the number of sea monsters was endless. It was simply impossible to kill all of them. The quality of the weapon only determined the efficiency of killing the sea monsters. If there were not enough sea monsters, then no matter how sharp the weapons in their hands were, they would not be able to solve the root of the problem. Thus, if he wanted to gain more military merits, he couldn't rely on these guns alone. He needed other means. As for the ranking in the war zone, he did not care at all. As long as he could obtain enough battle merits, so what if he was ranked at the bottom? However, it was also impossible for these people to easily obtain an advantage. Perhaps, they had already fallen into Tang Zhen's trap from the moment they started to have crooked thoughts. Sun Jun received a few commanders of the defense area. When the other party asked to buy firearms and ammunition, Sun Jun rejected them without hesitation. This was expected, so the area commanders were not surprised. Then, they tried to find out what was going on with the 7 colored water pillars that drove the sea monsters crazy. Sun Jun smiled and shook his head. He really did not know what was going on and did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen, even if he really knew, he would definitely not tell this group of people. He would not let his guard down for things that Tang Zhen did not care about. The group of commanders returned in disappointment, but they were also secretly planning in their hearts. How could they get what they wanted? As he watched the commanders of the defense area leave, Sun Jun's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He naturally knew what these guys were up to. It wouldn't take long for these guys to start taking action. They would find a way to buy over the believers in the defense area and have them help deliver intelligence. As Tang Zhen had just arrived in Scandinavia, he might not know the intricacies of this matter. However, as an experienced veteran, Sun Jun knew it clearly. Sun Jun would not allow such a thing to happen, so after the battlefield was cleaned up, he would make the corresponding rules. The moment he discovered the existence of a traitor, he would definitely use lightning-fast methods to make the other party pay a heavy price. After all, to him, this concerned the future of his family. He could not afford to be careless. The other area commanders were also paying attention to this matter. After receiving the news from the first wave of Pathfinders, they gave up on the idea of coming. They did not have much of a friendship with Tang Zhen and were unable to pay a price that was sufficient to move one's heart. Therefore, even if they came, it would be in vain. However, in the dark, there were already many tentacles reaching into the 153rd defense area. No one would give up easily when faced with the temptation of a huge amount of battle credits. The undercurrent in the outside world was turbulent, but Tang Zhen had always been in seclusion, studying the means to attract the monsters. Therefore, he had to use a special method to make the sea monster army attack. After careful consideration, he actually had an idea, but it was not easy to execute it. Moreover, compared to materializing a weapon, the cost of completing this plan was much greater, and it might even cause certain damage to the user. However, compared to the possible benefits, Tang Zhen was completely able to bear this price. Not to mention, the damage was not irreparable. Therefore, Tang Zhen had already made up his mind after hesitating for a moment. He would immediately begin to act. He slowly extended his hands, and a ball of light appeared in his hands, slowly spinning like a planet. The energy in his mind world was drawn out and continuously injected into the light ball, but the light ball seemed to be full. He didn't know how it could contain so much energy. Tang Zhen was completely focused during the operation and did not dare to be distracted. After a while, the ball of light trembled. Then, it started to beat like a heart. One could feel a surging life force from the light ball, as if it could burst out at any time. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. It was as if a special life was being born in the light ball. If one were to zoom in on the ball of light, one would be able to see that there were countless tiny runes within the ball of light, dancing and swimming about rapidly. A seed-like object had already taken shape and was quietly floating inside the ball of light. Tang Zhen had been observing the changes within the light sphere from the beginning. He only heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the seed appear. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy just now, and even he could not bear it. Tang Zhen held the ball of light with his palm and walked out of the cave. He slowly walked to the front of the temple and prepared to execute the second step of his plan. 2086 Remaking the Giant Tree. 1. Thank you readers. When they saw Tang Zhen appear, the believers would bow to him from time to time with respectful expressions. It was only a battle, but it had completely convinced these believers. They firmly believed that under Tang Zhen's leadership, they would definitely gain more battle achievements. In order to boost morale, Sun Jun had already announced the total number of military achievements. When they heard that there were more than 2 million, all the believers were stunned. Then, he was overjoyed and couldn't hide his excitement. More than 2 million battle credits were distributed to less than 10,000 believers. Who would be dissatisfied? The new recruits didn't know what was going on, but when they saw the expressions of the veterans, they knew that they had definitely won. In fact, It was easy to imagine that under normal circumstances, how could they kill hundreds of sea monsters? The believers were immersed in joy. They were naturally grateful from the bottom of their hearts to Tang Zhen who had brought all of this. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. After the believers obtained benefits, they would be even more proactive in participating in battles. This was undoubtedly a good thing. In order to obtain more battle merits, they would actively participate in Tang Zhen's follow-up plan even if it was very dangerous. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the front of the temple. After looking around, he finally stopped at a position that was more than 100 meters away from the temple. He extended his hand and gently waved it toward the ground. A pit appeared out of thin air. Soon after, Tang Zhen slowly placed the light ball in his hand into it. The surrounding soil automatically covered the Yuan seal. Then, Tang Zhen retreated a few dozen steps and stared at the ground in front of him. His serious expression immediately made people realize the extraordinariness of the light ball. The surrounding believers noticed this scene and revealed curious expressions one after another. They did not know what Tang Zhen was going to do. Because he had continuously displayed methods that were similar to miracles, Tang Zhen's every move at this moment would attract countless gazes. Just as they were secretly guessing what Tang Zhen was going to do, they felt the ground beneath their feet start to shake. Soon after, the soil at the spot where Tang Zhen had buried the ball of light suddenly cracked open. Soon after, a young seedling popped out. The sapling was purplish-red in color, and its surface was covered with red veins that looked like blood vessels that wound around the heart. It was also like a terrifying monster that had woken up from a deep sleep and was ready to show its ferocious posture. In addition to its strange shape, there were also stars flashing around the sapling. Unfortunately, there was no night in the god's kingdom, otherwise it would have looked very beautiful. When the believers saw the sapling that broke out of the ground, all of them had a hint of surprise on their faces. Anyone could see that Tang Zhen's expression was very serious. Could it be that it was just for a sapling? Or could it be that there was something extraordinary about this sapling that made Tang Zhen treat it with such care? When they recalled the method that Tang Zhen had used earlier, everyone felt that the possibility of this was extremely high. Hence, they all put down the work in their hands and began to stare at the sapling without blinking. As expected, what happened next confirmed their guess. After the sapling broke out of the ground, it expanded rapidly as if it was being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had already climbed to a height of several meters, and it was still growing. A similar scene had occurred when Tang Zhen was creating the giant puppet tree. However, he had used a modified seed at that time. Although the giant puppet tree was magical, it was far from being comparable to this sapling. Other things aside, just the energy consumed to create the seed was at least 100 times more than the giant puppet tree. Such a huge investment was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the sapling, and it was indeed so. Under the shocked gazes of the believers in the defensive area, the sapling grew rapidly. In just a minute or so, it had grown to a height of tens of meters. When the height exceeded the city wall, the giant tree began to split, and dozens of branches extended forward like a fan. As it extended forward, more vine-like branches drooped down. When they came into contact with the soil, they were deeply embedded in the ground. Then, as if it had taken root, the drooping branches quickly became thick and solid. At first glance, it looked like an elevated bridge, and even driving would not be a problem. They were like vines that climbed the wall, covering the inner city wall in a grid-like shape, but they cleverly avoided the road areas and did not cause any obstacles. After covering the inner city wall, the grape-like branches began to spread to the mountain winds on both sides, covering the mountains on both sides at an extremely fast speed. Then, he saw branches on the peak of the mountain. They trembled slightly like the tentacles of a living creature, but they were bare and without a single leaf. Just as the branches extended to the mountain and the city wall, the branches on both sides of the mountain crossed the peak and fell into the sea along the rock wall, turning into roots. The moment these branches entered the ocean, the entire giant tree suddenly trembled, and its entire body began to flash with light. The blood of the sea monsters that had dissolved in the ocean was absorbed by the branches in the sea, flowing to the main trunk along the blood vessels. The blood-red waves kept surging over and became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the impurities were absorbed by the roots. The tree trunk, which was already abnormally thick, swelled and grew once again. From the place where the branches split, its height continued to increase. The tree only stopped growing when it reached a height of several hundred meters. Then, leaves began to grow from the top of the tree. The leaves were dark purple and looked more like the flesh membrane bone wings of some kind of giant dragon. It was more than 20 meters long. Below the leaves, bunches of red objects that looked like grapes grew out, and they also swelled up like balloons. The fruit-like object was covered with dense natural runes that flickered with a mysterious luster. The moment the fruit appeared, a strange smell wafted through the air. Just one breath of it was enough to make one feel refreshed. The rune fruit only stopped growing when it reached the size of a water tank, but its fragrance became stronger. On the other branches, there were also fruits, but they were only the size of a fist. The number of fruits was uncountable. They grew in places that were within reach, and could be touched with a hand. Although the fruit smelled extremely sweet, no one dared to reach out to pick it at this moment, for fear that this strange-looking fruit contained poison. At this time, looking at the 153rd defense area, it had completely changed its appearance. The city walls and mountains were originally barren, but now they were completely covered by giant trees. When the branches were filled with fruits, the giant tree finally stopped growing, and the believers finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing how the giant tree had grown so quickly just now, they were all secretly worried that this thing would suddenly break and fall down. At this time, from a very far distance, one could see that the huge and strange tree had completely covered the 153rd defense area. The fragrance of the fruit filled the air, completely dispelling the bloody smell of the sea monster's corpse. The believers looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Other than shock, they didn't know what words to use to describe their feelings. At that moment, they had witnessed the entire process of the giant tree growing from small to large. It was an experience they had never experienced before. Although it looked like a giant tree, in their hearts, they felt like they were facing a super life. Although they were shocked by the growth process of the giant tree, everyone's hearts were still filled with doubt. They could not understand what Tang Zhen wanted to do by creating such a super giant tree. It wasn't just the believers in Area 153 who were confused, even the audience in the other areas were confused. Although they were shocked by this magical scene, they could not understand why Tang Zhen had created this giant tree. Only Sun Jun was excited. At the moment when the giant tree was completely formed, he had already guessed the use of the giant tree. His body could not help but tremble. 2087 I am a legend. 1. Thank you readers. Tang Zhen had already clearly told Sun Jun that all his actions were for the sake of obtaining even more battle merits. Both the materialization of guns and the release of the 7-colored water pillar were for this purpose. Now that he had created this giant tree, he must have done it to gain battle merits. Although he did not know how to do it, he just had to be sure of it. Sun Jun was even more in awe of Tang Zhen's methods. He knew that he was far inferior to him. To be able to follow such a strong person and work hard for a common goal was something that made people excited. Tang Zhen stood under the giant tree for a moment. He revealed a satisfied expression before turning to look at Sun Jun. Finish cleaning up the beach as soon as possible. Then, bring some people to pick these fruits and throw them all into the ocean. The fruit had the same principle as the beast lure, but its effect was more than twice as strong. It was a fatal attraction to sea monsters. As for the giant fruits on the top of the tree, you must send someone to keep an eye on them. As long as they exist, the sea monsters will come in an endless stream. After studying the habits of the sea monsters, Tang Zhen used his ability to create things with his mind to create this special giant tree. The fruits were bait to attract the sea monsters, and they could grow infinitely. At the same time, the giant tree fed on the sea monsters, flesh and blood, obtaining nutrients for its growth. The roots that had fallen into the ocean had probably already covered the entire beach, dancing with the waves like seaweed. The magic of creating things with one's will was far more than this. It was just that Tang Zhen did not go into detail. Sun Jun would slowly find out in the future. Sun Jun nodded with a hint of excitement on his face. Tang Zhen's words had confirmed his guess. Although he was not clear about the effects of the fruit, he knew that it would definitely not be too bad after seeing the shocking scene earlier. You can also eat these fruits. If you can persist for a long time, it can also improve your ability to resist inner demons. However, you must control the amount. It's best not to take more than 1 pill a day. Otherwise, not only will it be of no benefit, but it will also affect your mind and cause hallucinations. Sun Jun nodded in agreement. This was a good thing. It would be of great help to improve the cohesion of the defense area. The inner demons produced during cultivation were terrifying. If they could not be effectively eliminated, all their efforts could be in vain at any time. For cultivators, this kind of item was extremely valuable and could only be found by chance. The most important point was that every item in the Divine Kingdom that could increase one's strength had to be exchanged with battle points. Even if the continent was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, they were all useless and did not help in increasing one's strength. But now, they could get one for free every day. For the believers in Area 153, it was a good thing that they couldn't find even if they had a lantern. When the believers knew about it, they would be overjoyed and their loyalty would increase. With a rich income of war achievements and all kinds of attractive benefits, the chances of betrayal from the believers in the defense area would be lower and lower. Of course, Sun Zhen would not give his followers the chance to betray him. Once he found such a sign, he would definitely interfere without mercy. Sure enough, when Sun Zhen passed down Tang Zhen's order, it attracted another round of cheers from the believers. Due to their trust in Tang Zhen and their desire to increase their strength, they plucked a fruit without the slightest hesitation and stuffed it into their mouths. After the scarlet fruit entered their mouths, the believers immediately showed a look of enjoyment. They did not expect the fruit to not only have a beautiful appearance, but also taste so sweet. They even felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. It was as if all their worries had suddenly disappeared at this moment. The believers were surprised. Such a delicious and magical fruit made them subconsciously want to eat another one. Tang Zhen could not help but shake his head after seeing the eager expressions of those believers. He warned in a cold voice, "These fruits are good medicine when consumed appropriately, but excessive ones are poison. If you don't believe me, you can try it. However, I have to tell you that after you eat a certain amount, you will completely lose control and desperately want to eat more fruits. The only solution is to lock you up until the effects of the drug wear off. The hallucinatory effect would last for a long time, especially after contact with seawater. The state of madness would increase by 100 times, and there was no possibility of reversal. After all, the fruit's true use was to lure sea monsters, not for you to eat. If you don't listen to my advice and consume too much of this fruit, you'll have to bear the consequences." Tang Zhen's voice reverberated throughout the entire defense area, causing those restless believers to immediately extinguish the thoughts in their hearts as though a basin of cold water had been poured on them. Other than a hint of surprise, there was also unconcealable vigilance in their eyes as they looked at the fruits. They told themselves in their hearts that they had to restrain their greed and not overuse it. Otherwise, it would be like what Tang Zhen had said. Once he overdosed, he would go crazy and could only be locked in a cage and slowly suffer. That kind of encounter was simply worse than death, and no one wanted to try it. After Tang Zhen warned him, he rode the six-winged bird and headed straight for the Grand Temple. This time, he had obtained more than 2 million battle credits from killing the sea monster, which should be enough to exchange for a large number of memory fragments. It was extremely important for Tang Zhen to recover his past memories. He would only know where he was headed in the future if he understood where he came from. Life was the same, only by looking at oneself clearly could one know what to do next. With the previous experience, Tang Zhen headed directly to the Grand Temple after arriving at the core area. Compared to the previous time when he was unknown, Tang Zhen's arrival this time immediately attracted the attention of many believers. The current Tang Zhen had already spread everywhere. Not only did the commanders of the various defensive areas know of his existence, but many believers also had some understanding of him. On his way to the Grand Temple, gazes would fall on him from time to time, and at the same time, many believers he did not know would take the initiative to greet him. The believers did not mention anything about buying weapons. Everyone knew that it was impossible. Guns and cannons were like a hen that laid golden eggs. It was a fool's dream to use the same amount of military merits as the golden eggs to buy the hen. However, it would not be worth it if they paid a higher price. After all, guns and weapons could only increase the efficiency of killing monsters, but they could not help the believers obtain more battle achievements. Unless they had the same method as Tang Zhen to attract the monsters. With the two of them working together, they would be able to gain battle points like how they did in the 153 battle area. Tang Zhen didn't have much contact with those believers and only gave a simple reply. Then, he communicated with the spy riders in the Grand Temple and exchanged all the battle merits he had just obtained for memory fragments. As his battle points were deducted, more than 20 memory fragments appeared in front of him and were directly absorbed by Tang Zhen. After flipping through the memories that appeared in his mind, Tang Zhen gently heaved a sigh of relief. The expression on his face was slightly complicated. The memories that he had just obtained were still some trivial matters. They were not of much help to Tang Zhen. Even Tang Zhen himself did not expect that his nearly 100 years of life would actually be so wonderful. He even had some doubts. Was such a legendary experience really his past life? Memories couldn't be faked. It was just that he was in such a hurry that he had forgotten the scenery along the way. In fact, he had already become a legend a long time ago and was remembered by many people. 2088 The meaning of the existence of laws. 1. Thank you readers. With regards to Tang Zhen's battle results, the face of the spiritual envoy in the Grand Temple was calm and he didn't feel surprised at all. With Tang Zhen's strength, it would be strange if he was unable to do this. This matter was enough to prove that the spirit envoy's actions back then were correct. Tang Zhen alone was able to turn a defense area that could be destroyed at any time into safety. Outsiders like Tang Zhen were like the sharpest blades. They would occasionally do shocking things. The difference was that the other outsiders were very low-key, and the way they obtained battle merits was different from Tang Zhen's. Only the spyriders who controlled the Grand Temple knew what the outsiders had done and how powerful they were. Tang Zhen was also very interested in the other outsiders. Now that he had the opportunity, he planned to learn more about them. After all, there was a high possibility that there were companions among these outsiders, but due to various reasons, they could not communicate with each other. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the spiritual envoy didn't hide anything and gave a straightforward answer. They're different from you. They didn't join the battle zone to fight the sea monsters. Instead, they went into the deep sea alone to look for the traces of the sea monsters. You outsiders are too powerful. Even under the suppression of the rules, you still far exceed ordinary believers. With the acquisition of memory fragments, the outsiders would have more tricks up their sleeves, and their combat strength would also become stronger. Under such circumstances, the outsiders would naturally choose to take the initiative to attack, so that they could obtain more battle merits faster. Although they had to bear a certain risk, causing some outsiders to never return, once they succeeded, they would definitely benefit endlessly. Although the other outsiders can't compare to you in a single battle, the sea monsters they kill are all high-level sea monsters, and one of them is worth 100,000 or even 1,000,000. Over time, these outsiders finally obtained enough battle merits and chose to leave. The spiritualist's answer was within Tang Zhen's expectations. If he had enough time, he would also act alone and enter the deep sea to hunt high-level monsters. However, the fragmented memories told him that there was still a very important matter waiting for him outside. Thus, he definitely could not spend hundreds of years to gain battle merits like other outsiders. Moreover, in the process of hunting sea monsters, there was a high chance of encountering danger and dying. After all, high-level sea monsters were different from ordinary sea monsters. Some sea monsters were not weaker than him. Therefore, Tang Zhen decided to adopt a more efficient method. After all, there was strength in numbers. Every time the believer killed a monster, he would also obtain the corresponding battle merits. By then, the two-pronged approach would definitely bring forward the time of the completion of the plan. However, he was now facing a big problem, and that was the lack of manpower in the defense area. They could not resist the sea monsters' crazy attacks. After obtaining some scattered memories, he wanted to create an automatic weapon control system. This way, he could solve the problem of insufficient manpower to a certain extent. However, the materialization of such an electronic system was not simple. One had to have a deep understanding of the entire set of equipment, and there could not be the slightest deviation in the materialization process. An ordinary piece of electronic equipment required a lot of knowledge and craftsmanship. Although the energy consumption during the manufacturing process was very low, the difficulty was extremely high. Even if it was a single circuit board or an electronic component, there could not be the slightest error. Otherwise, the equipment would not be able to operate normally, and the items that Tang Zhen conjured would only become a pile of scrap iron. Tang Zhen's memory had not been completely restored. Therefore, he was not confident that he could create it. Even if he could create a substitute, it would basically be a half-biological, half-mechanical structure. From Tang Zhen's point of view, no matter how ingeniously a semi-mechanical object was made, it was ultimately an inanimate object. It was far from being as convenient as those believers. I'm sure you know what's happening in Area 153. You also know that countless sea monsters will attack soon. However, the defensive zone is currently facing a serious shortage of manpower. I wonder if you have any solutions to this problem. The spiritual envoy did not directly reply to Tang Zhen's request. The distribution of believers in the entire God's kingdom was not entirely controlled by the spy riders, but was distributed according to the area that the teleportation portal belonged to. However, spy riders had the authority to transfer a certain number of believers. Therefore, when Tang Zhen took over as the commander of the 153rd Defense Area, he had already given him the authority to transfer manpower. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the spiritual envoy was silent for a moment before replying, "I've observed the giant tree you conjured. It's indeed extraordinary. Those sea monsters will definitely be unable to resist the temptation. Although you're doing all this to gain battle merits, as long as you can kill sea monsters, you should be supported. However, the problem is that my authority is not as great as you think. The last time I allocated manpower for you, it was also allowed by the rules. If you want more believers, then you can only wait. Forgive me for not being able to do anything." Tang Zhen frowned slightly. If this was the case, this matter would be a little difficult to handle. "I have an idea. We can recruit believers in the City of Despair and let them join the 153rd Defense Area. In that case, the shortage of manpower will be easily solved." After hearing Tang Zhen's suggestion, the spiritual envoy fell into silence. If believers want to enter the Divine Kingdom, they must go through the initial trial, and then enter the teleportation portal after obtaining a pass. This is the rule, and it cannot be changed. Tang Zhen could not help but coldly laugh when he heard this. "The rules are simply a joke. I think you know what the City of Despair is like now. The divine servants there have long betrayed your master and slaughtered his believers like pigs and dogs. Did they break the rules by doing this? If so, why had no one punished them according to the rules for so many years? For so many years, how many believers had been wronged and died? Who had ever talked about the rules with them? In this situation, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to talk about the rules with me?" Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the spiritual envoy fell into silence. To the spirit envoys who always had the rules in their mouths, Tang Zhen's words were undoubtedly the greatest mockery. Tang Zhen did not say anything. He merely coldly looked at the other party while the corner of his mouth carried a mocking smile. After a while, the spiritualist spoke again. "I can't explain some things to you in detail, but the matter in the City of Despair was indeed not dealt with in a timely and effective manner. I can't do anything about it. Since you've mentioned this, I can provide you with some help within my authority. The City of Despair was already under the control of the divine slaves. It would not be easy to restore the order of the past. But if this situation was allowed to continue, it would definitely affect the replenishment of soldiers in the defense area, causing the Grand Temple to be threatened. So, I will provide you with a batch of passes as compensation for the City of Despair. As for who you want to distribute them to, I will not interfere too much. At the same time, all the believers of the City of Despair will be directly summoned to the 153rd Defense Area, and they will be tested by you. Before passing the test, the new soldiers were not qualified to obtain military achievements, and at the same time, they had no right to exchange for supplies in the temple. This is the solution I'm giving you. If you're still not satisfied, then please forgive me for not being able to help you." Tang Zhen mused for a moment, after which, he gently nodded. After the spirit emissary made such an arrangement, not only did it solve the problem of the lack of manpower in the defensive area for a night, it also caused a flash of inspiration to appear in Tang Zhen's mind as a vague idea emerged. It seemed that he could make use of this matter. As long as he could determine the plane of the summoned believers, and then make himself a fanatic believer, would he be able to easily come to Area 153? If that was the case, then this divine kingdom was undoubtedly the best place for those powerful cultivators who wanted to advance to a higher realm. However, the precondition was that Tang Zhen had to be able to leave this place. Only then would he be able to calmly arrange everything. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. 2089 Everything is in place. 1. Thank you readers. The matter had already been resolved. Tang Zhen, who had obtained the authority, could do it at any time. On this point, the spiritual envoy would not interfere too much. As long as he could kill monsters, he would not care even if Tang Zhen had to dry up the ocean. In fact, it was only because of Tang Zhen's special identity and his miraculous creation ability that the spiritualist felt that he was different from the rest. If it were any other god's believers, it would be absolutely impossible for them to receive so much special care, even to the extent of treating the defense area as a place of trial. There was naturally a reason for this. Compared to cultivators of the same level, the Lu Cheng cultivators were stronger and had more means. There was no comparison at all. This was especially so for top-notch cultivators like Tang Zhen. Each of them had their own special means. No matter where they were destined to not be unknown. After the matter was settled, Tang Zhen didn't stay any longer. He rode the six-winged bird back to the 153rd defense area. Just as he was returning to the defense area, Sun Jun had already brought people to pick the fruits, and then poured them down the cliff into the ocean. Under the sweeping of the waves, these fruits slowly drifted into the deep sea, towards the place where the sea and the sky met. At this time, the believers were surprised to find that after the fruits entered the water, they immediately underwent a magical change. They actually grew pectoral and tail fins, and swam quickly in the water like fish. But when they were taken out of the water, the fins on the fruit would quickly disappear. Everyone didn't understand the principle behind it and could only sigh in their hearts. The things that Tang Zhen made were indeed more and more magical. However, there were also some believers who were secretly puzzled. Since the sea monsters would go crazy and want to eat more fruits after eating them, how many sea monsters would be attracted by the fruits that flowed into the sea? How many fruits would he have to put in such a huge ocean? With the appetite of those sea monsters, even 1,000 caddies of fruits would not be enough to fill their stomachs, right? When he heard the doubts of his believers, Sun Jun smiled and turned to look at the giant fruits at the top of the giant tree. Previously, Tang Zhen had asked him to look after those giant fruits. Sun Jun was still a little confused about the reason. However, he suddenly understood now. After the fruit came into contact with seawater, its medicinal effects would increase by more than 100 times. In that case, it would only take one fruit to drive the sea monster crazy, instead of consuming many. After the sea monsters went crazy, they would try to devour more fruits, but ordinary fruits could no longer satisfy their desires. Only the fruits at the top of the giant trees were the sea monsters' target. They would come from the deep sea and rush madly to the 153rd defense area to snatch the super fruits at the top of the giant tree. As for how the sea monster determined the location, it must have devoured the fruit and formed a spiritual connection with the super giant tree, which would accurately lock onto the location of defense area 153. Sun Jun was in awe of such a magical technique. At this moment, how could Sun Jun not have guessed that Tang Zhen's strength had already far exceeded his imagination? Perhaps, he had already reached a point where he could only look up to him in the dust. His arrival might have been an accident, but to Sun Jun, it was a great opportunity. To be able to follow such a strong person, even if it was only a short journey, it was enough to benefit him for life. In fact, after struggling in the Divine Kingdom for many years, Sun Jun had also heard many rumors similar to those of super powerhouses. It was said that these people all had extremely terrifying strength, and very few people had seen their true faces. With their strength, they naturally disdained to stay in the defensive area to hunt sea monsters. Instead, they went deep into the dangerous areas to find more ferocious sea monsters. Unless one had the ability to enter the vast ocean or the peak of a mountain, one would not have the chance to see the true appearance of these super experts. Just based on the methods that Tang Zhen had displayed, one could be certain that he was one of the extremely strong. However, for some unknown reason, he did not choose to act alone like the other extremely strong people. Sun Jun was not interested in the specific reason. To him, this was better, otherwise he would not have the opportunity to follow. It was also because he realized this that he would do his best to do things and not waste a single second. Just as he was sighing in his heart, a cry of surprise came from the side, causing Sun Jun to frown. When he turned around, he found that the branches that had picked the fruits were once again full of fruits, and the number was far more dense than before. Some believers did not believe in heresy and plucked the fruits that had just born. The group of people stared at the branches that had been plucked. Then, new fruits appeared on the bare branches like balloons, and they were growing at an amazing speed. This time, the whole branch was hung up. From a distance, the mountains on both sides were red, and even the city wall was the same. Oh my God, why can't we pluck all the fruits? Seeing this unusual scene, the believers were all surprised and couldn't help but exclaim. This giant tree had given them too many surprises. Not only could it be used as a cultivation material, but it could also attract sea monsters. The most important thing was that there was an endless supply of it. It was amazing just thinking about it. In the short time since they came to Area 153, the believers had experienced too much sorrow and joy. From the initial despair and confusion to the current joy and excitement, they really didn't know what was waiting for them in the future. While Sun Jun was arranging for his believers to drop the fruits, he also ordered his men to organize the remaining ammunition and maintain the guns and weapons in order to deal with the sea monsters that could attack at any time. Therefore, the only thing the believers could do was to pour out as much ammunition as possible to block the attacks of the sea monsters. If they couldn't do this, then what awaited them was only the destruction of the city and the death of people. So while they were busy, there were constantly believers entering the temple, using the battle achievements they had just obtained to exchange for supplies, thus increasing their chances of survival. If he was stingy with his battle credits and did not improve his strength as soon as possible, it was very likely that he would lose his life in this wave of monsters. In a short time, the 153rd defense area had changed greatly. Not only was there an additional giant tree that covered the entire defense area, the new recruits had all changed their equipment, and the veterans even wished they could arm themselves to the teeth. The defensive zone had also been refreshed. Every believer had a strong fighting spirit on their face and was ready to fight the sea monster. However, there were also people who were secretly worried. There were not many people in the defense area now. Once someone was injured, there would not even be a substitute member. Even if no one was injured, once the sea monsters attacked, they would not have a chance to breathe. If they didn't solve this problem, even if they weren't killed by the sea monster, they would be exhausted to death. Thus, the need to replenish their manpower had become an urgent problem. Otherwise, once the war came, it would inevitably lead to a series of crises. Sun Jun had already applied to send more people to the temple, but this kind of thing could not be rushed. After all, those believers had to go through the initial trial before they could have the opportunity to enter the God's kingdom. Although there were many novice villages, like the City of Despair, and there were many fanatical believers who were summoned to the kingdom of God, the rules must not be changed. In this regard, the rules of the divine kingdom were quite strict. They would definitely not choose quality over quantity, and they would send those fanatical believers directly into the defense area. Perhaps there were some unspeakable difficulties in this, but it also made it impossible to replenish the manpower in time when the defense area was short of manpower. Sun Jun had been worried about this matter. No matter how good the weapon was, it still needed someone to operate it. How would he know that Tang Zhen had not only solved the manpower problem, but he had even moved the teleportation gate to the 153rd defense area? The temple behind the city wall would become a passage to the plain where the fanatical believers lived. After they were summoned, they would appear directly in the 153rd defense area. In the future, he would not need to worry about a lack of manpower. Instead, he would have to consider how to manage if he had too many people. 2090 Temple Upgrade 1. Thank you readers. After Tang Zhen returned to the defense area, he first entered the temple and opened the transmission tunnel. At the same time, he also upgraded the level of the temple. More than 2 million battle points were enough to upgrade the temple by 2 levels. In this way, believers could exchange for more resources and continuously improve their own strength. This move was convenient for the veterans, as the newcomers were short of money and could only look at it for fun. It was believed that in order to obtain the right to exchange as soon as possible, these new people would definitely double their efforts and obtain more battle merits. In fact, this was the Grand Temple's plot, so that the believers had no choice but to hunt sea monsters with all their might until they fell. The activation process was very simple. The Grand Temple directly controlled all the subsidiary temples in the defense area. Tang Zhen only needed to follow the steps and he could complete the setting of the transmission channel. It didn't take long for the teleportation formation to be completed. It covered an area of several dozen square meters, and there were glowing lines and runes everywhere. The upgrade of the temple was completed at the same time, and the scale was more than doubled. It looked more magnificent, and the holy aura was more intense. Tang Zhen took a few glances before walking out of the great temple. He was not in the mood to observe too much. He was not used to an environment full of faith and worship. He felt like he was being fooled. After leaving the temple, Tang Zhen did not directly climb up the city wall. Instead, he waved his hand and stopped the 2 wily old soldiers. "You two, come here for a moment. I have something I need you to do." After hearing Tang Zhen's greeting, the 2 old soldiers hurriedly walked over with a trace of excitement on their faces. Although these guys were slippery, they still had respect from the bottom of their hearts towards true experts. Tang Zhen's earlier magical performance had already been seen by these old soldiers. They were completely subdued by him. "Sir Tang Zhen, may I know what instructions you have?" Tang Zhen softly laughed as he looked at the two of them who were slightly nervous. "There's no need for you to feel so restrained. I have something I need you to do, and this matter must be done as soon as possible. I'll give you a batch of passes later. You can choose a group of people to enter the City of Despair through the newly added teleportation portal in the temple. When they arrived at the City of Despair, they would give the pass to the believers so that they could be teleported here. I'll tell you a route that will lead you directly to one of the cities in the City of Despair, which should be controlled by the believers now. When you get there, you only need to mention me to the believers, and they will follow you. You don't need to stay here for too long. Bring as many people as you can and try to find the temple and return as soon as possible. There are a lot of passes, so I don't think you can distribute them all in a short time. As for the rest of the passes, you can store them in the city and leave them for other believers who come after hearing the news." Although the City of Despair was now controlled by the remnants of the Divine Kingdom, these believers were not weak, and each of them was a genuine spellcaster. With his extraordinary strength and the guns and weapons he carried, the remnants of the kingdom were no match for him. Therefore, they didn't need to send too many people to complete the mission. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave at the moment, Tang Zhen would definitely take action personally and led his men to clean up the City of Despair. After listening to Tang Zhen's explanation of the mission's details, the two wily old soldiers immediately patted their chests and expressed that they would definitely complete the mission. After arranging this matter, Tang Zhen then climbed up the city wall and began to replenish the ammunition he had consumed. The believers who were busy on the city wall once again witnessed Tang Zhen's ability to create things out of thin air. Their eyes were filled with envy that could not be concealed. At present, all the empty spots on the city wall were already filled with various resources, enough to support their consumption for a long time. In fact, from the moment the fruit fell into the ocean, sea monsters kept appearing, but they were mostly wild monsters. Just like what Tang Zhen had said earlier, they seemed to have gone crazy as they charged toward the shore without a care. After these sea monsters landed, they all stared at the giant fruit behind the city wall. Their eyes were full of greed and nothing else. Since there weren't many sea monsters, only the machine gunners and snipers were in charge of attacking. It looked very easy, unlike the previous situation where the sea monsters' corpses piled up on the beach. After the sea monster was killed, a string of tentacle-like things would extend from the sand and stones on the beach and quickly pierce into the sea monster's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the sea monster's body melted into blood and was then absorbed by the tentacle-like object. After careful observation, the believers on the city wall confirmed that these tentacle-like objects were the roots of the giant tree. No one knew when the roots of the giant tree had spread to the beach, but when they thought about how the giant tree had covered the entire defense area, it was normal for it to grow under the beach. The speed at which the roots devoured the sea monster's corpse was shocking. If this continued, the believers would not even need to clean up the sea monster's corpse. It was not just the beach, even the ocean was filled with seaweed-like roots, continuously devouring and breaking down the corpses. This also saved the believers the time to clean up the corpses of the sea monsters. Otherwise, the large number of corpses piled up here would be a threat to the city wall. If there were a large number of them, the sea monsters could use the corpses as stairs and fly to the city wall in a very short time. Although sea monsters were constantly attacking, the believers were not nervous at all. In the process of killing sea monsters, they could even chat from time to time. At the same time, some attentive believers discovered that the number of fruits on the vines on both sides of the mountain peak seemed to be increasing. The bright red fruits were covered with vines. It almost covered the entire rock wall and looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Did you guys notice what's going on with those fruits? Why do I feel like something's wrong? On the fort at the peak of the mountain, a believer spoke to his companion in a doubtful tone, his face full of doubt. His companion took a look and also felt that something was wrong. He felt that the number of fruits was unbelievable. Just as they were secretly surprised, the branches covered in fruits suddenly shook like whips and threw the fruits into the sea one after another. The branches were shaking so hard that the fruits were thrown far away like rain. After the fruit fell into the ocean, it transformed into fish again and swam away in groups. If one looked closely, they could even see the movements of these fruits from the city wall. The sea monsters passing by also ignored them. After the fruits on the branches were shaken clean, it only took a few dozen breaths for them to grow back, making the walls on both sides look red. The believers who saw this scene could not help but be amazed. The giant tree's ability to automatically drop bait saved the believers the trouble of picking them. This proved that the giant tree must have its own independent mind. It was using this method to attract the monsters in the ocean and then devour the corpses as nutrients. Up until now, the giant tree had not shown any obvious offensive power, but in the eyes of the believers, it must have the ability to attack. It was only because there were believers hunting sea monsters that the giant tree did not do anything unnecessary. However, if the city wall collapsed, the giant tree would immediately show its terrifying side. The believers also had a feeling that there was a pair of eyes watching them from behind while they were fighting. Without a doubt, the source of this special feeling was the super giant tree behind them. 2091 The Newcomer 1 Thank you readers. After Tang Zhen went to the city wall, a man suddenly appeared in the temple that had just been upgraded not long ago. He was wearing a gorgeous robe, and his face was full of confusion. He didn't understand why he was here. All the memories in his mind disappeared, and the man in luxurious clothes tried hard for a long time before he remembered his name. Other than that, he could not remember anything else. This feeling was not good. It made him flustered and helpless, not knowing what to do. He looked around vigilantly and found himself in a temple. It was decorated with gorgeous items and mysterious and exquisite murals, which made people subconsciously feel a sense of awe. The most eye-catching object was the majestic statue. The man in luxurious clothes took a few glances and confirmed that it was the god he crazily believed in. After seeing the statue, the luxuriously dressed man's heart calmed down slightly. After a few more glances, he found that the statue seemed to be alive. It was staring at him, full of majesty. The worship of gods had been deeply rooted in the bones of the man in fine clothes. He subconsciously walked to the statue and bowed. Who knew that at this moment, a voice would come from behind him? Newcomer, don't dawdle anymore. Come and get your equipment immediately and go to the city wall to take the test. Now listen well, as a newcomer, and a person who has directly entered Scandinavia, there are some things you must know. Before you pass the test, you are not allowed to leave the defense area. Otherwise, you will be punished, and in serious cases, you may lose your life. During the test, you will not be qualified to obtain battle merits, nor will you be qualified to exchange for resources. However, this is only temporary. After you pass the test, you will still receive the benefits you deserve. Other than that, I have to say that you're very lucky to have come to Defense Area 153. Although the environment here is dangerous, it's also a place where you can realize your dreams. As long as you can live, the future will be limitless. As the voice rang out, a hunchbacked man with a weathered face and scars all over his body slowly walked over. He should be extremely tall. Even if he was bending his back to be parallel to the ground, he could still look at the man in luxurious clothes. All kinds of earrings and pendants hung on his organs, which made him look mysterious and strange. Although one of his legs had disappeared and was replaced by a metal leg clamp, it still couldn't hide his murderous aura. This is a brutal man who has been on the battlefield and climbed out of a pile of corpses, he said, looking at the stranger in front of him and hearing his words. The man in luxurious clothes thought to himself. The other party's words made the man in luxurious clothes feel confused, but from the content, he could determine that this was not a peaceful place. Although he wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few more questions. The hunchbacked man's expression was cold and he was not in the mood to explain. He only threw over a set of armor and a saber, then waved his walking stick and sent the man in luxurious clothes flying. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't take up space. If there's anything you really don't understand, go ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Your companions. This damn mission is so boring, even if it's just carrying shells up the city wall, it'll be good. Listening to the hunchbacked man's complaints, the man in luxurious clothes carefully walked out of the temple with his armor and sword. Then, he saw something blocking his way. When he looked up again, the man in luxurious clothes opened his mouth in surprise. Oh my God, is this a tree? The moment he saw the giant tree, the man in luxurious clothes was shocked. Even though he had lost his memory, he was sure that he had never seen such a giant tree. Some people would definitely believe that it was a mountain. There was a strange smell in the air. It had a strong fruit fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. There was also a strange burning smell, which made people associate it with war and killing. Upon closer inspection, there was actually the smell of blood floating in the air. Is this a battlefield? Just as he had this thought, a group of people, who were also wearing armor, ran past in front of the man in luxurious clothes. When they saw the man in luxurious clothes, one of them shouted to him, "Newcomer, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry up and work with me on the city wall." Although he wanted to refuse, when he saw the strange-looking strangers staring at him, the man obediently put on his armor and followed them up the city wall. The continuous gunshots made him a little dazed, and there were busy figures everywhere on the city wall. The numerous flame-spewing anti-aircraft machine guns made him feel an indescribable fear from the bottom of his heart. He felt that these things could easily tear apart any living creature. He then looked outside the city wall and saw a group of monsters swarming up from the ocean. As they approached the city wall, the monsters' bodies were torn apart as if they were torn to pieces by invisible hands. The smell of blood he had smelled earlier was from the monsters that had been killed. If it wasn't for the fragrance of the fruits, the smell of blood would have been even stronger. The man in luxurious clothes was dumbfounded. He was afraid that the ferocious sea monsters would rush up the city wall. At the same time, he was also stunned by the killing efficiency of the anti-aircraft machine guns. The people on the city wall had all kinds of strange appearances, and it was obvious that they were not of the same race, which was an eye-opening experience. What is this place? Questions popped up in his mind again, but before he could think about it, someone pushed him back and shouted for him to quickly load the bullet chain. The man in luxurious clothes did not dare to delay. He quickly learned from the other believers and poured out the bullets in the box. Touching the cold and heavy bullets, the man in luxurious clothes secretly guessed that the mechanical devices that spewed fire should be shooting these things. This was a simple and efficient weapon, a reaper of life. As he buried his head in loading the bullets, the man in luxurious clothes was in a mess, constantly trying to find the reason why he was here. "Brother, do you feel lost and don't know what you've encountered?" There was another believer loading bullets at the side. Seeing the man in luxurious clothes frowning, he asked with a smile. The man in luxurious clothes hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. "To tell you the truth, this is the divine kingdom. Those who can enter here are all fanatical believers of the God. What we need to do is to clear out the monsters that have emerged from the sea and resolve the crisis of Scandinavia. Of course, the gods won't let us pay for nothing. As long as we kill the sea monster, we will be rewarded with battle merits, which can be exchanged for all kinds of items. Even if you want to increase your strength, you can also exchange for it with battle merits. The more sea monsters you kill, the more rewards you can get." Hearing the other party's explanation, the luxuriously dressed man's mouth opened wide in shock. He didn't expect such a thing to actually exist. "Is what you said true? I can exchange for anything." The luxuriously dressed man's voice trembled slightly. If that was the case, it would be a great opportunity. If killing sea monsters could really fulfill his dream, he would not hesitate even if it meant risking his life. No one would lie to you. In fact, everyone is the same. We were all summoned here. It's just that we came earlier. As the two of them were talking, a few fanatical believers who had just been summoned walked out of the temple with blank faces. Looking at the huge tree in front of them and the continuous sounds of gunfire, the rookies could not calm down for a long time. 2092 The Great Battle Begins. 1. Thank you readers. After the manpower issue was resolved, Area 153 was like a huge meat grinder that began to reap the lives of the sea monsters. Sea monsters appeared all the time, which also meant a steady stream of battle merits. Looking at the rapid increase in battle merits, the believers were filled with excitement, and they were all full of fighting spirit. With Tang Zhen's meticulous arrangements, it was simply too easy to obtain battle merits. If they were to defend another area, they would not even be able to think about such a thing. Even if the believers risked their lives and fought the sea monsters, they might not get so many battle merits. The importance of a platform could be seen from this. Compared to it, one's own efforts were even somewhat insignificant. Although the number of sea monsters was increasing, it was still not the time of true danger. The believers also had enough time to rest. The sea monsters that appeared at this time were basically wild monsters that swam in the coastal areas. As for the high-level monsters in the depths of the ocean, there were no traces of them yet. It would take some time for the fruit to reach the deep sea. The army of sea monsters that arrived first might not be attracted by the fruit, but they would definitely be unable to resist the temptation of the fruit and devour it. At that moment, the battle would truly begin. Ever since Tang Zhen had climbed up the city wall, he did not go down. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the stone tower at the peak of the mountain and looked down at the entire defense area. He would not easily intervene in the battle. Instead, he handed the command over to Sun Jun, and he was only responsible for replenishing ammunition. In a divine kingdom without night, it was easy for people to lose their sense of time, and they didn't know how much time had passed. As time went by, the believers could no longer remember how many sea monsters they had killed. They only knew that the discarded bullet shells had piled up like a mountain. The fanatical believers who had been summoned here now had a new mission, which was to transport the bullet shells to the temple in exchange for military credits. Defense Area 153 was not short of war credits. This was just to dispose of the garbage so that the defense area would not be covered by bullet shells. The things that Tang Zhen didn't care about were rare good things to others. The metal used to make the shell was an excellent forging material that could be completely recycled. After the temple was recycled, it could be smelted again and exchanged for believers in other defense areas. Everything in the divine kingdom needed to be conjured with energy. Without the exchange of battle merits, even spyriders had no right to conjure. Therefore, the Grand Temple had been in business for a long time, and the recycled sea monster materials were proof of this. As Defense Area 153 was madly farming for battle points, the other defense areas turned their attention to this area again. They had watched the entire process through the live broadcast of the transmission stone. Looking at the madly increasing battle points, the spectators were both envious and jealous. They secretly made up their minds that they had to find a way to imitate this fighting style. There were many talented people in the various defense areas. Even if they could not do what Tang Zhen did, they could try their best to imitate him. In the past, they were just lacking in thought, and 99% of the time, they were on the defensive. They had never been like Tang Zhen, who dared to take the initiative to attack the sea monster. Those who dared to do so were all super experts, and ordinary believers had no chance to participate at all. Now that they had a target to imitate, it wouldn't take long for each defense area to develop the corresponding means and hunt more sea monsters. After about 3 days, the temple, which had just been upgraded not long ago, began to upgrade again. According to Tang Zhen's settings, as long as the battle merits reached a certain standard, the temple would automatically upgrade. This was a good thing. Every time the temple automatically upgraded, it would bring a huge boost of confidence to the believers. Sure enough, when the temple expanded again, the believers who witnessed the scene cheered, as if all their fatigue was swept away. Tang Zhen saw the upgrading process of the temple but did not care too much. According to his understanding, the temple's upgrades seemed to have no end. As long as they had enough battle merits, they could continue to level up. This way, the believers would maintain a competitive mentality. However, leveling up a temple was not as easy as one might imagine. The higher the temple's level, the more difficult it would be to level up. When the temple reached a certain level, the leveling requirement would be in the hundreds of millions. Some areas spent decades and still couldn't accumulate enough battle merits to upgrade the temple again. At the same time, the level of the temple directly represented the strength of the defense area. Originally, Area 153 could only be considered as the weakest area. However, with the recent upgrades, it had gradually entered the intermediate area. The spectators were already mentally prepared for the continuous leveling up of Area 153. With such a terrifying hunting method, it would be strange if their levels didn't increase rapidly. Under the attention of countless gazes, the battle continued. Countless sea monsters were killed, and their corpses were all devoured by the giant trees, leaving a layer of grayish-white residue on the beach. The beach, which was originally covered with gravel, was now a vast expanse of white. It looked much more pleasing to the eye than before. Even the seawater had turned into a clear blue color under the filtering of the roots. It was exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. It was a pity that the sea monsters that kept appearing destroyed this beautiful scenery, so no one was in the mood to appreciate it. After a long wait, the sea monster army finally appeared. The first monster that appeared in his field of vision was still the giant sea beast that transported the sea monsters. It could be seen from far away. They almost filled up the ocean and flew towards the shore, setting off waves that were dozens of meters high. Upon closer inspection, One could see that these sea monsters moved in almost no order, and they were in a state of competition. On the bodies of these giant sea beasts, there were countless sea monster soldiers. Their eyes were blood red as they stared at the giant tree behind the city wall. One look at their state and one could tell that they had obviously swallowed the fruit and fallen into a state of madness. Behind these giant sea beasts, there were countless sea monsters. They were not as fast as the giant sea beasts, but they were desperately swimming forward. Not all of these sea monsters belonged to the sea monster army. There were also wild monsters that came from nearby, and because they were moving in the same direction, they eventually gathered together. The entire ocean seemed to have been dyed black by ink, but in fact, there were sea monsters everywhere. The believers, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately perked up at Sun Zhen's roar, and the cannons that had been silent for a long time began to roar again. All of a sudden, countless water pillars rose from the sea. The charging sea monsters were hit by cannonballs, and the broken flesh and blood of the corpses in the waves of the sea were flying wantonly. Even in the face of the heavy fire and countless casualties, these sea monsters continued to charge forward, not caring about the threat of death at all. In the face of the sea monsters that filled their vision, the attack power of the cannons began to show signs of weakness. Even though the believers fired with all their might, they still could not intercept the sea monsters. Tang Zhen's brows were slightly knitted when he noticed this scene. Although he knew that these sea monsters were not enough to pose a fatal threat to the city wall, he could not ignore them. As the beast lure fruit played its role, high-level sea monsters could attack at any time, and the current number of cannons could no longer meet the needs of war. Tang Zhen turned around and entered the interior of the mountain peak when he thought of this. He arrived in front of those reserved gaps in the rock wall. The opening in the rock wall faced the sea. As long as the cannons were placed there, they could completely block the sea in front of the defense area. There was no need to aim or adjust the angle. As long as the sea monster army entered the predetermined area, they could harvest the sea monsters. As this thought rose in Tang Zhen's mind, many weapons similar to multi-barrel rocket cannons blocked the position where the gap was. These cannons were fixed in place and connected to each other, making it easy to control and fire. It didn't require a lot of manpower to load the shells, but a complicated device to complete it to ensure the continuity of the firepower. When the multi-barrel cannons on both sides of the mountain were activated, the entire sea surface would be covered, and the sea monsters would have no chance of returning. 2093 A difficult victory. 1. Thank you readers. The sea monsters that broke through the cannon blockade were once again shot by the anti-aircraft machine guns. Many sea monsters were torn apart before they could even reach the shore. More and more sea monsters rushed up to the shore and rushed toward the city wall with a crazed look on their faces. They swept over like raging waves. Many giant sea beasts were also approaching the coast. Under the push of their huge bodies, the water level suddenly rose and surged toward the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the city wall had been soaked in seawater, and it was still rising. The city wall, which was dozens of meters high, might not be able to withstand the impact of such waves. Perhaps it would not take long for the city wall to be level with the waves. If this situation was allowed to continue, the city wall would be flooded by the sea and the entire defense area 153 would be swallowed. If that really happened, even if the believers had thousands of abilities, they would not be able to stop the sea monster's attack. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, Sun Zhen secretly thought that he had miscalculated. He had not considered this point before. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. After all, it was rare for giant sea beasts to come ashore. With such a huge body, once it landed on the beach, it would be a moving target and would be easily attacked. However, under the effect of the beast luring fruit, the giant sea monster no longer had any concept of danger. It just moved its huge body desperately, constantly twisting on the beach like a big fish that had been stranded. The sea monsters that had difficulty walking after landing also used the impact of the waves to rush to the city wall. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the bottom of the city wall. The situation was precarious. All the believers on the city wall were red-eyed and desperately opened fire. At the same time, they kept throwing all kinds of explosive throwing objects down the city wall. Waves, flames, and violent explosions, as well as the roars of sea monsters and believers, made the scene chaotic. The believers' eyes widened when they saw the sea monster in front of them, bearing its sharp fangs. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to keep killing, killing, killing. It was either you die or I die, there was no third path. Sun Jun held a machine gun in one hand and continuously swept at the sea monsters that climbed up the city wall. His other hand kept shooting black light balls, and the monsters that were hit instantly turned into blood. He had never displayed this kind of attack in front of outsiders. Now that he was in a life and death situation, he no longer had the mood to continue hiding. If they couldn't resist the sea monster, everyone would die, so what was the point of hiding their skills? The other believers did the same. They used all their strength to stop the sea monsters on the wall from moving forward. But even so, it still couldn't stop those crazy sea monsters. They climbed up the city wall and were about to rush into the anti-aircraft machine gun position. At this critical moment, countless tentacles suddenly stretched out from the sea below the city wall and danced in the furious waves. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles pierced through the sea monster and sucked it dry. The boiling seawater quieted down almost instantly, and the sea monsters were swept into the water. After struggling a few times, they never surfaced again. The believers were stunned, then let out a deafening cheer and subconsciously turned to look behind. They had all recognized that those tentacles were the roots of the giant tree. As expected, at the most critical moment, the giant tree had resolved the crisis for them. There were even believers who knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the giant tree. At this moment, in their hearts, the giant tree's status was almost the same as that of gods. After the giant tree resolved the crisis, the believers regained their confidence and focused on attacking the sea monster again. Just as the new wave of sea monsters was about to approach, countless tongues of fire suddenly spurted out from the steep rock walls of the mountains on both sides, almost covering the entire sea surface. The surface of the sea was almost completely overturned, and the sea monster's fierce attack was once again resolved. The believers also had a chance to breathe. Although they didn't know why there were cannons inside the mountain, it wasn't the time to worry about that. With enough firepower, the believers finally regained the initiative. After stabilizing their minds, the believers' cooperation became more and more tacit, and the efficiency of killing became higher and higher. During this period, he had consumed a lot of ammunition, but his gains were equally huge. The real-time refreshed battle points rose like a rocket, and countless spectators were dumbfounded. After fighting the sea monsters for so long in the defense area, this was the first time they had seen something like this. It made their blood boil. Even if they were not at the scene, through the live broadcast of the image transmission stone, the spectators could still feel the tense yet excited mood. There were even some believers who took a day off and rode their four-winged birds to the 153rd defense area just to witness such a rare battle. There were many believers who did this. For a time, four-winged birds kept appearing in the sky above the 153rd defense area, hovering in the air and watching from a distance. It wasn't that the spectators didn't want to climb the city walls, but they were absolutely not allowed to do so without permission, or they would be severely punished. However, from a high altitude, they could see it more clearly. One could imagine the shock in the hearts of the spectators as they watched countless sea monsters being killed. Everyone knew that after this battle, the rise of Area 153 had become unstoppable. While he was watching the battle, the temple was upgraded again. It now occupied more than 1,000 square meters, which was equivalent to the height of a 6-story building. No matter if one looked at it from a distance or up close, it was filled with a sense of mystery, making one feel intimidated. Although they had witnessed the temple's upgrade with their own eyes, the spectators didn't have much of a reaction. After all, this situation had long been within their expectations. Everyone's attention had been drawn to the battle, so how could you have the mood to pay attention to the changes in the temple? The battle went on for a long time, and the believers were already numb to it. They only came back to their senses when the sea monsters were completely killed. At this moment, the world was deathly silent, and there was only blood red in front of him. As the waves churned, the corpses of sea monsters could be seen from time to time, being pulled to the bottom of the sea by the tentacles. Because of the giant tree's crazy devouring, the sea monsters disappeared without a trace after the battle ended, as if they had never appeared. After confirming that the crisis had been averted, the believers on the city wall heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. An indescribable sense of fatigue washed over them. All they wanted to do now was to lie on the ground and have a good sleep. Sun Jun, who was in charge of commanding the battle, saw this and did not berate them. Even with his strength, he felt unusually tired, let alone these believers who had been involved in the battle the entire time. It was not easy for them to survive until now and kill all the sea monsters. This was the terrifying thing about fanatical believers. With the support of their beliefs and military achievements, they could completely erupt with shocking power. Even in such a difficult battle, he gritted his teeth and persevered to the end, not retreating even half a step. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted into Sun Jun's ears. Following that, an item fell from the sky and flew into Sun Jun's hands. Sun Jun took it and took a look. He found that it was a formula for a potion, and the main ingredient was the fruit of the giant tree. Send someone to concoct the medicine. After taking it, it can quickly restore physical strength. The sea monster may rise at any time, so we can't take it lightly. Sun Jun nodded slightly and immediately headed to the temple to exchange his battle points for the required supplementary medicinal herbs. The number of battle achievements in the defensive area was extremely high, so he did not care about this bit of consumption. Moreover, compared to the total number of battle achievements, this was only a drop in the ocean. After the exchange of herbs was completed, Sun Jun called for the believers who were in charge of logistics below the city wall. He asked them to pick the fruits from the giant tree and mix them into juice to distribute to the tired believers. After the concoction was successful, Sun Jun took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He found that the effect of this medicine was quite magical. After drinking it, it would be rapidly absorbed by the body. Then, he could feel traces of energy flowing out of his body and spreading to his limbs. The most important point was that the medicine was not only for recovering physical strength, but it was also extremely helpful for improving cultivation. This was especially true in a situation where one's physical strength was exhausted. If one were to take this potion, it would be able to achieve twice the effect with half the effort. Sun Jun was not an ignorant person. After feeling the effects of the potion, he immediately concluded that this potion was hard to get. If it was exchanged through the temple, one would probably need to consume a lot of battle merits to obtain it. However, it was currently being distributed by Tang Zhen as a benefit. Clearly, Tang Zhen did not only focus on battle achievements. He also took great care of his subordinates and gave them extremely generous rewards. To be able to follow such a strong person, it was undoubtedly an extremely lucky thing for Sun Jun and the believers. 2094 The first exploration of the deep ocean. 1. Thank you readers. After the battle, the 153rd Defense Area had a short period of peace, and the believers were able to catch their breath. The spectators had already retreated one after another, their faces full of longing, as if they were hoping that the battle would last longer. Although the battle had ended, the gunshots did not stop. They would suddenly ring out from time to time. Although there were still sea monsters attacking, they were only scattered. It might take some time for a large army of sea monsters to arrive. The believers seized the time and went to the temple one by one to exchange for supplies, changing all their armors to light high-quality leather armor. There was no need to fight the sea monsters at close range while defending the city wall. If he wore heavy metal armor, it would undoubtedly increase his physical strength. In the last battle, many believers were so tired that they could barely move because their armors were too heavy. Although it was only leather armor, its exchange price was not much cheaper than metal armor, and its defense was better. You get what you pay for. The materials of the Grand Temple were genuine, and there was no exaggeration. Although the price was not cheap, after the battle, the believers had all received a large amount of battle credits, which was more than enough to buy advanced armor. At the same time, the believers also exchanged for cultivation resources and seized the time to improve their cultivation. No matter when, one could not ignore the improvement of one's own strength. The true path of cultivation was to have strong skills and sharp weapons. With enough battle credits and the fact that they could eat a giant tree's fruit every day, the strength of the believers in the defense area began to increase rapidly. However, the problem of insufficient manpower had not been effectively alleviated. Although fanatical believers were summoned every day, it was only a drop in the bucket. According to the length of the city wall of the 153rd Defense Area, it would take at least 10,000 people to be considered a full force, but now there were only half of them. As for the other defense areas, the number of people had long been overstaffed by more than several times. In the face of an endless sea monster, no commander would complain about having more people. On this point, Area 153 was clearly at a disadvantage. If they could not solve the problem as soon as possible, when more and more powerful sea monsters attacked, Area 153 would be in danger. On the huge teleportation formation in the Divine Temple, 100 people would appear every time. Their faces were filled with confusion and excitement as they kept looking around. The dwarf, the horned helmet, and the others who had followed Tang Zhen had all arrived at this moment. They immediately greeted Tang Zhen. Looking at the huge city wall and the endless number of believers, the despaired people were very excited. They originally thought that they would not be able to meet each other again after the last time they parted, but they did not expect Tang Zhen to actually send someone to pick them up. The midget and the others were not surprised when they heard that Tang Zhen had become the commander of the defensive area. With Tang Zhen's strength, he would be the most dazzling existence no matter where he went. Even though the veteran who had carried out the mission had made it clear that there was a certain risk in entering the kingdom of God, the despaired people did not hesitate at all. Staying in the city of despair was also dangerous. Even if he controlled a city, he would still have to face the threat of the remnants of the kingdom. Since that was the case, he might as well enter the divine kingdom. At least he would have the chance to earn battle merits to improve his strength. Moreover, for the Desperators, obtaining a pass to go to Scandinavia had always been their goal. It was just that they had been controlled by the remnants of Scandinavia in the past. As long as one had a brain, they would not miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. As for those who missed the opportunity, they would probably have to spend the rest of their lives in the city of despair. As the dimensional portal was closed, no fanatics would ever enter there again. This was only the beginning. With Tang Zhen's sneer and face-slapping last time, he believed that the spirit envoy would definitely not let the remnants of Scandinavia off easily. If no fanatic believers entered the city of despair, this small world that received believers would be useless. The Grand Temple would shut down the energy supply, and the God Stone mine would slowly disappear. Without the protection of the God Stone, the runic magic circle on the city wall would slowly lose its protective function and would no longer have the effect of intimidating monsters. In a small world where monsters ran rampant, it was simply a disaster without any means of defense against monsters. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for the city of despair to become a paradise for monsters. As traitors, the survivors of the kingdom of God would also be hunted down by the monsters in fear. Good and evil would always be rewarded at the end. Because of Tang Zhen's participation, the remnants of Scandinavia finally began to suffer their own consequences. After Tang Zhen met up with the dwarf, Xiao Wu, and the others, he chatted with them to appease them. Then, he let Sun Jun arrange tasks for them. After the horned helmet and the others arrived, the temple's teleportation formation started to operate continuously, sending over batch after batch of despaired people. By the time the last batch of desperators arrived, the number of believers in the defense area had already exceeded 10,000, and the problem of insufficient manpower was barely solved. It was obviously impossible to have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of believers in a short time like the other defense areas. Tang Zhen made his move again, using the magical ability of the map modification plugin to increase the height and width of the city wall. Even if the sea water rose and spread, it would not be able to drown the city wall, which eliminated a big hidden danger. When the spectating believers saw this, other than being endlessly shocked, they were increasingly convinced that Tang Zhen was an extremely strong person. After this matter, Tang Zhen's prestige was even higher. It could be said that he had hundreds of people responding to his call. After everything was settled, Tang Zhen called Sun Jun over and seriously advised him. After that, he quietly left Area 153 and headed straight to the deep sea on a small boat. He planned to go out for a while and kill high-level sea monsters to gain battle merits before returning to the defense area. Only by doing two things at the same time could he ensure that he would obtain more battle merits. This was the plan that Tang Zhen had long since made. As the ship went deeper and deeper, sea monsters appeared one after another and launched crazy attacks at Tang Zhen. Every time this happened, Tang Zhen would use his mental energy to drive the flying sword-like weapon to kill those sea monsters in an instant. These were all low-level sea monsters, and killing them would not reward them with many battle merits. Occasionally, some special sea monsters would appear, but the number was not satisfactory. This situation could only mean that he had not reached the real deep-sea area. Otherwise, there would have been groups of high-level sea monsters. This situation lasted for a few days before Tang Zhen finally saw a giant skeletal warship on the vast sea. The skeletal warship was 50 meters long, and no one knew what kind of monster it was when it was alive. After some simple modifications, it became a moving island in the ocean. Under the drive of the runic magic circle, the skeletal warship moved very fast. Otherwise, it would be impossible to track the moving sea monster nest. On the skeletal warship, there was a group of believers wearing all kinds of armor as they looked at Tang Zhen silently. "Brother, are you looking for a sea monster nest? If you are, why don't you join us?" On the skeletal warship, a tall man with hideous tattoos all over his body roared at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen gently nodded, after which, he leapt and landed on the skeletal warship. Looking around, there were about 300 to 400 believers. Each of them was quite powerful and could be a commander in each of the major defense areas. No matter if it was his personal strength or his armor and weapons, they were not something that ordinary believers could compare to. "Brother, we're currently tracking down a sea monster's lair, and I reckon that a great battle will break out soon. If you have companions, you can call them to act together. With one more person, our chances of winning will increase." The tattooed man sized Tang Zhen up before asking in a muffled voice. "I'm moving alone, I don't have any companions." The tattooed man did not say anything after hearing Tang Zhen's words. He only asked him to find a place to rest and reminded him not to disturb other people's training. When Tang Zhen saw that those believers had closed their eyes to cultivate and had no intention of communicating with others, he learned from them and found an empty space to sit down. He had just entered the deep sea and was not particularly familiar with the situation here. Following these believers was naturally the best choice. 2095 Sea Monster Lair. Thank you readers. The sailing process was dull and boring, and there was no other sound except the sound of the waves. The creator of the skeletal warship was obviously an expert. He could lock onto the sea monster's nest and keep tracking it through a special method. As for the power of the skeletal warships, the believers had to input energy at a fixed time to pay for the ride. The believers did not communicate at all. They just cultivated quietly, as if everything had nothing to do with them. They had gathered together only because they couldn't destroy the sea monster nest alone. Compared to the truly strong, the strength of these believers was still a certain distance away, and the area of activity was only close to the deep sea. As for the true depths of the ocean, they did not dare to approach it easily because the monsters there were too powerful. Even if they increased their manpower by several times, they were still no match for the fierce sea monster. They could only be crushed one-sided. Since no one was talking, Tang Zhen was unable to obtain more information. He only knew that the warship was tracking a sea monster's nest. Tang Zhen was very interested in the sea monster's lair. This was because he could obtain tens of millions of battle points just by successfully destroying a sea monster's lair. Although the amount of battle merits was shocking, it was enough to prove the difficulty of clearing the sea monster nest. Otherwise, there would not be such a reward. The believers on the ship also knew this, so they still wanted to recruit more companions even though they had hundreds of people. Even in such a situation, the believers might not be able to destroy the sea monster nest. Most of the time, they would kill high-level sea monsters and look for opportunities to destroy the sea monster nest. Since there was no one to communicate with, Tang Zhen simply closed his eyes and cultivated. He would naturally sense it when the sea monster's nest appeared. A few days later, the sea monster's nest was finally revealed. In the pitch-black ocean, a large area of clouds and mist appeared, and lightning flashed around it. From afar, it looked like a crack in hell, displaying a terrifying power. In the ocean below the clouds, there were countless sea monsters rolling and jumping, but they were only one-third the size of normal sea monsters. They greedily devoured the clouds and mist, and their bodies grew rapidly. In a very short time, they had become the size of normal sea monsters. After a batch of sea monsters grew up, they would dive into the nearby sea area, and new sea monsters would immediately appear. It was like a monster-making factory, constantly producing cannon fodder with shocking efficiency. Obviously, the cloud was not simple. It had the strange ability to make sea monsters grow in a short time, which was somewhat similar to the power of the origin. The problem was that sea monsters spawned by such extreme means were actually a kind of deformed product, and they would die suddenly after a short time. Therefore, after the sea monsters were born and gathered enough numbers, they would go straight to the major defense areas without wasting any time. The followers did not hesitate any longer after they had found out the result of their pursuit. The moment they got close to the sea monster's nest, the followers were all ready for battle. The sea monsters also discovered the skeletal warships. With a wave of anger, giant sea monsters appeared one after another from the bottom of the sea. Their bodies were huge, and their heads were completely covered in hard bone shells, with long, sharp horns growing all over them. Once hit by such a monster, even a city wall that was more than 10 meters thick would be pierced through. At the bottom of the sea near the skeletal warship, countless black shadows also appeared. They hit the warship from time to time, making dull sounds. Kill. At this moment, there was no need for extra words. The believers attacked the sea monsters around them one after another. Instead of staying on the warship, they flew into the ocean and cut through the hordes of monsters. Compared to ordinary believers, these believers already had the ability to walk on the waves, which was the most basic requirement for entering the deep sea to hunt sea monsters. Otherwise, in the ocean where there was no place to land, once they encountered sea monsters, they would almost certainly die. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Divine Kingdom's rules, preventing cultivators from using their full strength, these believers would have been able to fly in the sky and burrow underground with their cultivation. The battle had already begun. Tang Zhen was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He similarly leapt and flew towards the surface of the sea. While he was still in the air, several streams of light appeared around him and shot toward the sea monsters like lightning. As the streams of light danced and shuttled back and forth, they exuded an indescribable sharp aura. Just one look was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The sea monster's hard scales couldn't resist Lu Guang's attack at all. They were instantly cut into pieces, leaving only broken corpses and remains wherever he passed. Compared to the other believers, Tang Zhen's killing efficiency was over 10 times higher. This caused him to immediately become the focus of the battlefield. Those believers who originally did not care about Tang Zhen had their mouths wide open in shock. Their faces were filled with surprise. It was only now that they realized that the human cultivator who had boarded the ship halfway was actually a super powerful being. Many believers were secretly regretful. If they had known that Tang Zhen was so powerful, they would have interacted more with him back then. Perhaps they might have been able to obtain some guidance. It was a pity that after Tang Zhen had displayed his true strength, it would inevitably cause others to feel disgusted if they befriended him again. Tang Zhen might not even pay attention to them. Sighing in their hearts, the believers threw away their messy thoughts and continued to deal with the sea monster in front of them. More believers were surprised and glad. After confirming Tang Zhen's strength, they were more confident in destroying the sea monster nest. The believers' morale was greatly boosted. Even when they were faced with a large number of sea monsters, they did not retreat at all and slowly moved closer to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not care about the changes in his surroundings. Instead, he placed all his attention on controlling his weapon and continuously harvesting the sea monster's life. When all the sea monsters in front of him were cleared, Tang Zhen stared at the misty area in front of him and headed straight for the misty area alone. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the clouds and heard the roars of sea monsters. Tang Zhen appeared and disappeared from time to time within the clouds. No matter how the tentacles attacked, he was completely unscathed. He merely continued to attack. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, the sea level rose, and a piece of land rose from the ocean. There were countless purplish-red flesh tubes on this strange blackish-gray land, and small sea monsters that were 1 foot long kept crawling out of them. This was the nest of sea monsters. It was constantly breeding sea monsters, and it was completely a malignant tumor of the God Kingdom, a moving diseased cell. There were countless similar sea monster lairs in the sea, and it was impossible to kill them all. The giant tentacle headed straight for Tang Zhen. It was obvious that the sea monster nest had already realized that Tang Zhen was the biggest threat among all the believers present. As long as he was killed, the other believers would not be a threat at all. Tang Zhen's eyes gleamed the moment the sea monster's lair appeared. He had already flown high up in the sky in an instant. If you don't want to die, leave this place quickly. After hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the believers hesitated for a moment before they returned to the skeletal warships and quickly retreated to the periphery of the battlefield. Although they were somewhat reluctant to part with their battle achievements, these believers were extremely clear in their hearts that Tang Zhen was likely going to immediately unleash a big move after this warning. If you don't want to be affected and lose your life, run as far as you can without any hesitation. Tang Zhen extended his right hand forward after the group of believers had left. A spherical object suddenly appeared. Its surface was covered with dense runes. The moment the ball appeared, the sea monster nest seemed to feel a fatal crisis. After letting out a strange long roar, it wanted to dive into the sea to hide. Unfortunately, its movements were still a step too slow. The moment it was about to enter the water, the spherical object broke away from Tang Zhen's control. It was like a red-hot iron ball falling into butter as it directly entered the body of the sea monster's nest. After a dozen breaths, a loud noise came from the bottom of the sea, and a huge cloud rose into the sky. The waves set off by the violent explosion swept in all directions, and it took a long time before they slowly subsided. The sea monster's nest had been destroyed, and the surrounding sea was full of corpses, all killed in the explosion just now. The believers who had witnessed the entire process were all dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a terrifying attack. By the time the believers recovered their senses and went to look for Tang Zhen's traces, they discovered that he had already disappeared without a trace. 2096 Shipbuilding Plan 1. Thank you readers. After the waves of the explosion subsided, the believers drove the skeletal warship to the area where the battle had taken place. The sea monster's nest had been completely destroyed, turning into burnt meat that was scattered everywhere in the sea. Such a terrifying destructive power left the group of believers dumbfounded. At the same time, they were secretly glad that they had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would probably be scattered and drifting along with the tide at this moment. Although the sea monster lair was completely destroyed, there were still some valuable materials that could be extracted and exchanged for a large amount of battle credits when brought back to land. Tang Zhen looked down on these things. In the end, those believers benefited from them and could be considered as making up for their losses. In fact, even if Tang Zhen did not participate in the battle, it was impossible for these believers to destroy the sea monster's nest. At most, they would clear the monsters on the periphery and find a suitable opportunity to try and destroy the sea monster's nest. If they were a little careless, they might be completely annihilated. They would not be like now, where they could easily make a fortune while cleaning up the battlefield. After Tang Zhen destroyed the sea monster's lair, he continued to search in the ocean for a new one. Perhaps it was because his luck had run out, but apart from a few high-level sea monsters, Tang Zhen did not discover anything else. It could only be said that the area of the sea was too large, and the sea monster's nest was in a roaming state. Sometimes, one might not be able to find traces of the sea monster even after searching the sea for several years. Fortunately, he had already destroyed a sea monster's nest, so this trip was not in vain. The battle credits he had obtained were enough for him to exchange for 1/10 of the memory fragments. Since he could not find the sea monster's nest in a short time, there was no need to stay any longer. He had been out for a while, and it was time to return to the defense area to replenish his ammunition. Without him, the guns and cannons in Area 153 would be useless. They would not be able to stop the sea monsters. Compared to hunting sea monsters alone, Area 153 was a long-term and stable source of points. He had to ensure that there were no problems. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen immediately returned. On the way back, Tang Zhen recalled the skeletal warship and felt a little touched. The believers could only rely on the city walls to defend passively because they had no one to rely on in the boundless ocean. For ordinary believers, there was almost no hope of survival once they left the warship. Furthermore, the sea monsters were ferocious and fearless when they attacked. Some of the giant sea monsters were even bigger than the skeletal warships. Under such circumstances, only when the believers had enough cultivation would they dare to enter the ocean to hunt monsters, and they had to form groups. If he could build a giant warship so that ordinary believers could also sail on the ocean, would he be able to obtain more military achievements? As long as the warship's defense and attack power were strong enough, Tang Zhen could completely promote it to all defense areas. Guns and weapons had already become famous, and warships carrying the same weapons that could gallop across the sea would definitely attract the interest of those believers. As long as the ordinary believers knew that they could also use warships to destroy the sea monster's nest, there would definitely be many people who would try. Although this idea was good, if he wanted to successfully implement it, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Even if Tang Zhen could use his will to materialize objects, a battleship was different from a gun. It would definitely consume a great amount of energy in order to successfully materialize it. Moreover, he didn't just want one warship. He would make it according to his needs. Perhaps he would only have a few, or even a few hundred. As for the specific situation, it would depend on the situation. Tang Zhen made up his mind. After he returned to the defense area, he would immediately prepare for this matter. Tang Zhen did not waste much time after locking onto the position of Defense Zone 153. He returned to the defense zone. At this time, a battle had just ended in the defense area. The sea was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder, but because the roots of the giant tree had devoured and cleaned up the sea, there were not many corpses on the sea. After the believers on the city wall noticed Tang Zhen, they immediately greeted him loudly with joy on their faces. Although Tang Zhen didn't have much contact with these believers, he had already become an existence of faith in their hearts. Some time ago, when Tang Zhen left the defense area, although the believers were still fighting the sea monsters under Sun Jun's command, there was always a kind of worry in their hearts. Through all kinds of magical means, the believers already knew how strong Tang Zhen was. They believed that with him in charge, the sea monster would definitely not be able to rush up the city wall. When he was not in the defensive area, the believers felt that they had lost a safety guarantee, and their morale during the battle was never high. There were even some believers who speculated that Tang Zhen might have encountered danger in the deep sea, which was why there was no news from him for so long. Therefore, when they saw Tang Zhen return from the deep sea, the believers immediately felt as if they had a backbone and felt extremely at ease. This degree of popularity was extremely rare in other defense areas. It was enough to see how high the prestige Tang Zhen had accumulated during this period of time. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across everyone. After which, he nodded gently and flew into the divine temple. After checking the battle merits that he had exchanged for recently, Tang Zhen had a private conversation with Sun Jun. Then, he rode the six-winged bird to the Grand Temple. This time, other than exchanging for memory fragments, he was also prepared to communicate with the spy riders to see how much support his shipbuilding plan would receive. Tang Zhen had already understood the rules of the spiritual envoy. As long as he could kill sea monsters on a large scale and his request was not too excessive, he would obtain the spiritual envoy's greatest support. Of course, this kind of treatment was only for people like Tang Zhen. Even if ordinary believers had similar thoughts, they might not get the support of the spy riders. The reason for this was nothing more than a lack of strength, unable to support his dreams. They didn't speak along the way. After Tang Zhen arrived at the Great Temple, the spirit envoy appeared to meet him again. Tang Zhen first exchanged his battle points for memory fragments. After he completely absorbed them, he raised the idea of building a warship. He described the warship as a mobile defense area on the sea, which could effectively attack high-level sea monsters and clear out their nests. In this way, they could make use of the spare combat power. If they could form a certain scale, the effect of the attack would even exceed the defense area. Building a battleship requires a large amount of materials. Whether it's through battle credits or through my own conjuring, it's not very appropriate. That's why I'm planning to use the mountain as a material for the ship. Its quality far surpasses metal, and it's a pretty good material for building ships. In the sea near the defense area, there are many huge rocks that have collapsed and fallen into the water. We can make use of them. In order to increase the warship's defensive power, I'm preparing to inscribe a runic magic circle on it to give it a stronger defensive power and a higher speed. I'll provide all the necessary materials for the battleship and the weapons on the battleship, so the ownership will naturally belong to me. The only problem now is that we can't guarantee the supply of supplies, so I hope to build a temple on the warship. In this way, the believers can directly exchange for supplies on the warships, and at the same time, they don't have to return to the shore to replenish their supplies. It will become a real mobile defense line on the sea. After hearing Tang Zhen's story, the spiritual envoy fell into silence. It was obvious that he was considering the feasibility of this. It's not difficult to build a temple on the warship. I can promise you right now. The various ammunition required by the warship can also be traded through the temple. I will only take a small amount of battle merits. Now, I just want to know how to use these warships. Are you planning to use it in the defensive area, or are you going to promote it so that other believers have the opportunity to use it? Regarding the spirit envoy's question, Tang Zhen simply expressed that he could share the warship with other believers. The more believers who use the warship, the more benefits Tang Zhen would obtain. If only Defense Area 153 used it alone, it would undoubtedly affect the speed at which he could harvest his battle merits. The truth had already proven the power of guns and cannons. The warships that Tang Zhen had meticulously built should have even more powerful offensive capabilities. They would definitely shake all the major defensive areas of the entire Divine Kingdom. 2097 Deja Vu 1. Thank you readers. According to Tang Zhen's plan, after the warship was completed, the believers could buy it through battle merits. Because the manufacturing process required a huge cost, if one wanted to buy a warship, they had to pay a huge amount of battle credits. Tang Zhen wasn't prepared to earn too much in this area. Instead, he would give a reasonable price to prevent interested buyers from being scared away by the huge price. In fact, after careful calculation, it was clear that compared to the possible benefits, it was completely worth it no matter how much battle merits they paid. After the believers bought the warships, they needed to buy ammunition from Tang Zhen through the temple on the ship. This was another long-term stable income. If one didn't want to buy the warship in full, they could also choose to cooperate with Tang Zhen. After paying a small fee, they could obtain the right to use the warship and distribute the battle merits of killing sea monsters according to proportion. This method was the easiest to be accepted by the believers. After all, there was no need to pay a price, as long as one had enough courage. This was also the method that Tang Zhen hoped to promote the most. After all, the majority of the believers were unable to take out such a large number of battle merits. This kind of cooperation was undoubtedly more suitable for them. According to Tang Zhen's plan, the believers who cooperated to use the warship had to pay him at least half of the battle merits. If he could release 100 battleships, Tang Zhen would be able to collect a continuous share of the profits. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to recover his capital soon. In addition to this, there was another method, which was to accept custom orders from believers, and Tang Zhen would collect the manufacturing fees. As long as he paid enough battle credits, Tang Zhen would be able to build whatever kind of warship the believers needed. After hearing Tang Zhen's plan, the spiritual envoy said that Tang Zhen could start at any time and he would provide as much support as possible. The spiritual envoy was also filled with anticipation for Tang Zhen's warship plan. If it was confirmed that this path was feasible, then Scandinavia would have another effective way to eliminate sea monsters. According to Tang Zhen's request, the spirit envoy would release a message through the temple to recruit believers who were proficient in runic magic circles and other skills. As long as they felt that their strength was up to the task, they could apply to the temple and then obtain the qualification to go to the 153 defense area. There were many talents in the Divine Kingdom, but because of the special environment, they did not have the opportunity to show their talents. Now that Tang Zhen was willing to pay military merits to recruit helpers, he believed that there would definitely be many believers who would actively respond and head to the 153rd defense area. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that after Tang Zhen's transformation and arrangement, the 153rd defense area was no longer a high-risk area. It could even be said to be impregnable. In addition to the fact that they could earn battle merits continuously and receive many benefits, the believers in Area 153 were getting more and more envious. For those believers who were capable and liked stability, how could they miss such a good opportunity? After everything was discussed, Tang Zhen left the Grand Temple and prepared to ride the six-winged bird back to the defense area. Time waits for no man. The battleship plan had to be carried out immediately. Moreover, with his strength, he could definitely think of doing it. Who knew that just as he left the Grand Temple, someone would block his way? Although the other party did not speak, Tang Zhen could still confirm that the other party was waiting for him. Tang Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the cultivator in front of him. He kept feeling that the other party was familiar. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Being unable to make an accurate judgment on a matter could easily make him make the wrong decision. At the same time Tang Zhen frowned, the other party sized him up seriously, as if he was confirming something. After seeing Tang Zhen's expression, that cultivator smiled and explained, "Recently, your defense area has become very famous. From time to time, I can watch the live broadcast on the transmission stone, and I also happen to see your face. If I'm not wrong, we should have known each other before we entered this place, and we might even be companions." Tang Zhen nodded. He also had such a guess. Although this scene gave him the feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Tang Zhen did not feel the slightest joy. His mood was still as calm as an ancient well. It didn't matter to him whether they knew each other or not. Even though they had entered this place as a group, their current goal was to improve their strength as much as possible. They were all competitors. If they wanted to obtain it successfully, they had to rack their brains and use all kinds of methods. In the face of such a great opportunity, no one would choose to give in. It would be best if they could cooperate, but if they couldn't, it was best not to drag each other down. If such a thing really happened, even if they were once companions, there was a possibility that they would become enemies. Furthermore, there was another possibility. The other party was actually his enemy, so he felt familiar. It was only because of the loss of memory that he had forgotten some key points, which was why he had such a familiar feeling. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not plan to have too much contact with the other party before he recovered all of his memories. This was to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. I also feel like I've seen you before, but what business do you have here? Tang Zhen didn't want to waste too much time. Therefore, he directly asked the other party why he had come. Only then would he make his next plan. I've found a sea monster lair gathering place. The initial judgment is that there are at least hundreds of sea monster lairs, and even a mother nest of sea monsters under the sea. If we can destroy it, we'll be able to obtain at least a few billion, or even tens of billions of battle points. The cultivator couldn't hide his excitement at this point. He said excitedly, "This is a great opportunity that I can't miss, or else it'll be too late for regret. However, there are too many of them, and I can't destroy them all by myself. So, I'm going to gather a group of experts to join in the operation. Your strength is beyond doubt, so I would like to invite you to participate in the operation. I wonder if you are interested." Tang Zhen frowned when he heard that there were hundreds of sea monster lairs and even mother lairs. If the other party was not lying, this piece of information was undoubtedly extremely important, even priceless. If they could successfully destroy that gathering place, they would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of battle credits. Even if it was a cooperative operation, the benefits would definitely satisfy the participants. Although he said this, Tang Zhen was not overly excited. This was because he was different from the other believers. According to the current speed of obtaining battle points, it wouldn't be long before Tang Zhen's memory would be completely restored. Next, he could either choose to leave this place or continue to accumulate battle achievements until he had 10 billion battle achievements and completed the upgrade of his strength. Tang Zhen was more inclined to the latter. After all, he was unable to be certain if he would be able to re-enter the Divine Kingdom after leaving. At his level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to improve further. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he would not miss it easily. Obtaining 10 billion battle points was not something that could be done in a day. Now that such a good opportunity had appeared in front of him, it was a pleasant surprise. I don't want to participate for the time being. You'd better find someone better. Goodbye. After leaving behind these words, Tang Zhen directly turned around and left. He did not have the slightest hesitation. Although the information provided by the other party was extremely tempting, Tang Zhen did not agree easily. Instead, he planned to make a decision after he had recovered his memory. If the information was true, he would be able to find some clues as long as he investigated carefully. Then, he would be able to determine the exact location of the sea monster gathering place. If it was possible, Tang Zhen wanted to enjoy these battle merits alone and not share them with everyone. As he watched Tang Zhen's departing back, that cultivator's eyes slightly narrowed as an invisible cold glint flashed across his eyes. Could it be that he sensed something and didn't dare to participate? Tang Zhen, oh Tang Zhen, you're really cautious. However, I believe that you'll still go sooner or later. Because for someone like you, you can't resist this kind of temptation. As long as you get the news, you'll rush to Xuanji like a moth to a flame. 2098 The plan begins. 1. Thank you readers. Tang Zhen was unable to see through a person's heart without using any means. Naturally, he didn't know what the cultivator that he seemed to know was thinking. However, the other party gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, which made him secretly vigilant. Perhaps someone had already set their eyes on him and was ready to take action. This situation was not unexpected. After all, he had been in the limelight during this period of time, and almost everyone knew about him. However, this was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. Regardless of whether it was to find companions or to carry out his own plan, he needed to have enough fame and support. As for those who tried to have crooked ideas, if they really provoked Tang Zhen, they might soon regret it. There was not a single person who had been able to take advantage of Tang Zhen in the past 100 years. Moreover, Tang Zhen didn't have the time to care about anything else. He had to obtain more battle points as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely figure out the background of the other party. After returning to the defense area, Tang Zhen gathered Sun Jun and the others and announced his plan. When they heard that Tang Zhen was preparing to build a warship that believers could drive into the ocean to kill monsters, everyone immediately showed an interested expression. Accustomed to relying on the city wall to passively resist sea monsters, the believers had never thought that one day they could collectively march into the sea and kill their way into the territory of those monsters. This kind of thing, just thinking about it made one's blood boil with a kind of feeling, wishing to personally try it. Although it seemed very dangerous, if the warship could really be as Tang Zhen said and was comparable to a mobile defense area on the sea, so what if they entered the deep sea? As long as they had sharp enough weapons, there was no need to worry about logistics. The warships could stay on the beach for a long time. The most important point was still the acquisition of battle merits. Compared to passively waiting for the sea monsters to attack, taking the initiative to search on the warship would undoubtedly give him more battle merits. It could be said that as long as one entered the ocean, they did not have to worry about not being able to find the monsters. Instead, they had to worry about whether they could withstand the endless attacks of the sea monsters. Although there had been cases of believers collectively entering the sea in the past, those believers were all experts. It was only because the battle achievements obtained in the defense area could not meet their expectations that they chose to take the risk of entering the sea. These believers also had things like boats, or simply taming sea monsters. Although there were many ways, there had never been a warship. This matter was quickly settled. In the following time, the entire defense area would be in service of this plan. After enjoying the many benefits, those believers would not say anything. Moreover, when had Tang Zhen ever shortchanged them? In terms of personnel arrangements, Sun Jun had to command the battle, so he could not participate in this matter. Therefore, Tang Zhen arranged for the dwarf, the horned helmet, and the others to assist him. Whoever they followed Tang Zhen, they would unconditionally execute his orders. These few people alone were not enough to run the entire plan, so Tang Zhen asked Sun Jun to select a group of trustworthy assistants from the veterans. What Tang Zhen wanted to do was to be in charge of opening up a dock and collecting the materials needed to build the main body of the warship. He was the only one in charge of this matter. Whether it was the terrain transformation or the transportation of the giant rocks from the bottom of the sea, none of these were things that ordinary believers could do. After the meeting ended, everyone immediately got to work. The first task that Tang Zhen had to complete was naturally to open up the dock for the battleship. He was prepared to open up a passage on the mountain peak near the defense area before guiding the seawater into it. The purpose of this was to send the boulders into the dock, and then drain the seawater for construction. Under normal circumstances, the construction process of a warship would take a long time, otherwise it would be impossible to complete it. However, in Tang Zhen's plan, the battleship he built would not take too long. It would take at most a month before it could be used normally. Such a fast speed was the basic guarantee for the formation of a large warship. Otherwise, if one warship was produced every few years, it would not affect the overall situation at all. In order to achieve this, the initial preparation work was of utmost importance. When Tang Zhen was shaping the warship, he had to try his best to consider all the details and strive to shape the hull in one go. After Tang Zhen's work was completed, the believers would then set up the runic magic circle and complete the remaining work. After arriving at the peak of the mountain, Tang Zhen carefully observed the nearby terrain. Finally, he chose a wide area to be used as a dock. As the map modification plugin was activated, huge pits immediately appeared on the flat ground. This was the dry dock used to build the warship. After Tang Zhen fished up the huge rocks that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, he would place them in there for construction. At the same time as the dock appeared, a huge passage appeared in the mountain, leading directly to the sea. When the passage was connected, the sea water kept pouring in, filling up all the big pits. This passage wouldn't be open all the time. Tang Zhen would further deal with it to prevent the sea monster from landing on land. Even though they had seen Tang Zhen's methods more than once, the believers were still endlessly amazed. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. At the same time, they also secretly swore in their hearts that they would definitely work hard to earn battle merits and strive to reach Tang Zhen's realm one day. After the construction of the dock was completed, Tang Zhen went to the nearby sea to search for the huge rocks after the mountain peak had shattered. Due to the special material of this stone, it showed no signs of corrosion even after being soaked in seawater for countless years. The search process was actually very easy. He only needed to find the reefs above the water, and there would definitely be huge rocks under the sea. Tang Zhen only used a very short amount of time to find the materials that satisfied her. Then, she began to modify it. The giant rock hidden under the sea was like a dough, stretched and hollowed out by a pair of invisible hands. Then, it floated to the surface of the sea with the help of spiritual power. It was as if a ferocious giant sea beast had suddenly risen from the bottom of the sea. Its surface was covered with the remains of sea grass and various sea creatures, giving it a rather ferocious look. When the believers who were watching from a distance saw this, they let out an exclamation in unison. They really could not understand what Tang Zhen had done. He was actually able to fish out such a huge rock that was nearly 100 meters in length. At this moment, Tang Zhen was fully focused on controlling the huge rock. His spiritual sea was vast and boundless. The strength he possessed was even more terrifying. This was because the ocean itself had such buoyancy. Coupled with some special techniques, it was not particularly difficult to lift a huge rock from the ocean. After the huge rock was fished out from the sea, Tang Zhen would move it and send it to the dock through the cave. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen continued to salvage huge rocks until all the docks were filled. The seawater in the dock was forcefully pushed into the ocean under the pressure of his mental energy. Soon after, Tang Zhen once again sealed the opening of the sea. The first step of the preparation work was already completed. After resting for a while, Tang Zhen started to build the rough prototype of the warship according to his thoughts. The shape of the battleship was naturally streamlined, so it was more convenient to accelerate and could hold on to the sea monster. 4 walls were erected around the warship, making it convenient for the believers to fight against the sea monsters. Cannons and anti-aircraft machine guns could be installed on the warship. If all of them were installed, they would form a very terrifying net of fire. In the middle of the battleship was the activity and rest area, which could also be used to store supplies, followed by the statue. According to this design, the interior of the entire warship looked like the staircases of a stadium, one ring after another. There were also many round windows in the underwater part of the warship, through which the believers could attack. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to leave such a hole at the bottom of a warship. This was because seawater would rush in through the holes, filling the warship completely and causing it to sink to the bottom of the sea. However, under the effect of the runic magic circle, something similar to a transparent barrier would appear at the window position, which could prevent seawater from entering. At the same time, it would not affect the attacks inside the warship. If the sea monster attacked from underwater, the weapon placed on the window would give the sea monster a fatal blow. 2099 famous all over the world. 1. Thank you readers. During the process of building the warship, Tang Zhen didn't pay too much attention to the appearance. Instead, he basically maintained the original shape of the huge rock. From a distance, the appearance of the warship was like a floating island, full of deception. If the believers could conceal their auras and conceal themselves with the help of the runic magic circle, the sea monsters would not be able to discover them even if they drove into their nest. Many measures would be deployed on the warship. After all, it was related to the safety of the believers and the long-term implementation of the plan, so it was natural to ensure safety and concealment as much as possible. The battleship's close-range attack would undoubtedly greatly increase the success rate of a sneak attack. This was extremely important in battle. In war, extreme measures were used in every possible way. Moreover, Tang Zhen planned to let the warship serve for as long as possible. Therefore, he would definitely not be perfunctory in the design and construction. It was believed that with the flow of time, these unsinkable moving islands would definitely cause Tang Zhen's reputation to grow even more resounding. After all, he had personally initiated and completed this plan. He had built a moving defense line on the sea for his god's kingdom, turning the original passive defense into an active attack. Of course, it was still too early to mention these things. Even if he would leave behind an immortal legend in Scandinavia, Tang Zhen would not take it to heart. If he only cared about his reputation, he would not be able to see the road ahead and even his movements would be affected. Just as Tang Zhen was busy, 4-winged birds kept appearing in the sky above Defense Area 153. After circling a few times in the air, the 4-winged bird landed on the ground. It then impatiently bit down on a beast-luring fruit and swallowed it into its stomach. This was a habit they had developed in the Grand Temple. Fortunately, the beast-luring fruit only worked on sea monsters, otherwise these 4-winged birds would have gone crazy collectively. As for the passengers on the 4-winged bird, they were all believers who had accepted a mission from the temple and had come from other defense areas. Tang Zhen's reward was very generous and far exceeded the rewards from killing sea monsters. The believers who had long been tired of killing and wanted to change their environment naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. These believers were only the first batch. In the following time, more believers would arrive one after another. After the believers landed, someone was in charge of receiving them and leading them to the dock. Seeing the huge rocks in the docks and imagining the sight of such behemoths sailing in the sea, the believers began to become eager to try. To be able to turn huge rocks into moving fortresses and gallop on the ocean was undoubtedly a very satisfying achievement. As the ones who had participated in the construction, the believers felt honored. At this moment, Tang Zhen came to the front of the believers who had accepted the mission and asked a few professional questions. On the other hand, the believers became nervous, which was a rare sight. After all, Tang Zhen's reputation was too great. They had also witnessed Tang Zhen's methods through the image transmission stone and confirmed that he was a true super expert. After Tang Zhen asked a few questions, he handed a stack of drawings to the believers to let them study and familiarize themselves with it to prevent any mistakes during work. The contents of the drawings were all related to runic magic circles, and the hired believers only needed to construct according to the drawings. After the believers received the drawing, they studied it carefully and were quickly attracted by the contents of the drawing. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. The runic magic circle on the blueprint was too delicate and efficient. Both its stability and power had far exceeded their imagination. At first, they thought that they were making money with their skills, but it was only at this moment that they realized that they were the ones who took advantage of the situation. Even if they were not given any military achievements, these believers would not leave easily and miss the rare opportunity to learn. What made them depressed was that although everyone could see the exquisiteness of the runic magic circle, it did not mean that they could learn and master it. The most valuable thing in the runic magic circle was not the content on the drawing, but the concept and technique of constructing the runic magic circle. Sir Tang Zhen, I wonder if you can explain to us the theory behind the arrangement and operation of these runic magic circles. A believer was unable to suppress the joy and curiosity in his heart. He hesitated for a moment before he asked Tang Zhen. His request was rather rude. After all, special runic magic circles were extremely valuable to cultivators. If it wasn't for the construction needs, they wouldn't even be able to see the drawings, let alone learn from them. The other believers also looked at Tang Zhen. They were afraid that this request would cause him to be dissatisfied and lose the rare opportunity to learn. I don't have time to teach you these things now, but if you have any questions, you can find me at any time, and I will try my best to answer them. Tang Zhen did not have a heart of arrogance and contempt just because his strength and knowledge far exceeded these believers. After all, he had also experienced the process of seeking knowledge and learning. He knew what that feeling was. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the group of believers revealed a grateful expression at the same time. They saluted and thanked him one after another. Their attitudes appeared to be extremely respectful. With Tang Zhen's promise, their trip was not in vain. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head as he looked at the believers who were holding the blueprint and looking at it seriously. They would occasionally surround the ship and discuss it. The arrangement of the runic magic circle on the warship in the future would all require these believers to complete. If they were taught some knowledge and skills appropriately, it would undoubtedly greatly improve the progress of the project. Tang Zhen never minded letting more people know about his knowledge, especially those who were in the same camp as him. Moreover, these believers simply could not obtain the true essence. The amount of work required to build a warship was huge, and it was impossible to complete the arrangement of all the runic magic circles by relying on these believers. Therefore, after Tang Zhen seriously thought about it, he transferred a large number of people from the believers in the defense area and got them to work with him. Because they were all cultivators, the believers were the best labor force, and their work efficiency was by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. Now that the manpower was in place, the construction of the warship had officially begun. A large group of believers began to busy themselves around the ship. All of a sudden, the entire defense area was in a busy state, like a super large construction site. The materials required by the believers to inscribe the runic magic circle could be directly exchanged in the temple. The battle credits spent would be directly deducted from Tang Zhen's name. Although he had exchanged for a large number of memory fragments, Tang Zhen still set aside some battle points as backup. In addition, his believers were constantly hunting sea monsters, so he was not worried that he would not have any battle points to use. Tang Zhen would also enter the deep sea from time to time to search for sea monster nests to hunt. As long as he successfully found one, it would mean that he would obtain 10 million battle points. In terms of the speed of obtaining battle points, perhaps no believer in the entire God's Kingdom's defense area could be compared to Tang Zhen. While the 153rd defense area was busy, the news of Tang Zhen building a warship had already spread rapidly. Because of the existence of the image transmission stone in the temple, there were no secrets between the major defense areas. Once something happened, the believers would know at the first moment. After learning the specific data of the warship and its abilities, many believers were tempted. Even the officers of the defense area were wondering if they should spend military credits to order one. Everything else aside, just the guns and weapons on the warships were enough to stimulate their desire to buy. As long as there was such a warship guarding the defense area, no matter how many sea monsters attacked, there was no need to worry about the defense area being broken through by force. If they could select a group of believers to enter the deep sea, they would definitely be able to kill more sea monsters and obtain more military achievements. The commanders of the major defense areas were the same as Tang Zhen. After the believers killed the sea monsters, they could get a certain percentage of the shares, but the amount was far less than Tang Zhen's. But even so, with the accumulation of time and effort, it was still a rich income of battle achievements. Therefore, the commanders of these defense areas paid the most attention to the battleships built by Tang Zhen. They had been observing and studying the transmission stone from the beginning. Not long after the construction of the warship had begun, commanders from other defense areas had arrived to discuss the purchase of the warship. 2100 Visitor 1 Thank you readers. After these commanders arrived at Area 153, they went straight to the dock to see how strong the warship was. In fact, before they arrived, they had been paying attention to the defense area for a long time. They were very obsessed with guns and weapons. There would always be a group of people who were obsessed with this kind of cold weapon that spewed fire. If they saw it but couldn't get it, they would always feel uncomfortable. After landing, under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to wander around, not even as the commander of the defense area. However, Tang Zhen had already issued an order earlier that any visitor could head to the dock under the guidance of a special person to watch the entire manufacturing process of the warship. Of course, the visitors could only see what they were supposed to see. As for some hidden core information, they would not have the opportunity to see it. A group of commanders came to the dock. When they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but be stunned. As the dock was located beyond the perimeter of the defense zone, the believers in the other defense zones could not see it through the image transmission stone. It was also because of this that there were people who were in a hurry to rush over, wanting to see Lu Shan's true appearance. In the end, all they saw was a huge pit and black rocks the size of small mountains. In these huge pits, a group of believers was busy moving back and forth. They used cables or scaffolding-like tools to surround these boulders. Materials like bamboo poles were quite cheap to exchange in the temple. Even if they surrounded the entire rock, it would not cost much battle credits. Although it was lively when they were working, this was not what the commanders wanted to see. This is a warship. Are you kidding me? They're just some broken stones. Is Area 153 lying? A commanding officer of the defensive zone looked at the black stone with a surprised expression and said to his companion beside him. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. The other commanders were also at a loss. Tang Zhen had used the temple to make an advertisement and described the warship as a god. This was also the reason why they were in a hurry to come. In the end, when they arrived at the scene and saw the real thing, they found that it was too different from what they had imagined, which was difficult for them to accept for a while. What's up with this Tang Zhen? Does he want us to ride a pile of rocks to hunt sea monsters? If that's the case, then there are as many sea monsters in front of our housing area as there are. Someone took the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. During this period of time, Tang Zhen's limelight was at its peak, causing the jealousy of many people. These people were eager to have the opportunity to ridicule him. However, most of the commanders just watched coldly from the side. They were not in a hurry to make a conclusion. Instead, they carefully observed. In fact, this group of commanders had already seen that the huge rock in front of them was just a rough base, and there was still a huge gap between it and a real warship. However, they were too anxious and had rushed over when the battleship was just built, afraid that they would not be able to get anything if they were late. Even though their words were filled with disapproval, the information they obtained after careful observation still shocked them. Everything else aside, just hollowing out the inside of the hard and tough giant rock was definitely a very difficult task. This was because the material of this stone was far superior to steel. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the damage of sea monsters. It could be said that there was no problem at all in using it as the main material of a warship. If they were to do it, they would need at least 8 to 10 years to achieve this. Just these modified boulders alone were already extremely valuable. Without enough battle merits, they could not be exchanged. Of course, the commanders didn't want the hollowed rocks, but the completed warships. However, the cost of the hollowed rocks would definitely be included when they were sold. The commanders were somewhat unwilling to spend a large amount of battle credits to purchase such common stones. While they were conversing in low voices, the commanders were still carefully watching the process of the believers inscribing the runic magic circle, only to find that they could not understand it at all. Some of the commanders present were also proficient in runic magic circles, but the runic magic circles engraved on the warship were completely different from those they had encountered before. It seemed like it wasn't a simple matter to secretly learn. Commanders, I wonder if you have any thoughts. You can bring them up to me at any time. I will try my best to convey them to His Excellency Tang Zhen. A veteran was in charge of receiving these commanders and answering all kinds of questions they asked. If they had any special requests, they could also raise them during the visit. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was actually quite disdainful of these zone commanders. This group of people was different from Tang Zhen. They were a group of vicious wolves that would not let go of any fat meat they saw. If they were the commanders of Area 153, the believers would not be able to obtain many benefits. Tell me, what will this warship look like after it's completed? A commander thought for a moment and asked the veteran. In fact, what these commanders were most concerned about was what kind of guns and weapons the warships would carry and how much lethality they could have. According to their thoughts, the more the better, so that they wouldn't feel like they were making a loss. It was just that warships were different from real city walls, after all. They needed to consider the rationality of the weapon layout, and it was not possible to have as many as they wanted. Even so, when the commanders saw the finished drawing of the warship, their eyes were still shining. At this moment, they all made up their minds at the same time. No matter how high the price of the warship was, they would get it back and search it. While these commanders were discussing, the four-winged birds continued to appear in the sky. The passengers on them were either believers who had been hired or customers who had a meaningful intention of buying the warship. The constant flow of people also made room 153 extremely lively. As far as the eye could see, there were moving figures everywhere. Tang Zhen did not come into contact with these believers. Instead, he focused on modifying the warship and deploying some necessary facilities on it. In addition to the weapons, the most important part of a warship was naturally its power system. The power system of a normal warship required a large amount of fuel and special fuel. It was obvious that this method was not suitable for the believers of the God Kingdom. Therefore, Tang Zhen still used the runic magic circle to power it. When he was modifying the hull, Tang Zhen had already reserved space to arrange the power system. He only needed to inscribe and activate the runic magic circle to push the warship forward. As for the mechanism of the power system, it was actually very simple. The front and both sides of the warship had an inlet. When water entered the inlet, it would be accelerated by the runic magic circle and then sprayed out from the stern. The power of the water current was extremely strong, more than enough to push the warship. The believers could also directly control the strength of the water current to achieve the function of acceleration and turning. As for the divine stones used to operate the power system, they could be exchanged in the temple. There was no need to worry about losing power and being unable to move. Other than the power system, Tang Zhen also had the most important weapon system of the warship. In addition to the necessary guns and weapons, the warships would also be equipped with weapons that were specifically aimed at underwater. After all, the monsters were basically moving underwater and did not attack on the shore. Without such underwater attack weapons, no matter how many guns the warship carried, they would not be able to effectively kill the monsters.